Morning everybody, welcome to day 2 of this live British Racing and Sports Car Club race day here at a slightly more overcast Cadwell Park here. The mini-Nurburgring of the north certainly proving some slightly challenging weather conditions. A little bit different than yesterday. We had some sunshine but also plenty of rain showers too. Thankfully, or hopefully, the weather conditions will hold off for the rest of the day. So the day of racing we've got coming up for you, it's more of the same from yesterday but with a few additions to the timetable that didn't race yesterday. We've just had qualifying for the 3 championships and series that join us today, that being the Nanking Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the brilliant Audi TT Cup Racing Series and the Brscc Evolution Trophy that's just finished its qualifying session too. Plus we also have more racing from many of the championships and series from yesterday, that being both the Mazda MX-5 Championship sponsored by Gaz Shocks and the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. We've also got another race for the modified Fords. We've got also one more race for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. On top of that, the MG Metro Cup sponsored by Hitford Construction, and also these guys behind me, which is our first race for Sunday, the second or final race of the weekend of the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Now yesterday was victories for both Mike Blackburn and for Chris Grimes, and so both of them will start a little bit further back. Pole position for this final race of their weekend to kick things off on Sunday is taken by Josh Watkins. He's in the 2010 Racing Machine and he has the number 69 of Dan Robinson alongside him on the front row of the grid. Two of the championship contenders in the mix. We've got Sam Beckett in car 96 in there. The 2 winners from yesterday, Mike Blackburn and Chris Grimes, were on the 3rd row together. Watch for Sam Watkins towards the back. Matt Pimlett, who came into the weekend just a point behind in the championship. And then you've got Mark Blunt in there too, along with Dan White, Chris Flynn, and then Ron Lofstad and Aidan Vickers. It should be another fantastic 15 minutes of racing to finish off the ST150 weekend, but also to kick off our Sunday of racing here at Cadwell Park. And as they venture out onto the grid for the first of 14 races today here at Cadwell Park, let's hand you back over to our fantastic commentator extraordinaire, Andy McKeown, to take you through our first grid of Sunday's action here at Cadwell Park. Andy, all yours.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, welcome along everyone to Cadwell Park for day 2 of this Brscc race meeting. If you joined us yesterday, then you'll know we've already been treated to some top quality action. We've got most of the championships and series that were racing yesterday rejoining us again today with a couple of additions. But this is the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150s. Josh Watkins, as Scott was just saying, starting from pole alongside Dan Robinson, with Sam Beckett and Michael Blackburn on row 2. Row 3 then Chris Grimes and Sam Watkins. Row 4 Matt Pimlett and Mark Blunt, with Dan White and Chris Flynn completing the top 10 ahead of Ron Lofstad and Aidan Vickers at the back of the grid, because we do appear to have lost over the course of the weekend one of our runners, which is a bit of a shame. Dan White, I believe that might be, who is not taking the start. So yeah, unfortunately we've lost one, but the racing should still be pretty entertaining. It's certainly been an entertaining weekend as far as the championship race is concerned. Things tightening up a little bit now at the front of the pack. Matthew Fletcher, Jordan at the front of the ST150 pack, we've had Sam Beckett, Matt Pimlett and Thomas Aikin running pretty close together at the front of the championship table. Sam Beckett arrived here this weekend just a single point ahead of Matt Pimlett, but it's been Beckett really in the ascendancy this weekend. Pimlett hasn't been quite as quick, and that has meant that it is now a slightly increased championship margin for the man who led very slenderly coming into the weekend. Yesterday's races, though, saw Michael Blackburn and Chris Grimes, 2 non-championship contenders, sharing the race victories. Michael Blackburn won race 1, with Chris Grimes hounding him throughout, even after a mid-race safety car interlude. And then in race number 2, Chris Grimes actually got the better of the starts, got ahead of Michael Blackburn in the early stages, and never really looked back, winning by nearly 2 seconds. Blackburn, though, had a train of ST150s queuing up behind him. Sam Beckett, Tom Aikin, Dan Robinson, Josh Watkins, Sam Watkins, Matthew Pimlett, all in a line behind the eventual second place man, because Blackburn did manage to hang on to P2. Sam Beckett came home in 3rd position, though, and that was a significant win, a podium finish for him, because, again, he was that narrow championship leader coming into the weekend, and managed once again to score reasonably good points, beating all of his nearest championship rivals anyway. And after this race, we will only have 5 more races to go this season, so a good time for Beckett to be extending that championship advantage. So the cars are lined up on the grid. They'll have a green flag lap to complete in a moment or 2, and then we will have 15 minutes of vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge racing to come. And with this jumbled around grid now for the third race of the weekend, as far as the championship contenders are concerned, it presents an opportunity maybe for the likes of Matt Pimlett and Thomas Eichen to try and score a little bit better in this one, although it is Thomas Eichen, isn't it, who's not taking the starts. My apologies, not Dan Wyke, it's Tom Eichen who's not going to be starting this race. Now that is significant for the championship. Tom, we saw, had a little bit of contact in yesterday's race with Josh Watkins, I seem to recall it was, coming out of Mansfield Corner. Just not particularly significant contact, but just a tiny touch, and it ripped the front bumper off Eichen's car. And for whatever reason, whether it's to do with that or not, I don't know, but Eichen, who finished 5th in the end, despite the damage done to the front of the car, has withdrawn from the rest of the event. So that means that this race will basically now become a drop score for Tom Eichen. He'd already had one non-finish back at Alton Park, and it now looks like a second non-score. He is going to be going his way, and he'll have used up therefore his 2 drop scores. So any more misfortune now will take Eichen out of contention. He'll pick back up, though, the points for what was previously his lowest finish this season, which I think is 34 points from actually that first race at Alton Park. So while he's not lost, he'll still essentially be scoring some points for a race, even though he's not starting it. So cars out on the green flag lap then, weaving their way around, and overcast skies, but still a pretty mild morning. It's definitely a bit chillier than it was yesterday. So for these front-wheel drive Ford Fiestas, that does generate a bit of a challenge, actually. Generating rear tyre temperature in these cars can be a little bit tricky. And as the early laps unfold, those who have the confidence on the cold tyres are likely to be the ones who have a bit of an advantage. Drive cars warming up their front tyres a lot more quickly than the rears, because they're very stiffly sprung and quite short wheelbase cars, these Fiestas. They can be a little bit darty, a little bit twitchy on cold tyres. So this being the first race of the day, temperature probably the lowest it will be all day. It will be an extra little hurdle for our ST150 drivers to jump, but most of them pretty experienced these days in this category. A lot of them came out of the XR Challenge, which this championship sort of grew out of. Drivers who had a lot of success in this championship, where again the cars were similar, a little bit softer sometimes, the XR2s. XR3 is definitely a different beast so occasionally this season alongside the ST250 category. This will get next time alongside TCR UK. That's next to the Brscc live streams coming up this season. Busy year of live stream activity for the fastest growing racing club. Pleasure to be there at Silverstone for the next round of the TCR UK Championship, and a number of championships that we've seen in action this weekend. We'll be back out again in the near future on a live stream through the Brscc's channels. Right then, ready to get race 3 underway for the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge. We've got Josh Watkins and Dan Robinson on the front row together. Josh Watkins the white car, Robinson the first of those green cars on the outside of row 1, who gets the better launch as the lights go out. But look at the start from Chris Grimes, the white and red number 91 car, already steaming up the inside with all 4 wheels on the grass, finding space just about, and then eventually having to lift off the throttle a little bit, guides his way back onto the line and slots into what looks like 5th position still, so actually didn't end up gaining anything out of that. It is Dan Robinson who leads, though. Michael Blackburn looks as though he has snuck through into 2nd place, so the race 1 winner getting up into P2 in the early stages. 3rd place then for Sam Beckett as they make their way down the park straight for the first time. Josh Watkins, the pole sitter, is down to 4th ahead of Chris Grimes in 5th position. Grimes running as a guest driver, so doesn't score points, but as we saw yesterday, definitely has race-winning pace. The right-hander at Park, you can see there the slightly skittish rear ends of these Fiestas just dancing around under braking. Around the outside line goes Dan Wyke in the 10 Sport number 26 car, just trying to find his place in the line. And then there may be a little bit of paint trading. That was Aidan Vickers, who seems to be having a problem actually, and that's something that became a familiar sight yesterday too. So Aidan trying to get out of the way. He was nearly collected by the cars behind, but does thankfully now get the car, by the looks of it, to a place of safety. So out of Mansfield we go then, down towards the mountain. Sam Watkins there, one of those who really has lost out with the grid formation for this race. A bit further back than he should be. Started 6th and actually is 7th as they arrive at the mountain for the first time. So the Red Bull 42 car with work to be done. He's past the cafeteria, the cars stream. Great vantage point that as the cars rock on the suspension through the right and left at the entry to the very, very fast Hall bends. Hit the brakes down through the hairpin, keep dropping downhill now through this really awkward final corner at Barn, and then back out onto the pit straight again to complete the opening lap of racing, where we have Daniel Robinson having started from the outside of row 1, leading reasonably comfortably actually over Blackburn second, Beckett in 3rd position, with Chris Grimes eventually up into 4th place, got ahead of Mark Blunt there partway around the opening lap. Blunt is 5th, Watkins 6th, Pimblett 7th, Dan Wyke 8th, Chris Flynn 9th, and Ron Lufstad completing the top 10. Lost Aidan Vickers, and Josh Watkins has a dodgy transponder, so I thought Chris Grimes still came across the line in 5th, and he did, because Josh Watkins has a transponder that isn't quite working, but there you caught a glimpse of the all-white car, sat in 4th position. That is Josh Watkins still holding on to P4. Leading trio, though, really breaking away now as they head through Park Corner for the second time. Sam Watkins, the second lap in a row, tries to get back on the inside of Mark Blunt, but can't quite make that one work. Mark Blunt, who started this race 8th on the grid with a really good start to get up into 6th place early doors. And yesterday, Mark had, I believe, a 9th in race 1 and indeed race 2, so 2 9th place finishes look likely to be improved upon this week, in this 3rd race, I should say, of the weekend. If he can hold on to 6th place, that would be a really, really good result for him. Over the top of the mountain we go again, back past the cafeteria, and Dan Robinson actually getting away from Michael Blackburn. Blackburn looks a little under threat here, and in fact he gets very sideways there, very loose on the rear for Blackburn's number 55 car, and the Masters class leader, drivers over the age of 45, almost losing control there, but gathered it together nicely. Sam Beckett is hunting him down, applying the pressure and hoping for another mistake like that, because that might be the opportunity that Sam is looking for to get back into 3rd place and again score some valuable championship points. And the main straight we head again. And, Dan Robinson with now a lead of nearly 1.1 seconds, so a very healthy margin at the front for him. And he's set the fastest lap as well, which is worth a bonus point for Dan. It's the battle then for 4th, Josh Watkins and Chris Grimes nose to tail. As they head towards Park Corner, it's getting very tasty indeed for 2nd place. Michael Blackburn, Sam Beckett, less than a car length in it as they turn through the tight right-hander. Best overtaking opportunity on the track now, but it's a very narrow approach over a blind crest, so you've got to be really brave to commit to the move on the inside. You do on occasion see people going right around the outside there as well, which is an even tougher move to pull off. So yesterday, amongst the leaders, there is not a lot to choose between in lap time between these front runners in the ST150, so overtaking not easy to do when you've got so little of a pace advantage over the car ahead. It means that Sam Beckett is probably going to have to get quite inventive here to make it a Team 1-2 out the front of the field, although actually I'd say that lead gap is starting to creep down now quite noticeably, probably halved on this lap so far. Michael Blackburn getting his act together now, bringing Sam Beckett with him. Don't know whether Robinson's had a mistake somewhere or if it's just a really good lap this from the 2 cars behind him, but that is not 1.1 seconds anymore between 1st and 2nd, so lead gap starting to come down. Mark Blunt, meanwhile, has now been passed by Sam Watkins. Caught a glimpse of that in the background, so Sam Watkins now up into 6th position there, and that was at the hairpin, I think, that he made that move. Bit of a block pass, but it always has to be at that corner, and Sam Watkins will now try and set off after the cars ahead. He is 1.7 seconds adrift of Josh Watkins and Chris Grimes' battle for 4th. There was a yellow flag waving there. There was a bollard in the middle of the road now at turn 1, but I don't think that was the reason for the yellow flag. There was something else that happened, I think, at that part of the track. So we'll try and piece together what the cause of that yellow flag might be. as the leaders make their way towards the top of the hill. We have, no, I thought we'd lost Sam Beckett, but he's dropped back a long way from the leading two, so I wonder if he was the reason for the yellow flag. We nearly had another one then at Park Corner as Matt Pimblett tried to nip up the inside of Mark Blunt for 7th place. But yeah, I think Sam Beckett might have had a little grassy excursion in the first corner there, because he's dropped away now from the top 2 cars, almost into the clutches of Josh Watkins and Chris Grimes, who still run 4th and 5th respectively. Sam Beckett chasing after them already. And I'd say, well, he's almost with Chris Grimes. That gap was 1.7 seconds between the red number 42 and the white and red car ahead, but significantly smaller now as they head through the mounted section on lap 4 in this 15-minute race. So Robinson continues to lead. Blackburn dropping away again slightly on this lap. Sam Beckett's the one who's really suffered in the first part of this lap, and then there's a big sideways moment for Josh Watkins as he barrelled off into the Hall Bends. Josh Watkins, the white car in 4th position, living life on the edge as he tries to fend off Chris Grimes, and of course an even more spirited defence might now be required with the arrival of Sam Watkins on his tail. Though actually Watkins' arrival might serve to distract Chris Grimes slightly, and could even play into the hands of Watkins ahead. 2 Watkins sort of ganging up here on Chris, who's the meat in the sandwich through the first turn. Very high speed through Coppice and into the full commitment double apex right-hander at Charlie's. Every corner here at Cadwell Park requires full commitment. It's one of those tracks that rewards those willing to just carry that extra bit of speed into the corner, the camber and the undulation playing into your hands, allowing you to carry them a bit more speed than you think is possible, especially on such a narrow circuit. But really is a driver's favourite. Chris Grimes with a late defensive move there to keep Sam Watkins behind him. Or for a moment he was gunning up for a move on the Josh Watkins car ahead, but he was, I think, just trying to cover from Sam behind, and this is exactly what I was trying to say. I mean, Josh Watkins now starting to get away from Chris Grimes because Chris is actively having to defend from Sam behind. So Chris Grimes, who looked really through both of the first 2 races like the fastest man on track, struggling now to break out of 5th position. Mark Blunt, meanwhile, keeping Matthew Pimblett behind. It's been a disappointing weekend, this, for Matt Pimblett. Came into the weekend very much in the championship hunt, only a single point away from Sam Beckett on drop scores, but as the races have gone by, he has not really been able to find an improvement in pace, and has struggled to trouble the top half dozen really at any point. He'll be very grateful, I think, to get himself to Croft next time out. Very different kind of track, very flat, a bit more open. Still quite a narrow circuit, Croft, but a little bit more rough area. Might inspire a bit of a comeback from Matt Pimblett, who's had 1 win this season back at Snetterton. Has been a regular on the podium so far. Indeed, last time out at Knock Hill, another very challenging circuit. He had a pair, had a 2nd place and a 3rd place finish across the 3 races. Race leaders then head down the Park Straight. Here comes Sam Watkins. There in the pit lane is Chris Flynn. So Chris Flynn's race run. Mechanical issues taking him out, but here comes Sam Watkins. He's found the overlap. He's on the inside of Chris Grimes. He's going to go through. That was a lovely move from Sam Watkins. Clears the 10 Sports car. And with 5 minutes of the race still to go, Sam Watkins might still have a chance of getting Josh Watkins as well for 4th place. I don't think he'll catch the leaders, but Sam Watkins making nice progress through the order. He's only actually 1 place higher than he started, but he dropped a couple of places in the early going. There goes Matt Pimblett to the inside of Mark Blunt at Mansfield Corner. But that was ever diminishing returns on that move, I think, really. Mark was always going to close the door. We saw a lot yesterday, regardless really of what category it was, going to the inside of Mansfield. Whilst it seems the logical way to make a move, it doesn't really seem to work. You lose so much momentum on the exit of the corner. That was what we saw there from Matt Pimblett. Looked as though he was going to make the move, but the exit ended up losing time, and has now to try and close back in on Mark Blunt, who actually is catching Chris Grimes. Chris Grimes may be running into some sort of a problem here, because suddenly he is dropping time again. There is Aidan Vickers, by the way, who we saw pulling off a while ago. And Aidan has found a brilliant vantage point there up on the Marshall's post on the inside of Charlie's. Brilliant panoramic view of most of the circuit. There you can see he's got cars heading up in front of him through Charlie's and then back down the park straight to his right. And if he were to turn to his right, he would see Mark Blunt and Matt Pimlett's battle continuing. Pimlett quite close now as they head out onto the park straight. There are the leaders, meanwhile. 1.2 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap between Robinson and Blackburn. Beckett third. There is Josh Watkins with Sam Watkins right on his tail now, 4th and 5th, and then 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, all getting themselves closer together. Pimlett looking to the outside, but not yet able to break through the defences of Mark Blunt in the number 3. Mark has missed one round in racing this at Silverstone. He's regular inside the top 5. He's had one podium finish, I think, this season back at Snetterton, Mark. See him having a bit of a return to form in this race, very much taking the fight to one of our championship contenders here, Matt Pimlett. They've got Dan Wyke in behind too. Dan Wyke following those two around through the section. Top of the hill they go then down towards the Hall Bends. See the commitment required into the right, through the left. Roller coaster sequence of corners, bouncing over the curbs there. Pimlett as he tries to use every inch of the Cadwell Park circuit available to him. Oh, Sam Watkins, look, is already ahead of Josh Watkins. I don't know whether Josh moved aside to let him go, but that's a really impressive run through the order, this from Sam. He's into 4th place now. Has 2 more laps to go and is 5.5 seconds behind Sam Beckett. So I don't think he's going to get any further than 4th, but has been as far down as I think 8th place at one point. Good recovery drive this from Sam Watkins. Dan Wyke, meanwhile, on the tail of Matt Pimlett now. So Pimlett dropping away from Mark Blunt in the back end of that previous lap, 2nd behind actually at the line. And now in danger maybe of dropping another place before the checkered flag and losing more valuable championship points. Grimes there behind both Sam Watkins and Josh Watkins now. Out wide onto the grass goes Dan Wyke, and the track keeps going to the right. He's going to lose control as he keeps his foot in it, and I think we'll just keep it out of the tyre wall, but that was a bit of a clumsy moment there for Dan. Just drifted a bit wide out of park, and then Chris Kerr comes up very, very quickly indeed. Very difficult to get the car back on the road. And off towards the scenery he went, and I think he did avoid making any contact with anything solid. The leaders are going to go through at the end of this lap to begin their final lap, and this gap is just creeping down again now. Michael Blackburn on the previous lap set the fastest lap of the race, 1:47.9. And that was exactly 0.2 of a second quicker than Dan Robinson in front. The gap down to 1 second. I think it's crept down again slightly this time. And Dan Robinson might have a little bit of defending to do in the closing stages. Across the line. And that is the gap now. Yeah, came down by another couple of tenths that time. So it's just under 0.9 of a second. I don't think Blackburn's going to be able to quite get there, but he's going to give this a go. And continues to lap a little bit quicker than the race leader. In fact, quicker than anyone else on the track right now is Michael Blackburn, with the exception of Sam Watkins, who did a 48.2 as well. A couple of hundredths quicker than Blackburn, as he continues to chase after Sam Beckett, but he's not quite going to get there before the flag. Now, Josh Watkins also starting to fade now a little bit, as Chris Grimes was earlier on. And those two have sort of found each other now in their fight for 5th place. They were battling earlier on for 4th, and Sam Watkins has found a way past the pair of them. Part they go, and there Matt Pimlett launches to the inside of Mark Blunt. He can't get the car stopped, and well, 10 out of 10 for effort there for Matt. I think he knew he had to try and gain an extra point if he could. A couple of points he'd have got actually if that had worked, but it didn't work. He skated straight off the road And this ended up dropping further back, but not losing actually any more places, I don't think, because Dan Wyke, of course, had gone off there in the previous lap, so Pimlet wasn't really under any pressure. Now, leading two through the mountain, and I don't know if Dan Robinson's just backing off a bit now on the final lap, but this gap has come right down, and as they head for the... oh, he's slowing, is he, Dan Robinson? Or did he slow then into the Hall Bends? What was that all about? Robinson suddenly seemed to lose performance there as they went into the Hall Bends for the final time. And might that now give Michael Blackburn half an opportunity to find a way through out of the hairpin? Has Robinson got a problem? I think he might. He's driving very defensively into the final turn. Is that car going to accelerate off Barn Corner in the way that it should do? Michael Blackburn is not quite going to be close enough. Maybe it was just a missed gear for Dan Robinson, but that car definitely looked like it was slowing down through the last couple of turns. He gets to the checkered flag first, though, claims the race victory, and for Dan Robinson, that will be his first win of the year, actually. First victory for Dan Robinson in 2023, and nice time to do it as well. He's had a really solid weekend, actually, and he's up into fourth place in the championship now, ahead of the absent Paul Dobson. But he's going to be knocking on the door of Matt Pimlet, I think, for third as we head to Croft next time out for the final triple header event of the season, before we have then two more races on the international circuit at Silverstone on finals weekend to round out the season. So, not quite a 1-2 for the teammates, but a first and a third. And Dan Robinson claiming the race win, and only just after whatever ailed him there on the final lap. He quite clearly seemed to be slowing at the conclusion of the race. But Dan Robinson able to hang on, then gets the race win. Michael Blackburn in P2. So let's wait until they get back to the podium area. We should hopefully be able to hear from our top three. And before that, get some build-up for our next race, the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. It's Dan Robinson, though, who claims the victory. Michael Blackburn second is the Masters class winner, with Sam Beckett in third, Sam Watkins fourth, and Josh Watkins completing the top five. Chris Grimes was sixth ahead of Mark Blunt, Matt Pimlet, Dan Wyke, and Ron Lufstad, with Chris Flynn and Aidan Vickers, unfortunately not able to get to the checkered flag. So that is how the Fiesta ST150 challenge completes its weekend, and it's now time for another championship to have its final race of the weekend. The Milltek Sport Civic Cup cars are gathering behind the commentary box. We'll very shortly have a podium with Scott Woodwiss for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 challenge. But in a moment or two, I think we should be able to head down into the assembly area to have a chat with some drivers in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. They had two very exciting races yesterday. A little bit of drama in the second of their races, the reversed grid race, but Dave Marshall officially has held on to the race victory, and he and perhaps a few other drivers will be able to very shortly have a chat with Scott Woodwiss.
What a great way to kick off the Sunday's action here at Cadwell Park. Great victory for Dan Robinson. We'll hear from our top three in the Vinyl Detail ST150 challenge very shortly on the podium. Now coming up next, it's more tin tops, and it's technically our headline event of the weekend. It is the Milltek Sport Civic Cup for their final race. After some amazing racing yesterday, we saw victories for Max Edmondson and a first victory since I think it was 2019 or even further back for an FN2 Civic in the hands of Dave Marshall. A brilliant race yesterday in the slight partial reverse grid. He managed to push his way to the front and get himself that victory, which he's been so craving for. Now it's going on to race 3. It's Ryan Bensley and Max Edmondson to be on the front row grid together. As you can see, this grid is not short of colour. It's not short of great looking cars. You can see here the Pro Alloy squad have as many as 8 cars on the grid in this championship. They really have taken this championship pretty quickly in the last couple of years. But it is going to be Ryan Bensley in the mix as well. Max Edmondson, of course, with the points all changing around. I'm going to give you some live updates on the points, because our stats man on the points, Phil Kinch, has been able to work on some points overnight to see where we're at. And good morning to Phil, of course. I'm sure he's watching the stream in earnest. So in terms of the points coming into this particular race, on drop scores, it's now Alistair Camp that leads the way on 277 points. There is now, however, a tie for second between Dan Thackeray and Max Edmondson on drop scores, currently 268 points apiece for them. Ryan Bensley currently sits on 232, and essentially it's becoming those four for the championship, because the next those down is Morgan Bailey on 193, Will Redford on 189, and it's 169 for Jack Harding, who has had some really tumultuous times in the Civic Cup. They're not really graced of luck in the last 2 or 3 meetings. We'll see if we can put that right. Cars now heading out onto the grid now for their third and final race of the weekend. So we'll see if Ryan Benson can pick up a victory, if Max Edmondson can make it 2 from 3, or if anyone else can challenge and get that top set victory. And as the Civics leave for their final race of the weekend, we're almost ready to get the podium underway for our third and final vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 challenge race, which is just making their way down here to have a chat. So we'll be able to have a word with them very, very shortly. So there goes the rest of the pack of Civic Cup cars, proper little mini touring cars, these machines, and they certainly have been putting on a great spectacle in the 2 races that they put on yesterday. And so as they head out, you might be able to see a very distant Andy McEwen in the background, just walking back to his position in the commentary box. We can now get ourselves in position for what will be our first podium of the day, and that's for our third and final race for the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 challenge here at Cadwell Park. And we'll be able to run through it in a moment once we're all set and ready to go. First of all, starting with third place. So third place in that third and final race for ST150s, that goes to Sam Beckett. And Sam heads over and grabs the trophy from Charlotte. It's second place, and also the Masters victory in that final race goes to Mike Blackburn. And an excellent victory from the front of the grid. It's victory in race number 3 for Dan Robinson. So another great win for SBR Motorsport, and we'll grab a couple of images just for the swallowing for the cameras. And once done, we will then be able to have a quick word with our top 3 once we're good to go. So Dan, if you want to step down, we'll have a quick word. Well, that's quite a way to end the weekend, isn't it? You had a couple of podiums yesterday, and now rounding it off with a victory. Yeah, it was needed. I knew me and Sam have both had the pace all weekend, so I knew that if I could get to the front off the line, then we could sort of pull away a bit, and Michael was on my bumper pretty much the whole race, but yeah, we just about had enough in the right places to get away. How much pressure do you have to absorb when you've got like Mike and also your teammate behind you bearing down on you? Oh, an obscene amount. You just sat there waiting for the last lap board, thinking that it should come out any lap after lap 2, so yeah, it gets difficult when you're sort of thinking it's got to be this lap, and it never comes. I suppose you're also waiting for that moment when you look across and they're right at your door trying to get past as well. Yeah, last lap Michael got really close. I missed second to third going into the Hall bends. So Michael was on my bumper for the last second, but I started the last lap thinking all it needs to be is not wrong, and it was. So, but yeah, got the result in the end, so got the important bit done. Yeah, so you've driven superbly all weekend, so well done, Dan. Excellent job. We'll see you for the next round. Let's bring in Mike for second place, and I think, as we talked about yesterday, given the slightly tough season you've had, I think that's a really positive weekend for you. 2 second places and a win, but it's 2 points victories, given that you finished behind Chris yesterday and got the points for the win for that one. So I think you got a reason to smile for that. That was good. Yeah, I'll go home with a smile on my face this time. Yeah, Dan was quick. You know, if we can say anything to him, that's what getting a good start gives you, because his starts have been, you know, a little bit off par, and that drops him down. He's had the pace, like you said, and yeah, the times are so close. I'd catch him one lap and then lose a little bit the next, but yeah, he made a mistake or missed a gear just the last couple of corners. There's nowhere to pass. It's that tight, the cars are that close. But no, congrats to Dan. I think that's his first win, he deserves it. But yeah, I'll go away home happy with second place. Good. And of course, 2 rounds to go, of course. Obviously you do the best you can in terms of points. Is it going to be circuit dependent, or do you think the car's in a good place now to be on the same sort of pace at the next couple of rounds? Yeah, I'm happy that we've found how to set the car up now. We're a little bit off at Knock Hill, but everywhere else we've found the setup. Didn't test here. Just turned up on Saturday morning and the car was mint. So yeah, if I can do that again at Croft, I'll be more than happy. Well, for no testing, 2 seconds of the win is brilliant, so you'd be proud of that. Well done. We'll see you at the next one. Good stuff. Let's bring Sam Beckett in for third place, and I imagine Sam as well, just briefly, that was quite an important result again for the championship, ahead of Matt as well, further back, so I think positive weekend for you too. Yeah, very positive. Yeah, I'm happy with the result. I'm ecstatic for Dan and SBR Motorsport. We've absolutely smashed it in that last race and all weekend, to be fair. As I heard Dan say before, we've had the pace. It's just extracting it from people in front of you and stuff like that. But yeah, super happy with the results. You know, more points in the championship, a little bit more gap I think now, with obviously with Tom not being here as well, because I think it's switched places now with Matt not having a great weekend. So, but yeah, just got a head down for Croft. Absolutely love Croft. Everyone knows I love Croft as well. So we'll see what we're like there. You had your first wins there, didn't you? I did, yeah. First, I think it was two wins actually. So yeah, hopefully go for a trio this time. We'll try. Right, we're going to head to the next race, but you've driven excellently as well. Well done. We'll see you for the next one. So that's the final ST150s finished. They'll be off to their next rounds at Croft in a few weeks' time. Now we can head back to Andy McKeon in the commentary box so he can take us through the grid for our third and final race of the weekend for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. A championship that is reaching boiling point now with 6 races to go in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. Things couldn't be a lot tighter, although Alistair Camp, having the best of weekends so far really for our championship front runners, has moved into the championship lead now. He'll be starting third on the grid for this one. Ryan Bensley getting the pole with Max Edmondson, yesterday's race 1 winner, starting alongside. Alistair Camp is third ahead of Dan Thackeray with Harvey Caton and Jack Harding on row 3. Then it's Travis Chapman on the 4th row of the grid. We'll share that 4th row with Morgan Bailey, Will Redford and Alex Kiter next, ahead of Dave Marshall, yesterday's race 2 winner, and James Ramsden. Row 7 for Jack Riddell and Owen Hillman. Row 8, Nick Charlier and Jeff Alden. And the 9th row for Anthony Gannon and Mark Hughes. Row 10, Jackson White and Simon Welch. And at the back of the grid, having been disqualified for qualifying yesterday, Jordan Brennan and Reese Lewis. So the 2 races that we've had so far, yesterday's first race, as I said, won by Max Edmondson. Max Edmondson got past the pole sitter Ryan Bensley in the early stages and then defended nicely from Alistair Camp to claim the race victory. So Edmondson got the win, Camp was second and Dan Thackeray was third. Those 3 sort of now established themselves as the 3 championship favourites, but it had been Camp and Thackeray ahead of Edmondson. Edmondson scored well in that first race. Then in race 2, Camp and Thackeray struck back. Alistair Camp finished third, Thackeray 4th, and Max Edmondson came home in 5th position. So what does all of that mean for the points? Well, it means that Alistair Camp is now 9 points clear in his Pro Alloys Racing car. Dan Thackeray is second, 277 points for Camp, 268 for Thackeray, and that's actually joint second with Max Edmondson. Max Edmondson also on 268 points, and they're then 34 points further ahead of Ryan Bensley. That is on dropped scores, by the way. On total scores, Alistair Camp is a country mile away, actually. He's on 316 points to 298 for Max Edmondson, which in Civic Cup terms is a very big lead, but it's the dropped scores that count. The worst 2 races of the season, worst 2 results of the season get dropped for each driver, and that means that it's an awful lot tighter. So Camp, who starts third, is the championship leader, sandwiched between the 2 drivers who are tied for second place, with Max Edmondson starting second and Dan Thackeray in 4th. Ryan Bensley, pole position again. This grid based upon the 2nd fastest qualifying times. Well, he was the fastest in qualifying as well, so he had pole for race 1, but dropped like a stone through that first race. Really seemed to struggle for pace and eventually found himself finishing down in 13th place, so hoping for better fortunes here in the 3rd and final race of the weekend. The 5-second board then has been shown. The final race of the weekend for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup about to get underway. The red lights go out and Ryan Bensley makes a decent start actually from pole position. Dan Thackeray's away well from 4th. He's up level with Alistair Camp already, so immediately 2 of the championship protagonists going door to door into the first turn, and Thackeray on the outside line has the momentum, and I think he'll have 3rd place when they arrive at Charlie's. Yes, he does. So Camp down to 4th already, and Thackeray moving through, but Max Edmondson still ahead of the pair of them in 2nd place, and he will be looking to try and find a way past Ryan Bensley as soon as he possibly can to claim his 3rd race victory from the last 4 races in the championship. Max Edmondson going through a real purple patch right now, and he is, I think, about to challenge Ryan Bensley for the lead. Up towards the hairpin they go. He's not quite close enough, but Alistair Camp is up alongside Dan Thackeray. The inside line held by Danny, then parks it on the apex as best he can, gets back to the inside to defend into Chris Curve, and he is still ahead of Camp. Then it's Harvey Caton with Jack Harding and Morgan Bailey right behind too, as they wind their way through the never-ending right-hander at Chris Curve, and then plunge down through the gooseneck for the first time. Cold rear tyres, but everyone keeping it nice and neat and tidy. Ryan Bensley, for now, able to hang on to the lead of the race. Bensley was a winner back at Croft in the first race of the weekend, looking now to try and get his 2nd ever victory in the championship. A win that he probably thought might have come yesterday, but whatever the issue was that he had, it meant that Max Edmondson was the victor. And this time around, Bensley looking to put together a bit more of a fight. Up through the hall bends they go, then bouncing over the curbs. A pretty calm start, actually. Bit of shuffling in the pack, but a very clean opening lap so far. And as they make their way out of the hairpin, it is Bensley who looks good out in the race lead. Drops through Barn Corner, out onto the pit straight again. There goes Dave Marshall in the FN2, and there goes Harvey Caton doing some rally crossing, and Morgan Bailey actually. Very easy again on cold tyres, just to understeer a little bit wide there. Pick up the dirt on the exit, but no major harm done. Through Coppice they head then. well, Dan Thackeray looks racy, doesn't he? He's catching Edmondson and Bensley, so is this a sign that Ryan Bensley, again, is not going to have the pace to escape out in front, or is it just that Edmondson and Thackeray are flying? Because they're both dropping Alistair Camp, actually, who in the early stages doesn't quite seem to have their pace. He's a bit lonely now in fourth, ahead of Caton Harding Bailey, then Will Redford 8th, Alex Kite 9th, and yesterday's race 2 winner, Dave Marshall, completing the top 10. That was, we think, it is official actually, the last win for an FN2 in the Civic Cup since 2019. There has been one a bit more recently than I remember. Dan Reason at Alton Park claimed a victory in his FN2. I think that was a reverse grid race as well. But certainly not common to see the newer shaped Civic on the top step of the podium. Dave Marshall played brilliantly yesterday with a feisty drive to the front and managed to claim the race victory. Alistair Camp listening to me, as I'm sure he always does, and is suddenly now starting to warm to the task. He's caught the top 3, so we've got a 4-car breakaway now, with Bensley still leading them through, but the more cars in a way that now latch onto this group, the better it's going to be for Bensley, because they'll all start to, he hopes, distract each other and fight amongst themselves. These are the 3 championship contenders, remember. Bensley 4th in the points, but realistically is now out of it, so he will be hoping, I think, that those 3 are more preoccupied with beating each other than they are beating him, and they might just let him have an easier ride of it. 2 laps complete then, and still Bensley maintaining the advantage out front. That was Alex Kite going wide and Dave Marshall getting sideways so as to avoid doing the same thing, as they continue to battle in 9th and 10th places respectively. Just then head up through Charlie's. Who's going to make the first move then in that lead pack? You would put your money on Max Edmondson, wouldn't you really? Gets a really good run out of Charlie's, dips a wheel over the edge of the curb. Thackeray didn't get a good exit from Charlie's though, so Alistair Camp once again moves up to try and reclaim that 3rd position. The lead I don't think will change, but what about 3rd place? Thackeray again positions the car in the middle of the road, parks it on the apex, covers off the switchback move that Alistair Camp I'm sure had in mind. And look, that one little moment for Thackeray in a defensive move at Park has lost them so much time. There must be over a second now adrift of the top 2, and right back into the clutches of the youngster Harvey Caton in 5th. Jack Harding still a bit lonely in 6th position for now. Drop down through Mansfield corner again. As it stands then, Edmondson on course for 35 points for winning the race. Thackeray would get 30 points for finishing in 3rd. And Alistair Camp would get 27. So right now, 8 points being gained by Edmondson over Camp. He was 9 points behind him coming into the race. So if we were to throw the checkered flag now, we'd once again have a single point between the top 2 in the championship, heading to the penultimate event of the season at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. But we're not throwing the checkered flag just yet. That's the good news. We've got 10 minutes of this racing still to go. 10 minutes for Max Edmondson to try and find a way through, but if he could win the race with Camp down in 4th, that would give Edmondson the points lead. And I don't think Edmondson has led the points outright at any stage this season, so it would be a big moment for the flamboyant youngster. Always an exciting driver to watch is Max Edmondson. I commented yesterday that he calmed himself down a little bit now. He wasn't going for too many of those low percentage moves. The red mist not descending quite as often as perhaps it used to. It's a measured drive, this, from a potential champion, and I think he's well aware of the fact that he's racing now for a championship. You've got to have a different mindset when that is the case, especially when you're up against the experienced campaigners of Alistair Camp and Dan Thackeray, who there are still latched together by a very short piece of string heading through Park. And up through the long right-hander at Chris Curve. Still no change in the order though. Harvey Caton still a threat to those 2 as well. The 3 of them battling over 3rd place. Drop down through into Mansfield. Thackeray snatching the rear brake there, just drifted a little bit wide, but not wide enough to open the door for Camp. Still stays sat in his wheel tracks, heading towards the mountain. Bensley, though, driving well. All this talk of the championship contenders, Ryan Bensley not putting a foot wrong yet. He is actually getting away from Edmondson slightly on this lap, so I didn't get a chance yesterday to speak to Bensley. I don't know what the issue was. I have to assume there was a problem with the car, because he suddenly lost all of that speed that he'd shown in qualifying. And we're now nearly halfway through this race. There's no sign of that pace dropping off again, so fingers crossed they've got the drama sorted. And he can continue to gain in performance, score some more points. Got double waved yellow flags at the mountain. Someone's gone off towards the end of the lap. The yellow flag's still waving, I can see out of the window, but I can't see who the culprit is. I believe there may be. Yes, it's Jack Riddell. Jack Riddell in the barriers. Oh, and he's been involved with one of the Pro Alloys cars, actually. That will be... who's not coming through? Owen Hillman, maybe? I think it's Owen Hillman, isn't it? And Jack Riddell, who haven't come through. So that will require a safety car. That's a shame. With 2 cars to be removed and a barrier perhaps to be fixed, it looks like we might have a fairly lengthy safety car intervention here. So that's a shame, because that race was bubbling away nicely. But Ryan Bensley won't be complaining too much. He now has an opportunity to relax, cool everything down, cool the tyres down, cool himself down, and well, maybe this race victory is going to come to him a little bit more easily than we suspected. The safety car is back on track. Back on track. Oh, red flag, in fact, has been thrown. So this is sensible, really. There's no point driving around behind the safety car for 7 minutes if we're not going to go racing again. Let's stop the race, get everyone gridded back up, and hopefully get a race restart, because whilst the timing screen does say the race has finished, we know that that often isn't the case. So we'll try and get you an official update on that as and when we can. But hopefully this means that we will have a resumption of racing. And that all of a sudden is terrible news for Ryan Bensley, because he's now going to have to execute another standing start. Quite what's happened here, I don't know. Jack Riddell and Owen Hillman were battling over 13th place. Hillman was ahead of Riddell at the start of the lap anyway. And it's Riddell who's ended up making it further around the mountain than Hillman. But Hillman's car stopped at a very odd position, really. It's almost as if they've had some contact going into the mountain. Hillman stopped, and Riddell has sort of tried to carry on, only to end up in the fence. So anyway, the cars are queuing up on the start-finish line, and hopefully the damage not too severe on these cars stricken at the side of the road. They're guiding Ryan Bensley back towards pole position. Are they guiding him towards pole position, or are they just queuing them up in a line? I think they might be. Now that does maybe suggest that we're not going to get a restart. There is the damage to Hillman's car. So you can see the left front suspension, or the steering arm, has been broken. And that's been a fairly significant whack, hasn't it? But on the left-hand side of his car. And Riddell's damage is on the right, so you can start to piece this together, can't we? Figure out exactly what happened. Drivers now getting out of their cars on the start-finish line. So that indicates maybe it's going to be a lengthier delay than we thought, but quite what the plan is here, I'm not entirely sure. But it doesn't look as though we're going to be having a race restart anytime soon, which is a shame. So there is Jack Riddell. He's out of the car. So both of the drivers are okay. They're both out of their cars. That's not the concern. What we can't see from that camera angle is the damage that's been done to the barrier. We can see the tyres have been knocked loose, but if Riddell has impacted the barrier hard enough that it's shifted the Armco behind, that might be what's going to cause a longer delay. So that's possibly what we're looking at now, in which case we could be looking at 20-odd minutes before we get the race restarted. And the drivers, therefore, no rush to get back in their cars. They're off chatting to their teams on the pit wall. Max Edmondson is there. As I said, he's in a good position right now, points-wise. Then we are now getting notifications it'll be a 6-minute restart, as and when we get a restart. But when that's going to be, I'm not so sure. As it stands then, Edmondson would score 35 points. Because he did have the fastest lap as well, but that now gets eradicated. He's going to have to try and set another fastest lap now on the restart. But 35 points right now for Edmondson, with Thackeray claiming 30, so Edmondson would move 5 points ahead of him. And like I said, 27 points for Ali Camp, so a good 8-point gain for Edmondson here. Would tighten things up nicely. So if he could finish second with the fastest lap, Max Edmondson, that would give him the joint championship lead with Alistair Camp. But with a restart now coming from a standing start, that will be as well. Anything could happen. We could have a very different running order when we do eventually see a checkered flag. So, recovery ongoing up at the top of the mountain. And Jack Riddell's car being hoiked up onto the flatbed truck, I can see. But I just can't quite see the barrier itself from my vantage point. So what damage has been done, if any, to the Armco, I'm not so sure. You can see another reason here as to why we needed the red flag, because the track is blocked basically with recovery vehicles. There is a circuit maintenance van. Oh, and here comes the tractor. So that will be to hook the tyres back up. In fairness, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Armco itself has been damaged. So hopefully that's all that we're going to need to do before we get the race restarted. So Riddell's car then on the flatbed truck. It does look like it's listing to the left. I mean, I know part of that is the camber that the truck is parked at, but it does suggest that it was a pretty big hit on the left front corner. Right front also having damage from presumably the initial contact that we had. And here we go, yes, we are seeing cars being regridded. That new grid for the restart has just been published, so we're going to have, it'll be the running order that they were in, basically. Ryan Bensley on pole, Max Edmondson second, then Thackeray and Camp, row 2. Harvey Caton and Jack Harding, row 3, row 4, Morgan Bailey, Will Redford, row 5, Alex Kite and Dave Marshall, so pretty much as they were at the time of the red flag. Drivers then being guided back into their cars. And we'll have not that long to wait, I don't think, now before the race is resumed. For Ryan Bensley, by the way, I know I've sort of written him out of this championship. He's on 232 points, so that's 45 points by my reckoning behind the championship lead. But you do get 40 points for winning a race, so if he can claim the victory, then the possibility is there, I guess, that he could get into the championship race once again. But even so, it's been a standout season this from Ryan Bensley, who also runs in the Pro Alloys racing team. I know he's not carrying one of their fluorescent highlighter pen liveries, but he does run with that outfit, and it's a bit of a massive benefit to him, I think. Ryan, who I think had previously run with Area Motorsport, moving over there with Alistair Camp, and the two of them both in championship contention, which is fantastic to see. Of course, it was another teammate. Alistair was fighting for the title last year, Matt Luff, who won the championship in the most dramatic of circumstances at Snetterton. If you haven't watched the final round of the Civic Cup from last year, then I urge you to do so. It is quite possibly the greatest race that I've ever had the privilege of covering. Just so much drama, a four-way championship fight in the pouring down rain at Snetterton, but that rain did not dampen the spirits of the drivers one little bit. It was a fantastic race, and who knows, we could be set for a similarly dramatic showdown this year when we head to Brands Hatch, the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, playing host this year to the final round of the championship, alongside TCR UK as always, but also alongside the Formula Ford Festival, and that's going to be an incredible event to get to. Can't promise you that we'll avoid a repeat of the washout that we had at Snetterton at the end of last year, but the racing should be hopefully just as exciting. As you can see, the teams there all ready and waiting on the pit wall, just watching as their drivers are guided into the correct starting positions for this restart, which shouldn't now be too far away. How's the recovery getting on at the top of the mountain? Well, the cars, I think, have gone now, so it's just the barrier that's being worked on. Tyres being placed back where they ought to be, and we'll then have a 6-minute restart, as I mentioned, when we do get racing back underway. So not many laps to be had. Lap times for Civic Cup cars somewhere in the region of the 1:38's a race lap time, so we'll get a handful of laps in, but the start is going to be even more important now, really. If Ryan Bensley can repeat the launch that he got that time, then there's no reason why he can't lead into turn 1, and should have Good shot at claiming that second victory. Does seem to have had weekends, Ryan Bensley, where things have all just come together this year. He was very, very quick at Croft, where he got that victory. Alton Park, he was a little bit further off the pace. Didn't score badly. He was still inside the top 5. In fact, he had 2 fourth-place finishes at Alton Park, but then he was back on the podium again at Knockhill in the first race. And then that disaster yesterday in the first race where everything just fell apart. And he is, I'm sure, going to be very, very excited at the prospect of starting from pole position again here for this restart. If he gets into turn 1 first, then he should hopefully be able to stick there till the end. So, just had a message from Scott Woodwiss, who's had a wander over to that part of the circuit, the mountain where the incident happened. He said that the barrier looks fine, it's just the tyres that got knocked loose. So he is hopeful of a swift restart, which I tend to agree with, because I think that the tractor's moved out of the way now. And once the marshals and the circuit maintenance vehicle have also moved, we should hopefully have a race restarting. So they'll have a green flag lap first, of course. All of that tyre temperature that they gained during the race now disappearing. So be a slightly testing opening part of the restarted race here. Max Edmondson's going to be on his toes, isn't he, to try and get that win. Brilliant run he's had. He will tell you that he should have had other wins earlier on in the season. Snetterton definitely was one that got away, where he won on the road ahead of Jack Harding, but that result was then reversed after some contact on the last lap. Alton Park, he came very close as well to winning the first race. He had 2 second-place finishes at Knockhill before he finally got the win. So he's been very consistent, actually. The disaster for Edmondson was Croft, and this is why Max has to be careful, because he's had 2 non-finishes. He didn't score any points out of the 2 races at Croft, having qualified on pole position, but again, just found himself in getting involved in a few incidents at Croft, and he didn't end up scoring any points out of the race. Scored 6 points for qualifying on pole, but didn't score anything then across the 2 races, and that means if he were to have another non-finish now, that would realistically be his championship hopes over. It's the same situation Ryan Bensley finds himself in. Okay, he didn't have a non-score yesterday, but it was as good as, really. He only scored 5 points out of that first race, but because he didn't enter the 2 races at Snetterton at the start of the season, it meant that Bensley had to count that 5-point finish yesterday for 13th, and that's what's done him the damage in the points. So Edmondson can't afford to put himself in a similar position. Dan Thackeray is not all that secure either. He's had 1 non-finish, that coming in the first race at Alton Park. Alton Park was the disaster weekend for Thackeray. Again, qualified reasonably well, 5th on the grid. He'd had a good start, he gained a position or 2 into the first corner, and then got spun and collected by somebody. And that meant he didn't finish the first race, sort of limped just into the top 10 in race 2, with a car that I don't think was really fully back at full health, but then immediately bounced back and won the first race at Knockhill. We had 3 different winners actually at Knockhill, with Thackeray winning race 1, Edmondson winning race 3, and the middle of the races at Knockhill won by Liam McGill, who was doing a one-off entry, the local man. So green flag lap gets underway then, and that means we are almost ready to go racing again. So big thank you to the marshals and the recovery crews there for getting the track sorted out relatively quickly. Actually, I feared the worst when I saw the tractor heading to the scene, but it was just to move the tyres back to where they came from, and that means that we will have only had a relatively short delay. So cars make their way out onto the park straight, and Ryan Bensley now turns his attention to a perfect start, and it will have to be a perfect start, I think, to keep Max Edmondson at bay. As to Camp in behind him, Camp with only 1 victory this season, but again, he's been Mr. Consistency, really, although things didn't start all that well at Snetterton. He did double duty at Snetterton, did Camp, raced in the Civic Cup and in TCR UK. And then actually at Croft, things weren't all that good either. He managed to get a 3rd place in race 2, but that was his first podium of the season. Then Alton Park, he came back, won race 1, finished 3rd in race 2. Knock Hill was a bit up and down. He was suffering with a little bit of understeer and actually went off from the lead in race 1 all on his own at Duffus Dip. And this weekend, again, solidly, consistently scoring points. 2nd in race 1, 3rd in race 2, the reversed grid race that was as well. So from 8th on the grid, he managed to come home in a podium place. Another podium place in this race, it could be enough for him to retain the championship lead. But that depends on what Max Edmondson does in the 6-minute restart that's coming up. So, cars weaving their way around, generating some tyre temperature. The driver this does, well, 2 drivers actually that this does benefit are Jordan Brennan and Reese Lewis, because they had the start at the back of the grid with a 10-second delay on the initial start after being disqualified from the qualifying session yesterday. But now they can restart from wherever they were running. They've gained a bit of ground, actually, I think. Certainly Jordan Brennan had, so they'll be back in the fight again with a chance maybe of moving towards the top 10. You can see Jordan Brennan there coming in the little rolling car. Actually can't see Reese Lewis in that shot, so perhaps Reese didn't take the start, but Jordan Brennan did. He's going to be anxious to try and move up a few places. Maybe, like I said, trouble that top 10. Dave Marshall there, the red FN2 running in 10th place at the start. Places to be gained. And see what sort of progress he's able to make then. So Ryan Bensley, pole position. Max Edmondson alongside him. And, well, what does Max do here? Does he go all in for another race victory, or is he happy to bank the points for 2nd place? We'll find out any moment now, because the second half of the grid is just pulling into position. And we should be good to go within the next few seconds. So, after a bit of a delay for Jack Riddell and Owen Hillman shunt at the mountain, we're ready to get the 3rd and final Milltek Sport Civic Cup race of the weekend underway. There is apparently a slight threat of rain as well, just to throw an extra bit of spice into the mix. Let's see how how drivers handle it then. The red lights go out. Max Edmondson makes a good getaway there from the outside of row 1 with the 2nd phase of the start. He's not as strong as Dan Thackeray, who's been making superb starts all weekend. He's up the inside of Edmondson. Got past Camp, remember, on the initial start. He's now going to try and get past his other championship rival, door to door through Coppice into the right-hander Charlie's. Edmondson has the preferred line though, and he is able to hang on to 2nd place. So Max Edmondson manages to survive that little challenge there. He's a bit wide, very wide though. Edmondson over the grass coming out of Charlie's. I do think it's starting to rain over at that part of the circuit. This is where the rain was coming from all day yesterday when we had some showers passing through. And on the first lap of the race now, this is going to be a voyage into the unknown, particularly for the race leader. Edmondson sideways through Park Corner. Will Redford there on the outside of Jack Harding, who's not had a brilliant start. And there's contact! Oh no, and Jack Harding's off the road towards the barriers! Oh, Jack Harding cannot buy any good luck this year. And that was a really unfortunate instant. Harding heavily into the barriers. And I fear the worst now. That may be his season done, because they put everything into getting that car fixed after his nasty Alton Park accident. And now another hefty repair bill, unfortunately, heading their way. Let's wait and see whether that requires a safety car as well. The car's a long way off the road, but the barriers definitely have been damaged. Over the top of the mountain goes Bensley. Still leads the way then. Edmondson 2nd, Thackeray 3rd, Camp in 4th. So those points calculations that I gave you during the red flag interval still relevant now. Edmondson would be a single point, I reckon, behind Alistair Camp as it stands. More bends again up towards the hairpin. We're going to have 2 more laps to go. No sign of a safety car, which is good news. So the race can continue, presumably with yellow flags up through Park and Chris Curve. So maybe one of the best overtaking opportunities is now off the table. Across the line they go then. Bensley, the leader, with Edmondson in 2nd position. Thackeray 3rd, with Alistair Camp shadowing him in 4th place. Leaders at the moment managing to handle the inclement weather pretty well. A couple of sideways and grassy moments, but nothing too untoward. Alistair Camp, full commitment out of Charlie's, dips 2 wheels into the dirt, but keeps his foot in it, carries good speed down through the dip on the Park Straight, and he, I'm sure, is going to be having a go here at Dan Thackeray as they hit the brakes at Park Corner, but he can't because the yellow flags are out after Jack Harding shunt a lap ago. Overtaking through this part of the circuit, that's those yellow flags are still there on the final lap, could really limit the overtaking opportunities for the drivers. I guess Travis Chapman, he was leading briefly in the reverse grid race yesterday before he went off at Charlie's early on. himself down in 14th place at the completion of the first of what should be 3 racing laps on this restart. Down towards the mountain we go again. And we've got Ryan Bensley continuing to lead the way under immense pressure, but Bensley, who has gone well here at Cadwell Park in the past, I seem to remember, continuing this real run of form that he's had for the 2023 season. Might be a little too late for the championship now, but nonetheless, another race win would be a great shot in the arm for Ryan, one of the more popular drivers on the grid. Ryan Bensley now just has to hang on for one more time around the Cadwell Park circuit. He's keeping Max Edmondson at arm's length. Edmondson also not really feeling any pressure here from Thackeray, so Alistair Camp in his wheel track. Oh, we've got double wave yellows at the mountain now as well, so there's been another drama at the mountain. Can't see from here what it is, but there is a car, I think, in a dangerous place at that part of the track, down in the dip, and the red flags are out again. Red flags are out again, so we've got a car. Oh yes, there is a Pro Alloys car that's either gone off or pulled off at the mountain. I can't quite tell from here. I think it is, who didn't come through that time? It was maybe Travis Chapman. I think the Pro Alloys car was running down here. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, and it's that is Gannon, isn't it? So that would make sense then, because Chapman and Gannon were relatively close to each other, but that looks like another sizable shunt at the mountain. So that's been a popular place to have trouble in this Civic Cup race, unfortunately. I fear that will now be the end of the race. I don't think we'll get another restart. So, well, Ryan Bensley, not the way he'd have liked to have done it, but he's going to pick up a second victory of the season. And Max Edmondson, by my calculations, will be only a single point now adrift of Alistair Camp in the championship. There is a better view of the damage to the front of Chapman's car. The right front tyre on Anthony Gannon's car has been ripped loose. So I'm guessing contact in the braking zone has put at least one of them in the wall going into the mountain. There is Jack Harding's car. Well, you've got a feel for Jack Harding, haven't you? Who, like I said, has bounced back once already from a very, very expensive accident at Alton Park. And with more barrier repairs to be done, I think Scott Woodward is going to have plenty of time to chat to drivers ahead of our next race. We've got the MX-5 Super Cup drivers heading out very shortly. The Civic drivers will eventually get through to the paddock, but for the time being, the road is blocked at the mountain and they can't get to the paddock, so they're going to be a little bit delayed getting to the podium. So perhaps an opportunity to go and chat to some Super Cup drivers in the meantime, but while Scott positions himself, we could dissect what was a bruising race, that 5 cars with a decent amount of damage after that one, which is not what we like to see. Driving standards usually pretty impeccable in Civic Cup, but we've just had a few lapses of concentration maybe this weekend, and a lot of teams will have some repairs to be done before they arrive at Silverstone, the national circuit next time. Another 3 races, so the next triple header event of the season coming at Silverstone. Before then, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit plays host, as I said, to the final 2 rounds. So there is the scene. Both drivers appear to be out of the cars, so that's the main bit of good news. Travis Chapman and Anthony Gannon. Fortunately, well, Gannon's had a nightmare weekend, hasn't he? Actually, he had a crash at the first corner in race 1. He was run into at the start by Jeff Olden in race 2. And, well, finally got beyond the first lap this time, but in fact survived 2 starts, only to end up getting collected in this incident at the mountain. So exactly how this happened, I'm not sure, but that's a really unfortunate end to what's been a really unfortunate weekend, really. So we will, in a moment or two, hear from Scott Woodwiss and some MX-5 Super Cup drivers. Their second race of the weekend coming up in a few moments' time. They had a very entertaining first race yesterday. Looking forward to more of the same. They will have 2 races over the course of the day. Lots more racing to come here at Cadwell Park, but perhaps a small delay before we get our next one underway. So in the meantime, let's head down into the assembly area and catch up with Scott.
Okay. Yeah. Well, an unfortunate end to that Milltek Sport Civic Cup race. Never want to see it end like that, of course, but thankfully all the drivers appear to be okay. Your heart has to go out for Jack Harley in particular. He had such bad luck with that incident at Alton Park. He managed to get the car rebuilt in the gap between races for Knock Hill, and then to have another incident which potentially, hopefully doesn't end his season, but we'll have to wait and see. So we'll have a chat to the top three in the Civic Cup once they're able to get out there. As you can see in the background, we've got the next race coming up, which is our second race of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So the grid is set by the second fastest times in qualifying, remember correctly, which means that Sam Heading, who won his first MX-5 Super Cup race yesterday, starts on pole position. He's got James Cousins back alongside him on the front row of the grid. You've then got Aidan Hills and Will Blackwood Chambers, Ali Brain, Lee Britton in the mix as well. The rest of the top 10 down on the right hand side too. And as I was mentioning yesterday, there are two classes particularly in this championship. There's pro and there's club class. So we shouldn't forget the club class because their championship fight in their points is just as important as the others. You're looking at Nick Rutter and his bright orange number 99 machine. And I think what we might do actually is might just have a chat if we can to one or two of the club class drivers, because we need to give a bit of attention to them, because yes, there's a pro class battle going on. There's also a club class fight going on too. I'll see if I can very quickly have a chat with Wilbur Tilley over here. He's had a couple of club class wins, so very quick, I'll just doorstep for a quick word. Wilbur, running pretty well in club class at the moment, had a couple of wins last time out. You seem to be settling into this championship pretty well.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it is tricky, I'm not going to lie, especially on this circuit as well. Yeah, especially now in this race, I've just got to keep going, I guess.
Yeah, you've got a few main rivals ahead. You've got Rob to try and catch. Kamal's right next to you as well, so yeah, you've got quite a task on your hands. Yeah,
well, because I'm starting from the pit lane as well this race as well, so that's even going to be, you know, well, it's the same as yesterday, I guess. Got to do the exact same, I guess.
Out of interest, why the pit lane start?
Well, it's because I was underweight by 2 kilograms. There's a 1 kilogram, I think, difference or something. So technically it's 1 kilogram underweight, yeah. But because I got disqualified from qualifying, it meant that I broke my first 2 races as well, back of the grid.
So I guess the aim is just to make as many places as you can. I know it's a tricky place to pass, but yeah, try and make as many places as you can and try and minimise any damage that these guys will do in front of you.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just pick my moments, and there's literally what, 3 corners, maybe 4 corners where I can probably overtake. So. Yeah.
Listen, we'll go well, best of luck, and we'll see how you get on. Let's also have a chat if we can, because I want to keep on talking to club class drivers. Let's have a quick word with Kamal Kelsey in the mix as well, also in the mix for club class honours. Kamal, decent season for you so far. You're up in the mix for the club class title. How are you feeling about this race?
Yeah, good. It's a new circuit for me, so lots to learn, and had a few car issues yesterday. Hopefully we can do a bit better today.
This being a brand new circuit to you, what's the biggest thing that you've learned about this circuit so far?
Oh, it's a brilliant circuit. It's a driver's circuit, but so many twisty bits which are blind, and so it needs a lot of commitment, and you have to build up to that. I'm too old, I think, to try and just send it and hope for the best.
See why they call it the mini-Nurburgring?
I do indeed, and it's beautiful, right? The food is great, everything is just perfect.
So your main intention is to try and get one over Rob if you can and keep with him close?
Yeah, I'm just trying to stick in the toe with the guys in front and see, look for an opportunity late in the race.
Excellent. Well, go well, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Let's see who else is in club class. I tell you, he's always worth a chat because we spoke to him a couple of times. So we'll doorstep and have a quick word. I think he's deep in thought, but I don't want to disturb him too much. It's our if you watch on social media, it's our paddock thespian, George Grant. Any wise words for us for this race?
A sword, my king for a sword, or whatever it is. No, I mean the wise words are basically keep it on the grey stuff, really. I mean, I was hoping, praying for rain, but we're not going to have that, unfortunately.
You should have done your rain dance last night, George.
I know, mate. I know, but there we go. I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, Cadwell Park in the sunshine. Doesn't get any better than this, does it, Scott?
It's not typical British summertime where it's raining all the time. We had that yesterday, but it's better weather conditions today.
Exactly. So let's just all hope that we do keep it on the grey stuff, and there's no incidents. So
I always have your optimism, George.
Thanks very much, mate.
So I guess the aim is same as yesterday. Try and grab that Masters win.
Yeah. I mean, we've made a major step change. you know, potentially into the 42s, which is brilliant. And I'm just hoping and praying we have a good race.
I'm sure you will, mate. Go well. We'll see you in the next bit. Who else can we doorstep and have a quick word with, who's also club class? Let's have a quick wander down here, because we all due respect to the front runners, we do have a chat to quite a few of the front runners, but some of the guys a little bit further back. Tell you what, as we're keeping on with club class, I'll have a chat with the man who's leading the points and won the race yesterday, Robert Way. I guess simple question, you going for the same today?
Yeah, same today. Try and stay with the guys in front this time. I've got a few of the other guys out of my way, which would be cool, so try and run with the boys in front, make a little bit of a gap, and then go from there really.
So
and then maximise the race later.
So the key thing is that you try and keep up with the guys in front of you and try and get away from the guys behind, I guess.
Basically, yeah. I feel like I've got the pace to do that. I just need to make it happen, and then for the next race I'll have a better position to start from, so it'll be good.
And just quickly, in terms of the circuit, what do you think of it?
Oh, I love this place. It's ace. It's a proper roller coaster. It's cool. Yeah.
Well, I'm letting you go, so we'll let you get set, but go well. We'll see you hopefully at the end.
Thanks.
Good stuff. Bit of an insight of our club class drivers there, because they deserve that, because as I say, we've got pro class and club, 2 championships in the mix, and they deserve the attention just as much as some of the front runners. Now, we try and stay out of the way of some of the front runners here, because the rest of the pack is going to go from the top end here. We've got enough time now to quickly cross over and do our podium for our next round, for our last round, which is the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. We've got the top 3 down here, and I had the result from Mr. Phil Kinch. Thank you, Phil, for that one. So we're going to go and do the podium reverse order. We've got Stuart Lyons once again to do through the podium as he's ready to go. So we will start then, going in reverse order in the results. So for our 3rd Milltek Sport Civic Cup race, so first of all, 3rd place in race number 3 goes to Dan Thackeray. Well done to Dan, gets the trophy in the box, probably in the handshake. 2nd place in that race goes to Max Edmondson. And Max takes the trophy in the bubbly. And the victory in that race off the red flag, not the way you might want to do it, but it's the victory anyway, Ryan Bensley.
Get in there.
And 2 more trophies to hand out. The Paul Winfield trophy goes to 2nd place man Max Edmondson. So it's an extra trophy for him to take home. And this time taking the Goodyear Diamond Award, it goes to Simon Welch. And we'll get them all together on the podium.
I'm still taller than everybody else anyway. So.
And
okay, so everyone looking this way?
now we know yesterday they managed to spring us with the champagne before we got an interview, so I'm going to stand well back just in case that does happen, which is about to. So, but we can certainly show you how the Civic Cup drivers spray if they can get the bottles open, which is always a challenge. There's now a new race, who can open the bottle first, and it is and it is Ryan Bensley who gets to the bubbly first, and Simon Welch was quick into it too. They're all running away from each other, so we are going to have to bring them back together, because we need to at least have a quick chat with our race winner. So if we can, he's chasing after the pro allies guys. Let's bring Brian back in. He's allowed to have the champagne. There's more going on. We can see Max Emerson being chased down by Dan Thackeray. As those two young children run off with the champagne, we'll have a chat with our race winner, which is Ryan Bensley. It's never the way you want to do it, but a win's a win nonetheless, and that's at least a key result for the championship. But I believe with the race length it's still 4 points as well, so that's a key thing for at least keeping close in the championship.
Yeah, we had a mechanical issue yesterday in race 1, so it meant it was totally out of control, sensor issue. You know, these things happen, you couldn't foresee it. It's put us on the back foot a little bit because we had 2 drop scores at Snet, so you know, rest of the year we're just full attack, nothing to lose, just see what happens. I mean, happy with that race. I was a bit gutted. Normally you're pleased when the red flags come out, but I knew I had good pace. I was managing the gap behind Max. I knew he didn't want to do anything stupid because he's in the championship, so yeah, it was a little bit annoying when the red flags come out, because normally you want it to end as quick as possible, but it was quite an enjoyable race actually. I don't often enjoy the races when you're under pressure like that, but it was quite enjoyable. But just want to say thanks to Pro Alloys, my dad who mechanics for me, Alex, my mechanic, Neil, my wife, my uncle, my mum, Mark, everyone that comes and supports me, just for all their support and all the hard work they put in. We do loads and loads of testing, loads of hard work, so hopefully this is a bit of redemption for him.
I think it certainly was. You've driven superbly again all weekend, so well done.
Thank you.
We'll see you at the next one.
Silverstone.
On to Silverstone, fingers crossed. Let's bring in second place Max Edberson. I think he's just about washed the champagne out of his glasses. I think in terms of the championship for you, Max, that's another good result, and this has been a key weekend for you in the championship. Some really solid results, a win as well. I mean, that really has put you thoroughly into championship contention there.
Yeah, I was pretty slow here last year, so I'm glad to even be on the podium more than once. So yeah, just well done to Ryan and everyone else who did well that race. So yeah, championship's close now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting there at that point. I haven't seen the scores yet. I think Phil Kinch is calculating them as we speak. But going forward to the last couple of rounds, it's now going to be pretty much all hands on deck and just get really every good best result you can, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, just need to stay consistent, stay fast, and hopefully it'll be a good end to the year.
Again, you've driven superbly all weekend as well. Well done, and we'll see you for the next one. Let's bring Dan in as well for third place. That's 3 times I've spoken to you, I think, this weekend now. So 3 podiums. So that's a pretty strong weekend for your round, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a shame in qualifying. I feel like probably the same as a lot of the other guys. There was a bit more pace there, but didn't quite put it together. It's quite a long lap, and it's pretty easy to make a mistake. But when the field is this tight, even if you do have a bit of pace, it's pretty hard to pass. And the ideal start would be to get up to third, really, the best case scenario. And Camp's been extremely fast this weekend, so it was a case of holding him off, really. Any time he made a slight mistake, he was completely glued to my bumper. So it was a management race. I don't think we could have really done much about getting further forward, so perfect, really.
On a circuit like this, where it's notoriously tricky to pass, and also one small slip and you can lose several places or fall deep in the pack with the field that close, you really can't afford to have a slip up. You have to try and be almost inch perfect around it.
Yeah, exactly. It worked against me in race 2, where I was kind of forced into trying to make an overtake with such a good run, and I just got hung out to dry on the outside, which is fair enough, and lose places, and you can't get them back. So I was side by side with Max off the red flag restart into second. On the outside, though, you're never going to make it, and you just run the risk of losing more places. So just back out and try and bring it home in third and go again at Silverstone.
Fingers crossed. Again, great driving all weekend. See you next time. And very quickly, before we get to the next race, we'll bring in Simon Welch. Again, that's a Masters victory for you. Just quick word. Got to be happy with that.
Very happy. I was very lucky with it. Unfortunately, the accident involved one of my competitors in it, but he's been down and he's okay, so that's good to hear.
Good stuff. Well, again, excellent effort. We've got to head to the next race, but again, well done. Excellent stuff. And that's it for the Civic Cup. They'll be out next time at Silverstone, and we're sure to keep an eye on them in a few weeks' time. Until then, we're going to be heading to our next race now. It's our second Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. And back quickly to run through the grids, the cars on their formation lap. It's back to Andy in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Excellent work down there on the podium, as always. We've got cars on the green flag lap now for the MX-5 Super Cup action, the second of 3 races this weekend. This is how they line up. It's based upon the second fastest qualifying time. So Sam Heading and James Cossins row 1, Aidan Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers row 2, and then Ali Bray and Lee Britton on the 3rd row. 4th row, Tom Griffiths and Patrick Fletcher, with James Blake Walden and Michael Nibbs on row 5. Ollie Allwood starts 11th alongside Alex Stott on the 6th row of the grid. And it is Fraser Fennick and Josh Morris with Chris Richardson and Tom Selden on row number 8. Row 9, Will Powell and Rob Way. Row 10, Scott Wright and George Grant. Then it's Martin Tolley, Kamal Kalsi, Will Batilli and Ollie Hall, with Bruce Robinson, Nick Rutter, Christopher Kim and Amy Watts, hopefully bringing up the rear. So yesterday's race won by Sam Heading, a first ever victory in the MX-5 Super Cup. Always nice to have a new name added to the winners roster. And Sam won by nearly a second in the end. A pretty comfortable victory over, of all people, the runaway championship leader Aidan Hills. So particularly impressive performance that for the man who's made the jump over from, I think, Rob Boston Racing to AB Motorsport this weekend. But the Hills Motorsports car's looking strong as well. Aidan Hills finishing in 2nd place. James Cossins only managed 6th, but he's starting up on the front row this time around. So James Cossins and Aidan Hills could deploy a little bit of teamwork in this one to try and work their way past Sam in the early stages. We then had the Clubman class, a victory for Robert Way. Robert Way, 14th place finish overall. Wilbur Tilley and Kamal Kalsi were on the podium in the Clubman class, and that's actually the championship that's a little bit tighter coming into the weekend. Robert Way and Kamal Kalsi were separated by only 30 points, and Rob Way claiming the class victory has managed to extend that ever so slightly. And then within the Masters Championship, it was tighter again, 21 points between Martin Tolley and Nick Rutter coming into Cadwell Park. And Nick Rutter was 2nd within the Masters class, but Martin Tolley notched up a non-finish. So that would be Tolley's 3rd non-finish of the year. Now they have 3 drop scores, so he's used up all of his drop scores, has Martin Tolley, so he'll still be in the points lead, but by a reduced margin, and can't afford another bad race. So a bit of pressure on there in the Masters class for drivers over the age of 45. At the front of the field, it's one of the youngsters, a couple of the youngsters really, Sam Heading and James Cossons starting together on row 1. And we've got a gap where Ali Bray should be, have we? Now, Ali, I definitely saw driving out of the assembly area, so I'm not sure what where the AB Motorsport man's got to. Martin Tolley starting from the pit lane as well, so there is no Ali Bray. And Martin Tolley starting from the pits, so not entirely sure what the reason for that is. Are we getting a delayed? Oh, there's another one now into the pit lane. That's one of the Patrick Watts cars. Wilbur Tilley starting for the pit lane as he did yesterday. But quite where Ali Bray has got to, I'm not entirely sure. But that's a big, big shame for a man who got a win at Snetterton last time out. So there does seem to be a delay to the start here. There's a conversation going on with someone at the back of the grid. So a couple of slightly bizarre things happening here. Do we have any sign of Ali Bray elsewhere around the track, I wonder? Can't see anything. Presume that he's pulled over, maybe back into the paddock at the end of that formation lap. But anyway, we have had a start delayed board just been held out over the starting gantry. Can see the marshal showing a board. I think it does say start delayed. So I can only assume that there is an Ali Bray somewhere waiting to be collected, having pulled over on the warm-up lap, and that's the reason that we're not starting the race yet. But exactly where he's got to, I can't tell you at the moment. So if Ali's car isn't stuck in a dangerous place, then maybe there's some fluid that's come out of Ali's car that's needing cleaning up. But all of this bit of a mystery at the moment. So with a delayed start, we might now end up with another green flag lap, I guess. Martin Tolley there just positioning himself at the pit lane exit. In fact, I think Martin's gesticulating that he wants to drive back to the paddock. But he's now blocked the way for the course car that was about to head out onto the circuit. So Martin Tolley making friends down at the end of pit lane. Course car has to take to the grass to get around him. But this is a slightly bizarre start to our second MX-5 Super Cup race of the day. Where's the course car going? That's what I want to know. Martin Tolley's now been released from the pit lane to go back to the paddock, I guess. Wilbur Tilley now moves up to the front of, to the end of the pit lane. Yeah, Tolley is taking the cut through, and he's going to drive back to the paddock area. The course car has followed him. There, you can see it now on screen. So where's the course car going? That will give us a clue as to where Ali Bray is, I would have thought. He's heading towards the mountain. The course car heads up the mountain. So has Ali gone missing in the Hall Bends or the hairpin area of the track? We don't have 100% camera coverage of that sequence of corners, which would make sense as to why we can't see. So the course car has actually stopped in front of the cafe. Oh, there's a car being recovered. Oh, is that Ali at the back of the grid? There's a car at the back of the grid that's being recovered now. This is bizarre. I have no idea what's going on. There is a car at the back of the grid. The cars at the back should be Christopher Ginn and Amy Watts on the back row. So that's... I think that is Ali Bray, who has limped round to the end of the green flag lap and stopped on the grid, I think. But Amy Watts is confusing me slightly because she's on the wrong side of the grid. She's supposed to be the other side in the 108 car. Christopher Ginn might not be there either then, potentially. The course car comes around, and I think the course car is now going to go and attend whatever's going on with Ali Bray, who I'm guessing is still sat in the car. Well, no, I wouldn't have thought so, actually, with the recovery ongoing. Paul Levitt down there as well, the clerk of the course for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And the course car's actually got nothing to do with the... no, yes, it is Ali Bray, so we now can see it as the car gets hoiked out of the way. So Ali had limped around, but for reasons best known, I'm sure, only to Ali, he chose not to pull into the pit lane and instead arrived at the back of the grid. So, quite why he didn't pull into the pits, I don't know. But anyway, even Peter Daly has come down from his... I'm sure very comfortable and air-conditioned tower to come and oversee things down there. So Ali Bray's car is now out of the way, or will be very shortly. We're going to have another green flag lap, I would have thought, and then a 15-minute race, we're being told on the timing screen, so they've knocked 5 minutes off the race duration. So, makes sense, I suppose. It's a busy schedule here today at Cadwell Park, with plenty of races to get through. The last of those not due to finish until after 6 o'clock, and there's a pretty strict 6:30 curfew here at Cadwell, so the decision taken to try and save some time here. We're supposed to be having a lunch break a little bit later on at 1:15, but we are already running about 20 minutes behind, and we haven't even got this race started yet. There goes the AB Motorsport car back into the pits, and work will be done to that car, I'm sure, for race 3 to try and get back out on the grid. But of course the race 3 grid, there's Ali, who comes out to take a look at the car, has a quick look underneath it. Ali, a very accomplished mechanic, that's why he's made such a success of his team over recent years, running cars across all 3 of the MX-5 championships here with the Brscc. He's going to have a bit of work to do on his own motor now to get himself out for race 3. As I started to say, the grid for race 3 based upon the race 2 results with a partial reverse to it at the front. So he's going to have to start from the back, even if he does get out for the 3rd race later on today. But anyway, car out of the way, and the green flag lap does now begin. And 15-minute short MX-5 Super Cup race will be getting underway in a few minutes. So a reminder that it is Sam Heading on the pole position, James Cotton starting alongside him, Aidan Hills and Blackwell Chambers then on row 2. Row 3 will now have no Ali Bray, just Lee Britton. Those two have been magnetised towards each other this season. They had a bit of contact at Anglesey. They apparently had a run-in again early on in yesterday's race, so Lee might be grateful actually to have the 3rd row to himself now. Row 4 for Tom Griffiths and Patrick Fletcher. James Blake Baldwin and Michael Nibbs complete the top 10, ahead of former MX-5 Mark 1 champion Ollie Allwood, who will be starting alongside Alex Stott on the 6th row. Row 7 for the reigning Mark 1 champion Fraz Fennick, Razor Fennick and Josh Morris, and then the 8th row Chris Richardson and Tom Selden. Row 9 for Will Powell and Rob Way. Row 10 Scott Knight and George Grant. Martin Tolley is not going to be taking the start from row 11, so another non-finish for him. Like I said, that puts a bit of pressure on now in the Masters Championship. Whilst Mal Palsy will therefore have the 11th row all alone. Row 12 for Will Matilly, no, not for Will Matilly, he's going to be starting from the pit lane, so Ollie Hall will be alone on row 12. Row 13, Bruce Robinson, and return back to the grid, Christopher Ginn and Amy Watts. So slightly disjointed start to this race, but we are hopefully about to get the action underway. In the championship, I haven't mentioned the championship yet, but that's because Aidan Hills is in a very comfortable position. He came into the weekend nearly 50 points clear, 47 points I think he was ahead of Patrick Fletcher. And Aidan, although he wasn't able to win in yesterday's race, he had to settle for 2nd place. Patrick Fletcher was only 4th in the race, so he outscored him pretty comfortably. James Cossins, meanwhile, came into the weekend 15 points behind Patrick Fletcher, and having gone well in qualifying, he was likely to outscore him, but then didn't get a very good start yesterday, and he will therefore be keen to try and score some points back in race number 2 here, try and creep in on 2nd place in the championship, because he is also run by Aidan Hills, the Hills Motorsport team. If they could get a 1-2 in the championship standings at the end of the year, that would be one heck of an achievement. So James, I'm sure, very much be targeting that. Cars then wind their way through the countryside down to Barn Corner, after which they will join the grid for 15 minutes of MX-5 Super Cup action. Sam Heading then is the grey car with the black and purple stripes, and then the sort of grey camouflage colour with the bright pink highlights, is James Cossons. Surely directly contradicts the idea of having a camouflage livery, then sticking the brightest coloured headlight covers that you can find on it, but helps us to identify the car that was Colin Bysouth's old car that he took to great success a few seasons ago. And James, I was chatting to yesterday, just never bothered changing the livery because he said he liked the way that it looked. So it's, in fact, the seat in that car still has Colin's name on it. It's got James's name on the side of the car, but the seat inside is Colin's old one. So just to add extra confusion, I have called him Colin Bysouth a few times this year, for which I apologise, but it is definitely James Cossons starting on the outside of row number 1 with his teammate and championship leader not far behind in 3rd. Right then, red lights go on. At last, we are about to get the MX-5 Super Cup action back underway here at Cadwell Park, and it's a good start made by James Cossons there. He is going to get his nose ahead on the run towards turn 1, and on the outside line, that could be the best place to be. We've seen that a few times this weekend. The outside of turn 1 is a good place to be. 4 wide further back, that's silly contact. Somehow they all avoided major drama, and they got it sorted out 2 by 2 into the first turn, but Tom Selden, I think that was, taking to the grass on the outside line. Still side by side for the race lead then, as James Cossons on the inside tries now to get past Sam Heading, and Sam is in danger of getting freight trained here. Will Blackwell Chambers going through as well? Blackwell Chambers started 4th and might be 2nd by the time they get to the end of the Park Straight. Into the braking zone they go then. It is the lead for James Cossons. Is Blackwell Chambers going to get 2nd? Sam Heading on the outside line was always going to end up in the dirt. He might now lose 3rd to Aidan Hills as well. Hills immediately fills the gap. And then here comes Lee Britton, who was so cruelly robbed of that victory in Anglesey a few weeks ago. And he now sees an opportunity to get back onto the podium. He goes past the race 1 winner too. And now we'll really see what Sam Heading is made of. He led from the front all the way through race 1. And now he's got some overtaking to do. Alex stopped there, diving up the inside, and Sam Heading's off onto the grass. It's all unravelling, isn't it? Slides his way back on. Patrick Fletcher now comes up the inside of him as someone very rapidly makes their way off the road at the top end of the shot. Trying to figure out who that was in a moment or two, but it's Cossons from Blackwell Chambers, the top 2. Aidan Hills is in 3rd, 4th Lee Britton, 5th Patrick Fletcher, 6th Sam Heading, 7th Tom Griffiths, and 8th place James Blake Baldwin as they head for the Hall Bends for the first time. And then Alex stopped with a big moment, battling away with, I think that was Ollie Allwood, as they went through the right-left flick. So a very lively opening lap of the race then, down through Mark Corner for the first time. And Sam Heading will not be in the race lead. In fact, he's going to be all the way down in 6th position, I think, as he comes through at the end of the first lap of racing. And it's James Cossons who is out in front. Now, James Cossons has been a winner in the past in the championship, but hasn't actually won this year so far. So Cossons has been a regular on the podium, in fact rarely off the podium through the middle part of the season, but hasn't stood on the top step yet this year. And he might not do today if Will Blackwell Chambers has anything to say about it, because he's got the overlap coming out of Charlie's, and we might be about to have our 3rd different leader in a lap and a half of racing here. Up towards Park Corner they go, and Blackwell Chambers, the reigning champ, on the inside line. Car number 1 to position number 1, I think. James Cossons actually doesn't fight it too hard. He wanted to try and get back in line ahead of Aidan Hills, who was having none of it. So Aidan Hills dives through into 2nd as well. So Blackwell Chambers leading, with Hills now up a place as well. And that's why Cossons didn't really contest the move from Blackwell Chambers too much. He wanted to get back in line behind Will before Aidan Hills filled the gap, but didn't quite time it right. So he's back down to the bottom step of the podium just like that. Sam Heading in the background there was on the inside line defending Tom Griffiths, I think that was. Former champion as well in behind, 16 champion James Blake Baldwin. Doesn't seem that long ago, does it, that James Blake Baldwin was a regular front runner in this championship, but good to see him up towards the pointy end again this weekend. All bends then, Sam Heading and Tom Griffiths nose to tail. But it is Will Blackwell Chambers then who's going to lead them through this time around. Aidan Hills into 2nd place. Lee Britton looks as though he's not quite got the pace to go with them in 4th, so a train forming behind the red number 50 car. So across the line they go. Fastest lap set by Aidan Hills actually, so Aidan Hills half a second only behind Will Blackwell Chambers. As they head for Coppice Corner for the 3rd time. The gap likely to come down again once they go through the high-speed sector 1, that slipstream should bring Aidan back onto the rear bumper of Will Blackwell Chambers. There are the leading 3. It's even closer then between the next group of 3, Britton, Fletcher and Heading. As they make their way up towards Park Corner. No move made amongst the leading trio. What about the next group behind? Yes, Lee Britton defending from Patrick Fletcher, who goes right round the outside. Lovely move that from Patrick. He's into 4th spot, and Lee Britton, what you can do about that really, again, that was the power of the toe heading up the hill. And, Fletcher just had the momentum, had maybe a bit of assistance from Sam Heading behind as well, and made a relatively easy pass. So up the spot goes Fletcher. Britton now defending from Sam Heading, who's a little bit ragged on the way into Mansfield, just keeps it on the curb on the exit. Sam Heading, though, has very good one-lap pace and was very good at leading from the front of the field, but where do you overtake here at Cadwell Park? Well, we've seen it's doable. We've seen quite a bit of overtaking actually so far in this race, as we did yesterday. So Sam now needs to try and figure that out for himself. He's going to have a chance of getting back on the podium. He just bounced their way off that. So it's a massive curb. You can't see it from that angle, but a really, really steep curb on the inside of the hairpin, which really unsettles the car if you hit it too hard. There's Richardson there out wide and almost losing a place to Tom Selden, I think that was, heading towards Barn Corner, but I don't think got on the inside of him. So now James Cossins takes the fastest lap point back away from his teammate Aidan Hills. Well, actually, I think Blackwell Chambers had initially set the fastest lap just before that as well. So those three concertinaing together. There they are, and Blackwell Chambers sideways out of Charlie. So that's going to give Aidan Hills a much better run down the hill. And I think he might try and have a go here as they head towards Park Corner for the 4th time. So will Blackwell Chambers pushing hard there, right on the limit as he went out of Charlie's, immediately moves to the inside to defend at Park, and successfully defends at Park Corner. Likewise, no change in the positions behind, it would seem, so staying where they were at the start of the lap. 98 making its way through. Now that is one of the cars running a bit further down the order. That's Rob Way, the Masters winner yesterday. As also goes Sam Heading. He's way wide through the gooseneck, and has he got damage to the left front or just locked up? He's heading towards the barriers, but manages to keep it out. I don't think there's damage. And there's Blackwell Chambers. Will Blackwell Chambers, from the lead of the race, has slowed coming out of Mansfield Corner. So 2 of our front runners out of the race within moments. And well, Sam Heading still going, but Blackwell Chambers quite clearly running into a mechanical drama, and that means that Aidan Hills has managed to get himself into the lead of the race. I don't know how he does this, Aidan, even when he's not the fastest driver on track, just seems able to get to the front of the pack, and well, real misfortune for Will Blackwell Chambers, but it benefits the Hills Motorsports pair, who now run 1st and 2nd in the race. So Aidan Hills will lead them. Cossins 2nd, and Patrick Fletcher, of course, now gets up onto the podium again. Patrick Fletcher has had a bit of an up and down season really by his standards. 1 race victory so far at Croft, but he's back on the podium again. And there's yellow flags at the mountain. That might be because that's where Blackwell Chambers' car has finally given up the ghost. Hopefully not in too dangerous a position. So now the teammates can do battle at the front of the field. Fletcher, Britton and Griffiths are the next group ahead of James Blake Baldwin. Where did Sam Heading end up after that grassy moment? He is down in 16th as the safety car is scrambled. So unfortunately, Will Blackwell Chambers' car doesn't look as though it's in a safe position. And we're going to need a safety car to get it recovered. So nice little lead that the Hills Motorsport drivers had. It vanishes now. Now, because this was already a short race, 15 minutes the duration. And it's now going to come down again to, well, by the time the safety car is done, we might only have a lap of racing left. There goes Tom Griffiths through. That's the safety car boards. Haven't actually yet seen the Blackwell Chambers car and where it's ended up. It stopped mountain section of the track, although there is a recovery truck being sent towards the Hall Bend, so I didn't think he'd made it that far round the track actually.
The cause of the safety car, but obviously we haven't got it here.
Bend area.
Blackwell Chambers going very slowly in towards the bottom of the mountain. He managed to get into the
few blind spots here at Cadwell Park, in fairness, because of the undulating nature of the terrain, so I think it's possible that Will is just sort of parked in one of the dips, although they're going very slowly here through the Hall Bends. Did he make it round? Oh no, there he is, so on the inside at the mountain, so quite why the recovery truck was sent all the way around the Hall Bends, I don't know, but I think it's just going to take the cut through at the bottom of the mountain and tow him away. So I'm hopeful we'll have one further lap of safety car, which I think is still only going to leave us with a couple of minutes of racing left, but we can possibly squeeze 2 laps into that. So there is Will. And, the Rob Boston Racing official photographer there, ready to snap a moment that I think the team would rather forget. Lead car retiring from the race. Got other drivers in the hunt, including George Grant, who leads in the Masters class at the moment. As I mentioned yesterday, 4 classes within this championship. The Pro class, which runs all the way down to 13th place overall, and the Clubman class, which is led by Rob Way in 14th place. And then within both of those, we have a Masters class for drivers over the age of 45. So the Pro Masters being led by George Grant and the Clubman Masters by Bruce Robinson. But he's actually going to be involved in a pretty tasty battle with Christopher Ginn when we go racing again. Those are the last 2 cars still running, but they're fighting for a class victory, which is sort of the point, really, of having the Clubman class and the Masters class. Wherever you are in the order, you've probably got a reasonably important position to fight for. Masters within the Clubman class is absolutely no exception. So, very interrupted race this for the MX-5 Super Cup. We, as I said, hopefully won't have to wait too long before we get the race back underway. We've got the recovery vehicle on site down at the bottom of the mountain. In fact, I think it's moved the car already, so we should be able to resume the race this time. Flags should hopefully be replaced by green ones very soon. So there goes the 64 car down the hill. It's Carl Calzi. Second in the Clubman class at the moment. About 3 or 4 places behind Rob Way, who set to extend the championship lead within the Clubman class. Lights out on the runyourfleet.com safety car then. We're going to go racing again this time. Should have time for at least 2 more laps here. So this could get pretty tasty now with Patrick Fletcher back on the tail of the race-leading duo, 2 teammates. Here we go then. Dash for the cash in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, out of Barn Corner, down to the timing line. No overtaking until you cross that line, remember. Green flag is flown once again, and Aidan Hills leads the field back to the green. 3 minutes to go, so yeah, we're actually going to be looking at probably just 2 laps here. And who is going to come out on top? Well, Patrick Fletcher up to the fight, isn't he? He's gone with the top 2 through the first sequence of corners. And as they head out of Charlie's, he'll pick up a double slipstream here. Now, will the 2 teammates work together to keep him behind, or is James Costons going to have a go getting past Aidan Hills? If he does, that could end up opening the door for Fletcher to come through as well. Up the hill they go. Well, Costons is having a look to the outside. Hills there defending the middle ground. And just backs them all together again as they head through the apex at Park Corner. There goes Sam Heading. His off earlier on, 16th place for him. Speaking of which, someone else has been kicking up the dirt on the Exeter Park corner. Down towards Mansfield. He's just starting to settle down. That is Wilbur Tilley off at Park, I think that is, isn't it? Yeah, the Exeter Park corner that he's been off. Just stops short of barriers. Makes its way towards the mountain then, and they're absolutely together. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them about to hop over the top of the hill. Brilliant shot, one of the true iconic shots in motorsport, that. And then off into the Hall Bends. Aidan Hills feeling the pressure now from James Costons behind. Cycle their way through. There is the number 96 of Chris Richardson, Michael Nibbs behind him. Those 2 battling over 9th place overall, but just getting quicker and quicker with every event that goes by these days as well, which is nice to see. But, at the front of the field, some of the experienced chargers these days in MX-5 Super Cup Racing, latched together, locked in combat. 1 more lap around Cadwell Park to go. And it is nose to tail across the top 6, really, all the way back to James Blake Baldwin. And Alex Stott and Fraser Fenwick sort of a bit lonely behind, but this is the battle, this is the moment, isn't it? If James Cossins wants to try and get a race victory, his first of the year, he's going to have to get past his team boss, essentially, Aidan Hills, but good friend as well, so I'm sure they'll still race each other pretty hard. Defensive line sort of taken by Aidan, whilst Tom Selden there has got Lee Britton there has got Tom Griffiths going around the outside, and that didn't work, and James Blake Baldwin was always going to fill that gap, and Tom Griffiths ends up losing another position, so Blake Baldwin up into the top 5 now. Griffiths down to 6th. Limited time now to try and retaliate, but Alex Stott also now joins in as a result of that. But not quite close enough either to launch to the inside at Mansfield, although Griffiths getting a good exit there from the left-hander. But manages to stay in front. Towards the mountain they head then. Aidan Hills now looking good for the victory. I can't see James Cossins making a do-or-die move at the hairpin, especially on Aidan Hills, of all people, his team boss, the championship leader as well. And another race victory then about to go his way. It's been an incredible season. Aidan won the first 5 races of the season. He's won a further 4 since then, so 9 wins. This will be his 10th victory of the season, and Aidan Hills, I think, is going to do it now. Comes out of the final turn. He will see the checkered flag, and Aidan Hills victorious here at Cadwell Park. Hills both hands off the wheel in celebration, with James Cossins second and Patrick Fletcher in third. Lee Britton fourth ahead of James Blake Baldwin. And something happened to Tom Griffiths there on that final lap. We saw Blake Baldwin get past him, but he also dropped behind Alex Stott, Fraser Fenwick as well at the end. Griffiths ends up in 8th place, 9th Tom Selden, and 10th place goes the way of Will Morris. The Masters class won by George Grant, and in 13th place, the Clubman class in the end by Kamal Kalsi. So, hang on, so what happened to Robert Way? Robert Way has not come through on the last lap, nor has Michael Nibbs, according to our timing screen. So 2 cars missing on the final lap of the race. And now Rob Way comes through, but a very slow lap, about 25 seconds slower than it should have been, and still no sign of Michael Nibbs. So Kamal Kalsi wins in the Clubman class, Ollie Hall second, and Amy Watts gets on the podium in the Clubman class with 3rd place. But what happened to Rob Way and Michael Nibbs? I can't imagine that was linked either. I don't think they were close to each other on track, so I think that's 2 separate incidents. We'll try and piece that together if we can. Anyway, so a bit of a topsy-turvy race that one then in the MX-5 Super Cup, but some things never change. Aidan Hills on the top step of the podium for the 10th time this year, with James Cossins making it a Hills Motorsport 1-2, and Patrick Fletcher joining them up on the podium in 3rd place. There is confirmation of that result then. Lee Britton 4th, James Blake Baldwin 5th, 6th Alex Stott, 7th Fraser Fenwick, 8th Tom Griffiths, with Tom Selden and Josh Morris completing the top 10. Then it was Will Powell and Sam Heading, 11th and 12th. 13th position for the Masters winner within the Pro class, George Grant. And he finished in 13th overall. Scott Wright 14th, Kamal Kalsi then the Clubman class winner, Ollie Hall 16th, 17th Chris Richardson, 18th Amy Watts, 19th Nick Rutter, and Bruce Robinson completing the top 20 ahead of Christopher Kinn, Wilbur Tilley, Rob Way and Michael Nibbs, who actually wasn't running at the flag, didn't get to the checkered flag, nor of course did Will Blackwell Chambers. Ali Brady didn't start, and neither did Martin Tolley. So a bit of a race of attrition that one then. Hopefully we'll get those who had difficulties in race 2 back out for the 3rd race later on. But it's going to be a busy paddock for many of the MX-5 Super Cup teams, because of course lots of the teams running cars in other championships as well, and they'll have even more work to do. So let's head down then into the assembly area. Our next race is for the MG Metro Cup, and Scott Woodwis is down there.
Things never change. Aidan Hills with another race victory in the MX-5 Super Cup, and that'll be intriguing to see how he found that on the podium very, very shortly. We'll get to them in a second. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to everyone on the podium, because it might be a slightly tighter time schedule given some of the delays and red flags that we've had. Next race coming up is going to be the second of the weekend for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. It's a slightly partially reverse grid. That means that the man to my left, Tim Shooter, essentially I believe starts on pole position, at least on the front row. He's got Mike Williams alongside him, and then you've got on the mix you've got Phil Goodwin and the 46 car of Young in the mix as well, Ben Young. So the Metros peel their way out onto the circuit, and I'm not sure if there is too much recovery to go on, because all Blackwood Chambers cars got to be recovered, and hopefully we can get the drivers down quick enough, because yeah, we have got quite, I think, a slightly tighter time schedule as the Metros make their way down onto the grid. I'll have to keep my ear out just in case when they start going on the formation lap. Yeah, intriguing to see what happened to Robert Way on that last lap. We saw him lose the club class win, but it's a victory for Kamal Kelsey. And I have to say, I'm sure one person will be absolutely delighted with the result was Amy Watts. I think that's her first club class podium, so third place for her is absolutely spectacular. Excellent job from her. It's a 10th win of the season for Aidan Hill. She just keeps on racking up the victories, and you've got to say at this point in time, even on drop scores now at this point, Aidan Hills is very much looking like the favourite for the championship. We've still got, after this weekend, 2 events to go, so it's not over until we get to the checker flag and our final race of the season at Silverstone. But nonetheless, it looks though it's increasingly like Aidan Hills, after he started in the championship back in, I think it's 2017 he started, and he was Rookie of the Year. He's looking ever closer to getting towards that first MX-5 title that he's been searching for a while. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. I'm just keeping an eye up to the top of the paddock. There's a little bit of movement, but right, we have got drivers coming down now, so at the very least we can try and rattle through the drivers as quick as we can. So let's, if you come with me, Joe, we can walk over to the podium to welcome them. And I can see James Cousins is walking down, Patrick Fletcher, Aidan Hills is walking down, so we've got our pro class top 3 down here, so that'd be good to talk to them. I really hope, if we've got some, unless we've got some more recovery still to do, that we possibly could get a chance to have a chat to all of our drivers if we can. We'll do our best if we can. If not, it'll try and get to as many as we can possibly, because given that it's going to be slightly tighter times, and of course we've got the MG Metros on track right now, I'm going to keep an ear out, as I said, for when they set off on their formation lap. It might be that we have to quickly rattle through them on that side, but we will get them underway very, very shortly. I'm going to make sure that I've also got, I can hear the siren in the background also as well, so you might have to very quickly go through these, and even though I might just chat to the winner, because I would like to chat to all 6, but we might just not have time to do all of them, maybe just the category winners in each. So let's see if we can at the very least grab the results for them. So what we'll do is we will do pro class first of all, top, because we've got the pro class down here anyway. So we'll start doing them in reverse order very quickly. And third place in pro class for that second MX-5 Super Cup race goes to Patrick Fletcher. Well done, Patrick. Patrick almost forgot he had a trophy to collect, so he's coming up to get that from Charlotte. Second place, that one goes to James Cousins. So James will get up and grab his podium in second. And now into double figures for the season, continuing his championship lead, race winner Aidan Hills. That's another piece of silverware to add on to the mantelpiece. So I'm going to very quickly grab the top 3, and then very quickly, and then we'll go a very quick word due to time constraints just with Aidan, but well done to those 3 anyway. Well done, Jimbo. As I say, due to tight time, Aidan, we can quickly bring it in, just have a quick word. Again, well done to Patrick, well done to James as well. And Aidan, well, double figures now. This has become a bit more of a habit now, isn't it?
Yeah, I was really desperate to get to 10. Yeah, so to get that one, it's really nice. To win 10 races in a season is mega, especially in a championship that's so hard. The competitiveness of it. I might have had 10 wins, but I'm pretty sure every race has been by a couple of attempts. James pushed me hard. Obviously, it's a shame for Will to lose out that way. We were having a good scrap. Yeah, you take them when they come like that.
Excellent stuff. Again, we're tight on time, but well done. Excellent stuff for the pro class. We'll see you for the race 3 later on. Well done to our top 3. We're going to quickly rattle through the top 3 for the club class as well. So we'll quickly go through them too. And so first of all, in third place, and I believe it's her first club class podium, it's Amy Watts, if she's here. Oh, Patrick's on his way down, but I think Amy's running down too. So,
Patrick, do you want it on Amy's behalf?
I think we might get Patrick to pick up the trophy on Amy's behalf. We need someone to collect Amy's trophy. so Patrick, who of course is a former MX-5 champion, will pick up the trophy in third place for Amy, who seems to have disappeared. It is going to be second place for Ollie Hall, so well done to Ollie. Ollie comes up and gets his trophy. And a club class win for Kamal Kelsey. So that's another win for Hills Motorsport. I'll very, very quickly get a picture just of the top 2, because I can't see Amy making any more progress at the moment, so we'll at least get the top 2 down here. and we'll have to make it a really brief work because the next race is about to come out. But Kamal, excellent drive. I guess ever so slightly fortuitous, given that I think Rob had an issue on the last lap.
I think Rob had an off, and but that's good. I needed this win, so I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not going to say no.
Yeah, you would do the same again for next time.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Hills Motorsport and the family watching in Italy.
Great stuff. We've got to go because we've got the next one coming up, but well done. Right, quickly back to Andy. Now to our second MG Metro Cup race.
Yep, thank you, Scott. The Hitford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup Series then about to have their second 20-minute race of the weekend, a 50-minute race, sorry, of the weekend. Yesterday's race was pretty lively, has to be said. We had a good battle between Mike Williams and Rhys Claydon until Rhys Claydon retired from the race. He had a bonnet that was coming loose, and I think that was the reason that he pulled over to the side of the road. But he's back out there again now for race 2, and he's going to be starting from 10th on the grid, so keep an eye on the yellow and black number 5 car. He should move forward from there. At the front of the field, though, Mike Williams claiming another victory, and well, if that wasn't a jump start, I don't know what is. Both of the front row starts, I think, just managed to jump the start then, so we'll wait for confirmation of that on the timing screen, but I do wonder if we're going to see some penalties coming to Mike Williams and Tim Shooter for that. Williams fighting Rhys Claydon for the championship lead, and of course that non-finish for Rhys has helped Mike in his championship aspirations. But if he picks up a penalty now in this race, that will do the exact opposite. There is Rhys Claydon, though. He's already marching his way up through the order, and his car clearly performing well. You can see came off Charlie's really well, carried good speed down the first part of the park straight, and I think is likely to have picked up another place by the time we next see him. Yes, he has. So Rhys Claydon then charging up the order. How high can he get? A little bit wide there, and a bit of slightly unnecessary paint being traded. That was the 46, wasn't it? Benjamin Young getting roughed up a little bit by Christopher Savoury. Made a mistake, but Christopher Savoury then made doubly sure that he made the move stick on the exit. Now Young tries to come back at him. He's going to give him one back here, isn't he now? Mansfield gets to the inside, slides through, and reclaims the position. Good stuff there, feisty stuff in the midfield. Towards the mountain we go then for the first time. Mike Williams starting to get away then. Tim Shooter there in second place. Rhys Claydon's already up into 4th place though after only half a lap or so of racing. All bends they will go. Williams getting away, and yes, confirmation, 10-second time penalty for Mike Williams. So the race leader did jump the start quite noticeably, but I think Tim Shooter did as well. I don't know whether that will get investigated separately, but Mike Williams most definitely did jump. So he's been given a 10-second penalty. So now his target is to win the race by the biggest margin possible. We often say the opposite of that, don't we? Yes, Tim Shooter's also been given a 10-second penalty. So the 1st and 3rd placed cars, you can sort of ignore a little bit unless Mike Williams can get 10 seconds up the road from anyone else, and then he will still hang on to the victory regardless of the penalty. Some different lines taken there out of Coppice and into Charlie's. That was Goodwin, Shooter, Claydon and Young, all looking very exciting through that first couple of corners. Heading down the park straight again with Rhys Claydon having made it into 4th place, now challenging for a podium position already, although actually not that close to Tim Shooter, is he? Or the number 3 of Phil Goodwin. Marching through initially quite quickly, but now coming up against some slightly stiffer opposition. Coming out of Chris Curve, number 75 there. Ben Williams, another quick driver. He retired. In fact, we had a lot of drivers retired from promising positions yesterday, including Rhys Claydon, who's still trying to get back ahead into 3rd position here, ahead of Tim Shooter. And actually, by going in on the inside line at Mansfield, leaves himself very vulnerable to attack from Benjamin Young around the outside. Benjamin Young coming alongside Rhys Claydon now as they head towards the mountain section. Is he going to make that one stick? We saw a couple of drivers do this yesterday, and yes, Benjamin adds his name to that list, goes around the outside of the first part of the mountain, but then leaves a lot of space for Rhys Claydon on the second part, absolutely destroys his exit speed and gets swamped by other cars as they head towards the Hall Bends. So through goes the number 16 of Matthew Simpson. He started towards the back of the field. He manages to get past Benjamin as a result of that, and also you've got still Christopher Savoury at the back of that group. Mike Williams, though, comes through, and what is his lead already after just 2 laps? He's 5.6 seconds clear, so actually you wouldn't bet against the 10-second penalty being overturned here if he could keep this sort of pace going. Challenge there for second place, a bit of contact between Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin. Goodwin ends up getting levered aside, and so Reese Clayton comes through as well. So Shooter into second, Clayton third, and Phil Goodwin the latest to be on the receiving end of a little bit of door bashing. A lot of that going on in this race so far. They're not holding back the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup drivers. Reese Clayton now having got into third place, immediately launches up the inside of Tim Shooter and reclaims second as well. And here comes Matthew Simpson. Matthew Simpson flying through the field after his retirement yesterday. Clayton still trying to get the best of Tim Shooter, who's doing his best to hang in around the outside, but Clayton is going to go by. So Reese Clayton into second spot, and now needs to try and at least match Mike Williams' times, if not better them, to try and be absolutely sure that he's within the 10-second window to claim race victory. And of course is if Reese Clayton knows that the penalty is coming for the race leader Mike Williams. Over the hill they go. Clayton then up 8 positions now from where he started. Starting to leave behind the group of cars that just made his way by. There goes Ben Williams, the green number 75 car. He turns his way through the hall bends as well. So Williams hasn't quite made the progress through the order that I thought he might. Certainly not matching Reese Clayton, who he only started a couple of places behind on the grid. So still time to go. We are only just into the second third of the race. And Mike Williams, 6.1 seconds to the good. With Reese Clayton in behind him. Tim Shooter then third, fourth Mike Simpson, fifth for Benjamin Young, sixth for Goodwin then, 4 places, lost that lap for Phil Goodwin, didn't notice that Young had gone past him as well. At the moment, all 13 who took the start still running in the race, which is good news. Yesterday was a real race of attrition, lots of drivers running into mechanical issues and having to pull off to the side of the road. We had a Metro car park forming at one point up at the top end of the track. Another place lost now for Phil Goodwin, and that is Christopher Savory going through. I don't know whether Goodwin's picked up some damage somewhere. The car looks okay, but it's possible that the wheels have been knocked a little bit out of alignment after that shoulder barge that he had from Tim Shooter earlier on. Matthew Simpson, meanwhile, and Benjamin Young, those two enjoying a ding-dong battle, and Benjamin's up the inside again. A very close moment indeed there, as Benjamin committed to an ever-closing gap. And, well, he makes the move stick, but now Matthew Simpson tries to come back at him again as they head towards the mountain. He's got the inside line, he's going to be late on the brakes, but Benjamin Young's going to stick it out round the outside. He's tried this before and it's not worked. And, yeah, it's a very tight line through the second part of the mountain again. Bailed out of the side-by-side, but there's a bit of momentum on the hill. Acceleration so crucial. These MG Metros. Goodwin losing another spot now to Ben Williams. So Ben Williams up into, I reckon, 7th spot that is now. So Reese Clayton sets the fastest lap. Clayton on that lap at 1:46.8. That was 1.6 seconds quicker than the race leader Mike Williams. So forget 10 seconds. The gap is only 4.5 seconds at the moment between Mike Williams and Reese Clayton. So Clayton, who was fastest in qualifying yesterday morning, actually starting to rediscover some of that form. As they head towards Park Corner, that gap potentially coming down again on this lap. Ben Williams, though, about to apply the pressure to Christopher Savory. And 6th place this is that they're battling over, up the hill towards the braking zone. Is Ben going to commit to the move? No, didn't quite seem to have the performance in a straight line there, did he, to get within striking range. Throws the car into Chris Curve. Which now is trying to get a good run through the gooseneck, maybe to have a go at Mansfield Corner. Definitely does carry good speed through the gooseneck, then comes downhill into the braking zone, locks up the inside brake, and well, Christopher Savory saw that coming, I think, stepped aside, and Ben Williams goes through. So Williams then up now to 6th place from 12th. Reece Clayton's up into 2nd from 10th on the grid. Oh, and there's a slide and there's contact, was there? That was Matthew Simpson getting it wrong through the mountain, and poor old Benjamin Young just sort of clattering into a little bit of bodywork went flying, but nothing too severe, I don't think. Ben Williams has gone through. You can see that Benjamin Young's car's missing a tooth now, isn't it? A little bit of bodywork missing on the right front corner. But a lot worse, that really. And ironically, Matthew Simpson, who got it wrong initially, getting away with that scot-free and managing to hang on to 4th position. So Williams picking up a couple of spots on that lap. Slightly fortuitously with the moment there at the mountain. That's what that red and orange, yellow and orange striped flag will be. Bodywork that's been left strewn across the track at the mountain after that small collision, just to warn the drivers next time by that there's something on the track that shouldn't be. Right, Reece Clayton on that lap was another 7/10 quicker than the leader, so 3.8 seconds now between the two of them, 5 minutes to go. So at this rate, Reece Clayton might just get there. Probably needs to take a little bit more time than that on the next lap, but no doubt that he's quicker right now than Mike Williams. Big lock-up on the inside there. That's Christopher Savory on Benjamin Young. These two have clashed a couple of times already in this race, and they almost do so again. They're heading into Chris Curve. Just about kept it clean. ABS on these MG Metros, of course. That's why we're seeing quite a bit of locking up of brakes going into some of the big braking points. Looks to try and retaliate if at all possible. Ben Williams, though, is setting off after Matthew Simpson. That would be for 4th position, but they're both within 10 seconds of Tim Shooter, so it's actually the battle for a podium place. Rain once again starts to fall. Look at the mountain. Hopefully another brief light shower, not severe rain. Leaders getting closer together as well. I spotted out of the window. They're pretty much nose to tail now coming out of the final turn. So Mike Williams and Reece Clayton, there they are. Look, Williams with the windscreen wipers on. Reece Clayton pulls to the right-hand side, and he's going to simply drive straight past Mike Williams, I think, into the lead of the race. Does he commit to the outside? Does Williams put up a fight? He tries to through Coppice Corner, and they touch! No! Off goes Reece Clayton. Saves it just about, keeps it out of the barriers, but that was not a nice place to be making contact. Reece Clayton takes a moment to gather his thoughts, carries on, still in 2nd place, but Mike Williams and Reece Clayton, top 2 in the championship there, getting themselves together. Clayton's car clearly performing better down the straights, and Mike Williams knew he had to try and put a fight up through the corner. And, well, for a moment there, it looked as though disaster was going to strike, but in the end, a harmless half spin for Reece. But look at the time that he's lost. I don't know now if he's going to be able to get back to Mike Williams, and if he does, I think Mike Williams would do well to just move out of the way, because it's going to be a fired-up Reece Clayton now, who is chasing him down. There is Ben Young again, heading through Chris Curve. Still sat in 7th place, behind Chris Savory, behind Ben Williams and Mike Simpson. So, Matthew Simpson, excuse me, in 4th place. Leading the way from Reece Clayton and Tim Shooter, but Tim Shooter with that 10-second penalty to be applied. They're trying to get up the inside of Christopher Savory, but Christopher carries a lot of speed through Mansfield. 2.5 minutes to go then, so we're going to have touch and go, either 1 or 2 laps left at the end of this one. Reece Clayton, by the way, is almost back with Mike Williams again. He's about as close at the Hall Bends now as he was a lap ago, so could be about to get a repeat of the exchange that we just saw, hopefully without contact this time. Simpson, meanwhile, and Ben Williams nose to tail there through the Hall Bend, but this is the fight for the race lead, so it's only taken Reece Clayton another lap to catch back up to Mike Williams, and Mike waves him through. Look at that, Mike with his hand out of the window, waves Reece Clayton through into the race lead. That is really good sportsman-like driving, acknowledging the contact that they had a lap ago, and moving aside to redress the situation in the hope, I'm sure, that he won't pick up a penalty for that. So whilst that was going on, I did catch a glimpse of some yellow flags at the bottom of the mountain. I don't know whether we've got another car that's found itself in a precarious position at that particular part of the track, but I think the yellow flags might have gone back in again now, which is good news. So Reece Clayton then, in the end, didn't need the 10-second penalty for Mike Williams to allow him to inherit the win. He went up there and stole it, and after a lively exchange between them a couple of laps ago. The eventual move for the lead and issue the victory. Made pretty easy, really. So the last lap was a 1:56. The last lap was 10 seconds slower for Reece Clayton and Mike Williams than their previous best. I think Mike Williams backed off, actually, deliberately to let Clayton catch back up, because obviously Clayton lost a lot of time with the spin. But on average, a lap time was about 1:50, and they crossed the line with about 1 minute and 57 seconds left. So might just squeeze an extra lap in. Reece Clayton is heading into the All Bends now. Will it be a last lap board or a checkered flag that waits at the end of this circuit? It probably will be a last lap board. I think they're just going to have time to get round and start one more lap here. Head through Barn Corner. And is it going to be? Yes, definitely about 10 seconds or so left on the clock. So I think we're going to get one more lap of racing. Last lap board is held aloft, and Reece Clayton will begin his final 2.2 mile adventure around Cadwell Park. Just the 2 races for the Metros this weekend. So it's their last opportunity to enjoy one of the great racetracks in the country. I knew that racing drivers really do enjoy visiting. You can see why it's a fantastic roller coaster ride at the circuit. Metros then aren't all that powerful. You've got to keep the corner speed up, which means you've got to be particularly committed, and I'm sure it makes them extremely entertaining cars to pedal around Cadwell. Reece Clayton certainly enjoying himself today, a bit more than yesterday when he had his vision obscured by the ever loosening bonnet. Keeping in one piece, thankfully. Ben Williams, meanwhile, sensing now a chance to move up ahead of Matthew Simpson. Well, actually, he was ahead of Simpson at the line, but Simpson's managed to get back past him again. So Ben Williams back down into 5th spot. That will come forth with the Tim Shooter penalty, but not if he throws it off the road, which he nearly did then. Sliding wide over the grass, coming out of the gooseneck for Ben Williams, and he's lost now a lot of momentum away from Matthew Simpson, so likely that is that battle done with. So windscreen wipers on in the sunshine here at Cadwell Park for Reece Clayton. Sort of sums up the topsy-turvy weather that we've had over the last couple of days, but as they head through the final turn, it is going to be, by the looks of it, Reece Clayton to claim the checkered flag. Ben Williams right back on the tail of Matthew Simpson, but it's Reece Clayton who makes up for the non-finish yesterday after a thrilling race and a thrilling battle with Mike Williams. They got a bit too close at one point. Mike Williams, though, in the end, happy to settle for second, and then we add the 10-second penalty on, so he will drop possibly down to 3rd place. No, yes, he does actually. He falls behind Matthew Simpson and Ben Williams, so he falls down to 4th on corrected times with the penalty. So the podium then, Reece Clayton, Matthew Simpson and Ben Williams, with Mike Williams, sorry, in 4th, 5th Chris Savory, 6th Benjamin Young, 7th Tim Shooter, and then this the battle for 8th place between Phil Goodwin and the Richard Garrard car, and it is going to be Goodwin who gets the better of Garrard. And the top 10 then will be completed by Kyler Garrard eventually. So, entertaining race from the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. They'll be next out on the national circuit at Silverstone before it all finishes at Alton Park, actually, in October, at the end of the year. And Reece Clayton and Mike Williams will take their ongoing championship battle, I'm sure, to the final round, because it's been a nip and tuck championship for them, both again sharing the victories this weekend, as they did a little bit earlier on in the season, I seem to recall. Reece Clayton picks up another win. Like I said, he can use his non-finish yesterday as a drop score. Allow him to not lose his hopes of a championship despite the non-finish he had yesterday. Clayton then the winner today. Matthew Simpson, Ben Williams, Mike Williams and Chris Savory completing the top 5 ahead of Benjamin Young, Tim Shooter, Phil Goodwin, Richard Garrard and Kyler Garrard to complete the top 10. Richard Cowley was in 11th, Paul Deacon 12th, John Wall in the end the only non-finisher from the race. Working going back to Parc Ferme then, and I don't know if we'll have a chance to hear from the Metro drivers. I don't think they have their own, they do their own podiums, don't they? But we can hopefully hear from those about to set out in our second modified Ford Series race of the weekend. So let's head down to the assembly area and catch up once again with Scott Nicholas.
Well, it's a bit more dramatic than Reece Clayton would have wanted, given the fact that he had to do it whilst recovering from a spin, but that was very courteous of Mike Williams to let him have that victory back. And Reece's pace was always going to be supreme anyway, given the fact he was lapping about a minute, a second and a half quicker. I'll get the time out properly eventually. A second and a half quicker than anyone else. So congratulations to him. The MGs do their own podium, which means we won't be able to talk to them, unfortunately. We could have done, but unfortunately they have to go do their own podium. So we wish them well, and we'll hopefully see them out for their next rounds coming up in a few weeks' time. As you can hear around me, we've got the next race coming up. It's the second modified 4 Series race. Just heading out, we're going to see Ashley Shelswell, yesterday's race winner in his V6 powered Sierra XR4i, alongside the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth of Dave Matthias. There's David Guthrie in the first Fiestas, Chris Baker's Mark III Escort, and Dave Guthrie having to do a bit of a 3-point turn to get his car out of the assembly area. There goes Alex Bohm. AJ Howe's one to watch, of course, in the Ford Focus Estate. And then we've got more of the mix. We've got Lally in his ST150, another of the ST150 Boomerang cars. Quite a popular car in the mix. And if we swing back around to your left, Joe, we'll see the next few cars heading out. One of the Ford Focuses making appearance. Good to see the Ford Focuses in this series. There's Jimmy Neofaitu in his Mark I Ford Escort, Ford Fiesta. I'll get my cars right in a minute. Malcolm Wise heads out. We've got Dave Barrett. It's really nice looking Mark II Escort. And then right at the back we've got here James Allen in his X-Time Attack Focus Mark II, which he was quite amused about with me giving that small apology, saying that it's actually 2-wheel drive, not 4-wheel drive, like I made the mistake. Apparently said he was kidding himself laughing, which I'm good to make a fool of myself sometimes. Anyway, as I say, no podium for MG Metros, but congratulations to Reece Clayton for that second, which I'll get my words out properly, for that victory in race number 2. Someone who can say his words properly most of the time is Andy McEwen, who can take us through the grid for our second modified Ford Series race. So you can do a better job than speaking than I can at the moment, that's for sure.
Well, the pressure's on now, Scott, to deliver. It's going to be a busy race, this. I'm sure lots to talk about during the modified Ford Series, as there always is. Yesterday's race, pretty exciting one, and hoping for more of the same in race number 2. It was really affected by the rain quite heavily, this race yesterday. It was won by Ashley Shelswell, who claimed the victory in his Sierra XR4i, so he starts on pole position. David Matthias alongside with David Guthrie and Chris Baker, row 2. Row 3 then for Alex Bohm and Alex Howe in the Focus Estate, Aaron Lally and John Sheridan on row 4. Row 5, Sam Shimwell and Dan Cowan with Paul Solb and Dimitris Neofaitu on row 6. Row 7, Malcolm Wise and Tyler England. The 8th row for Dave Barrett and Bradley Bosdard. Row 9, Mark Hadfield and Paul Neville. As we now get into those that didn't finish yesterday, James Allen, AJ Owen and Wayne Crabtree as well. So Shelswell the victor overall and within Class A. And the car that won the race overall had a pretty easy time of it in the end. David Matthias gave him a bit of a fight in the early stages, but in the end Shelswell pulled clear to win by nearly 22 seconds. Class B Plus was won by David Guthrie in 3rd position, the best of the Fiestas. Then Class B by the Escort Mark III of Chris Baker. Alex Bohm won in Class C, and all of our Class winners in the end came home inside the top 5. So pretty lively race. It did start raining not long after it began, and the rain then intensified as the race went on, really, and that sort of made for a very sketchy set of conditions for some drivers, but driving standards excellent despite that, and we had a very clean race, no need for a safety car, no real recovery work needed to be done afterwards. So now in, well, for the time being, still dry, sunny conditions. We have a similar situation in race number 2. So off the line they go then. Ashley Shelswell and David Matthias make up the front row. David Guthrie and Chris Baker behind. Should be an interesting battle this though between the two front row starters, because David, I got the feeling, David Matthias qualified on the pole position actually, so in the dry conditions he was a little bit quicker yesterday morning than the man who eventually went on to win the race. but it was the rain really hitting that I think hurt David Matthias more. So now with it being reasonably dry, hopefully we'll have a bit more of a contest between the top two. Two fantastic Sierras. XR4i Shellswell, Sapphire Cosworth and David Matthias should put on a show. There must be a real handful though around Cadwell Park, especially with the conditions that they had to deal with yesterday. Intrigued to see how Paul Neville gets on here as well. He pulled off with a mechanical failure, I think towards the end of yesterday's race when he was leading in Class B+, actually, third place overall, but he retired, and David Guthrie able to sneak through and steal a class win. As the cars head around to the rolling start, class battles further back could be perhaps even more interesting than the fight for the overall race win, and that really is something the drivers running those lower classes will very much be focusing on, trying to score as well within their class as they possibly can. No points on offer here. This is only a series, it's not a championship, so championship trophies are the only thing really that are on offer here, but a little bit of pride. Something like Cadwell, the drivers want to try and taste a little bit of success at. So as the cars move through all bends, it's start coming up then. Ashley Shellswell and David Matthias from row 1, 15 minutes on the clock, and the modified Ford Series then will be bursting into life in just a few moments time. Out of barn corner they go. Who's going to get the jump down into turn number 1 then? The lights out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar pace car, and racing then about to get underway. Ashley Shellswell on our right, David Matthias on our left. Who's going to get the whole shot and lead them into Cobby's corner, then waiting for the red lights to go out, which they do now. And Ashley Shellswell accelerates away well from the inside of row 1, and it looks as though he's going to get the advantage, although Matthias coming back at him now in the second phase of the start. He's on the outside line, but there is grip out there is traction, and it looks as though he's going to use that to his advantage. David Matthias, I think, has managed to get ahead of Ashley Shellswell there as they turn through Charlie's. Yes, he has. Matthias goes through, Shellswell down to second, and now we could have a real race on our hands between the two Sierras. Third position still for David Guthrie in the ST150 EcoBoost Fiesta. But it is David Matthias then who's got the edge as they head towards Park Corner. Around the right-hander, there goes AJ Howe in the Focus Estate. There, charging through in the Focus, the RS Mark II Focus, is James Allen from the back of the grid. He and Paul Neville both coming from the very back after their non-finishes yesterday, but that Focus we know is one of the fastest cars on the track, and if it can work its way through the traffic effectively, could end up on the podium outright by the end of the race. So down through Mansfield, he slides up the inside of number 28 Aaron Lally. So Aaron Lally started 7th on the grid, to give you an idea of how much progress James Allen's making, although Lally didn't have a very good exit there from Mansfield corner, loses another spot before they get to the mountain, and then a third one as well. So I wonder if Lally's actually running into some sort of a problem. The all bends they go. There goes James Allen then. So he continues to try and work his way up through the order. Ahead of the field though, Ashley Shellswell and David Matthias absolutely nose to tail. Look at this, Shellswell very much fighting here for the victory. David Matthias, having got past him, basically did to Shellswell at the start of this race what Shellswell did to him yesterday. He beat him through turn 1 and is trying now to not look back and to claim an easy victory, but I don't think he's going to have it all that easy. Shellswell tucks right up behind him, gets a big snap of oversteer coming out of Charlie's. Matthias sees that and is just able to get over to the right-hand side of the road to cover. Good battle developing then between these two Sierras out in front. Matthias moving from the inside to the middle of the road, trying to cover both lines really as they head through Park. And then you've got the rest of them all streaming through behind. David Guthrie was third at the end of lap 1. Still does appear to be in third place, I think, as they rounded Park. Side-by-side action behind though, that's the 241 up the inside. That's Sam Shimwell. getting up the inside of Dan Cowan. Those two shared the 5th row of the grid, and they're still battling away. Place changing hands yet again there through Park Corner. Race leaders then make their way towards the mountain. The midfield battles heading through Gooseneck and Mansfield. And I think we've lost Ashley Shelswell. Yeah, there goes Matthias. There is Guthrie. But where is Ashley Shelswell gone? I think that the second place man has gone missing and has possibly pulled off to the side of the road somewhere. That's a shame, just as that battle was really starting to come to life as well, and we unfortunately lose the second placed car. So Ashley Shelswell out of the race. There is James Allen, who's now one of the real contenders. So Matthias leads the way by 5.5 seconds over Guthrie in second, Baker third, and James Allen fourth. And James Allen is the fastest man on the track right now. A 1:37.008 was half a second quicker than the leader. He's 10.1 seconds behind the race leader at the moment. And that means, well, in fact, he's now going to get past Chris Baker, so that's now for 3rd position. James Allen runs in Class A, so the same class as Matthias, so if he's going to win his class, he needs to try and get to the very front of the field. There goes Alex Howe through in the Focus Estate. Brilliant run yesterday in the wet conditions in race 1. Slightly bigger car, isn't it, than some of the others out there, so maybe that helped with stability in those sketchy conditions. Through Mansfield he goes, so his next target, David Guthrie, that would be for 2nd place, but I'm interested to see the lap time on this lap because he's not spent too much of it in traffic. Should be able to put together a comparable lap time to the race leader. Only a 15-minute race though, so he's not got a huge amount of time to get there, and he needs to get past Guthrie as quickly as he can when he does eventually catch him. The hairpin they will go then. The mountain goes Alex Bone. He's there, battling away a bit further back. Now that includes Alex Lally. I think that's the 125 of Cowan in there as well, and the number 14, yeah, that's been a change actually. Malcolm Wise up ahead of Daniel Cowan, so that puts Malcolm Wise in another one of the Sierras into the Sapphire Cosworth, into 8th place overall now. Wise also looked within Class A, so he's not quite on terms with his classmates, but running nicely within the overall running order. Right, James Allen, I said I was going to take a look at his lap time. He just did another new fastest lap, 1:36.714. That was about 1.5 seconds quicker than David Matthias. So David Matthias is 8.5 seconds ahead. James Allen, I think, should make pretty short work of David Guthrie on this lap, but then can he get to the race leader? On that pace, you would suggest that he probably can. Top of the hill at the end of the park straight comes many Fiestas. That's the 241 of Sam Shimwell, followed by Malcolm Wise. Then you've got another pair of squabbling Fiestas, Dan Cowan and Aaron Lally. Aaron Lally behind the 10th placed car. Top of the hill we go now. That was hang on. That was James Allen. Oh, it's happened again. The split has come off again on the James Allen Focus. So all of that charge through the order that he was making, on course perhaps to win the race on outright pace, but unfortunately he's going to be destined for the pit lane again with a front splitter that is scraping on the ground. And, James Allen is not going to win this race, and that is a real shame. Robs us again of what could have been a fantastic battle. Twice that's happened now. Someone who could have challenged David Matthias has ended up not reaching the checkered flag. So we lose James Allen from the race then. David Matthias now breathes a sigh of relief. He is 9 seconds nearly ahead of David Guthrie in 2nd spot. Both of them leading their respective classes, in fact, as is the 3rd place car, number 16, Chris Baker. He leads in Class B. Class C led by Alex Bone today, as it was yesterday. Previously offered to was 2nd in that class in race 1, which again is the position that he finds himself in the 2nd race. turns his way towards the mountain. Matthias can just relax a little bit now. As soon as he saw Ashley Shellswell disappear behind him, I'm sure he did start to relax a little bit. And, just sort of stroke this home now, look after the car, and a double race victory here at Cadwell Park should be his. Back to some of the squabbling Fiestas, that's Dan Cowan. 9th place now for him. He fell behind Aaron Lally on that previous lap, and behind Malcolm Wise, I think. So, Cowan with ST150 EcoBoost. Same car, almost exactly actually, as David Guthrie in 2nd place overall. They both were within Class B+. There goes the number 89 car, that's Bradley Brscc in the Mark II Ford Escort. Well, right in the middle actually of a real group of cars. Demetrius Neoffitou at the front of this pack. He's running in 11th place overall. Behind him then number 54 Tyler England. Silver Fiesta, one of the few silver Fiestas. Then number 13 Fiesta of Dave Barrett. Bosday is then in 14th place, and Hadfield 21. Mark Hadfield is next. They will go. Sight they make as they all take slightly different lines through there. Cars with ages spanning over several decades here, all battling for on-track position. A few of these are in the same class as each other as well. Neoffitou and Barrett, numbers 24 and 13, and in fact Hadfield, number 21, all running in Class C, and then Tyler England and the number 89 and Bradley Bosday both running in Class B. So there are class battles going on here. The trouble is that they're all separated by cars in other classes, so Class C car ahead of a Class B car ahead of a Class C car and so on. But they're all clearly very evenly matched between themselves around the track, and producing a tasty little battle here. Charlie's corner. Are we going to see a move maybe made here by Tyler England? He's not that far behind Demetrius Neoffitou as they head for Park Corner. Focus there at the front of the group is Paul Solb. It's all in Class B actually, 4th place in Class B, same class as the likes of Sam Shimwell and Aaron Lally further up the road. Meanwhile, the work being done to the front end of James Allen's car. So we saw him pull into the pit lane a few laps ago, and unfortunately he's still not left, so the front splitter being repaired, but he's not going to have any chance of a win now. He's multiple laps down. Sadly, the fastest man on the track. He's not going very quickly at all at the moment. Now we're going to see a change here in this group that we've been following. Into the mountain section they go. I don't think we will. Oh, well, maybe we did actually. That was Bosday, I think, wasn't it, in the Mark II Escort going the long way round to the mountain. But whether that was trying to gain a place or trying not to lose, I'm not so sure. I think it's the latter. He's still in behind number 13 of Dave Barrett. So, change in the order, but certainly changes possible, I think, between this group. Runs its way out of Barn Corner now, heads for the end of another lap. Now, James Allen is still in the Ford Focus. Got that fraud. They're in the process of getting the front bumper reattached, so maybe we will get him back out in the race just for a couple of practice laps before the day is done. The modified Ford Series don't have another race today, but still paid his entry fee, wants to try and get a few laps in at speed if he can. Something that this man is doing. This is David Guthrie in the Boomerang Ford Fiesta ST150 EcoBoost. Crosses the line in 2nd place. Now this is looking a bit more lively. Bosday to the outside of Barrett here as they round Park Corner. The rear-wheel drive Mark II Escort. Barrett in the Zetec S Ford Fiesta, and Bosday, if he finds some traction around the outside at Chris Curve, could be about to make a move. The outside for the entry to the gooseneck, but the inside for the second part, and that's what really matters, and he does manage to make that move stick, so up a place he will go, 13th overall, and that means that he is now only 1 place behind Tyler England, who runs 5th in Class B, so he does have a chance to gain another position within his class if he gets a wriggle on. 2.5 minutes to go. David Matthias is, I think, 2/3 of the way round on that, so we'll start what should be the penultimate lap this time around. More laps after this for the race leader. In fact, that might have been the tyres in the background, was it? Yes, it was, just going over the top of the mountain behind James Allen, actually. So James Allen is back out on the circuit. He's got himself just ahead of the overall race leader. This could so easily have been the genuine fight for the race victory, but James not had to make a trip into the pit lane. So sadly, he's now out there just doing some exhibition laps, essentially. Stay having got himself up ahead of Barrett, not really getting away from particularly, he's 1.2 seconds behind Tyler England, who, as I said, is battling for class position. Out of Charlie's he goes, that's the part of the circuit where the escort seems strong. Here comes James Allen, just monstering his way through the back markers. Top of the hill, onto the brakes, bonnet flapping around as he does so. No doubt about it, when that car's running well, it's the fastest out there, but unfortunately, best he will likely manage now is a 16th place finish overall. Class podium, I suppose, just for finishing the race. There were only 3 entrants in. Actually, that's not true, there were 4 entrants in Class A, but actually Shellswell was one of them at the time as well, having been up there battling for the race lead. David Matthias now also starts to pick his way through the traffic. 12.3 seconds clear of David Guthrie, and he is over a minute clear of Malcolm Wise, who's the next car within his class, so he doesn't have to take any risks at all here. Mountain. All ends for the final time, the penultimate time. This will be touch and go because he is in traffic, so he's lapping quite a bit slower now than he was. He crossed the line with 1 minute and 50 to go, and he was lapping in the 1:41s, but this lap will likely have been even slower. I think they will just squeeze another lap in before the checkered flag. Feeling generous anyway. Out of the last turn he comes. Yeah, 10 seconds to go. They're just going to get to the line with time for another lap. So the last lap one goes out to David Matthias. 5 seconds to spare. He makes it to the line, and he's almost through the worst of the traffic now as well. It's 1:43, about 6 seconds off the pace that he's capable of running, but struggling to make his way past some of the slower runners. So the top end of the circuit he goes, past a pretty busy spectator area actually on the exit of Charlie's corner. A great panoramic view of the circuit. Whoops, who was that off the track? Oh, that's Malcolm Wise. That's the exit of the gooseneck. Malcolm Wise has gone off. Only just off the road, so he's not made any contact with the barrier as far as I can tell, but that means there will be yellow flags there potentially. I know Malcolm's got going again, that's good news. So that will drop Malcolm out of 8th position because he was only about a second ahead of Dan Cowan. Oh, hang on, well that is Dan Cowan, and that is Aaron Lally. So this is all roughly in the same area of the track. Lally is at Chris Curve, Cowan's at the bottom of Mansfield, and Malcolm Wise was sort of in the middle of them through the gooseneck. So whether those 3 are related, I don't know, but only one of those cars looks as though it's getting going again, that being Malcolm Wise. The other 2, I think, are going no further. So David Matthias then turns his way towards the Hall Bends for the final time, and race victory looks as though it's coming his way now. Heads towards the final turn. Never really looked in doubt, in fairness, after Ashley Shellswell's retirement. Shame really that he was out of the race, then also a shame that James Allen retired because he could have been a threat, but in the end it's again survival of the fittest in modified Ford Series racing, and David Matthias comes across the line to claim victory in race number 2 for the modified Ford Series here at Cadwell Park, and it'll be a fairly lengthy wait until David Guthrie gets here through. In the meantime will come the likes of Demetrius Neoffitou and Bradley Bursday. Of course, we lost Aaron Lally and Dan Cowan there towards the end of the race, and we also have the spin from Malcolm Wise. Wait and see, he'll come through in 8th position, I would have thought. There goes James Allen through Chris Curve. We've had David Guthrie through now. He wins in Class B+. Class B is won by Chris Baker in 3rd place overall. And then Alex Howe, 4th position overall in that one. An even better result than in yesterday's race, where he came home, I seem to remember, in 6th position. Alex Bohm hasn't yet made it to the line, but should do soon as the Class C winner. So probably going to have a few cars to move out of the way after that race, so our final race before lunch might be slightly delayed. That's for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Part 1 cars heading out for their first race of the day, their second of the weekend. Sure will take us into, might be a slightly shorter break in entertaining fashion. That coming up in just a few minutes' time. The modified Ford drivers make their way through to the Parc Ferme area. We have now had Alex Beaumont through, Sam Shimwell through as well. I think we're just waiting for Malcolm Wise and Paul Solm to make it to the checkered flag. We should have everybody through here. They come, Paul Solm just ahead of Malcolm Wise. So actually Malcolm, after the spin, almost got him back. They were only separated by, in fact, Wise was still ahead, so he managed to keep Solm behind him despite that spin at the end. So David Matthias gets the win and wins in Class A. Class B goes to Dave Guthrie, and Class B plus to Dave Guthrie, Class B to Baker, and then Alex Howe in 4th, Alex Bone 5th, Sam Shimwell, Malcolm Wise, Paul Solm, to interestingly offer to Bradley Bosday complete the top 10 ahead of Tyler England and Dave Barrett, 11th and 12th respectively. Then Mark Hadfield and James Allen, the last of the finishers. Allen so easily could have won that race, in the end had to pit. Whilst Aaron Lowley, Dan Cowan and Ashley Shelswell all failed to reach the checkered flag. So that is modified Ford action done. We've got a bit of time hopefully now to head down into the assembly area, and catch up with our MX-5 Championship drivers.
Well, I think it's safe to say that you can never count out a dull modified Ford race. That certainly wasn't a dull race. It was certainly fantastic to watch, and an impressive victory for Dave Matthias. Unfortunately, we had some issues for the likes of Ashley Shelswell and for James Allen as well, but this victory's a victory. I'm sure Dave Matthias will appreciate it every single point. We're going to have possibly a little bit of a delay because we've got a couple of cars that we do need to recover from that last race towards the end, which we do have a little bit of time to possibly have a chat to one or two of the drivers waiting to get out for the next race, which is for our second Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the weekend. We've got, as a result of yesterday, Steve Foden on pole positions, Jason Greatrex second on the grid. You can see as the camera swings around Jason Greatrex, they're also top Masters driver as well. And then Ollie Graham in 3rd place. There is one guy I do want to talk to. That's the man who finished in 4th. One of his best results of, I think, his career in MX-5 Championship, really. And that was Owen Mills, who picked up at a very impressive 4th place yesterday. I think that's your best result in this championship. And just tell us what made the difference in getting up there yesterday.
The team's done a great job with the car this weekend. We've nailed the setup, which helps always. It's the first thing you've got to find when you come into a weekend is to perfect the setup, and we did a really good job on that. So that set us up in good stead for the races.
You've always been hovering around sort of in and around sort of the top 10 for the last couple of seasons and getting up there occasionally. Do you think this is now you've turned a corner with the car setup, or do you think it's more circuit specific?
We hope we've turned the corner. We've done a lot of work recently in trying to get the setup right, so I think it does take time. I mean, we started off, it was just me and my dad, and we've taken the time to work through over the past couple of seasons, and hopefully we turned that corner now, and we'll be fighting for podiums regularly.
So second row of the grid, I mean, keep it clean for 20 minutes, you could be on the podium next.
Exactly, the only way's forward.
So, go well, hopefully we'll see you there at the end of it. So best of luck to him. Let's have a quick run through some other few drivers in the mix here. Who should we have a chat to? We might have a chat to anyone really, because they're already heading out for their second race. So we eventually at least get a word with him, with Owen, so he gets on. I mean, Tracy had Ted Bradbury gets on in car 553. He's a little bit further back after the end of his mishaps earlier on. Adam Sparrow also one to watch for too. Two of the main championship contenders. And also remember the Masters contest as well. A few cars further back trying to make some progress. So as the field winds its way out of assembly, always a healthy and vibrant and well-supported grid in Mazda MX-5s, and the MX-5 Championship once again showcasing it has plenty of good drivers in the mix, all ready to go. The last couple of cars just making their way out, and Graham Rumsey in car 45 will be the last car to leave the assembly area, and right on time. It's impeccable timing, because just as they leave, we've also got arriving our top 3 from the modified Ford series, so we'll be able to have a chat with them and hand out some trophies, and at least have a word with them a bit of time, I think, whilst we get that going. So the top 3 make their way across. I think Paul Neville was also down here, the person who put together the modified Ford series. We have to say a big thank you as well to Drummond Distribution for supporting the modified Fords this weekend. They stepped in as a sponsor after they had a previous sponsor unfortunately had to pull out, so thanks to Drummond Distribution for doing so. That was very excellent in its own right. So we'll do the top 3 then from our second modified Ford series race supported by Drummond Distribution this weekend. So we will start in 3rd place and also Class B winner, that is Chris Baker. Third place for Chris, and a Class B victory as well. Second place after third yesterday goes to Class B plus win, and that's David Guthrie. And taking victory after a podium yesterday, Class A winner and overall winner 2, Dave Matthias.
Well done, Dave.
And so we'll very quickly do an image for social media just so we can get that posted up. And we've got a bit of time so we can actually have a chat to our top 3. So Dave will bring you down and have a word. Well, that's a bit of an improvement on yesterday, wasn't it? Yesterday was good, but today's a bit better.
Yeah. Well, I managed to get past Ashley. I was gobsmacked, and then I don't know what happened. I can't remember if it was the first lap or the second lap when he was right behind me still, and I was looking in my mirror at him because he was on the same part of the track where he got me the day before, and he just sheared off to the left. So I don't know what failed on his car. So yeah, but no, it was brilliant. I lost quite a bit of boost at the end there, so I was struggling in a straight line. That's why I let James Allen back past when he was come out of the pits. I thought, well, I'm not. There's no point in you pushing me around.
Yeah. The great thing was you had such a lead, essentially you could afford to back off a little bit and just bring it home.
That's it, mate. That's it. Yeah. Well, like you say, it was good that I had the lead because I lost like 10 psi, and the cars are a lot different without that psi. So yeah.
So we're on the podium and a couple of class wins. It's a worthwhile weekend in modified Fords.
Yes, definitely. Over the moon with that, yeah, brilliant.
Excellent. Well done, driven superbly all weekend. Congrats, we'll see you for the next one. Let's bring in David yesterday, who were third yesterday, second today, so a little bit step higher. How was that?
Good, yeah. Pretty much same as yesterday for me. I ran my own most at race. I was settling for third. But then I saw Ash go off, I don't know what happened, and thought, yeah, second now, just bring it home and just steady again. Luckily, a big enough gap again, and yeah.
Sounds like it was pretty straightforward, even though sometimes it's not.
No, it were pretty straightforward, but you never know what's going to. Anything can happen, can't it? So you just got to keep going and bring it back.
The Boomerang car seems in good shape as well.
Yeah, it is good. Like I said yesterday, I smashed front splitter off it and did a bit of damage, but we repaired that and it's gone well yesterday and today, so I'm happy.
Excellent. You should be well done on the weekend. Excellent stuff. And let's bring Chris Baker in for third place. Also takes a class win. So it's a class win, but it's an overall podium, mate, as well.
Yeah, first time ever.
Yeah, look absolutely made up.
Yeah, no, I am over the moon. It was, I was obviously started fourth. I knew James Allen would have come through the field if I'm honest. So I was not predicting, even AJ Howe I thought would pit me. So I was predicting sort of sixth, fifth, back to where Rapid should be. But yeah, when I saw them sort of drop off, I thought, oh, I'll take that and carry on. And then I had a bit of issue with a bit of brake knock-off all of a sudden in the last sort of 3 laps. And then I kept pumping the pedal, and I can see AJ catching me slightly because I'm over braking, I'm offline, so it was extremely hard work in the car then. So then I thought, I saw the last lap and I thought, come on please, and then saw the flag out, so I thought, yeah, I got rang into this. But
you're on tender hooks those last couple of laps.
And now I can't even feel my hands, but yeah, so, and I broke the 140 barrier for myself, that's an achievement, so over the moon with that.
That's cool to smile all around. Well done, excellent job, we'll see you for next time, good stuff. Excellent, good stuff. Well done for the Modified Fords again. Big thank you to Drummond Distribution for supporting them for this weekend. I think we've got a small clear up for those 2 cars whilst we're going on, so we've got enough time to pretty much let Andy go through the grid and a bit of a setup for this second race of the weekend for the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Steve Foden starts on pole, Jason Greatrex, the Masters leader, starts alongside him, but watch for the likes of Ted Bradbury, Adam Sparrow and co, who'll be further back after they had some troubles in race 1. So to go through the grid and build things up for race 2, it's back to Andy in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Intriguing racing coming here, I think, for the MX-5 Championship. Chatted to a few of the drivers last night about this race, and they all agreed it was one of the best races of the season yesterday. And we've got all of the ingredients for a repeat of that now in race number 2, because as Scott said, we've got some quick drivers at the front, some quick drivers at the back, and 20 minutes of racing around Cadwell Park to enjoy. Steve Foden has the pole position by virtue of that win that he had yesterday. He was starting alongside Jason Greatrex, Ollie Graham and Owen Mills, row 2. Jack Noller and Tom Langford, row 3, with Adam Craig and Ian Chisholm on row 4. Then Ted Bradbury will start on row 5 alongside Adam Sparrow. Both of them had self-inflicted off-track excursions yesterday. Tim Dorr and Chris Malloy on row 6, row 7, Michael Green and Ollie Walden, and row 8 for Levi Aisbett and Richard Whitman. Row 9, Harry Storer and Tom Mallet. Row 10, Clive Chisnell and Simon Hartley. And then the 11th row for Kevin Dengate and Simon Privet. Jonathan Abacassis and Tim Storer are on row 12. Row 13 for Jonathan Fieldsend and Luke Pullen, who had a gearbox that broke in yesterday's race. Row 14, Will Chadwick and Keith Dalton and Graham Rumsey will bring up the rear. So hopefully all 29 of them out there. And yeah, fascinating picture at the front of the field. There was a grid penalty handed out to Richard Wootton after yesterday's race for causing a collision. 3-place grid penalty for him, so he drops down to 16th from 13th on the grid. But apart from that, we have lots of quick drivers at the front. Steve Foden did look, though, like he was beatable yesterday. And Steve Foden will have a fight on his hands from Jason Greatrex and Ollie Graham, who came from 11th on the grid in race 1 to finish in 3rd place. It was a brilliant drive from Oliver, picked his way through some of the drama and managed to get into the top 3 by the flag. Owen Mills then was 4th place, and Jack Noller came through nicely as well. Jack was saying yesterday that he felt had the race been a bit longer, he might have even won it. So confident Jack Noller starting from 5th on the grid. And he'll have Tom Langford, the winner of our opening round of the championship from Silverstone, starting 6th alongside him. Tom, I think, would have been hoping for a bit more. He too went off at Chris Kerr. It was a popular place to go off yesterday. Caught Ted Bradbury out as well. Adam Sparrow's spin was at the mountain section of the track. And Adam had a big lose whilst he was in the middle of that lead pack, actually. And, Adam Sparrow, who I believe on occasion yesterday, as has been the case throughout most of the season, may have been called Adam Craig, which you can't blame me because the two are starting close to each other on the grid again, but it's definitely Adam Sparrow who was a race winner earlier on this season, and I know he will be looking to move forward from 10th on the grid in this one. In fact, that 5th row, a very tasty looking row, isn't it? Ted Bradbury 9th, Sparrow 10th, both of them race winners this year, and both of them were hoping to be championship contenders. Realistically though, Steve Foden on drop scores is looking like the runaway championship favourite now. He's more than 40 points clear at the front of the field, and he starts from pole position again now, looking for another race victory. So Foden on pole, Greatrex, the red and white red line car alongside, Ollie Graham and Owen Mills on row number 2. And let's see how things go over the course of 20 minutes of racing here at Cadwell Park, waiting for the back of the grid to be set. And then the 5-second board will be shown. And the start could be crucial here, although we did see a few times yesterday that whoever was in the lead in these races was a bit of a sitting duck in the slipstream up the back straight. So even if Steve Foden were to lose the lead at the start, there's a good chance that he'd be able to find his way back to the front. The red lights then go on, and 20 minutes of action underway now. Good start made by Foden, look from pole position, not a great getaway from Ollie Graham. Jack Noller's going to try and squeeze to his left, ends up on the grass and sensibly bails out of that situation. So Foden will get the lead then. Greatrex second. Oh no, that's Pullen, I think. That's Luke Pullen off into the barriers, is it? Someone, yes it is, it's Pullen, and that is someone else as well, not Tim Storer. Couldn't see who it was that he tangled with there, but that's a sizable shunt, and that is going to be a red flag, I would have thought, for sure. Luke is getting out of the car. Can't see the other driver at the moment, but yes, we do have a red flag out, and there's more carnage because they haven't seen the red flag coming out of Charlie's. Other cars having to dive onto the grass, and that is a nasty, nasty start to the race. And, well, hopefully everyone okay in that one. Well, you can see Luke Pullen is out of the car and not very happy with the other driver involved. I can't see the number on the other car. We'll try and figure that out in a moment or two. Red flag is out then, and a 50 we think it might be, so it is Tim Storer. So Luke Pullen and Tim Storer are the two involved, and two heavily damaged cars. Pullen in particular went very heavily into what is thankfully a Recticel barrier, not a tyre wall, but that will have softened the impact a little bit, but yeah, not a pleasant sight at all. So we will re-rack them again, and we'll have a restarted race with a couple of cars missing from the back. But this might take a little bit of time, because you've got to imagine that that barrier is going to be in need of a bit of repair work too. You can just see to the left there of shot the incident zone, and there you can see Luke Pullen stood on the right, and there is Tim Storer, who I think took a bit longer to get out of the car. So barrier looks a little bit damage. Actually, I think the Armco's all right, isn't it? So hopefully it won't take too long. Luke Pullen, in true Luke Pullen fashion, already laughing and joking with the paramedics and marshals down there. I don't think he'll be laughing and joking with Tim Storer, though. He certainly didn't look very happy with him when he got out of the car. And the marshals and medics immediately on site. Big shout out again to all of the marshals, medical crews, the recovery crews as well, leaping into action when we've had incidents. Not that we've had too many big ones this weekend, thankfully, but when we do, they are there immediately to make sure the drivers are okay and then to help get the circuit back in one piece so that racing can resume. Frustratingly, we'd only just been saying that we got back on time, actually, after some earlier delays today. This was the last race before the lunch break, and we were hopeful that we would get a full lunch break in. That now seems a little bit less likely. And we'll wait and see. Sometimes if there is going to be a big delay at this stage, they would go into an early lunch, but I think because that barrier shouldn't be too badly damaged, we might be able to get this race in first. So cars lined up then in a slightly interesting order as well. Ted Bradbury, I noticed, a lot further down the queue than he should be, so I don't know whether he was somehow delayed. Well, probably not in that accident, but some of the stuff that was going on out of Charlie's maybe held Ted up. He will get a second go at this now when the track is cleared and the race restarts. So recovery ongoing then down at the end of the pit straight. That's quite a common accident here at Cadwell, though. It really funnels down on near the pit exit. And especially if you've got quick drivers coming from further back in the grid, it can concertina together on the run into that little pinch point under the bridge. So Tim Storer's car being worked on just behind the first recovery vehicle, Luke Pullen's car to the right, and they are now going to have a little conversation about what happened. Peter Daly down on the scene as well, just keeping an eye on things. But the crucial thing, you can see on the right of shot there, the tyre wall's been deranged, but the Armco barrier doesn't look like it's moved. So that means we should have a relatively short stoppage here. So it's just really a case of getting the cars out of harm's way, which the marshals and recovery crews are well versed in, and strap the car up to the low loader and get it out of the way pretty quickly. I'm intrigued to see how much damage is done to those two cars. Actually, it was a big hit, but those wreck-to-cell barriers, they are lifesavers and they're car savers as well. It's amazing the kind of impact you can have into those without twisting the chassis. Perhaps doubtful that we'll see either of those cars out again today, but it's always concern. Once you realise the driver's okay, the next concern is how bad is the car, and is it going to be repairable for the later races or indeed for later in the season. So the recovery vehicles doing their work, and as the marshals start to do their job, there you can see Pullen's car being lifted up, and it's the front end I want to see. I mean, actually, the wheels are pointing in roughly the right direction. I'll give it that. And it's that right front corner that will have taken the brunt of the impact. I don't know about Tim Storer's car. That seemed to go in a bit further up, didn't it? But poor old Shamu has been in the wars in this one. Sits pretty flat on the flatbed truck, not listing to one side or anything. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see that car out later on. Tim Storer's car I can see out of the window in similar shape, I think, really. Rear bumper hanging loose on the 50 car. But it is on the back of the low loader. We should get those out of the way pretty quickly, and then there'll be a bit of an inspection of the barriers. Not getting any notifications on the timing screen about a restart length either yet, so they're perhaps going to wait until they've assessed the barrier situation and figured out how long that's going to take. That's going to be the deciding factor, I think, as to whether we go to an early lunch. If the barrier needs repair work, then we may well tweak the timetable slightly accordingly rather than keep everyone sat here waiting. But that's the only reason I can think of as to why we don't yet have restart length on the timing screen, because you would have normally had that by now, I think. Well, Luke trudges away, perhaps to the medical centre for a checkup. Tim Storer's got into the into the recovery vehicle. Any chance to get his moment in the spotlight. Waves to his crowd of fans who I'm sure have gathered up at the top of the mountain, and actually might be heading to race control. I think that's a more likely destination, isn't it, after that, to discuss with Clerk of the Course Paul Levitt exactly how that came to happen. And the circuit staff will now inspect the barrier. There's not a lot of work that's been done to the barrier, but that's because obviously the precedent has to be, the priority has to be given to the recovery crews and the medics to, as said, to deal with the drivers and get the cars out of the way. Then they can start looking at the tyre wall. But it really looks pretty straight still, the arm car. I don't think that's been dislodged at all. Tyre walls can be rebuilt, rector cell can be replaced, and hopefully that will be a fairly quick fix. There is a decent view of the front of Luke's car. It doesn't actually look as bad as I expected, to be honest, given the size of the impact that it had. Had a gearbox break in yesterday's race, which was a bad start to the weekend when he led briefly in the mid part of the race, and now some more work for Ali Bray to do. I was just chatting to Ali, actually, and he was debating whether he was going to have time to get his own car ready for the final Super Cup race later on after its mechanical dramas. Hub sheared on the back of Ali Bray's Super Cup car before the second Super Cup race, and now even more work for the AB Motorsport team to do. So we'll await further news on a restart as and when we're going to get it. I don't think it's going to take too long, but there's no sense of urgency here, is there, to get this all put back together, which sort of suggests... I'm also seeing teams, I've seen some of the Rob Boston team walking back to the paddock as if they're not expecting a restart just yet. So we might have made the decision, without us being told, that we're going to a early lunch break here. So the marshal there just passing on a message of some description to the drivers. But yeah, teams are all leaving the pit lane. So I think we're going into an early lunch break. I think because of the damage that's been done to the barrier, we are, I think, getting confirmation now we're going into the lunch break now. So we'll, yes, well, this will tell us now because the cars are being redirected past the grid. So yes, we're not getting a restarted race just yet. So we are going into the lunch break. So I think we can all go and take a breath, and we'll be back whenever for a restarted race. Keep an eye on the live stream for the update, the remainder of the day coming on live. In the meantime, though, we are going to try and play out some races from earlier on in the weekend. So if you weren't able to tune in yesterday and you missed some good action from, actually, championships such as the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship, then you've got an opportunity over the next half an hour or so to catch up with some of the action from earlier on in the weekend. But we'll let the marshals and the circuit crews go to work, getting the barrier sorted ahead of the restart of the action later on. All right then, so as the rain actually arrives, perfect timing, we will go into our early lunch break. We'll have some action from yesterday coming up in the next few minutes or so, but for now, from Andy McEwen, I'll leave you in peace, go and grab a bite to eat, and we're back for more racing here at Cadwell Park a little bit later on. Got one car starting from the pit lane, that's Wilbur Tilley, but there is another car. Who's also dropped down the order, and he was about 3/10 quicker than Aidan Hills, who now actually is his nearest rival in this race. So Heading will be feeling confident here that he can make a bit of a break, and that's exactly what he's trying to do as they drop down through Barn Corner for the first time and make their way down across the timing line. So Heading leading the way then, Hills trying his best to go after him, but the lead gap is already 9/10 of a second after just one lap of racing. There trying to fend off Patrick Fletcher. Ali was so nearly clear of Aidan Hills for second place through those opening couple of corners, but just couldn't quite manage to make the move stick. Then got sort of levered aside onto the grass, was always likely to lose a few more positions. But things starting to settle down a little bit now. Slipstream starting to take effect up the Park Straight. And who's going to be the first one to try and duck out of line? It's not Will Blackwell Chambers. He's quite content just to sit in behind Aidan Hills for now. We do, though, have James Cossins there trying to get to the outside of Lee Britton. Lee Britton in the red car defends the inside line. Lee has been a much improved driver this year, has to be said. Really putting together some good race results through the mid part of the season, was on course for what would have been a fantastic race victory at Anglesey in the third race a couple of months ago now, only for that to unfortunately unravel in the closing stages with a mechanical failure that took him out of the race. So he will really be desperate to try and get another crack at a race victory this weekend. Right now he's got the recovering James Cossins all over him as they head for the mountain. Ali Bray there getting a bit out of shape as he continues to defend from Patrick Fletcher, who almost got to the inside of him there. In fact, I think they almost tangled coming over the top of the mountain. That's really stacked this whole group up now. It's brought Lee Britton, James Cossins and Tom Griffiths onto their tail, and in fact throw Michael Nibbs into that group too, as they all start to get very, very congested at the back end of the top 10. That's Cossins looking to the inside. It's a Barn Corner. That's not a place you want to be trying to make an overtake. Thankfully, he got his foot out of the door just before it was slammed, and Lee Britton manages to hang on to the place. But James Cossins, I think, is in a hurry here to try and make up for lost ground. Looks to the outside into Coppice Corner on Lee Britton, but Britton manages again to get into the turn, still ahead. It's the fight then for 7th place, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th, all the way back to Alex Stott at the back of that group, running absolutely bumper to bumper. And now onto the Park Straight, another opportunity surely for Cossins to have a go. He's had a good exit out of Charlie's, he's in the slipstream as they head through the dip, and will look to try and draw level with Lee Britton for a second consecutive lap at the top of the hill. Can he get to the inside line? No, he can't. Lee Britton positions the car cleverly and manages to hang on to the spot again. It's a real pressure cooker feel to this group, isn't there? You feel that as soon as Cossins can open the door, perhaps Tom Griffiths will try and follow him through as well. Although Griffiths actually tries the outside line, that loses him momentum and allows Michael Nibbs to get an overlap into the gooseneck. And I think he's gone through. That's a really good place there to make a move. A difficult place to make a move. Griffiths trying to come back at him, but Nibbs closes the door in his face. And Tom Griffiths now has to turn his attention to trying to keep Fraser Fenwick behind him. Fraser Fenwick, the reigning Mark 1 champion, making a welcome return into the Super Cup grid this weekend. Running just outside the top 10 for the time being. There is Sam Heading leading the way. Hayden Motorsport leading, Hills Motorsport in second. Blackwell Chambers run by the Rob Boston Racing outfit. So 3 different teams represented at the front of the field. There is the battle going on further back. Now I reckon that lead gap's come down fractionally. It was 9/10 of a second at the end of the first full flying lap, the second lap of the race. Let's see what it is this time. Sam Heading comes across the start-finish line then. He does a 1:41.2. It's a 41.1 though for Hills and Blackwell Chambers behind. Blackwell Chambers actually setting the new fastest lap of the race, fractionally quicker than Aiden even. The yellow flag there at the bottom of the mountain, which goes in quite quickly, so I don't think that was anything too serious going on. Someone having a moment maybe, but able to rejoin. So yeah, lead gap creeps down then, 8.5 tenths now between Heading and Hills, as James Cossins still frustratedly staring at the back of the Lee Britton car. They're back in the pit lane, by the way. We've got the number 21 machine, which was in the pits at the start of the race as well. So unfortunately they haven't sorted Josh Morris's problems out, it would seem, and he perhaps is now out of the race altogether. Leaders though heading through Chris Curve down towards the gooseneck. And is this gap continuing to come down? I think it might be, and of course the closer Aiden Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers get to Sam Heading, the more of a slipstream that they start to pick up, the quicker they can then gain those last few car lengths back, and I think that's what's happening. Aiden Hills returning to his rallycross roots there, drifting wide over the grass coming out of Mansfield. Has to be careful, that is likely one of the corners where they're monitoring track limits, and if he does that too often, then he could be facing a track limits penalty, but the championship leader not thinking about that right now, and I don't really think that he's thinking about managing that points lead either. He wants more race victories. That's his target this weekend, a track that he does enjoy racing at, and clearly has good pace at. It wasn't as quick as Sam Heading in qualifying, but he's starting now as we go into the middle part of the race to reel him in ever so slightly. There goes James Blake Baldwin, a bit detached now in 4th place, as this time it's Blackwell Chambers dipping 2 wheels onto the green stuff, coming out of Barn. We've got Ali Bray and Patrick Fletcher continuing to debate 5th position. As across the line they will go. So the lead gap went down by 4 thousandths of a second that time. Aiden Hills was faster than Sam Heading, so very evenly matched at the front of the field. Blackwell Chambers was another 100th or so quicker, so almost identical lap times at the front. Of course, we saw both Aiden Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers making small mistakes on that lap. Ollie Hall, we're hearing, is out of the race. Martin Tolley also appears to have maybe not come through that time, so we've got a couple of them dropping out of contention, but all of those towards the back end of the field as Ali Bray continues to defend 5th place from Patrick Fletcher, who had an almighty moment on the Park Straight here 12 months ago where he got fired out of the lead group heading up towards Park Corner and rejoined at the gooseneck. He was so far off the road did he go. Minus a rear bumper and exhaust, I seem to remember. Tom Griffiths now trying to do to Michael Nibbs what Nibbs did to him a few laps earlier. He's up the inside of the 82 car there into the gooseneck, but didn't commit to the overtake. And so Michael Nibbs stays in 9th, Griffiths 10th, and James Cossins launches up the inside of Lee Britton, takes a big amount of the grass and the curb on the inside, sort of ditch hooks his way through Mansfield, but that's not the quickest way through. You go in tight there, and it looks great until you get off the corner, and then you just lose all of your momentum, and it's often the car on the outside that comes out on top. Leaders head through the hall bends. There is Ali Bray, ruining that opening lap exchange with Aiden Hills, I would suspect, because Hills is up there challenging for the lead, and Ali Bray struggling to hang on to 5th position. Once you lose touch with the lead group in MX-5 racing, it's very difficult to get back onto their tail. I think that's what Ali is discovering now as he drops down the hill to complete another lap. Lee Britton also looking a bit more secure in 7th place now, isn't he? James Cossins still relatively close behind him, but hasn't yet found a way past, so James Cossins is not going to be particularly happy with the way his race has gone, having started from the front row. Must have missed a gear or something as he went up probably from 1st into 2nd gear. His initial launch was good, but then just really bogged down in the 2nd phase of the start. Plummeted down the order as a result. Now, that looked as though Patrick Fletcher might be up the inside of possibly Ali Bray as they went towards Park Corner. Yes, he is. So for 5th position, I think we will now see the change. Patrick Fletcher, former Renault Clio racing star, has moved into the top 5 now ahead of Ali, who perhaps will look to try and just tag along now with Fletcher. If Fletcher's got the pace, he might choose to try and work with him and chase after the leading group, or at least chase after James Blake Baldwin, who's about 3.5 seconds ahead of them in 4th. So half race distance then about to be completed. As Aidan Hills continues to challenge Sam Heading, he has set the fastest lap of the race too, 1:40.974. That's worth another championship point. Of course, he's outscoring all of his big championship rivals. Second in the points is Patrick Fletcher. Well, we've just seen him move up to 5th position. Third in the points, James Cossins. He's down in 8th. Ali Bray, 6th, is 4th in the points. Tom Griffiths, 5th in the points, is only... where's Griffiths gone to? He is 13th. Something's happened to Tom Griffiths then, hasn't it? Because he was further up than that. Yeah, he fell down from 10th to 13th on the previous lap. So right now, all of the drivers who are closest to the championship leader in the points having pretty difficult races. So up through Coppice and Charlie's go the leading group. Lead gap back up to nearly a second now between Heading and Hills. And Aidan, I think now a bit more preoccupied really with holding on to 2nd position than he is chasing after the race leader really. The hill they go, and here actually comes Will Blackwell Chambers peeking to the inside, but Aidan Hills just managing to cover him off. So Will Blackwell Chambers, sensing maybe that they're no longer gaining on Sam Heading, wants to try and find a way through, and there might be a gap here through Chris Curve. No, decides better of getting to the inside of the gooseneck. Difficult place to make a pass. We saw Michael Nibbs do it before, but it's not a common place to see an overtake. Mansfield is though, and a bit of a moment going down through the gooseneck there for Aidan Hills, almost gives Blackwell Chambers an opportunity. But again, Aidan good on the brakes, just manages to turn across the nose of the number 1 car. And the reigning champion has to settle back into 3rd place. So Sam Heading leads the way. Aidan Hills 2nd, Blackwell Chambers 3rd, then a gap back to James Blake Baldwin 4th, Patrick Fletcher still 5th ahead of Ali Bray. Then James Cossins and Michael Nibbs both ahead of Lee Britton on the previous lap, so there's been some more chopping and changing in that next pack of cars at the back end of the top 10. They can see that group coming through, so Michael Nibbs up ahead of Lee Britton, and Fraser Fennick is now into the top 10. You can see him, the white car, just behind the red number 50. So, nose to tail, they run down into the hairpin. Tom Griffiths and Scott doing their best to stay with them, and Tom Selden and Chris Richardson together ahead of Will Powell. Within the Masters class, by the way, George Grant, the leader of the Masters class within the pro element of the race. You'll explain if you're new to MX-5 Super Cup racing. We've got a pro and a club class and a Masters class within both, so 4 classes in total. So the overall top 15 all running within the pro class. Then you've got the club class leader Rob Way, he's running in 16th place. Then George Grant leads the Masters class within the pros, and it is Simon Robinson, number 90, who leads in the Clubman Masters class in 20th position overall. Now back to Lee Britton, trying to get to the outside of Michael Nibbs here. This is for 8th place. Michael Nibbs stands his ground on the inside there, stays ahead going through Park Corner. And that little defensive move means that Fraser Fennick and Tom Griffiths now close in. Again, Lee Britton looks to the inside now of Nibbs, who I think should just be able to get into the gooseneck ahead. Yes, he does. And Michael Nibbs in 8th place, making a welcome return to the MX-5 Super Cup grid, keeping Lee Britton at bay. Fraser Fennick in behind, and Tom Griffiths snapping away at his heels as well in the car behind. He's then head up over the mountain towards the Hall Bends once more. 6 minutes 40 to go. The lead gap 1.2 seconds now between Sam Heading and Aidan Hills. Not missing anything at the front of the field. Hills keeping, as far as I know, Will Blackwell Chambers behind him. The rest of the battling continuing to be further back. There is Patrick Fletcher and Ali Bray. James Cossins 7th place. He's now lapping quicker than those two, gaining on them as well now that he's in clean air. So may well be able to claim another couple of positions before the checkered flag is out. Here comes Lee Britton to the outside of Michael Nibbs. Now we saw in the Civic Cup race earlier on, this move worked quite a few times around the outside at Coppice to get the inside for Charlie's. Is it going to work for Lee Britton? No, not quite. Again, the outside line is where the momentum is through the entry to Charlie's. And that inside line for Lee Britton didn't really work. Had a moment here for one of the Patrick Watts racing cars. Was that Wilbur Tilley or was that Amy Watts with a rotation? It was Amy, I think, wasn't it? Who had the spin, or the half spin anyway, down at the bottom of the mountain. Now Lee Britton, all of a sudden Tom Griffiths buying into this battle. In fact, he's around the outside of Fraser Fenwick. That's Tom Griffiths trying to move back into the top 10. Fraser Fenwick has never been known for being particularly lenient to people going around the outside of him. That hasn't changed today either. Tom Griffiths is still trying to tough it out around the outside at Chris Curve, but I can guarantee you, Tom, that isn't going to work. And he sensibly dropped back in behind the reigning Mark 1 Series champ, enjoying getting stuck into the battles here, but looks as though he's rather running low on grip. He's nowhere near the apex through Mansfield and does a little bit of grass tracking on the exit, but actually kept his foot in it. Typical Fraser Fenwick stuff there, and manages to keep Griffiths at bay. Again, doesn't get anywhere near the curve through the entry to the mountain. That sacrifices exit speed then over the top of the hill. Can Griffiths get alongside him? The answer appears to be no, though, so the AB Motorsport driver stays ahead. Tom Griffiths, former Compact Cup racer, try and gain another placement. A long time since Tom raced here at Cadwell Park. Downhill they will go. There, meanwhile, is George Grant. George Grant leading in the Masters category, and he's battling with, I think, Rob Way here, who is the Clubman class leader. In fact, no, I beg your pardon, I think that was actually the number 11, wasn't it, of Wright, Scott Wright, who got ahead of George Grant on this lap. Yeah, that is the number 11, isn't it, that's just up ahead. So Scott Wright moving up one extra position, but it doesn't cost George Grant the Masters class lead. Robert Way is just ahead of them in 16th place overall, leading the Clubman class, as there Patrick Fletcher goes to the inside of James Blake Baldwin. That is 4th position now for Patrick. So having got past Ali Bray, he's had some real pace. You can see there how far ahead of Ali he is. And James Costin's almost on the tail of Bray now, so Patrick Fletcher, and he got away with the leaders, might have had a shot at a podium. So as though 4th is as good as it's likely to get. Hill from Nibs and Britain. They're still running as close as ever they have been. Lee Britton's been thick of all of the battles in this race so far, hasn't he? But not able to get back ahead of Michael Nibs for the time being. Heading, by the way, 1.3 seconds clear at the beginning of this 10th lap of the race. They're going to have probably 2 more to go at the end of this one. Because though Aidan Hills is consistently able to lap quicker than him. He was 2/10 faster than the leader last time, but need a bit more than that per lap now to shot at the race win and bounce over those big sausage curbs that have been placed at the Hall Bends. Bouncing around a lot as they head down to the final couple of corners. Complete the lap. There is Lee Britton in the wheel tracks of Michael Nibs. 8th place battle continuing, and in fact now pulls out of the slipstream. I can see out of the window and challenges for that position round the outside. He's a bit further alongside this time though, Lee Britton. Does he manage to carry the speed through the left? No, again Michael Nibs is able to see off the challenge and keep hold of the position. There are the leaders then through Park Corner. Now the gap stabilised that time. They were again within a few thousandths of each other with Sam Heading and Aidan Hills, but I'd say on this lap it's maybe coming down ever so slightly. Ali Bray meanwhile has now caught James Blake Baldwin at almost the exact moment that James Cossins has caught him, and Cossins goes to the grass there to try and get past him between Park Corner and Chris Curve. Again tries to find the momentum, tries to find the traction on the outside line. He's got a nose ahead, but he's on the outside line into the gooseneck, can't make the move stick, and Ali Bray will stay ahead. I think I spotted there a car in the barriers as well. That might have been Tom Selden. Yeah, Tom Selden didn't come through that time, and I think he's in the barriers going through Chris Curve, or he's off the road anyway, and appears to be out of the race. So we've lost Tom Selden now from the running order. Leaves us with, by my reckoning, with 23 cars still circulating as the leading group head through. There is Selden. So I don't think he's actually hit the wall. I think he's pulled over, hasn't he, up on the outside of Chris Curve. His race done just a little bit prematurely. Now, leaders down the hill. Oh, James Blake Baldwin's had a drama coming through the mountain. I think he's got a possible right rear puncture. There's a problem for Blake Baldwin just as he goes through the Hall Bends. So that drops him out of 5th position. That's a real shame. It would explain, wouldn't it, why he'd been losing pace over the last few laps. The lead gap also came down that time by half a second. That's the biggest gain that we've seen from Aidan Hills over Sam Heading so far this race. So as we go on to the final lap of the race now, the leaders getting themselves as close together really as they have been at any stage in this one, as Lee Britton and Tom Griffiths continue to do battle. But here is the leading group. Now, can Aidan Hills get there? I don't think he's quite going to get to the leader, but another lap or so, and I think he'd have been really asking some questions of Sam Heading. The nerves perhaps starting to get the better of the race leader, who is on course for that first ever victory in the championship. There is James Blake Baldwin in the pit lane. His race done then with whatever the drama was that he had at the end of the previous lap. Down the hill come the leading trio, and yeah, I think Sam Heading should be okay now, barring any major mistakes. The race win looks as though it should be his, and Aidan Hills actually now preoccupied with defending second place from Will Blackwell Chambers, who looks to the outside of him into the mountain, then peeks back to the inside. That doesn't work though, manages to keep Will Blackwell Chambers behind. Looks as though AB Motorsport are going to be celebrating here. The first race that Sam Heading has had with the AB Motorsport squad looks as though it's going to yield a first race victory in the MX-5 Super Cup. Out of the hairpin he goes then. This will be a real feel-good moment for Sam Heading, who comes out of barn corner, sees the checkered flag, and he will claim the victory here in race number 1 for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Super Cup at Cadwell Park. Heading wins it, Hills in second, and Will Blackwell Chambers comes home in third position. Fantastic battling throughout there, further back as well, where Patrick Fletcher ends up with 4th. Ali Bray looks as though he's going to fend off James Cossons for 5th position, or does he? It's a drag race to the line, but James Cossons can't quite get there, so Bray 5th, Cossons 6th, Britton 7th, who did get ahead of Michael Nibbs then. Lee Britton got ahead of Michael Nibbs on the final lap of the race, with Nibbs in 8th, 9th Tom Griffiths, and Alex Stott completing the top 10. Well, really good racing then from the front runners. And, well, from everyone, really. Some great battles up and down the order. The Masters class, by the way, the Pro Masters class, will be won there by George Grant. He comes across the line. Just before he got to the line, Rob Way took the victory in the Clubman class, and the Clubman Masters winner should be Bruce Robinson. He was 5 seconds ahead of Christopher Ginn at the start of the final lap, so it should be good to claim the class win there. But some fantastic racing and a new winner in the MX-5 Super Cup then, as Sam Heading is victorious. Withstood the pressure there from Aidan Hills. Might not have looked like he was under that much pressure because he was a second on average ahead throughout, but the pressure is always there, especially when you get into the closing stages, and it's so easy to make a mistake, almost relax too much, can't you, in that situation? But not for Sam Heading, who manages to hang on for the win. So Marshall's showing their appreciation then as the drivers make their way around to Parc Ferme and very shortly to the podium. But before that, hopefully we'll be able to take a look at the provisional race results for that first of 3 races this weekend. Aidan Hills will be happy though, won't he? He's managed to extend his championship margin over all of those that matter, really. Sam Heading is that little bit further back in the points. So Sam Heading, well, having not done the full season actually, I don't think, not a championship contender, whereas everybody else most definitely is. In fact, no, Sam Heading has done the full season. He's had a couple of podiums at Anglesey in difficult conditions. He was 3rd in race 2, 2nd in race 3 was Sam. But a few non-finishes along the way as well. Had a couple of non-starts back at Brands Hatch, so a bit of an up and down season for Sam. That win will do his confidence the world of good. So Sam Heading gets the victory here at Cadwell Park in race 1 of the weekend for the MX-5 Super Cup. Aidan Hill second ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers, with Patrick Fletcher and Ali Bray completing the top 5. Then it was James Cossons, Lee Britton, Michael Nibbs, Tom Griffiths and Alex Stott, with Fraser Fennick 11th and Chris Richardson completing the top dozen. Then in 13th position, Will Powell. Robert Way was the Clubman winner in 14th, ahead of the Pro Masters winner, George Grant 15th. Scott Wright was 16th, ahead of Will Batilli, Kamal Kalsi, and Bruce Robinson, the Clubman Masters winner. Christopher Ginn was 20th, Nick Rutter 21st, Amy Watts 22nd, and James Blake Baldwin classified 23rd. After that pit lane visit, Tom Selden, Ollie Allwood, didn't spot him retiring, but he didn't make the flag, nor did Josh Morris, Ollie Hall, or Martin Tolley. So quite a few non-finishers then in that one, but those who were running at the flag put on some really, really good racing, and very shortly we'll be able to catch up with our top 3 finishers. Before that, though, a little bit of build-up from Scott Woodwiss ahead of our next race. Scott, over to you.
Well, we always love a first-time winner in a championship, and that was certainly a fantastic drive from Sam Heading. First time out for his new team, AB Motorsport, and I'm sure Ali, even though he couldn't get on the podium, will certainly be more than delighted that his brand new driver who switched across to him will have got victory first time out with the team. That will give him and the rest of the squad a lot of confidence. Key results also for Aidan Hills for second place, and also Will Blackwood-Chambers, defending champion, who is still battling on in third place. He might realise his championship chances potentially could be starting to slip away, but still third place is a lot of confidence for him as well. And congratulations also to the club class winners. We'll have a chat to them all in a second when they come down for the podium. Quickly before we do that though, we can quickly give you a small look at the lineup we've got here for the next race coming up here this afternoon, which is the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They became part of the Brscc portfolio for this season. They came across from the MG Car Club, and these little pocket rockets have been racing around the UK circuits ever since the early 1990s. They're quite enigmatic little hot hatch, these little Metros. You've either got the proper MG Metros in there, either normally aspirated or turbo engines, or you've got the Rover 100 Metros in there, either way, that are all eligible. They're nicely well balanced, they're quite well sorted cars, and in actual some cases, some people are actually surprised with how quick these cars actually are and can be. They can lap at pretty impressive lap speeds all the way through. It's quite an interesting battle at the top of the championship for them, because we've got Rhys Claydon who leads the way at the moment. Mike Williams and Rhys Claydon are at the top of the championship battling away. Rhys Claydon, a former BMW Compact Cup race winner, and Rhys Claydon's taken 3 victories, but Mike Williams is on his tail there as well, and a couple of other strong drivers in the mix who certainly want to try and get some good results from this weekend's activities here at Cadwell Park. It's going to be critical to see how they can get on. It's a slightly smaller field than normal, but about 13-14 cars, and there's definitely more of them out there, so I'm certain that as the season goes on, as we go into next season, more and more drivers either will go ahead and build a new car or pick up some of the other cars which are currently around in the market for this championship as well. They're quite enigmatic little cars, these MG Metros. They really do put on quite a smile on people's faces, and they've been bringing great entertainment ever since they joined at the beginning of the season. They're very, very pleased to have them. They've been a great addition to the portfolio, and the racing they put on has been second to none. It has really been some top class entertainment. I'm sure we'll have more of the same as we get into our first race in a moment. Of course, the MGs have been at a couple of different circuits. They started for their first few race weekend at Brands Hatch with us. Then they went to Snetterton, and then they moved across to Donington Park. So they're already halfway through their first season with us. It's 6 meetings, and they're already heading out now to onto the grid. So it's going to be Rhys Claydon who will start on pole position with Mike Williams alongside him on the front row of the grid. A good effort from Dick Trevitt, who will start third, and he then lines up alongside the number 75 with us, Ben Williams. Tim Shooter with a good effort to get himself 5th quickest, as the rest of the field makes its way out for the first of 2 races for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. The rest of the row is just at the top of the assembly area heading out. There's Paul Deacon in the white and blue machine with the yellow on the side, and away they go onto the grid before their formation lap. Do we just quickly spin around here? We've got something quite good to at least take a look at. This is the Run Your Fleet Brscc rescue unit. That was a fantastic investment by our brilliant club partners at Run Your Fleet. They are one of the best business vehicle fleet companies out there. Very pleased to be partnered up with them. They also supply us with the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. So to Steve and to everyone at runyourfleet.com, thank you once again for the continued support and continued patronage to being part of the Brscc. And if you want to find out more about them, you can head to the website runyourfleet.com. And of course, you've seen a couple of times, we've seen the runyourfleet.com safety car out on circuit at points. Right, we're just starting to see, I can see in the background that we've got our drivers just starting to make their way down. If you want to just train your camera down here, up here, Joe, towards the throng of people making their way down towards the podium. We've already got Bruce Robinson down here, and I'm just going to quickly bring my screenshot out so that I can double check who was where. I was about to do another screenshot just quickly, but then the timing screen quickly reset itself, but they're all making their way down towards the podium, so we can at least have a chat to our pro and also our club class top 3s, because there are 2 podiums to do here. I can also see that George Grant's making his one out here. I think, if I'm correct, I think he may have won the Masters category as well. I'm not sure if we hand out a trophy for that exactly right now, but he'll certainly be down here to have a chat to him. So before we get one, let's of course, yeah. George, I'm guessing that was another Masters victory for you.
It was.
And you're getting quite good at this now.
I went quickest that I've ever been around Cadwell Park, a 43.3, which is, you know, for somebody who's my age, isn't bad. You know, no, it was just brilliant. It was awesome. Car was great. Tyres went off, obviously, because I was absolutely pushing it. Yeah. But no, it's fantastic. A great team effort as well, with Will finishing second, I think.
Then we're going to quickly rattle onto the podium, but well done. Excellent stuff on that one. Weekend. Had a bit of an early lunch break before we have our second Mazda MX-5 Championship race out. During that point, it actually had quite a heavy rain shower, which means that the circuit's been saturated a little bit. The car's heading out onto their grid to go to their formation lap for the restart of this race. Now, there's been a bit of setup changes. A couple of teams have been tweaking tyre pressures in order to accommodate themselves to the different track conditions. I imagine they will also get 2 green flag laps on top of that as well, to try and accommodate the change in track conditions on top of that too. And it means another chance for Steve Foden and co to see if they can get a better start and try and lead this race going forward. As you can see behind me going past in the camera, the field making its way out onto the grid. And the 2 cars that are involved obviously not taking the restart. We understand that Luke Pullen's car is in the process of being repaired, so hopefully if we can get it all fixed, if AB's team can get it fixed, they can get him out for race number 3 later on. As the cars make their way, last couple of the cars head their way through onto the circuit. So this is going to be pretty intriguing. A slightly wet track, but given some of the ambient temperatures, given that it is summer, it's starting to dry out a little bit already. So it could be quite a damp and slippery track. Setup choices could be a nightmare when it's in between. Drivers either want it fully dry or fully wet. When it's in between, trying to find a setup and trying to find a dry and competitive line on track is always going to be a tough thing. Let's see how they cope with it. Heading you back to Andy McEwen to the start of this afternoon's action, beginning with this second gas-shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship race. Steve Foden starts on pole. Jason Greatrex alongside him. Let's see if this time they can all get away towards turn 1 without any dramas. Andy, over to you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Scott. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as well. A slightly early break in the proceedings here at Cadwell Park, but excellent job done by the recovery crews, the circuit crews as well, to get the barrier damage repaired, get the cars out of the way, and make sure the drivers were okay. So we're now good to go racing again with a restarted race over 20 minutes. So Steve Foden and Jason Greatrex make up row 1, ahead of Ollie Graham and Owen Mills row 2. Row 3, Jack Noller and Tom Langford. Row 4, Adam Craig and Neil Chisnell. Row 5, Ted Bradbury and Adam Sparrow. Tim Dorr and Chris Malloy share row number 6 of the grid. 7th row for Richard Wootton and Michael Green. Row 8 then for Ollie Walden and Levi Aisbett, with Harry Storer and Tom Mallet on row 9. The top 20 is completed by Clive Chisnell and by Simon Hartley. Then Kevin Dengate will be next, alongside Simon Privet, with Jonathan Abacassis on his own now, likely on row 12, because Tim Storer won't be taking the restart, nor will Luke Pullen either. So Jonathan Fieldsem will be on his own on row 13. Row 14, Will Chadwick and Keith Dalton, and Graham Rumsey at the very back. Well, great to hear that both drivers involved in the accident were okay, and we can enjoy now, as Scott said, slightly challenging conditions for the restart, although actually, out of the window, the track looks dry. It really doesn't look wet at all, so I think we should be, hopefully, in for a dry track. Might be a bit damp and greasy under the trees, I suppose, but it's so warm here this weekend that actually any little rain shower that we get, it's not making a huge difference to the track conditions. Once it stops raining, it's absolutely fine. We've got plenty of grip out on track, so hopefully we'll see some high-speed racing and some proper slipstreaming MX-5 action, because the racing yesterday in the dry was fantastic. The racing today, I'm sure, will be exactly the same. So Steve Foden then starting from pole, and he's in pound seat then, really, as far as fighting for another race victory is concerned. Jason Greatrex starting alongside him, and then a couple of quick drivers behind. Jack Noller got a good initial start to the race flag. So Ollie Graham in the mix, podium places, beating his podium from yesterday. So lots of storylines to look out for. And also had, by the way, an amended timetable as well, so slightly later finish now than we were initially planning for here at Cadwell Park. We'll be racing that way through until about 6:30, I think, with No races at the moment planning on being shortened though. Full 20 minutes into this one. Of course, they've got another race coming up at about 5:30. So those who are busy working on cars, trying to get them ready for race 3, not a lot of time to do so. And if they do incur any damage in this restart, they're not going to have a lot of time to get that fixed either. So we'll have to be in the drivers' minds a little bit as they try to negotiate their way through this. I'm sure it's going to be a very lively race. So cars then lining up on the grid. See Ted Bradbury in the background lining up. He got a terrible start, he was telling me, on the initial start of the race. He's quite grateful for a second go at it. At the front though, Steve Foden was away pretty well on the first attempt to get the race started, so he will be looking for a repeat of that. If it is a bit damp and greasy down on the pit straight, sometimes there's an advantage to not being on the racing line, and the racing line is sort of the right-hand side, the left as we look at it, so that will further favour Foden, you would have to say. So, 20 minutes then, race 16 of the weekend, the second for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Steve Foden and Jason Greatrex on the front row together. Who is going to come out on top then out of those two? Jason Greatrex itching, I'm sure, to try and get himself another race victory, having been close on a couple of occasions so far this season. Red lights out then, away we go, and look at Greatrex. Greatrex has bolted, fantastic start there for Jason, getting his first victory of the season, and well, he's just given himself a brilliant opportunity to get it, although Steve Foden comes up alongside him and challenges to try and reclaim the lead through turn 1. He's up over the curb, almost leans on Greatrex. Greatrex has the inside now for Charlie's though, and they're going to be absolutely neck and neck as they turn through the double apex right-hander. So Jason Greatrex then does come through in the race lead. So Greatrex leads, Foden second, Mills third, Graham fourth, Tom Langford there battling with Jack Noller for 5th position as they head down the park straight. Then it's Adam Sparrow and Clive Chisnell side by side. Sorry, Neil Chisnell side by side. There's a car off further back though. One car was pointing the wrong way on the grass, but looked as though it was going to rejoin without any damage. That's the number 87 car, which has gone around. That's Ollie Walden, unfortunately, with a spin. As they're up a park corner, Jack Noller gets squeezed out wide. Adam Craig comes through, so does Adam Sparrow. And those two both managing to take advantage of a bit of a mistake there maybe from Noller. Either that or he got elbowed out wide by somebody. So down into Mansfield then. Greatrex the leader, Foden, Mills, Graham and Langford, and contact further back, and another car in the barrier. Richard Wotton involved in this one. He was given a penalty for contact yesterday, and the other one I think was Chris Malloy. So yeah, it is the number 21 of Chris Malloy. He's the one who headbutted the arm code. He's carried on. Might have a little bit of steering damage, but hopefully he'll at least be able to get himself out of harm's way. So more cars unfortunately getting a bit close to each other, closer than they should be at the start of the race. Through the Hall bends now then, as you can see, it's still a bone dry track even after that shower. And as they head towards this part of the track, this is likely to be where it's at its greasiest, underneath the trees. So careful on cold tyres and a potentially damp track. Adam Craig there's got Neil Chisnell coming back at him now, at the inside through Balm. But it's Jason Greatrex who leads the opening lap of the race. Greatrex the leader then, Foden second, Owen Mills there in third. 4th place Ollie Graham, side by side for 5th then between Adam Sparrow and Tom Langford. Sparrow going around the outside line through Cobbiss. I think that's going to work. So Adam Sparrow just manages to find the grip and moves into 5th position. Adam Sparrow, the Brian Chandler prepared car that had that spin at the mountain yesterday. Langford had an off at Chris Curve. Both of these two looking for a quieter afternoon here today. There goes Ted Bradbury past Neil Chisnell. He also went off up at Chris Curve yesterday. Steve Foden didn't though, and he is gunning for a second victory of the weekend. Can't quite get around the outside of Jason Greatrex, but he might get to the inside as Greatrex runs out onto the grass, gets sideways. Foden's on the inside. There's a bit of paint traded through the apex at Chris Curve. Greatrex manages to hang on to the lead, and now Ollie Graham nips up the inside of a slightly delayed and distracted Owen Mills. So Ollie Graham back into the podium places again. Right place, right time. That could sum up Ollie Graham's weekend so far. Came from 11th to 3rd in race number 1 yesterday. Some of that through some good overtaking from him, some of it just through being in the right place at the right time when things kicked off around him. And he put himself into a podium place. Really great drive that was from Ollie. Now he wants to try and get a race victory if he can. Over the top of the mountain they go then. Greatrex just about hanging on. But look at how close it is. This is Mazda MX-5 racing at its best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Absolutely bumper to bumper. as they round the right-hander at the hairpin, and now it was Adam Sparrow up the inside of Ollie Graham, look, and Jack Noller's gone past Tom Langford. Tom Langford's now trying to get himself back into line, but Adam Craig had filled the gap, so a couple of changes there. Sparrow to 4th, and Langford dropping down the order. Ted Bradbury now gets past him as well, so unfortunately for Tom Langford, that was not a good lap really, was it? He lost 4 places in total. Compass they head then, all Bradbury out onto the grass. That's such a dangerous thing to be doing. He was trying to go around the outside of Adam Craig, I think, and Deb Bradbury almost lost it, but really good car control there from the youngest driver on the grid. And Bradbury manages to gather it all up, down through the dip again, up towards Park Corner, where Greatrex will probably have to defend a bit here from Steve Foden, but Foden can't get the overlap there. Owen Mills now side by side with Jack Noller. Jack Noller picking up places on this lap. He's up into 4th now, having started it. No, sorry, he's 5th now, having started it 6th. So Adam Sparrow, his next target. Tim Dorr there now in behind Neil Chisnell as well. Tim Dorr knocking on the door of the top 10. Down into, oops, now that's Kevin Dengate, I think, is it? Off the road up at Park Corner. Is he involved with someone else? Yes, there was a car on the grass to the right, wasn't there? A blue car. Number 5, I believe that was. So that's Simon Hartley, who's tangled with Kevin Dengate. Bruising in camp for this. What was that I said about drivers being careful because their cars won't be repaired very easily for race 3 if they damage them? Well, they're continuing to rack up repair bills. Meanwhile, top 5, top 6 really in a line. Well, let's call it actually a top 8 all the way back to Ted Bradbury all together as Jack Noller again tries that move into the hairpin, and this time he does it on Adam Sparrow. Jack Noller has got that move down now at the hairpin. He's brought with him Owen Mills, but the safety car's coming out. The safety car's being scrambled and there's contact down the straight. Sparrow squeezed onto the grass there after a bit of rubbing with Owen Mills. Now, the safety car boards, I think, would have already been out. In fact, they've gone past the RunYourFleet.com safety car. So engaged in their battle were they. That's the reason Kevin Dengate's not been able to rejoin in the 178 car. So Kevin Dengate sat at the side of the road and the safety car required. But that was a scary moment for Adam Sparrow there as he tried to squeeze his way back onto the track. So they should now let the safety car come past them, but I don't think the leaders are aware that they're ahead of the safety car, so this is probably going to delay things a little bit now as they try and come round and pick up the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar, which has actually left the pit lane, so I think the plan is for it to try and overtake the Mazdas. There is Dengate, stuck at the side of the track. Going nowhere, unfortunately, so how he got involved exactly with Simon Hartley, I'm not so sure, but Kevin Dengate, another AB Motorsport driver, in trouble. So field makes its way through the gooseneck then. Jack Noller, even with that overtake at the hairpin, had done the fastest lap last time around. He wasn't very happy that he lost the fastest lap yesterday, was Jack. And he was pipped by Steve Foden on the very last lap of the race to the fastest lap point. There is the safety car. It is now just admitting defeat, I think, and letting everybody pass through. And then it will wait, presumably, on the start-finish line for the field to come around next time by. So, Greatrex, the leader, hasn't won a race yet this year, Jason Greatrex. This could be an opportunity for him to get that first victory of 2023. Steve Foden has had a win this year. He's had quite a few, in fact. He's in second. Ollie Graham also looking for his first victory of the year. So Jack Noller, Owen Mills as well in 5th position. To be honest, not many people other than Steve Foden have had an opportunity to win races so far in 2023. So it's quite a long list of drivers hoping to get their first winner's trophy. Adam Sparrow has had 2 wins, one last time at Snetterton, one at Silverstone. Tom Langford won the first race of the season at Silverstone as well. But I think I'm right in saying that's it for race wins. Everyone else, every other race, sorry, has gone the way of Steve Foden. Masters Championship, Jason Greatrex is dropping a lot of points. Is not actually the points leader. I think it's Tim Dorr who on drop scores is about, was coming into the weekend 11 points ahead of Kevin Dengate. Dengate obviously not scoring in this race. So Tim Dorr will, since coming second in that class, more than likely move into the championship lead in the Masters category after this one. So, stand corrected, sorry. On outright scores, Jason Greatrex isn't leading. On drop scores, he is, because he's had a non-finish. So he was somewhere ahead, actually, of Tim Dorr. On drop scores, Tim was 5 points ahead of Kevin Dengate. And Dengate, like I said, with a non-finish now. His first of the year, that will be, though, Kevin, so he'll count it as a dropped score. But, yeah, on outright points, Tim Dorr with more points than anyone else in the Masters category. He'll be pretty chuffed with that. Tim, again, he's finished every race, more often than not in the top 5. In fact, I don't think he's been out of the top 5 in the Masters category at any point this season as the Aussie. So, hoping that Kevin Dengate's car is going to be recovered pretty quickly. I don't think they've actually found the safety car yet, have they, the MX-5 Championship drivers? So we have probably at least one more lap behind the safety car. Get racing underway again. They have now just caught the Jaguar safety car, and we'll have another lap behind the Jag, and then we will hopefully race with well, probably about 7 minutes or so to go. So leaden skies here at Cadwell Park, but no rain falling for the time being at this Brscc race event. Cars make their way past the cafe. Someone's smoking there. What was that all about? Was that a lock-up or was that an engine letting go? No, I think it was just a bit of a lock-up, so someone not paying attention perhaps in the safety car queue. One more lap then, and then we should be good, hopefully. I think they've cleared Kevin Dengate's car out of the way from Park Corner. Moving around, keeping some tyre temperature up if they can. So Steve Foden, it's probably almost time to start thinking about how soon Steve Foden can win the championship, although he's got this non-finish looming over him from Silverstone, so he couldn't afford to have an awful weekend, but another win yesterday, on course it seems for another podium today. He's continuing to gap the rest of the field quite considerably, but it's one of the great things about the Mazda MX-5 championships here with the Brscc is the point system often means that at least mathematically it's not over until the last race is done, because you score 100 points for a race victory. So you can imagine if you've used up all your drop scores and then you suddenly have a non-finish that you have to count, then that drops you 100 points to whoever wins the race. So Steve, having already had one non-finish, he could only have a couple of others, and then he would have to start really working hard to try and claim this championship title. Foden has been simply the class of the field in 2023, as I think many people predicted would be the case, because he was so quick last year. He's got quicker and quicker as the years have gone by, actually. Steve started racing in the MX-5 Championship probably 5 years ago or so now, and was instantly pretty pacey, and has really developed into a very, very strong racing driver. He's got a good car that's prepared well by Rob Boston Racing. Makes a difference as well. Even in one-mate racing, you've got to have a car that's prepared to the highest standard, and there's no doubt about it. Steve Foden's car performs very well indeed. Gives him a platform on which to demonstrate all of his natural ability. And he will now need to display all of that talent to try and get back to the lead of the race, because Jason Greatrex ain't going to move out of his way when we go racing again, which will be at the end of this lap. 6 3/4 minutes to go, and we're going to resume the action here at Cadwell Park with Jason Greatrex in the lead, Steve Foden in second place, Ollie Graham in third, and Greatrex has gone already as they come into Barn Corner, so good restart there from the Welshman, who heads out of the final turn, drops downhill, and we'll see the green flag. But Steve Foden immediately tucks into the slipstream, tries to close back in on the race leader, and does so. Look at that down the main straight, gaps Ollie Graham, catches Jason Greatrex, starts to challenge for the race lead. But keep an eye on Jack Noller. Jack Noller in 4th position. Fastest lap of the race so far. He's been making some very, very nice moves. And perhaps his first victory might not be that far away either. Out of Charlie's they go. Foden's got a run on Greatrex, but Noller's got a real run on Ollie Graham. So Ollie Graham, I think, is going to have his work cut out holding on to that 3rd place at the top of the hill. Here comes Foden to the outside of Greatrex, though, for the race lead. Gets his nose ahead, but it's the wrong side of the road. Greatrex is going to hang on. And that was the first real attack that he's had to weather. 5.5 more minutes of this to survive, though, if he's going to claim a first victory of 2023. Jason Greatrex, though, a hugely experienced Mazda MX-5 racer. He's won many a race in this category before. But knows how to get it done. He's going to have to get his elbows out, though, to keep Foden behind him. Got Ted Bradbury and Adam Sparrow together further now. That's usually recipe for fireworks. Those two tangled spectacularly at the end of one of the Snetterton races last time out, and they've got themselves together again, although Sparrow has actually got past Bradbury on this restart lap. Leaders over the hill, Foden weaving around, ducking and diving behind Jason Greatrex as they hop and skip their way over the curbs and up towards the hairpin. So Greatrex then is still out in front, but every time they go onto that part straight, you can be absolutely certain that Steve Foden's going to try and slipstream alongside him. Oops, car off the top of the mountain. It is the 100 car of Jonathan Abacassis, who has had a spin at the top of the mountain, but carries on at the back of the field. Leaders have gone through. There is Tim Dorr. Tim Dorr running in 11th place at the moment, 2nd still of the Masters drivers. Jason Greatrex leading in the Masters category. 3rd is Clive Chisnell now, the number 67 car. Here come the leaders, though, out of Charlie's. Again, back onto that park straight where that slipstream is going to give everyone an opportunity to try and have a go at the driver in front of them. Jason Greatrex has to try and choose which side of the road to defend from. He'll, I'm sure, go to the right-hand side, cover that inside line off. Yes, he does. Foden forced to go the long way round again. Does he try and tough it out round the outside? I think he's going to. Does Greatrex leave him room? Absolutely not. Steve Foden right out onto the grass, and he's going to lose 2nd place to Ollie Graham. Look, Jack Noller will try and come through with him as well. You could see that coming a mile away. There was no way Greatrex was going to allow Foden to stick around the outside. I don't actually think Ollie Graham's going to get past Steve, though, so Steve manages at least to settle back into 2nd place with a lesson learned there. I think that the round the outside pass at Park isn't going to be an option. Going to have a couple more laps left after this one, though, so a couple more chances to try it again. Through towards the mountain they head then. Greatrex already been reeled back in again by Foden. There's no doubt about it that Greatrex isn't the fastest driver in this, or fastest car right now in this group, but he's got the track position advantage. That's what makes the big difference. Over the curbs they go again. Sparrow, Bradbury, look at that, almost, in fact they are pushing each other through the Hall Bends. That was Jack Noller shoving Ollie Graham through the Hall Bends, and I was waiting to see whether he dived to the inside again into the hairpin, but he decided against it that time. But you could not get any closer than that through the Hall Bend section of track. This lead group, though, is just growing by the corner almost, isn't it? We've got Adam Craig at the back of it now, Tom Langford, Neil Chisnell, I think, is with them. Steve Foden now goes to the outside of Jason Greatrex into Coppice corner. He's got the run, he's got the momentum, and we know that outside line tends to work. He's on the grass, just about gathers it together, and Foden on the inside line for Charlie's, I think, will get the leader now. Greatrex is off. Greatrex out into the dirt. Well, payback maybe for the little rub that they had at Park a lap ago. Steve Foden to the front, but now he is a little bit slow onto the Park straight, and so Ollie Graham gets a run on him, so Foden's not got this one sewn up just yet. Up towards Park corner they go. They're going to be absolutely side by side. Ollie Graham to the outside line, but Foden's going to be desperately late on the brakes. What about a switch back from Graham? Yes, he's timed it to perfection. Back up the inside into Chris Curve, and Ollie Graham might just have got to the lead of the race. I think he has. Fantastic racing, and Ollie Graham read the situation to perfection there and gets himself up ahead of Steve Foden. So we're going to have a lap to go at the end of this one, and as they come down towards Mansfield for the penultimate time, Graham leads, Foden 2nd, Noller 3rd, Bradbury lunging on Sparrow. Hold your breath. Yes, they just about stayed away from each other this time. Sparrow then hangs on to that 5th position. That delayed them both, though, and allowed Jason Greatrex, who's down into 7th after that, to come up almost alongside Bradbury, but settles back in line again as they wind their way up and over the mountain. Well, the pressure now must be building for Ollie Graham, who I think I'm right in saying hasn't won a race in this championship before. Certainly hasn't this year. I had a podium last year. I don't remember him being on the top step, though. So this would be a huge moment for Ollie Graham if he can hang on, but my word, this is going to be a difficult final lap. You know that the attack is coming, you know that Foden's going to have a go up the back straight. The complication for Foden, though, is that he's now got Jack Noller behind him, and Jack Noller is very, very quick this weekend, and he is going to give Foden a fight for second place. That is a certainty. Down towards the first corner they go then. Foden in the slipstream, he's up the inside of Ollie Graham. How did he find that overlap? I'm surprised he went to the inside in a way. Is it going to work for him? Graham will have the inside at Charlie's. We saw how this worked out last time around. Foden fires it round the outside though, and somehow keeps it on the track. So Steve Foden back to the lead again, and that really knocked Ollie Graham off his rhythm actually, so he's not going to be close enough now down the back straight to get that proper slipstream. Adam Sparrow there up the inside of Owen Mills, that's for 4th position. But was that the race-winning move for Steve Foden? I think it might have been. He's got the advantage as they get to Park Corner. Bradbury there just giving Sparrow a bit of an assist as they really freight train Owen Mills. He lost 3 places up the Park straight that time. Sparrow, Bradbury and Greatrex all getting through. But it is Steve Foden back to the head of the field then. So Ollie Graham very, very nearly had a chance at a race win, but has that chance now gone begging? I wonder. Sideways there for Adam Sparrow as he drops down into Mansfield Corner. To be fair, Graham is catching again. He's gaining on Foden. Oh, there's more contact. That's Clive Chisnell, sorry, off. There's a second car involved in that too. As here, Bradbury tries to have another go at Adam Sparrow. But here's Ollie Graham going to have a lunge. It will have to come at the hairpin, surely. If he doesn't do it at the hairpin, he's not going to have a chance to win this race. But I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. Steve Foden needs to absolutely nail the Hall bends and be inch perfect into this final big braking zone at the hairpin. And Steve Foden, I think, is going to manage to do this now. Well, another real fighting drive this from Steve, but he is going to come through to claim the victory, I think, for the second time this weekend. Ollie Graham's going to try and out-drag him to the line, but he's not quite going to get there. Steve Foden wins in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, 2nd for Ollie Graham, and Jack Noller back on the podium in 3rd position. 4th, Adam Sparrow. 5th, Ted Bradbury. Jason Greatrex comes home in 6th in the end, got back ahead of O Mills on that final lap as we saw. 7th place for Mills, 8th Adam Craig, 9th Tom Langford, and 10th position in the end for Neil Chisnell. Masters class, of course, won by Jason Greatrex. Tim Dorr got 2nd place, and it would have been Clive Chisnell in 3rd, but Graham Rumsey's going to claim a Masters class podium now as a result of the issues at the end there for Chisnell. So that's the running order. Exciting stuff from the Mazda MX-5 Championship as always, but it is Steve Foden who spoils what would have been a fantastic result that for Ollie Graham. But Steve, just a different class at the moment, isn't he? He's always able to find his way to the front, and when he is at the front, he doesn't often find himself slipping backwards again. So great action there from the MX-5 drivers, and we look forward to having them out again towards the end of the day for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Steve Foden the winner then, Ollie Graham 2nd ahead of Jack Noller in 3rd. 4th position will go the way of Adam Sparrow, then it's Ted Bradbury. 6th place Jason Greatrex, 7th Owen Mills, 8th Adam Craig, 9th Tom Langford and 10th Neil Chisnell. 11th for Tim Dorr with Levi Aisbett in 12th place. Then it's 13th position for Michael Green, 14th Harry Storer, 15th Tom Mallet, 16th Ollie Walden, Graham Rumsey, Keith Dalton, Simon Hartley and Simon Privet complete the top 20 ahead of Jonathan Fieldsend, Jonathan Abacassis after his spin at the mountain, and Clive Chisnell classified 23rd after whatever that drama was on the last lap. Kevin Dengate though was a non-finisher. He brought out the safety car. Richard Wotton also failed to finish, nor did Chris Malloy, whilst Tim Storer and the luckless Luke Pullen were involved in that nasty looking accident that brought about the red flag initially when we first tried to run that race a little while ago. So that's MX-5 Championship action done for now. Their 3rd and final race of the weekend due to kick off at about 5:30. Next up, it is the Brscc Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Those cars lined up now in the assembly area, and alongside them is Scott Woodwiss.
Yeah, typical MX-5 stuff from start to finish. I was secretly winning Ollie Graham to get that victory, but there's just no stopping Steve Foden is there. He still finds a way every single time when he's in the hunt to get a victory and get himself to the top stat. That'll be another step closer to that long-awaited MX-5 championship that he's been waiting for so long. Well, from one championship which is fully established to one that's looking to become a championship, hopefully as early as next year, and one of the sensations of the Brscc season so far up to this point, and that is the wonderful, fantastic and brand new Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Only just about 3 weeks removed since they were in Bonnie, Scotland at Knock Hill, and these TTs, I've said it several times, they look the part, they sound the part, and as you'll see as well, they race the part as well. These are all fantastic budget cars to put together. They're all by a kit that you buy from SW Motorsport. It was conceived by Sean Woods of SW Motorsports. They're all Mark II 2-litre Audi TT TFSIs, and they are fantastic. You can run them either with a manual or a DSG gearbox, and everyone that's driven them so far has had absolute rave reviews, and they've raced really, really well. Some really competitive, tight, close racing with multiple race winners in these cars as well, proving that this is going to be a real potential big hitter within the next couple of years. It already has been a big hitter. Over 40 build kits have been sold with these cars, and there's certain to be more and more cars as we go into next season, where, fingers crossed, if things go well, potentially there is the chance possibly of it turning into a championship maybe as early as next year. We'll wait and see. If the upward trajectory continues on, we'll have to see if they get to that point. But until then, we hope you'll enjoy the first of 2 very competitive races with these fantastic looking Audi TTs. We're still waiting for our MX-5 drivers to come through. So let's quickly talk you through the cars and who we've got on the front of the grid. So on pole position in the rather fantastic looking white Martini livery car is Ross Macker. He's fresh from a home win at Knock Hill. Alongside him was the Donington Park winner. That's Harry Yardley-Rose. Slightly 2-tone bonnet and front bumper after 1 or 2 incidents in one of the previous races. He'll start on the front row of the grid. Then it's row 2, where we have Richard Forber. He took a victory out at Knock Hill last time. He's been quite a front runner quite regularly. And then we have one of the newcomers in the mix, so I might actually go and have a chat to, and that's Adam Blair, who's making his debut this weekend in the new series. So what I might quickly do is just adjusting his speedo, I think, for a second, but I might just quickly jump in and have a very, very quick word with Adam. Well, Adam, welcome to the TT Cup Racing Series. How are you finding your first experience of the new car?
Pretty good, surprisingly good actually. I was expecting it to be quite a lot more understeery after my experience driving another TT last year. But yeah, the cars are fairly well sorted. Obviously they're still developing them kind of as we go. But yeah, just need to find about a second somewhere.
So you need to find a second, but you planted it 4th on the grid, so you've got and taken it pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's okay. Obviously, delusionally, I thought I'm going to stick it on pole straight away.
We need to let you go. Best of luck. So away we'll go, Adam Blair then. But good to hear one of our newcomers in the series. We're getting a few more new drivers coming in every now and again, so that's good to see more and more new drivers coming into the mix. As I mentioned, over 40 build kits have been put together for these cars, and more are going to be finished over the winter. And you can see they absolutely look the part. There's Dave Buki, meanwhile. He's team boss of Kinetic Motorsport, ex-Civic Cup racer, making his debut also in the Audi TT Cup Racing Series this weekend. Good to see also Ryan Edge come back as well in car 454 as he makes his way down onto the grid. So we have 2 50-minute races for the Audi TTs. The first one coming up right now. So Ross Macker is one of the most winningest drivers. I know that Andy doesn't like that word, winningest, but I'll use it anyway. And he is hopefully looking to try and pick up another race victory if he can. Andrew Dyer will be in the mix as well. He's been a race winner too. Harry Yardley-Rose won at Snetterton. There's been a couple of different race winners on the grid now. It's becoming quite a versatile car for several drivers to get up there and be competitive in, which is always quite handy. But that's Audi TTs, so I'm going to wait also for one of our BMW Compact Cups. This is Ross Stoner to go back, because this is the next race coming up after Audi TTs, but we'll get to them shortly, because we do have to get over to the podium now, because we're going to have a chat with our top 3 in the Gas Shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship, where it was another fantastic race from start to finish. So I think we're just about ready to do the top 3 as we amble over. So let's first of all start then in 3rd position. So 3rd place in the Gas Shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship went to Jack Noller, who is just making his way down. So he'll be here in a second. Jack, 3rd place. And in he sprints. Excellent job for the Go For It racing man. Gets the trophy and the hat from Charlotte. 2nd place, and agonisingly close to what I think would have been his first win, but a great drive nonetheless. Ollie Graham, give out for him. Brilliant drive for 2nd place. And there really is no stopping him, is there? Another race victory, championship leader, Steve Foden. Back to the top step once again. And we will take a quick picture for social media, and then we'll have a quick word with our top 3 before we get down to our first Audi TT race. So there we go. A few more pictures being taken. I think once we're done, I think we're good. So Steve, if you want to step down, this is becoming, I guess, a good thing for you, all to a familiar occurrence on the top step, but I think there was a point where Ollie had you on the ropes.
He did. I mean, first I just want to say I hope Luke's okay. That was a big crash at the before that red flag. I had a poor start in that second start. Jason had a really good start and was keeping me honest, having a good battle with him, and then managed to get past him at turn 2. And then Ollie, he got the undercut going into Chris Curve, got past me, brilliant move, and I didn't think I was going to get past him, and I spoke to him after the race, and he grabbed 5th instead of I don't know how he got it wrong, but got the gear change wrong and managed to do the same move on him that I did on Jason to grab the lead back on the final lap, so pretty happy with that.
That's your tenacity. It doesn't matter how far you get back in the pack, you always seem to find a way to get back out there and be where you need to be at the checker flag.
Yeah, I think it's the momentum, since midway through last year we've had a lot of race wins, and I think I'm just still riding that wave really, and just still got that attitude of going forward. So
yeah, you know what's next, you've got to go for the hat-trick now, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people you can see with the pace that are going to try and stop you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so close this weekend. Usually the field spread round here is quite large, and I think it's a credit again this year to everybody in the championship, because it's really close this year, and especially round here it's a tight track, and people are proving that you can overtake round here in Mazdas, which is good to see.
Excellent. Again, another superb drive, well done.
Thank you very much.
See you for race 3 later on. Ollie in second place. I'll be honest, I was secretly willing you on to get that win. I'm sure you would have been from the cockpit, but again, that must have been one of your best drives in this championship to date. It must have been. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to get too caught up on that sort of last lap, being in first place. Steve's just blisteringly quick, like down the straight, so it's really difficult to keep him behind, especially in this first section. Yeah, I'm really happy with the second. We were battling for the lead, so we're going in the right direction. So yeah, I'm happy with it.
So it's now going to put you on the front row for race number 3. So instead of 1 or 2 shaky starts, so you got to see if you can get him off a line. You might have another chance.
Yeah, the previous start in that one, I bogged down really bad. Obviously got a second chance for it and put it straight into 5th, so then dropped back to 4th. But yeah, I'm hoping to get a good start, and it's the correct side of the grid here. You want to be starting in P2 if I can get in front of Steve. But it's how long I can keep him there for. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, hopefully I'll be here again talking to you later on today.
Work for Jason.
Work for Jason? Yeah, I could do. I might go and pick up some tips from him, because he's unbelievably good at keeping people behind him. So yeah, I might go and have a chat with him after this.
Go watch his onboard, and we'll see you for race 3. Well done. And Jack, for 3rd place, good strong result for you. You've been relatively quick all weekend, and that's a good bit of progress from where you were in race 1.
Yeah, so race 1 was from qualifying and car failure and qualifying to put a bit further down. Had some recovery to do. Got to P5 in the first race. That was good. Then second race, bit of a tricky start, being around the outside of everyone. I think a few of them got caught out on my damp, which pushed me wide at turn 4. Lost a lot of places, so I had a lot of work to do to recover it. But pace felt really, really strong. I managed to claw my way bit by bit by bit and taking advantage of catching people napping or learning where the grip was on the track. But thanks to the guys for putting the car back together after qualifying, and actually race 1 as well, putting the car back together, and lots of quick turnarounds all throughout the weekend.
Excellent stuff. Well, again, excellent drive for 3rd. Fingers crossed for what you did for the 2nd row. We'll see you for race number 3. So that was the second Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race, now on their formation lap, and to take you through the grid, full grid for this first race for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series here at Cadwell. It's back to Andy in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks Scott, really looking forward to this one, the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, which has really been generating a lot of attention in 2023. Its debut season as a series, and I'm sure next year we'll be talking about an Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, because we should have more than enough cars consistently on the grid for next year. For this weekend, it's 14 of them, headed by Ross McCarr, with Harry Yardley-Rose of company on row 1. Then it's Richard Forber and Adam Blair, with Andrew Dyer and Paul Maguire row 3. Julian Daniel and Patrick Booth are next, ahead of Morgan Root and Dave Buki, former Civic Cup front runner, at the back of the top 10. Paul Hoggins and Richard Sanders next, Paul Savage and Ryan Edgecombe will be at the back of the grid. So yeah, a couple of interesting names there. Great to see Dave Buki having a go in the Audi TTs, always a real character when he's raced in Civic Cup, and never one to back out of a fight as Dave, so we're looking forward to seeing how he gets on, starting 10th on the grid in his TT Cup Racing debut. At the front though, Ross McCarr, he's been a winner this season. Harry Yardley-Rose has been a regular front runner of late as well. And those two, in qualifying, pretty evenly matched. Only a 10th of a second between them, which around Cadwell Park is next to nothing at all. So it should be a close battle between those two. Overtaking might be a bit of a challenge in these cars, though. Relatively short braking distances, and so on such a narrow circuit as this one, not going to be easy to find a way past. The start is going to be important. 2 by 2, as you can see, they're lining up on the grid, so it's a pretty congested run into that first turn. Let's see how they fare then on the run to Coppice Corner. So McCarr then is the sort of Martini liveried car on the right as we look at it. The silver and black one on the left is Harry Yardley Rose, and then Richard Forber, one to watch perhaps from the second row of the grid. Keep an eye to Paul Maguire as well from row 3. He should move up from there. So 5-second board has been shown, the red lights go on, and 15 minutes of Audi TT Cup Racing Series action gets underway with a good start made by Ross McCarr. There is one staller further back. They've just about managed to miss the man, I think, is Adam Blair from fourth on the grid. There's a bit more tour banging now going into the first corner. Touring cars these, and I think the car's taking about to halves on the way to the first corner, but they're all still there, apart from Adam Blair, who only now gets going from what was fourth on the grid. McCarr then with the advantage, but under threat already as they make their way down the back straight then, and we could have a challenge for the lead when we get to Park Corner for the first time. Towards the braking zone they will go then. That's Andrew Dyer, I think, isn't it, that's come through into second place in the number 15, so he's had a demon start from fifth on the grid as the dicing further back in the pack goes on. That's number 24, Paul Savage. 4-5-4 is Ryan Edgecombe, who started at the back of the grid, and Richard Sanders just behind them in the number 30. The pack makes its way down to the gooseneck for the first time towards Mansfield Corner. Car continues to lead the way, but as we expected, pretty competitive stuff in the early going. The mid-pack racing through. Julian Daniel, I think that was, had gained some ground up into the top 5 perhaps by the end of lap 1 over the top of the mountain then, and they head to the Hall Bends. These cars should be pretty spectacular through there as they slide their way over the curbs and towards the hairpin. The car not really biting there, was it? Someone, in fact, that car might have even ended up on the grass as they headed towards the hairpin for the first time. Full lock in these pretty powerful turbocharged front-wheel drive Audi TTs. Very easy to spin up the front wheels as you accelerate out of a tight corner like the hairpin or out of barn, but they all managed to keep it in line. Ross McCarr leading by 0.3 of a second over. It is Andrew Dyer in second. Third place, Harry Yardley Rose. Fourth place then for Julian Daniel. So 3 places gained, and the Swallows just fired themselves off in the first corner. Who was that exited stage right? Oh, that was Julian Daniels. After that brilliant start, he's rather blotted his copybook there with a high-speed spin at Coppice. And luckily, there's plenty of runoff area there, so he didn't actually find anything solid to hit, but he might have damaged the splitter bouncing over the grass, which is a bit of a shame. So from fourth place, Daniel drops down the order. Big lock up there for Harry Yardley Rose in the number 19 car. He now has Richard Forber chasing him down in fourth. Fifth place will be Paul Maguire. Sixth, Patrick Booth. Seventh, Morgan Root. Dave Buki, I think, will go into 8th place as well. So he'd already gained 1 place from where he'd started. Gains another now. Leaders, though, turn their way through Mansfield Corner. Absolutely nose to tail between these two. Ross McCarr and Dyer. Pretty evenly matched all season long in the TT series, and continue to be so now through the mountain. Hop up over the hill towards the right left flick through the Hall Bends. Avoiding those sausage curves, I notice, on the inside of the second apex there with the race leaders. For those further back getting a bit more adventurous with their curb usage. So there Patrick Booth, the second of the Martini cars, comes through, 33. 7th place now, I think. Sorry, 6th place that will be now for Patrick Booth. Leaders go through. Still as close as ever they were. Fractionally quicker is Andrew Dyer by 1/10 or so. Coppice into Charlie's corner. They've really gapped Harry Yardley Rose now. 2 seconds back to him in third. Forber 4th. Maguire 5th. Then Booth 6th. Root 7th. Buki 8th. Hoggins 9th. And Daniel actually joined in 10th place. He only lost about 13 seconds on that lap. Could have been an awful lot worse though after that very high speed spin. So onto the brakes for number 73, Ross McCarr. Car's squirming around there as they slow down on what is quite a bumpy braking zone actually on the way into Park Corner, the highest point of the track. Further back, a good battle going on here between Adam Blair, who's recovering after that bad start, and the number 30 of Richard Sanders. So Blair's just got past Sanders just towards the end of the previous lap. Sanders doing his best to stay with him now, actually trying to reclaim that position. Chasing after. Peter's flashed through as close as ever. A bit closer now, I think, for third place, though, is it? Between Harry Yardley-Rose and Richard Former. Yeah, looks like it is. Former gaining slightly on the third place man. That was near enough 8th place at the start of the lap. It's come down by a few tenths this time around. The leaders go through then. They were separated by 3 tenths. The gap goes out this time, actually, now to just over half a second. But third to fourth does come down by a couple of tenths. So, yeah, Richard Former is gaining on Harry Yardley-Rose. There we go. Through Charlie's. The top two, though, just distancing themselves slightly on that lap. But Ross McCarr not shaken off Andrew Dyer just yet. These two had some great battles at Knock Hill last time out when they were part of the TCR UK package for the first time, and it was a tremendous set of races actually. Good turnout up there in Knock Hill as well, but I'm sure as we now move deeper on into the season, we should hopefully start to get even bigger grids now as we really start to build up to 2024. We will have, I hope, a big enough grid for it to be designated an official championship. We've got just 2 more rounds left this year actually. They head to Croft in September, Snetterton for their final rounds in October, so we'll start to see the numbers build a little bit more. There are well over 20 of these cars, I believe, that are either ready-made or in the process of being prepared, so we should have a really good grid when we get to our second full season of Audi TT Cup Racing. More bends come the leading group. Patrick Booth there, still chasing after Paul Maguire, but not really catching him. So, further back, a nice little battle here between the number 50 of Dave Bookie, with his Kinetic Motorsport branding down the side of the car. And right behind him, number 58, Paul Hoggins, who Bookie out-qualified by about 1.3 seconds. Hoggins sticking with him actually in the race. Final turn, across the line they will go. Hoggins definitely quicker on that lap. Yeah, the timing tower confirms about 3 tenths gain that time for the number 90. Sorry, 48, I should say. Hoggins. Back to the leaders. Ross McCarr with Andrew Dyer right back with him now. Dyer was, well, less than a tenth quicker on the previous lap, but I'd say he's gained more than that on this latest lap already. So lead gap coming down. As we just tick past half race distance, Andrew Dyer may be now in a position where he might start to challenge for the race lead through the gooseneck, dropping down into Mansfield Corner. Good overtaking opportunity this, so steeply downhill that you've got to be a lot earlier on the brakes than you think you have to there. Accelerating out of Mansfield towards the mountain. Dyer be close enough, I wonder, next time they go up the back straight to try and make a move there. Yardley-Rose seems to be keeping Richard Former at arm's length now, doesn't he? Third and fourth place those two run. There is the number 78 car, Former 4 seconds off the race lead. Previous lap was a personal best though. In fact, it was for everyone other than the race leader basically, so McCarr perhaps has peaked a bit too soon. He can overheat these tyres, and that's maybe what we're seeing actually from Ross McCarr, because he's now starting to struggle a bit. He did a 1:41.9, that was 5 tenths away, half a second slower than his previous best lap, whereas Andrew Dyer did a 41.7, which is within 2 tenths of his previous best. So although it was only 2 tenths quicker than the leader, McCarr's pace has dropped off significantly more than Andrew Dyer's has. And we're going to have an intriguing battle between these two then if Ross Ross McCarr does start to run out of grip. There's Ross McCarr's teammate, the number 33 of Patrick Booth. Behind him, the route there in 6th position with the number 38 car. Lonely race for them, not for the race leaders though. Look at this, absolutely nose to tail between the top two. And Ross McCarr is going to have to defend over the remaining 5 minutes or so, I think, because Andrew Dyer definitely seems, the car seems a bit pointy, gets a better run over the mountain. Is he up the inside? Yes, he is, into the hall bend, side by side. Oh, McCarr closes the door. Very difficult to go wheel to wheel through that part of the track without making contact, and well, thankfully they did avoid making contact, and Ross McCarr manages to hold on to the advantage. But that was a good example there, I think, of tyre wear, or tyre not wear so much, but just the tyre grip diminishing on McCarr's car. He couldn't get a tight enough turn out of the mountain, and so they came up over the top of the hill. Dyer was carrying a lot more momentum, which was not quite enough to get to the inside line fully at Mansfield. All bends. Paul Maguire out of the race. So is Ryan Edgecombe, actually. Edgecombe had pulled into the pit lane, or stopped at the side of the track, apparently, according to the timing screen, a lap ago. And Paul Maguire's done the same thing now, I believe. In fact, they may have just pulled straight into the paddock. The paddock entrance being at the foot of the mountain. Leaders through Park Corner then. Frustratingly for Andrew Dyer, he's not really quick enough at that part of the track, and more to the point, he's not coming off Charlie's quickly enough, is he? So he's quicker through the really technical stuff, but through that first sector, McCarr just seems able to pull a length or so, and that means they're going into the best overtaking chance at Park. He just isn't close enough, Andrew Dyer, to make a lunge. Dyer is going to make a move on the next lap, maybe. He needs to just be a little bit stronger, though, through that particular part of the track. Meanwhile, further back, we've got, well, in fact, never mind, because the leaders are scrapping, and there has been contact. I think there has, hasn't there? Yeah, there's bodywork flailing off the back of Ross McCarr's car. So, we've got the front of Dyer's car also sporting a few war wounds. That means Harry Yardley-Rose is now... Oh, yeah, you can see the bonnet on Dyer's car really crunched up. So there's, I think, the same sort of things happened as happened a lap ago when McCarr was a bit slow through the mountain. And Dyer's tried to get the switch back. He's run into the back of him. It's damaged the back of McCarr's car. And look, the bonnet lifting now off Andrew Dyer's car. The back of McCarr's car looking in the right state as well. So Harry Yardley-Rose could be in a good position here. There's no way Dyer's going to be able to continue with this bonnet coming loose, surely. And that will be obscuring his vision. And you would think down the Park Straight it might fly off altogether. It's hanging on by the skin of its teeth, but I'm pretty sure if he doesn't choose to pull to the side of the road, that the clerk of the course might make that decision for him. Because that bonnet is extremely loose. It's more loose than it was for Rhys Claydon even in the MG Metro race yesterday. And he ended up pulling off to the side of the track to retire. So yeah, I think McCarr just struggling through the mountain, isn't he? And Dyer tried to anticipate it, tried to get the switch back that he had a lap earlier, and misjudged it slightly. So a bit of repair work to be done to those two cars between the races, but they're still running at the moment. McCarr getting away now, clearly, from Dyer. You can't see anything turning into the left-hand corners around the track. This being one of them, and yes, he's nowhere near the apex through the first part of the mountains. Now he's the one that's going to be struggling over the top of the hill, and maybe Harry Yardley-Rose can try and get an overlap. No, not quite this time around. But Andrew Dyer, well, there'll only be one lap to go at the end of this one, I suppose, so maybe he can limp this car home. Even if he was shown a black and orange flag, he wouldn't actually have to pit now because there's less than 2 laps to go in the race. So I guess we just hope for the best now and hope it stays attached. Just the line they go. Park Corner. Coppice Corner, sorry. Then Charlie's, then the Park Straight. Well, that's where surely now Andrew Dyer's going to be a sitting duck. That car cannot be performing very well aerodynamically. And well, Harry Yardley-Rose carrying visibly more speed through Charlie's anyway, so he's going to have a run here, no doubt about it. To go to the inside, he's flicked the headlights on to try and tempt Andrew Dyer to get out of the way. Up to the braking zone they go, so there is McCarr, the race leader. What's going on for second place, though? Is it going to be Dyer? Is it going to be Yardley Rose? It is Harry Yardley Rose up the inside, and he manages to get past Andrew Dyer, who tries to come back at him still as they head into the right-hander at Chris Curve, nibbling away at the grass there on the inside line. Harry Yardley Rose then into second. He's not going to have time to chase after Ross McCarr, though I don't think he's defended brilliantly from the front of the field, and has withstood the pressure and a real assault from Andrew Dyer on the previous run through the mountain. Towards that part of the track for the final time. The car should be home and dry now. Harry Yardley Rose into second place. Dyer bounces over the curb. Is he going to hang on to third place? I wonder, because Richard Forber is on his tail now as well. Through the Hall Bends they'll go. For the final time of asking, one more realistic overtaking opportunity left. That's into the hairpin, out of which heads Ross McCarr. And our second place man, Harry Yardley Rose. I think that Dyer should be okay to hang on to third, but it's been a tough fight, that, between Andrew Dyer and Ross McCarr, one that is won by Ross McCarr. He claims the victory here at Cadwell Park. Harry Yardley Rose takes second on the final lap, and Andrew Dyer in third. Richard Forber fourth, Patrick Booth fifth, Morgan Root should come home in sixth, just waiting for that group of cars to come across the line, which they do now. There goes Booth. There goes Root in sixth. Dave Buki seventh on his debut in the series, with then Paul Hoggins coming home in eighth. Ninth for Julian Daniel after that terrifying spin that he had at the first corner. And then the top 10 completed by Adam Blair, who of course came from the very back of the field with that terrible start that he made. So Carl then heads around to Parc Ferme, and he'll be very, very pleased with another race win added to his tally. The next race, by the way, will be for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. We've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races to get through today, with more MX-5 action for the Super Cup and the Mark 1 Championship to come. We'll have another TT race as well, plus a couple of races for the Evolution Trophy, so a big day ahead of us still. That race won by Ross McCarr, with Harry Yardley Rose in second and Andrew Dyer in third. Fourth, Richard Forber. Fifth was Patrick Booth. He was the Masters winner, with Morgan Root, Dave Buki, Paul Hoggins, Julian Daniels and Richard Sanders completing the top 10. Paul Savage and Adam Blair are 11th and 12th, whilst Paul Maguire and Ryan Edgecombe were the two non-finishers. So that's how the standings looked at the end of 15 minutes of racing, and we'll be hearing from our top 3 finishers in that class hopefully in the very near future. But first we will have a little bit of build up then for our next race. It is the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Those drivers are preparing themselves for their race just behind me, and hopefully in a moment or two we'll be able to have a chat with them, courtesy of Scott Woodwiss, who is in position next to our Compact Cup drivers then. So Scott, let's head down to you ahead of the next race here this afternoon.
If that first Audi TT race proved anything, is that you don't need to totally see where you're going to get yourself on the podium. So I don't know how Andrew Dyer managed that, but he somehow managed to hold on for third place. Obviously we'll have to have a chat with both of them to see how they saw both sides of that particular contact. Hopefully there's no conflict. But either way, Ross Macker takes another victory and another step closer, well, not to the championship because it's only a series, but at least to dominating the series as a whole. And of course, if it does become a championship as early as next year, who knows, he could be one of the early favourites. In fact, most of the favourites could be from drivers that raced last year. Now we move on to another championship that is very well established and has a lot of competitive drivers in it too, and that is the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Now the man on pole position, Gareth Claydon, actually did something quite significant in qualifying, because he set what we believe is the fastest ever qualifying lap in a BMW Compact Cup car in the championship since it first started visiting here back in about 2012 or so. He did a 1 minute 45.9, which we believe beats Stephen Daly's previous qualifying record by 0.2 of a second. He's joined by Matt Milson on the front row. It's then Guy Davis and Rudy McMillan. Watch out for the likes of Matt Flowers, Ross Stoner, Jim Barrett in here in it as well. We've got Matt Kendall in here too. Richard Sutherland, who's fresh off the back of his first podium back at Knock Hill. He was spectacular in that contest back then. A couple of new drivers this weekend. We've got Thorburn Aston, the son of renowned mini champion Kane Aston in the mix. Also got a brand new driver all the way from Antigua, and that's in the Ian Howes BMW Compact. Ian Howes, who won a couple of races as a guest, and he was last year's runner-up in the championship. and his car has been bought by Matt Parks Motorsport, and that car actually went on to take a couple of wins in Ian's hands as a guest back at Snetterton, so that car beginning back out there with a different driver. Let's make our way down towards the podium, where I'm sure we'll see the Audi TT drivers making their way down very shortly. If you want to point your camera just towards the top, you can see that you've got a few drivers up there. That's where they tend to congregate. That's over there is Parc Ferme, where all the drivers and all the teams and members and everyone else gathers at the top. And of course, in Parc Ferme, you are not allowed to touch the cars. Once you're in Parc Ferme, until you're released from it, the car has to be left well alone. If you do touch it and one of the scrutineers or officials spots it, there's potentially you could get a penalty for that. So we should see a throng of people make their way down towards the podium here. We've got 4 trophies to hand out. It's a trophy course for the overall top 3. There's also a Masters contest, as there is in multiple Brscc championships and series. So the top master, I think that's going to be Patrick Booth who gets that. But I can already see, just heading up down towards the podium, that Charlotte, who's of course Brscc's brilliant events manager, is bringing the top 3 down to the podium, one of them at least. And I think that's Ross Macker being led down, and yeah, Andrew Dyer's making his way down, and so too also looks like is Richard Forber, Harry Yardley Rose as well, so we'll have a chat to all 3 of them, and also of course Patrick Booth, who will take home the Masters trophy as well. So we'll have a chat to them and quickly rattle through the podium. So we see Patrick's, and another proof that these new Audi TTs are really pretty prominent in terms of that. It's starting to brighten up a little bit weather-wise at Cadwell Park. Sun's coming back out once again. You see the few clouds in the air, but it's getting a bit warmer out here. It's still a little bit humid, but still looking pretty good. So I think we're just waiting for one more driver, which I believe is Harry Yardley Rose, possibly Patrick Booth as well, and then we'll at least be able to go through our top 3 overall. I'll do Masters then. So we'll do Masters after the top. I think Patrick Booth is here as well. I think we've got everyone, so we should be able to run through, quickly rattle through the top 3 for the first Audi TT Cup Racing Series race here at Cadwell Park. So 3rd place goes to, I don't know how he did it, but he couldn't see anything at the end of the race, Andrew Dyer in 3rd place. Well done, Andrew. 2nd place goes to Harry Yardley Rose. And another race win in Audi TTs goes to Ross Macker. Well done. And a bit more feel good for 4G Racing. Masters victory also goes to Patrick Booth as well. So we'll quickly take a picture. We might only have time quickly to have a chat just to the, if you want to get onto the top step, Patrick. Only have a quick chat with Ross because we have got the BMWs on their formation, so we'll very quickly take a picture and have a word with Ross about that one. So very quickly, take pictures there. And yeah, and that's just very quickly again, forgive me, we're short on time, but well done to everyone else on the podium on that side. We'll have a quick chat with Ross, the star race winner. And this Andrew bloke, when he gets something on your tail, he doesn't leave you alone, does he?
No, I mean, obviously he was struggling a little bit in qualifying, so I seen him get an absolutely lightning start, and I thought I'll put as best laps I can do down, see if I can break the toe and then just have an easy life. But he wasn't having it. He was just stayed persistent, buzzing around me. He had the legs on me. His car was a bit had a bit more turning than me, so I knew places he was quicker. But obviously this is a notoriously difficult track to pass at. And then unfortunately for him, a big dollop of brake fade coming into the mountain. Just an unfortunate bit of contact, but that's the way it goes. I'm just glad his bonnet stayed down.
In many cases, of course, this is giving you a lot of confidence so that whatever might happen next year, whether it becomes a championship next year or not, I think this is all really good preparation for when we have more cars on the grid for next year, because there's still more in build. So this is a series that ever since it started, it keeps on growing and growing, and more people are talking about it.
Yeah, I mean the times are so close at the top, but you know, you see it in qualifying, you see it in the races. Everyone's fast, everyone wants it, and the cars just look stunning, so it's ideal.
Excellent. We're going to go to the next race, but well done. Excellent stuff. We'll see you for race 2 later on. Cheers. Excellent. Well done, Ross. So that's Ross Macker, victory in race 1 of the Audi TTs. Now let's hand back to Andy to give you the grid quickly for the first race of the day for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Can Gareth Claydon match his record pole lap with a victory here in this first race? Andy, back to you.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, a fantastic effort from Gareth Claydon in that qualifying session earlier on this morning to do a 1 minute 45.931, the first ever 1 minute 45 for Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup competition. So he starts from pole alongside Matt Milson on that front row. Row 2 for Guy Davis and Rudy McMillan. Matt Flowers and Ross Stoner are on row 3 together, ahead of Jim Barrett and Matt Kendall. Row 5 for Max Noble and Richard Sutherland, with Stephen Somerville and Thorburn Astin on row 6. 7th row for Xavier Ross and Jonathan Williams, with Tim Seaford and Tom Middleton next, with John Robinson at the very back, and Middleton and Robinson, both starting at the back of the field despite not completing any laps in qualifying. So don't know what their issue was, but they have got the cars out at the back of the field, we believe, or they're permitted to be at the back of the field anyway. We'll see whether or not either of those two have made it out. So, Compact Cup then about to kick off, and again, this is always a exciting championship, one of my personal favourites, and it's seen a real changing of the guard over recent years. Some new drivers now starting to regularly compete at the front of the field, and it's Gareth Claydon who's got the championship lead coming into this weekend by about I think it's 28 points between himself and Ollie Fowler, but with Ollie Fowler still not racing with us in the championship, it looks as though Gareth Claydon's main opposition is Rudy McMillan, really. Lights go out there, and away they go, and well, 3 wide already we go towards the first quarter. Rudy McMillan, that is, pulling to the outside line, making a really good start, but I think Gareth Claydon's going to hang on to the lead as they turn into Coppice Corner for the first time. There's contact, 2 cars going straight on. One is Guy Davis, the other one is Ross Stoner, and Stoner the one pointing backwards there, so it's Matt Milson, sorry, Matt Milson who has gone off. So he was continuing on his way, but Ross Stoner taking a little bit longer to get going. There's more elbows out stuff now going down the park straight as Compact Cup race. They've been sat around waiting all weekend to get their first race underway, and they've kicked off immediately here with a very action-packed run through the first few corners, but as they turn their way through right-hander at Park Corner, it is Rudy McMillan with the advantage. Side by side further back there, the 67 on the outside was Matt Kendall getting squeezed wide. As they head towards the gooseneck, it's now just started to calm down a bit. Guy Davis there in 3rd position, dropping down the hill, so Claydon in 2nd place. And, well, with, fortunately, a couple of our front runners in trouble at the very first corner, it gives us a slightly different complexion at the field than we were maybe expecting. Saw Richard Sutherland go through there, the black number 8 car. He's usually entertaining to watch. The leading trio, though, bouncing over the curbs there through the mountain. In fact, Claydon, I think, took a bit too much curb through the mountain and leaves himself a bit vulnerable to attack from Guy Davis in 3rd position. That bottles that whole group up, brings Matt Flowers onto their tail as one gets it very wrong going into the Hall Bends outside the window. Leaders then down into the final turn. Well, it was a 3-car breakaway. It's now really 6 of them, isn't it? Back to Tom Middleton, I think that is, in 6th place. If it is Tom Middleton, that's very impressive because he started 16th. Let's see what the timing tower tells us. Yeah, it is Tom Middleton. So the orange car in 6th place, charging up the order as Gareth Claydon has a look to the inside there of Rudy McMillan for the lead at turn 1. Wasn't quite able to commit to it. That now means Guy Davis closes onto his tail. Turn their way through Charlie's corner. So McMillan leads, Claydon 2nd, Guy Davis in 3rd, 4th Matt Flowers, 5th Jim Barrett, 6th Tom Middleton, then a gap back to Noble in 7th place, Mac Noble, and Kendall, Sutherland and Somerville to complete the top 10. Everyone carried on after their first corner misdemeanors, by the way. Matt Milson and Ross Stoner both managing to continue. That's a real shame for Milson because he started 2nd on the grid. Second on the grid alongside Gareth Claydon. But in the end, Rudy McMillan was the one who came through from 4th on the grid to get into the lead. So Rudy McMillan into the weekend about 18 points adrift of Gareth Claydon at the top of the championship table. So he needs to try and beat Gareth as often as he can, and that's a good start to get into the lead of the race. Was absolutely pivotal. It's the mountain again. Barrett there in 5th position, starting to hunt down Matt Flowers ahead of him. Over the top of the mountain again, then towards the Hall Bends. Guy Davis is hurrying Gareth Claydon, actually, isn't he? Claydon not looking all that secure, even in 2nd place for the time being, which is unlike Gareth, really. He's been very strong all season long. He's notched up a couple of race victories, but he's had 3 races where he's not finished, basically. So didn't finish the first race at Brands Hatch and then failed to start race 2, and then also didn't finish the middle race at Knock Hill last time round. So Gareth Claydon on the edge a bit, really. Can't afford another not finish because they're using all of his drop scores. Rudy McMillan, though, the race leader, has only had 1 non-score. So Gareth Clayton has to drive with that in mind. Gets a bit of a helping hand there from Guy Davis through Charlie's. I actually think that helped Clayton a little bit on the exit. He seemed to carry a bit more speed than Reedy McMillan ahead of him out onto the Park straight. So Guy Davis just tapping a bit of Morse code there onto the back of Clayton's car. Is Clayton going to convert that into a move for the lead? Yes, he is. Dives to the inside of Reedy McMillan. I think he caught McMillan unawares there. And so Clayton goes to the front. And I do wonder how much of that was because of the assistance that he was given down the first part of the back straight by Guy Davis, who ironically wasn't able to follow him through. So Gareth Clayton back to the front then. Now Reedy McMillan has it all to do again. Down through the gooseneck. To Mansfield. Back out of the tight left-hander. Now Gareth Clayton looking to try and make his escape if he can. Gareth Clayton had one win at Knockhill last time to go with his one win that he'd had at Snetterton. He's been on the podium 6 times this season. Only actually failed to finish on the podium once in all of the races that he has reached the end of, that being the third race at Knockhill where he was fourth. He still scored the fastest lap, so still a good points haul there for Gareth Clayton. Made a bit for the non-finish in race number 2. Pit straight come the race leaders then. Gareth Clayton getting away now. Reedy McMillan suddenly looking like he is a little bit off the pace, and here comes Guy Davis now in the slipstream. To the inside, does he? Yes, makes a late jink to the inside at Coppice, but you've seen time and again, you really want the outside line there to carry them speed up the hill into Charlie's. So Guy Davis has to think of another opportunity maybe that he could try and make a move. Carries plenty of speed out of Charlie's, dips 2 wheels onto the grass, gets in the slipstream, and he's going to try and maybe do to McMillan what Clayton did to McMillan a lap ago and launch to the inside at Park Corner. He's closing under braking, but he's not quite close enough as they slide their way through the corner. Side by side behind though, and that is going to be a move. That's Max Noble there on the 23, getting past, no, defending from Matt Kendall, isn't he, in the 67 car. So Matt Kendall trying to take 7th place away from him. So defensive line taken there by Max Noble, meant that he was able to stay in front. Something flying off one of the cars, bit of plastic trim. Nothing too serious, nothing too important. So I think it came off Miller's car in the second. Gareth Clayton. Nothing too much to worry about. Up through the mountain they go. Over the top of the hill into the Hall Bends. Gareth Clayton with a 1 second advantage, nearly 1.1 second advantage actually at the start of the lap. A little bit of plastic trim hanging off one of the cars there a bit further back. And Richard Sutherland's got some war wounds as well. He's got the 217 just behind him, which is Stephen Somerville. As out of the final turn comes the second place battle, and Reedy McMillan having to go defensive now to try and keep Guy Davis behind him. Weaving this way and that there was McMillan to cover whichever side Davis tried to go. Successful. McMillan continues to hold that second place, but they're now 1.5 seconds nearly behind Gareth Clayton. Looks as though he's on course for a third victory. Guy Davis again carries so much speed through the middle part of Charlie's, doesn't he? Likes to give a little headbutt to the car ahead. Not really doing any damage to the car ahead, and it doesn't seem to unsettle them either. It's just kind of giving Reedy McMillan the hurry up. Needs to time that better. He's got good speed through that corner, has Guy Davis, but into people, he's wasting that momentum. He's sort of passing it on to the car in front, whereas if he timed it better, he could maybe nip up the inside on the way out of Charlie's and get alongside of the Park straight. Pit lane and out of the race for John Robinson. See the damage on the front of his car. That I think is a legacy of a qualifying crash earlier on today, which led to him not setting a lap time. Tom Middleton also didn't set a lap time, but you never know. He's up to 6th place already. One of the quickest cars on the track right now, actually, below 48s. First and best lap last time round, Tom Middleton. Through the mountain section they go. Davis again, applying the pressure to Reedy McMillan. Hopping over the curbs, through the left, through the right. Plenty of sausage curb being taken by the Compact Cups. We've seen some cars really avoiding those yellow raised curbs. Others more than happy to ride over them. These Compact Cup cars are always quite softly sprung, so I don't think the curbs upset them as much as they would some of the cars, such as the TTs, for example, we were at previously. Across the line they go, just under 6 minutes to go then. 1.8 seconds now is Gareth Clayton's lead over Rudy McMillan. For now, he's weathering the storm here. Guy Davis continuing to apply pressure. The way he closes through that second part of Charlie's, but then doesn't lose that momentum on the exit. Now, he's timed it better this time. He didn't get into the rear bumper of Rudy McMillan's car. He's in the slipstream now up the hill, and Rudy knows that he's going to have to cover that inside line. So there goes Gareth Clayton, the leader. Here's the battle for second. Guy Davis very late on the brakes, comes from a million miles back. How on earth did he do that? That was the move of the day from Guy Davis. So late on the brakes. He was a good car length behind going into the braking zone and somehow drove right around the outside of Rudy McMillan to claim second place. That was a brilliant bit of driving, that. And Guy Davis made that look very easy. I can assure you it wasn't. So now Rudy McMillan, who clearly is struggling under brakes, isn't he, at the top of the park straight, is forced to chase after Guy Davis. I'm sure he's also going to have his sights set on the race leader. He's got a million miles of hay, Gareth Clayton. That was a superb bit of driving from Davis, and caught Rudy McMillan unawares. Don't think McMillan is super confident on the brakes, admittedly. So let's see what happens in the next phase of the race. Still 4.5 minutes to go. Can Rudy McMillan come back at Guy Davis? Can Guy Davis maybe pull them up to the race leader Gareth Clayton? Well, the answer to the first of those questions appears to be no, because Guy Davis is getting away from Rudy McMillan, having found a way through. McMillan might yet lose his third place, actually, because Matt Flowers and Jim Barrett aren't that far back. Taking out of the last corner, across the timing line, and up towards the first turn at Coppice. Charlie's Jim Barrett here trying to find a way through on Matt Flowers. Jim Barrett winning in the Masters category. In fact, he's the lead Masters driver in this race. Mike Doble is the lead Masters driver in the championship, but Mike not here this weekend, presumably because he's up at Knock Hill, supporting his son Mikey in the British Touring Car Championship. Reigning champion Mikey Doble. The Compact Cup, Matt Flowers doing some gardening there out on the Exeter Park corner. Didn't kick up the dust as he ran wide through the right-hander. To get back on in front of Jim Barrett. But Jim Barrett, looking back at his results through the season so far, hasn't had a podium that I can see. He did have a podium, I think, didn't he, actually, last time out. It wasn't an on-track podium because Stephen Daly won the race, but Stephen not eligible for points that weekend, the Scotsman, so another multiple former champion of the Compact Cup came in to do a guest drive. So he, having won all three of those races, wasn't classified the winner. That meant that Gareth Clayton got the maximum points from the first race, Mike Doble from the second race, and the third race, Richard Sutherland was second on the road to Stephen Daly. So he got the maximum 50 points. Oh, someone's slowing. That's Middleton, is it? Tom Middleton was slow there out of the hairpin and then suddenly seems to pick up speed again. So that had all the hallmarks of a gearbox or clutch issue, I'd have said. It was like he just couldn't get up through the gears out of the hairpin, and he's slow again now down the straight. So Tom Middleton in trouble, and I think this is his race pretty much run now with 2 laps still to go. I don't see how he's going to limp home from here. That's a real shame then for him, because he'd charged up through the field after not setting a lap time in qualifying, but he's going to have to pull into the pit lane, I think, and try and get that fixed for race number 2 later on. Bit of damage there to the front of Matt Flowers' car too, running in 4th position, the front splitter just rubbing along the ground. Barrett there, 5th place, looking to try and take advantage maybe of that, although he's dropped back a little bit in the last few moments. Clayton then the leader. There is Tom Middleton, who has now dropped behind Richard Sutherland and the recovering Ross Stoner. So the first of those orange cars, Ross Stoner, who had the spin at the first corner. Went off with Matt Milson. Matt Milson up into 9th position on his recovery drive. In fact, that is Milson, I think, going through there. And then 11th place would make it for Ross Stoner, and he's trying to make that 10th now to get to the inside of Richard Sutherland, but Sutherland closes the door. To the mounted section, Stoner just peeks to the inside, but isn't able to actually get the overlap. Both of them a little bit squirrely through the mounted section. Last lap board is out then, one more lap to go. There's a black and white warning flag there for somebody. Not sure who that is. Being warned about exceeding track limits, no doubt. So the race leaders then onto their final lap of the race. There's battling going on further back though. And Tom Middleton again slowing there through the final turn. Going to try and attempt the final lap. He's rolling roadblock at the moment, isn't he really? Ross Stoner though up against Richard Sutherland, who's really making that a very wide BMW Compact, isn't he? Placing it in the middle of the road. Not allowing Ross Stoner to get an overlap anywhere, but he runs a little bit wide now through Charlie. Stoner will have the opportunity to get to the inside line surely, but Sutherland carries good speed through the second apex and manages to come off the turn still ahead. This is the battle for 9th place then. Ross Stoner after that turn 1 spin will be disappointed, I think, to be only fighting over 9th place. Further up the road, that was Matt Milson, I think, trying to go around the outside of Max Noble. Sutherland defending from Ross Stoner, who was trying to do the same thing to him. As they find their way through this curve, Richard Sutherland now only with a couple of other places realistically that he has to try and defend from the attack behind from Ross Stoner. Here though comes Gareth Claydon, and well, it's been a good day for the Claydons actually. Reese having some success and picking up some silverware in the MG Metro Cup earlier on, and now Gareth about to claim another race victory then. It will be his 2nd win on the road, but his 3rd time scoring maximum points this year, and the championship leader extends his championship margin. Gareth Claydon victorious here at Cadwell Park. 2nd place will go the way of Guy Davis, and 3rd for Rudy McMillan, who really fell back there in the closing stages. Matt Flowers comes home in 4th ahead of Jim Barrett after their race-long battle, 4th and 5th. And then 6th position should be Matt Kendall. 7th, Max Noble. I think he's going to keep Matt Milson at bay. Ross Stoner still can't get past Richard Sutherland. As they turn through the last corner, Richard Sutherland, I think, should be able to get to the line in 9th place. Let's see. Here they come, dropping down the hill. Yep, Sutherland 9th, Stoner 10th, and Steve Somerville in 11th. So the field crosses the line, completes their first of 2 races today for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. The 2nd of those coming up a little bit later on, yes, about 5:05 now on the amended timetable. Next race up is the Brscc's Evolution Trophy, then it's the MX-5 Super Cup Championship before the Audis make a very rapid return to the track, actually, only an hour after they were last on it. They'll be followed by the 2nd Compact Cup race, then the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 cars will be out for their 3rd and final race, and the Evolution Trophy will round out the weekend's action. So we'll have a look in a moment or two at how the results look for that first Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend. There's Gareth Claydon definitely, who managed to get himself the race victory. Guy Davis coming home in 2nd position, 3rd Rudy McMillan, 4th Matt Flowers, 5th Jim Barrett, 6th for Scott Kendall. Sorry, Matt Kendall, excuse me. 7th for Max Noble, 8th Matt Milson, 9th Richard Sutherland, and 10th for Ross Stoner, and there is confirmation of that on the screen. Stephen Somerville 11th, Jonathan Williams in 12th. The Masters category won by Jim Barrett. Jim Barrett in 5th position overall from Sutherland 2nd, and Stoner 10th position overall, 3rd in that class. We also had in 12th place, actually, Jonathan Williams was a Masters runner. Then it was Thorburn Aston and Tom Middleton who had those issues, I suspect, with gearbox towards the closing stages. JB Ross, Tim Seaford and John Robinson rounding out the runners. John Robinson, the only driver not running at the checkered flag. So let's head down to Parc Fermé then, where in a while we'll hear from our BMW Compact Cup races, but first we'll hear a little bit about the next race. It's the Brscc Evolution Trophy.
Turns out Gareth Clayton has got the speed to not only take pole position in a record time, but also to take another victory and possibly another step closer to his first BMW Compact Cup title. Rudy McMillan made a good start also, but he dropped back a little bit off the, at least further back down the order, so he'll be hoping to try and make it up for it in race number 2. We'll talk to the top 3 in just a moment's time, but next up going onto the track is this new series. This is the Brscc Evolution Trophy, and the premise behind this was quite simple. The club simply asked itself, what if we created a brand new series for brand new series? And that's exactly what we've got here. There are 4 different series competing on one grid, all in their own separate contests. What you see here is the pole sitter Simon Tomlinson in his ex-VW Racing Cup Golf, and he is pole position not just overall on the grid, but also within the classic VW Cup. They've come to the Brscc for a fresh start this year, and they start as a relatively new entity as part of the Evolution Trophy. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is the pole sitter in another of the series, the Cook Sport Renault Cup. It's Nick Gwinnett in his Renault Clio. That's a primarily Renault Clio's, but also Megane you'll find in there. Adam Marshall, 3rd fastest from Matthew Hollier. We've got Tim Moller, one of the 2 fantastic Mark 1 Golfs. This is the Berg Cup Golf. And just behind them we've got the only Clio Cup car. This is a Gen 4 Clio Cup car, and it's in the hands of Richard Clark, run by Finsport. Nick Sanderson in one of the other VAG group cars. That's the Seat Leon Supercopper. Ken Lark's Carrada's one to watch for. Paul Sheard is on pole position. He's in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. That's another of the new series. And also the established Tony Hunter. We've got in there as well David Maiko. Dawn Butcher, ex-production GTI racer. She's in her Mark V Golf. We've got Shepherd in the mix, making his first appearance of the year. There's Ben Taylor, another one of the newcomers this weekend, Philip Barwick. And then we've got the classic TT Cup, no relation to the Mark II TTs. Philippa Halloran on pole for them. And we've got Harry Scott in the mix too as well. And the car right at the back, that is the ex-Dave Pinkney car, owned by Dave Pinkney of British Touring Car fame. That's his ex-genuine Vento VR6 Challenge car, but it's been driven this weekend by Andrew Dean. So a nice variety of cars in the mix. You've got VAG group cars, whether it's Volkswagen, Seat, Audi TTs in there. You've got Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs, and you've got Renaults in the mix. You can have Renault Clios and Meganes. We saw a Megane racing at the Donington Park round, so plenty of action to get involved. If you've got a car that would fit any of those regulations, you'd certainly be very welcome. And that whole entire series is premisely made to allow them to grow at the same rate. And when one series is big enough to get its own grid, it's lifted out of Evolution Trophy, so a new project takes its place, and that new grid, standalone grid, is able to thrive on its own in that course. We'll get onto that in a moment, of course, and we'll go through the individual races as Andy goes through it in commentary. Before that, though, we've got to go for the small matter of talking about the BMW Compact Cup, and that's, of course, the BMW Compact Cup in terms of the top 3 and also the Masters winner as well. So I will just grab the results on my phone so we can go through that in reverse order, which I think we're ready to do just about now. So we'll go for in reverse order then for the first Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend at Cadwell Park. First of all, in 3rd place, Rudy McMillan. So everybody gets his trophy from Charlotte. 2nd place in that one goes to Guy Davis. 2nd for him, and taking another victory to go with his record pole lap this morning, it's Gareth Clayton. And also Masters trophy on top of that as well goes to Jim Back as well, so Jim picks up the Masters honours as well. So everyone gathered around on the podium, and we'll quickly grab a picture just for social media so we can in a bit. And we've got just about enough time to rattle through as many interviews as we can if everyone's finished with that one. So Gareth, guys, down you come. And first of all, to Gareth. Well, first of all, I'd say we believe it's a record, but congrats on a new pole record. That must have been felt like a pretty decent lap out there.
Yeah, I mean the car was just perfect conditions. You know, we was testing Thursday and we tested Friday morning, and I'd only done 2 sessions Friday morning. I knew the car was on fire. You know, it was really good. We got it in a good position. So yeah, we set out the last 2 rounds on the Friday, and yeah, it paid off to get the pole. So it was really perfect for what we wanted.
The race really got a bit of a jump on you, but you managed to kind of pounce down the inside, and from there it seemed to be just pull away and create a gap.
Yeah, had the pace, so we was just going to try and put a little gap and then just maintain it. But Rudy got a flying start. It was really shocked us all, I think. So yeah, well done to Rudy. But yeah, it went to plan in the end. We got there in the end. But yeah, I think Guy was on the same pace, so we have to watch out in race 2.
Well, well done. Great start. We'll see you in race 2 later on. Guy, second place mark, to quickly rattle through it because the next grid is on its way. But Guy, second, first of all, welcome back, because you've been on your F2 duties over on the Constant. But great to have you back, and must feel great to get back in the car and get a second straight away.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's good results. You can see how competitive it is out there, so happy with that. I think had I been able to get out earlier, then maybe I'd have had a bit more pace, but by the end, after I'd spent all my tyres getting past Rudy, I couldn't get any closer to Gareth in that one. So
just quickly, front row for race 2, so you've got to try and beat Gareth off a line there.
Exactly that.
Good to see you back. Well done, and we'll see you for race 2. Let's bring Rudy in for third place. Rudy, you keep getting these positions where you're that close to a victory, but even so, third place must be brilliant. You had a blinding start there. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I was really happy with that. Yeah, I got a good start, but yeah, I wasn't going to hold the lead for too long, I don't think. And but yeah, hopefully in the next one I'll better do the same.
You've got to do it from the second row now.
Yeah, and I'm on the inside, so it's a bit more difficult. But to be fair to Gareth and Guy, they've been quick, so I wasn't going to keep in front of them for too long.
Well, great drive down with us. We'll see you in race 2. Well done. Let's bring Jim as well, of course. Jim, nice start to the weekend with a Masters win. How's that?
Yeah, no, first one. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so very chuffed with that, and thanks to Matt Parks Motorsport for all the support. So it's helped me kind of go from very much straight, dead last of the grid all the way to sunny 5th in the Masters Trophy, looking for more, but sometimes it's just not meant to be.
It's quite good that you put these cars together as Matt, isn't he?
Yeah, no, very good. He's been excellent over the years with me, so can't speak highly enough.
Well, congrats on the first Masters win. Well deserved. We'll see you for race 2 later on. That's the BMWs. Now back to Andy to quickly go through the grid for our first race of the day for the Brscc Evolution Trophy.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. The Evolution Trophy cars already heading out on their green flag lap, then towards the end of their green flag laps. A time very quickly to run through a grid that is headed by Simon Tomlinson in the VW Golf. He runs within the GT class of the classic VW Cup, and he has alongside him the Renault Clio of Nick Gwinnett, which runs within its own class. I'll get to the classes in a moment or two, just looking them down the grid as it is in total for the time being. Adam Marshall then and Matthew Hollier will be together on row number 2. Tim Moll and Richard Clark, row 3. Nick Sanderson and Ken Lark on the 4th row, ahead of Paul Sheard and Tony Hunter on row 5. David Mycock and Dawn Butcher on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 then we will have the VW Golf GTI Mark Shepherd and another one of the Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs of Ben Taylor. Phil Barwick then in his Renault Clio has the Audi TT of Philip O'Halloran alongside him on row 8. Row 9, Bruce Hadfield and Harry Scott. Donald DeVar in the Mark 1 VW Golf. Good to see that car repaired after its knock hill shunt, starting 19th on the grid alongside Andrew Dean, with Neil Oakley in the 1973 VW Beetle. That car has been generating an awful lot of interest here this weekend, and rightly so, because it is an absolutely beautiful bit of machinery. Wasn't necessarily the fastest in qualifying, but still fantastic to have it out there, and looking forward to seeing it in the race. So, Evolution Trophy then, if you are new to this class of racing, it is essentially a place for championships, series that are hoping to become championships to gather and race amongst themselves, basically, in the hope that the grid numbers grow and they can have their own grids in the future. So it's racing by class. It's the class positions that matter, really. So although we have a VW and a Renault Clio on the front row together as the race gets underway, they're not really racing each other particularly, but of course they're all still physically sharing the same bit of racetrack as they run side by side down towards turn number 1, and it is going to be Nick Gwinnett in the Renault Clio who gets into the overall race lead, heading around Cobbiss and into Charlie's. So the Renault Clio out in front, but then the two cars behind of Simon Tomlinson in the VW and Adam Marshall in his VW, they are both racing within the same class, and they are almost side by side there as they go onto the Park Straight. That was a very close moment indeed as they went through the dip on the Park Straight and up towards the braking zone at Park Corner itself. Ken Lark up there in the rocket-powered VW Corrado as well in 5th position. Performs incredibly well down the straights. But the early phase of the race, always just a case of trying to settle down, find your place in the line, and then try and figure out where your nearest class rival is. But for Simon Tomlinson, I think he has eyes for Nick Gwinnett in the Renault Clio. Closes right in on him as they drop down through Mansfield Corner. And to try and carry some speed towards the mountain, maybe challenge for the outright race lead. We'll get to the left-right combination. But over the hill they're about to go, and yeah, Tomlinson's having a little look there, but the Clio a bit lighter, accelerates well up over the top of the mountain. into the Hall bends. Is nose to tail, bumper to bumper through the midfield. The Tim Moll VW there going through as well. That car started 5th on the grid, but has dropped down a little bit since then. The Mark I Berg Cup specification VW Golf. This car pretty rapid, actually, has to be said, and has lost a few places from where it started, but had a good pace in qualifying earlier on. There goes Paul Sheard in his Mark IV Mazda MX-5. So the classes then, essentially, you've got the classic VW Cup, which is split into Class A and Class GT. We also have the TT class, which runs within that for Audis, the Audi TTs of Philip O'Halloran and Harry Scott. We've then also got the Renault Clio class, which again is split into a normally aspirated and an RS class. Then there is the Mazda MX-4 Cup, MX-5 Mark IV Cup, which has again a couple of subclasses within it basically, but generally speaking the VWs are all racing each other, the Renaults are all racing each other, and the Audis as well. These MX-5s tend to have some of the closest battling as well, a little bit further down the order. So, through towards the mountain we go again then for the second time in a 15-minute race. Closest battling going on a little bit further down the order. Sheard taking a wayward line there out of Mansfield corner. It looks like he might lose a place now to, well, in fact, he had got back ahead of the number 42 of Dawn Butcher, but Dawn Butcher then gets a good run out of Mansfield, not quite able to reclaim the position though. As they head for the Hall bends again, it is getting very, very tight indeed through the midfield pack. There's the other of the Mark IV MX-5s, a little bit further back. Ben Taylor's MX-5 Mark IV, though, is moonlighting as a Mark III MX-5 at the moment. It's in the assembly area with the Super Cup cars, not ready to go race with them, but because I think it's retired from the race. So we've lost Ben Taylor, unfortunately, from this one. As they're up into Coppice Corner, the battles continue. And we've got the Seat there, the Leon Super Copa of Nick Sanderson, gaining a place in the overall running order. But again, that was one of the Clios. That was the Clark Clio, which leads within the RS class in the Renault Clio Cup. Here comes the Tim Moll VW now, the Mark I Golf, coming around the outside up towards the braking zone at Park Corner again. It's a real giant killing car, isn't it? Going up against one of the newer generation Renault Clio cars, which runs a little bit wide there through the right-hander. It's the 166 of Richard Clark that he's battling with, and couldn't quite get past Clark there on the run towards the gooseneck. The Clio with its more modern suspension, modern brakes, able to carry a bit more speed maybe into the corners. The Golf just snatching a brake actually to illustrate the fact that it's not performing quite as well in the braking zones. And, does come off the corner very well though, does Tim Moll. Looks to the inside and will go past the Renault on the way into the mountain as they climb up over the hill. Tim Moll racing away now actually, and his next target will be the Seat Leon Super Copa of Nick Sanderson. That runs within the GT class of the Classic VW Cup, whereas Moll runs in Class A. Strange line there out of the final turn. Simon Tomlinson, by the way, has found a way past Nick Gwinnett. So Simon Tomlinson into the overall lead of the race. He was already leading within his class, of course, as was Gwinnett. That doesn't change, but does have a change in the overall order. Meanwhile, two Renault Clios running in different classes go side by side through the first corner. But it's going to be the newer-shaped Clio that will stay ahead. And the 166 car, the car in question. As they head out onto the Park Straight. Oops, so we've got a Golf pulling to one side. That's Mark Shepherd. He's pulling up next to a marshal's post there on the outside of the hairpin. Technical issues there as we move into the middle third of the race for him. He's going to be not seeing the checkered flag, unfortunately. Here comes this battle we were just following between the number 1 of Tony Hunter, the class the aspirated class Renault Clio. And then the 166, the newer shaped RS Clio ahead, the Richard Clark machine. They've also got Paul Sheard gaining on the pair of them in his Mark IV MX-5 now. And Paul Sheard carries the speed out of Mansfield Corner. The lightweight MX-5, you would think, would have an advantage through the next sequence of corners over the Clios ahead, through the mountain and the Hall bends. And as they head towards that part of the track, is the MX-5 going to make its move maybe into the head? Well, Sheard does carry a lot of speed through the initial part of that bit of the track. Head towards the end of another lap. It's Simon Tomlinson out in front, leading within the GT class in the classic VWs. Nick Gwinnett in second place is leading his class. Ken Lark is up to third place now as well in his Class A car within the VWs. Other class leaders, the RS class in the Renault Clios, led by the number 166 of Richard Clark. Paul Sheard leads in Class A for the Mark IV MX-5s. Class PC for the Renault Clios is the number 94, which is Phil Barwick. And then the TT leader is, I think, the car on your screen right now, the number 85 of Philip O'Halloran, the black Audi TT. That car runs 14th place overall. The MX-5 behind it runs within the invitational class within the Mark IV MX-5s, and that's number 82, Bruce Hadfield, also a class leader. Gets overtaken though there by Donald DeVar in the Mark I Golf. DeVar sneaking through. They were some of the class leaders. Meanwhile, over the top of the hill comes Donald DeVar, chasing now after the battle heading through the Hall bends, and Paul Sheard trying now to figure out a way past these pesky Renault Clios ahead that probably have a little bit more power than he does. But he's got the manoeuvrability through the technical part of the track. Great to see Paul back out there on track and enjoying his racing. Not really lost it, has he? Paul Sheard was a great competitor in Mark 1 and Mark 3 MX-5 racing. He's really pushing this new Mark 4 ahead of him. Meanwhile, the two Renault Clios swapping places there as Tony Hunter sweeps around the outside of Richard Clark. Notification now on the screen that we've lost the 333 of Mark Shepherd. We knew that. He'd pulled over at the Marshall's post at Chris Curve, hadn't he? So Shepherd out of the race, but at a safe position on the side of the road, so no need for a safety car. Comes the number 42 of Dawn Butcher, ahead there of the number 96 Renault Clio. That's David Mycock. Oh, he's been competing in for a number of years now in various series. Good to have him here in the Evolution Trophy. Over the top of the hill go the top two in the overall running order. That's Simon Tomlinson, who leads in the Classic VW Cup. Then you've got Nick Gwinnett leading in the Renault Clios. Behind them, there's a good battle going on between Ken Lark, third overall, and the 199 of Matthew Hollier. Matthew Hollier runs in his Renault Clio in the same class as Nick Gwinnett, actually, so he's second place within that class. Ken Lark in the Corrado. I'm quite pleasantly surprised to see how well it's doing here at Cadwell Park. It performed well at Knock Hill down the straights, but everywhere else looked like it was struggling a bit. But Cadwell Park, a really technical circuit, and yet he's performing really well, running in third place outright, leading his class, and that's Class A within the Classic VW Cup. So there goes Gwinnett. The next car behind is Ken Lark. He's about 8 seconds behind. There he is, just at the top of the shot. In fact, he's got other cars for company now, hasn't he? Nick Sanderson's there in his Seat Leon SuperCup, 73. And also, I think behind is the Tim Mole car. Sanderson on the inside Park corner. Can't quite find the way around Matthew Hollier. Both of these cars running second within their respective class. So too actually is Tim Moll behind, so they're all in different classes to each other, but having a pretty entertaining exchange out on the circuit. Towards Mansfield, Tim Moll, is he going to commit to a move? He thinks about it. Oh, does more than think about it. Thankfully avoided collecting Nick Sanderson, but he had it all locked up there on the dirty side of the road. And very nearly T-boned the Seat ahead. As they head through the mountain, though, Nick Sanderson not knocked off his stride one bit, was he? He's already back on the tail of Matthew Hollier. Hollier is feeling the pressure now, but doesn't really have to worry too much. He could let Sanderson go and it wouldn't affect his class position at all. Not entirely sure what happened to Adam Marshall earlier on in this race either. The number 27 car, he's down in 9th place, just spotted him going past the commentary box as Nick Sanderson there makes light work of Richard Clark. And they head up through Coppice Corner. He's then going to have a little look at the Corrado of Ken Lark as well. So this is for third place in the overall race. Again, a group of cars that are all running within their own separate classes, really. Although Ken Lark is in the same class as Tim Moll, so if Tim Moll in that little Mark 1 Golf could get up there and challenge the Corrado, that would be for a class victory. Sanderson gets past Lark, heading up the hill, but there, look, Tim Moll is trying his best to get onto terms with Lark, who sometimes does fade towards the end of the race. You feel that Corrado maybe starts to lose performance. Now there is Adam Marshall. He's found the Clios to have a play with now, Tony Hunter and Richard Clark. He's on the inside of Clark now, in fact, as they come through Chris Curve. But why Marshall is this far down the order in the first place, I'm not really sure. He started third on the grid and was running higher up the order than that, the last we saw of him. Through the gooseneck they go then, and the Renault Clio's fending off the VW Golf for now, which takes a wide entry into Mansfield, looks to try and carry the speed down the hill. The car has the better performance in a straight line. Is it the Clio or the Golf? The Clio probably had enough just about to hold on to the place. Yes, it did. Sheer dropping weight now slightly from that group, still pushing on there up against the grass as he came over the mountain. Fires the MX-5 into the Hall Bends. Then the Dawn Butcher and Dave Mycock battle. Again, VW Golf versus Renault Clio. It's amazing how evenly matched some of these Golfs and Clios are. Again, they're not technically racing each other, but they are sharing the same bit of racetrack. And proving to be very evenly matched indeed over the course of a lap. So, final lap has begun, I believe, for the race leader. Simon Tomlinson, he'll be probably somewhere up towards the gooseneck by now. Well on his way towards the checkered flag. Going to go on with the battle further back then. Adam Marshall this time gets to the inside, does he, of Richard Clark, whilst further up the road Tim Moll has found a way past Matthew Hollier by the looks of it. The black Renault Clio there losing a place to the Mark 1 Golf. Marshall has got past Richard Clark and then sweeps around the outside of Tony Hunter. So gets past the pair of Clios who can now continue their own private battle. Again, both Renault Clios, but they are running within different classes in the Renault Clio portion of the race. But Simon Tomlinson, in a lights to flag victory, this one turns down into the hairpin for the final time. And the race win looks as though it's going to be his then into Barn Corner. A faultless drive this from Simon Tomlinson. He's going to take the overall victory and the win within the GT class of the Classic VW Cup. And across the line he will go. So Simon Tomlinson wins here at Cadwell Park. Nick Gwinnett will be second, I believe, in the red Renault Clio. Here he comes. And third place, not the Andrew Dean VW Vento, although it's got addition to the grid. That car had just gone a lap down. It's actually Nick Sanderson who comes through next. So Gwinnett wins in the aspirated class. Then you've got Sanderson next, who runs within the GT class. Second place for him. Ken Lark wins in Class A. Tim Moll next, and the gap between them was actually under a second, so Tim Moll nearly did get to Ken Lark there, but another lap we could have had a different outcome in Class A. So Tomlinson, Gwinnett, Sanderson, Lark, Mole, Hollier, Marshall, Hunter, Clark and Sheard, the top 10. The class winners, though, are what really matters there. We'll confirm out when we get the results graphic in just a moment or two. But, Simon Tomlinson, no doubt about it, got the win within his class. He is, I'm sure, going to be very, very happy with that. So through into Parc Fermé they'll go in a moment, and we'll hear from hopefully the class winners as and when they make their way down towards Scott Woodward. We've got cars assembling in the assembly area now, though, and they are the cars competing in the MX-5 Super Cup, so we'll have build-up for that race as well in a moment or two. Here, though, is confirmation of the Evolution Trophy results. Simon Tomlinson, Nick Gwinnett, both class winners. So too Ken Lark, who finishes in 4th place. He wins the Class A element of the Classic BMW Cup. Richard Clark down in 9th position. He wins the RS Renault Clio class, and Paul Sheard wins within Class A for the Mark IV MX-5s. Phil Barwick was the first of the PC class Renault Clio's home. Bruce Hadfield was the next class winner. He won in the Mark IV Invitational class, and then Philip O'Halloran was the winner in the Audi TT category. So they were all of your class winners then at the end of an entertaining Evolution Trophy race. So those cars will head to Parc Fermé. The MX-5 Super Cup gang is assembled, though, behind me, and in amongst them all is Scott Woodward.
Well, they definitely say variety is the spice of life, and that's exactly what you have with the Evolution Trophy. A really, really good drive out there for Simon Tomlinson, who took the victory, and congrats to all the other category winners as well. Hopefully we'll chat to as many of them as possible before we get this next race underway. Speaking of the next race, it is the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Now, the reverse grid draw has managed to put Alex Stott on pole position at 4 Hills Motorsport, but alongside him is 2016 champion James Baldwin, the silver car number 2. He'll want to get a good start, and he'll be desperate to get his 2nd win of the season after you pick one up after the disqualification earlier on. Also with a good chance could be the man in 3rd place on the grid, Lee Britton. Of course, he was agonisingly close to that first victory, 2 laps away at Anglesey before a mechanical issue sadly snatched it away from him. Also watch for the likes of Patrick Fletcher, James Cousins and Aidan Hills, because all 3 of them are starting up in 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. So it's the top 6 that are reversed on that side. We may not have time. I want to focus on 1 or 2 of the Masters drivers, because of course we're talking about the fact that Masters is another category in the mix. It's a driver's age 45 and over. It's an overarching points table, so essentially where you finish overall is where you get points. One driver I do want to talk to, if you want to follow me, Joe, is just to have a word quickly with Nick Rutter, I think, because Nick is one of the top drivers in the mix. And I may or may not be able to get it because they are starting to single them off, but Nick Rutter is one of the top drivers to watch in the Masters. You have to be 45 years of age or older to compete in that. Nick Rutter, one of the top drivers to watch out for. I was going to look and see if we could have a chat also to Martin Tolley, but it doesn't look like he's on the grid. So the highest placed Masters driver in the points racing is in fact Nick Rutter. Shout out to Amy Watts also. Of course, she got her first, I believe, her first club class podium in 3rd place last time out, so that's one to look for. A couple of cars towards the back to also watch coming through for are these 2 cars right here. Number 1, the defending champion Will Blackwell Chambers, after he had mechanical issues, and the same also for Ali Brain, car number 14. Those 2 cars, I guarantee, despite the narrow nature of Cadwell Park, definitely will not stay there. They will pick their way through the pack as much as possible. They're going to have to do it from 26th and 27th on the grid, so as they wheel their way out of the pit lane, little away from Ali as he gets onto the grid. Hopefully he starts the back of the grid and actually is able to make the start, because he had that mechanical drama that stopped him from being able to make an actual race start, which is there in that case. So Alex Stott then has the potential to possibly take his first victory, but we know that some of the quicker drivers are up there in 4th, 5th and 6th. Some of the other quicker drivers are further back, so they potentially could make quite a few gains. But this could be a really good chance for James Baldwin if he can get himself out in front from the front row of the grid, get a really decent start from that second starting spot, and then pick his way and get himself into the lead and then try and pull away and create a gap. Lee Britton also, we've seen what he can do in reverse grid races. If anyone was able to be at Anglesey, it was the only round we had that wasn't live streamed. It was a great drive all the way through, and it was literally 2 laps from the finish when Lee Britton's car gave out, and he was absolutely devastated. The whole team were devastated at Luke Herbert Racing. Really disappointing result, but he's one of the drivers this year that really has been a revelation. They've been getting stronger and stronger as the season's gone on, and he could be in a good position here to take a victory from 3rd place on the grid. Quickly spin round. Don't have any Evolution Trophy drivers just yet, but what I will do very quickly is just confirm the result of them. I'm very quickly going to my phone to check this. So Simon Tomlinson took took the victory in Classic BMW Cup. It was a victory in the Cook Sport Renault Cup for Nick Gwinnett in his Clio 172. It was a victory in the Mark IV MX-5 trophy for Paul Sheard. Good to see him back out in his self-prepared Mark IV. And then we had a victory in the Classic TTs for the only TT that finished, Filippo Halloran, because early on we had a retirement for Harry Scott. Now we may well get all the class winners. There are one or two, I think, on the way, with Charlotte at least making her way down here, so she may or may not let me know who we've got. Right, we have got a couple of drivers making their way down, so we'll be able to have a chat with them. This will either be overall top 3 and class winners, or it'll be just class winners or just top 3. It'll be one of those 3 combinations, but we'll find out who we've got as we head down towards the podium. And let's see, how many drivers do we have making their way over? We've got 1, 2, Simon Thomas is definitely one of them. And who else have we got? Tony Hunter, I think, is down there. So I think there's quite a few trophies to go through, so we might be able to chat to 1 or 2 drivers, but we'll be able to at least call them up and have a chat. There are 4 drivers to have a chat to here. No, 5 in fact. So there's a few different ones to get through to. But we'll see who we've got and see which drivers we are handing out trophies for, because there are obviously 4 different categories within that, lots of different classes. We may have to quickly rattle through them. We might not get time to have a chat to them because the MX-5 Super Cup cars are already on their formation. They're about roughly a third of the way around already. There are quite a few trophies to get through. We might only be able to get possibly a chat maybe with the overall race winner, I think. We might actually just call him over now very quickly, just in case. So let's see if we can get a word with Simon. Simon! Sorry, please grab you over. We have a quick with Simon because we might not have time to showcase the podium because we've got the next race going out. We'll at least get a chat with our technically overall race winner, but Classic BMW Cup race winner. Excellent stuff from you. Great start from overall pole position, from the category pole position. Just talk us through that race and how it went.
I probably had the best start I've had all year and probably for the last 2 years. Luckily Nick had the worst apparently, so it worked all right for me. He's still got the upper hand. It's very quick and light, and I caught him. He missed a gear and he sort of did the right thing and let me just have a bit of room, and I got by him and just sort of held on to it from there and just put lap in after lap, so to the end. But I enjoyed it, really did.
Excellent. Well, well done. I'll have to quickly rattle through these interviews. Well done, congratulations. We'll do the podium in a second. Do you want to quickly rattle through interviews first, very quickly? Nick Gwinnett. Yep, so that was winning the Classic in Cook Sport Renault Cup. Congratulations on that. How was that?
It was a hot race. It's very intense around here, isn't it? There's a lot going on, up, down around here. So, great little track, yeah. Good race.
We're going to have to quickly rattle through because the next race is going on, but well done. Excellent stuff. I'm going to very quickly also grab a quick word with our Mark IV trophy winner, man himself, Paul Sheard. Very quick word before the Super Cup race gets on. That was not bad for a first time back in the car, was it, for a while?
No, it's just hard. I wouldn't say it's like being on track day, but there's just such a difference in the cars because obviously everybody's trying to evolve a class of their own. But it's good racing. They're all clean drivers, different experiences. But yeah, good fun.
A few more Mark IVs on the way, hopefully?
Yeah, definitely. There's lots of talk and there's lots of interest. It's had to take longer than we thought, but fingers crossed everybody loves it and they're coming a little bit cheaper, so hopefully the momentum will grow. And you lads are doing a good job in promo in it, so yeah, fingers crossed with you all.
Yeah, and the cars look the part as well. You're certainly doing your bit to get them out there too, which is great.
Yeah, it's a current production model. It just needs a fraction of money or manufacturers or something like that, really, and then we'd be away then. But yeah, all credit to yourselves. It's going well.
Excellent. There you go and get your trophy, but well done. We'll see you for the second one. Right, these guys are going to get their trophies. We're going to head to the grid for our third and final MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. Quickly over to Andy for a quick run through the grid before the race starts.
Yeah, a grid that is forming, Scott, already. In fact, it's almost formed completely. It's a partially reversed grid, this one, so I'll just rattle through the front few rows. We won't have time to go through the whole thing, I don't think, but it's the top 6 finishers from race number 2 who are reversed to give you the grid for race 3. So number 88, Alex Stott, starts from pole position. Remember, he was his team boss, Aidan Hills, who won race 2. He will be starting 6th. On the front row with Alex Stott is James Blake Baldwin, who is gunning for a race victory. And then you've got row 2 for Lee Britton and Patrick Fletcher. James Cossons and Aidan Hills, the top 2 from the earlier race today, start on row 3 ahead of Fraser Fennick and Tom Griffiths, Tom Selden and Josh Morris. They will complete the top 10. At the back of the grid, by the way, we've got Will Blackwell Chambers and Ali Brace. They've got both of those cars out on track. As the lights go out, they will be looking to try and move forward from the very rear of the field. It's James Blake Baldwin at the front of the field, though, who's going to lead them down towards the first corner for the first time. Not a great start made by Alex Stott, so Lee Britton comes up alongside him on the run into the first corner. But are we going to see Lee Britton second? Yes, we will. So Lee Britton moves ahead of Alex Stott too. Then you've got Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins going side by side. So James Cossins gaining some ground as Ali Bray was on the grass there at the back of the field, already past about half a dozen cars. And I'm sure Will Blackwell Chambers was making similar progress as well. Down the Park Straight they go then for the first time. We try and pick those cars out because the Ali Bray they're going to the outside. In fact, he's ahead of Blackwell Chambers by a few positions at the moment. So Blake Baldwin turns into the right-hander at the top of the hill then. Fraser Fennick there, the number 263 car, up ahead of Aidan Hills. So Aidan Hills losing ground actually from where he started. Started 6th, drops down to 7th halfway around the opening lap. Oh, off the track further back, that's number 99 Nick Rutter and number 90 which was Bruce Robinson. Those two shared the 10th row of the grid and now they're sharing a bit of grass on the way out of Park Corner. Leaders then out of Mansfield, Blake Baldwin leading the way, Lee Britton second, Stott third, Fletcher fourth, Cossins fifth and Fraser Fennick in 6th position ahead of Aidan Hills there, the championship leader. And then that looked like Tom Selden ahead of Tom Griffiths. So Tom Selden's had a decent start from 9th on the grid. So over the top of the hill they go then, bouncing their way through the Hall bends, with them just scraping the plastic floppy markers there on the inside of the track that denote track limits. Over the top of the hill they go. I think that was Josh Morris I saw there, who was in that top 10 battle as well, having a good run. Towards the end then of lap number 1, Ali Bray in the background making a move, Blackwell Chambers coming through with him, so they're both making good progress, aren't they, from the very tail end of the field. They started 25th for Blackwell Chambers, 26th for Ali Bray. Let's see where they are at the end of the opening lap, both inside the top 20 I'd have thought. Bray is 17th and Blackwell Chambers is 19th, so yeah, they've both gained a good handful of places there in the opening lap of the race. Leaders then make their way out of Charlie's though, onto the back straight. James Blake Baldwin the leader, and Lee Britton in second place. The battle really is for third though. Alex Stott, Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins, and then behind Aidan Hills is back up the inside of Fraser Fennick for 6th position, the place that Fraser took from him at Park Corner a lap ago. What's going to happen for third though? Well, Stott hangs on, but James Cossins goes around the outside of Patrick Fletcher into 4th place. So James Cossins moving up through the order nicely. Started 5th, he's into 4th place now then, and he could be the real challenger for a race win here. He and Aidan Hills have been pretty evenly matched so far this weekend, but Cossins, the one with better track position, and of course is his teammate Alex Stott directly ahead of him, who you imagine won't put up too much of a fight. So we'll see whether or not he does. Cossins already has a bit of an overlap actually coming out of Mansfield. He's looking to the inside into the mountain, and he's on the grass, so forget not putting up a fight. He gets squeezed right to the edge of the road and has to back out of it. Stott out breaks himself a bit though into the mountain section, and that's going to give Cossins a much better run over the top of the hill to the inside line into the Hall bends. James Cossins is, I think, about to move into 3rd place. Alex Stott tries to hang tough around the outside. He's on the grass though. Oh, just avoids James Cossins, and that was near disaster for the Two Hills Motorsports teammates. What was that I was saying about how Alex Stott wasn't going to put up much of a fight against Cossins? He did the exact opposite, and it cost them both a handful of places in the end, because as he rejoined the track, he somehow avoided his teammate, but they both had to stamp on the brakes, and that has allowed Patrick Fletcher, Aidan Hills and Fraser Fennick to come through. So they run now 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively, with Cossins in the 6th position after that. So again, Aidan Hills, championship leader, just picking his way through the drama, keeping out of trouble. He's got Patrick Fletcher now in his sights, and that would be for 3rd position. Out of Charlie's they will go. The leaders 6.5 tenths of a second apart, James Blake Baldwin and Lee Britton. James Blake Baldwin has had 1 race win this year, that coming in the 3rd race at Brands Hatch, where he's won so many times over the years. In the MX-5 Super Cup, Aidan Hills there looking around the outside of Patrick Fletcher. Does more than look, he actually drives around the outside of him. Patrick put up a bit of a fight, but Aidan Hills able to just about squeeze across in front of him, so good stuff there from Aidan. He's into a podium place now. He will chase after the top 2, but he's about 3.5 seconds or so behind them as they drop down into Mansfield. So it's going to take some catching. 20-minute race, we're nearly 5 minutes through. And as they turn towards the mountain, you can see the gap visibly there. Lee Britton harrying James Blake Baldwin. So as I started to say, Blake Baldwin with a win this year. Lee Britton, though, cruelly denied that win at Anglesey. And he will see this now as his next best opportunity to try and get to the top step of the podium. Sam Heading there, bouncing over the curbs through the Hall bends. I love watching the SuperCup cars as they jump almost over the first crest at the Hall bends and then pitch into the left-hander. It really does feel more like a rally stage than a racetrack, that final sector at Cadwell Park. to see these cars being driven on the absolute limit is a real treat. Right, Lee Britton, fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 41.389. It's only about a tenth quicker than the leader, but it is quicker, and he's back within 6/10 now of Blake Baldwin. As Sam Heading, I think that was further back, trying to go around the outside of someone, but he loses control. Does he, Sam Heading? He's off onto the grass, back onto the road. He will go. Do they miss him? Somehow they do. And Sam Heading, from hero to zero, won yesterday's first race at a canter, but that was a very costly mistake. Tried to go around the outside of, I think it was Alex Stott, was he, that he was battling with? Yes, it was. And just ran out of room on the exit of the corner. And a huge tank slapper spun across the track, and thankfully the rest of them all avoided him. A couple of near misses in this race already. Hopefully that's the last of them. So Lee Britton then, as I was saying, gaining slightly on the race leader. And they're both going a bit quicker than Aidan Hills at the moment. He did a 141.5, the leader did a 41.4, and Britton a 41.3. There is Lee Britton on the tail of James Blake Baldwin. Lee, one of the most improved drivers in 2023, no doubt about it. He's spent some time learning the car, learning racecraft as well. He's got both natural speed now and good racecraft ability. But he's going to need all of that to get past the wily James Blake Baldwin, who knows a trick or two about how to win MX-5 Super Cup races. And it's been a while since he won back at Brands Hatch earlier this season in April. Before then, it was even longer, actually. Out of the window, by the way, I think I've just seen Patrick Fletcher go off at the Hall Bends. He avoided barriers, but Patrick Fletcher, I think, has had some trouble on that lap. Has Patrick come through at the end of lap number 4? No, he hasn't. So Patrick Fletcher dropping down the timing tower. And that means that Fraser Fennick moves into 4th place. Of course, Hills got past Fletcher last time around. The state of the track there into Charlie's corner, as Sam Heading has rearranged some of Jonathan Palmer's lovely lawn. Michael Nibbs out of the race as well. Not sure what's happened to him, but he is a retirement. And there is Patrick Fletcher into the pit lane. So I saw him driving along the grass. I think he was just trying to get out of people's way through the Hall Bends after his car had lost drive. So Patrick Fletcher out, and a weekend that promised quite a lot for Patrick. Unfortunately not delivering a huge amount. Fraser Fennick going grass tracking now. That allows James Cossins and maybe Tom Griffiths to come through on the inside line at Chris Curve. Tom Griffiths getting his Helpos out and manages to get past Fraser Fennick on the run through the gooseneck. So that puts Griffiths into the top 5. This is more like it. Tom Griffiths not feeling as confident maybe as he should have been coming into this weekend. I always felt that Cadwell would suit him, and he's had a tough season, Tom. You really felt that he was building in confidence nicely at the start of the year, and then he had that really unfortunate accident with Jack Brewer at Brands Hatch, for which Tom was penalised, although Jack actually himself said that he didn't really blame Tom for it, and there were absolutely no hard feelings. Obviously it did a lot of damage to Jack Brewer's car. He is looking at getting on the grid for next season, though. He's got a new car that he's preparing, and he's going to be on the grid in 2024, and definitely will be gunning for some race victories when he does get here. But yeah, you can't help but feel that maybe knocked Tom Griffith's confidence a bit. Good to see him getting back towards the sharp end now. As I said, should move into 5th place at the end of the lap. Tom Selden, meanwhile, was having a grassy moment at the hairpin, so he drops back behind Alex Stott now. Stott into 7th place, Selden down to 8th. Will Powell and Josh Morris are part of that battle as well to complete the top 10, with Will Blackwell Chambers and Ali Bray 11th and 12th respectively now, from 25th and 26th on the grid. And somewhere Blackwell Chambers have got ahead of Ali Bray, because Ali was leading the Ron Boston racing car earlier on in the race. So those two are almost certainly going to make it into the top 10 by the checkered flag, I think, aren't they? Leaders you saw there were absolutely nose to tail as they went through Park Corner, whilst Alex Stott again is defending from Tom Selden, who looks to the outside. Not able to prise that door open through Park Corner. Behind, though, we do have a change. That's the number 21 of Josh Morris getting past Will Powell. So Will Powell, Paul Sheard racing driver, just saw Paul Sheard out in the Mark 4 MX-5 with the Evolution Trophy, getting a class win. His drivers inside the top 10 here at Cadwell Park in the Mark 3s. The next two cars, though, behind them, they are Will Blackwell Chambers and Ali Bray. So the two cars coming from the back of the field are almost on the tail of the top 10 now, and they should make mincemeat of these drivers. They're capable of lapping, I think, quite a bit quicker. Blackwell Chambers did a 41.7 on the previous lap, which was quicker than the leaders. So Will Blackwell Chambers, we know, is a quick driver. His way through the Hall bends, onto the tail then of Will Powell, who takes a lot of curve there. The front of the car bouncing around in the air through the Hall bends. As they head out of the final turn. Will Blackwell Chambers now looking to try and make a move, although he drives onto the grass coming out of the final turn, does Will. And Will Blackwell Chambers in attack mode now, looks to the inside, and he's going to slip through, I think, at Coppice corner. Yeah, dab on the brakes there for Powell. Flat out corner in a Mark III MX-5 Coppice, but not if you've got someone slipping up the inside of you. So Blackwell Chambers then into 10th. And there's another 3 or 4 places, I think, going begging here for him if he gets his head down. The lead gap, by the way, came down to just 1.5 tenths at the start of the lap, so that lead margin came down by about 3 tenths last time around, whilst James Cossins in 4th set the fastest lap. He's now only 1.1 seconds behind Aidan Hills, who's 1.5 seconds behind the leading duo, so with still over half the race to go, if Blake Baldwin and Britton start battling for the lead, they could well bring the Hills Motorsports cars into the battle. There is Sam Heading, meanwhile, the team checking the car over after that high-speed spin that he had at Coppice. Whilst a big dive is made, and a successful dive, a lovely dive actually made down into Mansfield corner by Josh Morris. He gets past Tom Selden. And Will Blackwell Chambers says, I'll have a bit of that too. So couldn't quite get alongside into the mountain, but that was a lovely bit of driving that. The leaders are together, by the way. They've just flashed past my commentary position. Aidan Hills has caught the top 2, and James Cossins isn't far behind them, so we're going to have 4 for the lead possibly by the end of this lap, with still just over a third of the race still to go. Ali Bray here in a slightly battered and bruised number 14 car onto the tail of Will Powell now as well to try and break into 11th place, but keep an eye to the lead group. They're heading onto the start now of their 8th lap of racing, and Lee Britton has got company now. The top 3 covered by top 4 covered by 1.4 seconds as they went through to begin this lap. Blackwell Chambers there looking up the inside of Tom Selden, gets past him pretty easily. He's making better progress, really, isn't he, through this traffic than Ali Bray is, even behind him. Up towards the end of the Park Straight they will go. And Ali Bray is now up the inside of Will Powell. Car can't be all that well in a straight line. It was a hub, I think he said, that sheared on the way to the grid in the early race that put him out before the race even started. So it's a real shame for Ali. He said he was grateful that it happened there, because actually had he taken the start of the race, the car probably wouldn't have gone anywhere, and he was due to be starting on, I think, the second row of the grid, so that would have caused a fairly significant accident, which thankfully was avoided. So he made the right decision to park at the back of the grid and await recovery. He's driven beautifully up through the order now. Will Blackwell Chambers diving back up the inside of Josh Morris. He's really struggling to get past the number 21 car, though. Meanwhile, Aidan Hills and James Cossins doing battle for 3rd place, so they're not leaving each other alone, are they? And Tom Griffiths is gaining on them now as well. Tom Griffiths on the last lap did a 1:41.1. That was 1.3 seconds quicker than the race leader. So, and officially speaking, we have had a lead change. Yeah, Lee Britton is ahead of James Blake Baldwin. So I just noticed that on the timing screen, actually. It said they'd changed around last time as well. So Lee Britton into the lead. Now, deep breath, everyone. Touch every bit of wood that you can find, because Lee Britton's been in the lead before and not managed to get to the checkered flag. He absolutely deserves to get a race victory in this championship, but he's going to have a fight on his hands. Perhaps not from James Blake Baldwin, but more from Aidan Hills, because Aidan Hills has shaken off his teammate James Cossins. He's closing in on Blake Baldwin, and if he can get past the former champion quickly, he might still have time to chase after Lee Britton, the race leader, but there's no doubt that Britton in clean air should have good pace here. He's already pulling a few car lengths over Blake Baldwin, and as they turn into Park Corner, he looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he? There goes Tom Griffiths. He was the fastest man on the track on the previous lap, 1:41.5, but the ex-Compact Cup race winner is perhaps going to run out of time to get onto the podium. We'll wait and see. The state of Ali Bray's car. I mean, mechanically, he prepares a very nice car, but I think appearances often fall pretty low on the list of his priorities. But when you are running about 73 Mazda MX-5s, I suppose you don't have time to bash out every dent in the bodywork. It's still going quickly, that car, though, and he's up into 11th place now, still knocking on the door of that top 10. Through the mountain go the leading quartet. Well, sort of a leading quartet. It's more a three-way fight for second, although Aidan Hills, for an ex-rally crosser, you'd think that the mountain would be his favourite part of the track, but actually he's a little bit slow over the jump towards the Hall Bends, and it just allows James Cossins to get onto his tail. It means that he gets dropped a little bit by James Blake Baldwin. So gaps ebbing and flowing. In fact, Aidan reaching out there to adjust his driver's side wing mirror, so that must be causing him a bit of bother. Maybe it was knocked loose earlier on in the race, or by rattling over a curb. You don't realise how brutal those curbs are until you ride over them at any sort of speed, and that can very easily dislodge a rear-view mirror. But, Lee Britton, whose car is carrying many onboard cameras, not TV cameras, but they're cameras that Lee uses to capture footage for his social media, his vlog that he puts together after each weekend. Well worth a watch, by the way. And he'll have some brilliant footage of a former champion and perhaps this year's champion in waiting. Anyway, Aidan Hills applying the pressure to him as they head up towards Park Corner. Back around Chris Kerr. Less than 4 minutes to hang on now, though. And Lee Britton, can he do this? James Blake Baldwin isn't going to let him escape. Nerves will start to jangle now for Lee Britton. The pressure starting to build. It's always worse, isn't it, I think, when you come close to winning a few times, as he has done, and it just doesn't quite come off. You're sort of waiting then, aren't you, for a little bit of misfortune to strike. He's having to really defend now as they head for the mountain. James Blake Baldwin looks on the inside of him. That was a gap that was always going to close, and thankfully James realised that at the last second and bailed out of the manoeuvre. But Lee Britton can't leave that door open. Of all the people to have behind you in the closing stages, if it's James Blake Baldwin, you cannot leave even a chink of an opening, because he will go for the move. As we just saw there into the mountain section, he gets a bit sideways though, does the second place man coming out of the hairpin. And that always greasy, slippery part of the circuit just catching him out slightly, and that gives Britton a momentary chance to catch his breath. Fenwick there drops out of the final turn. The next group behind was headed by Alex Stott. It is now headed by Will Blackwell-Chambers. So Blackwell-Chambers from 25th on the grid is now 7th. Ali Bray is into the top 10 now. He was at the start of the lap anyway, in 10th position. And, yep, comes through in 10th place again. Right, leaders onto the Park straight. Blake Baldwin much, much closer this time to Lee Britton. We're going to have probably 2 more laps of racing to go, and they're going to be side by side when they arrive at Park Corner. Britton will defend the inside line. Blake Baldwin looks to the outside. He wants that inside line, but didn't commit to the move. Ollie Hall, by the way, you can see, has moved into the club class lead within the bottom end of the field. He got ahead of Kamal Khalsi on the previous lap to claim that position. Not able to see it because we daren't drag our eyes away from this leading group of 5, and they are absolutely together now, these 5, as Lee Britton starts to drive more and more defensively to try and keep the always racy James Blake Baldwin at bay. Blake Baldwin, good exit from Mansfield. Is there an overlap? Is there an overlap? I think there might be. Tried this move a lap ago. He's getting squeezed onto the grass. He'll almost certainly keep his foot in it. Down towards the mountain they go. There is contact on the apex. Britton stands his ground round the outside. Gets the inside for the right-hander. Watch for Aidan Hills, though. Hills has the run. There's more contact. They're all on the grass. Lee Britton is somehow still in the race lead. Aidan Hills goes second, and James Blake Baldwin knocked down to third. That was some of the craziest racing I've ever seen at Cadwell Park, and they're all still there to tell the tale afterwards. That was fantastic. Lee Britton then hanging tough around the outside, and he now has to try and fend off the winningest driver this year, Aidan Hills, for 1 more lap of the Cadwell Park circuit. The rear bumper flapping loose on Lee Britton's car. His passenger side wing mirror has been knocked in, so we won't be able to see anything down the left-hand side of the car. But actually, I think the best thing he can do is not look in the mirrors at all, because if he does, he's far more likely to make a mistake. I think he's got 4 very hungry drivers queuing up behind him, and the first of those is Aidan Hills. Out of Charlie's they go then. Down the back straight. Is Lee Britton going to be able to hang on? That rear bumper flapping in the wind won't be helping the aerodynamics. And of course he's already punching a big hole in the air for the cars behind to benefit from. Up to the top of the circuit they go. Does Hills dare to go to the outside? Blake Baldwin didn't want to a lap ago. And yeah, Aidan Hills of the same opinion. If you go to the outside to try and pass, you leave the door wide open for the third placed car. So actually a bit of a stalemate situation that time. Lee Britton just a little bit wide of the apex through Chris Kerr, but he's past the most obvious overtaking opportunity. but it doesn't always have to be an obvious overtaking opportunity, as we just saw from Blake Baldwin, who actually might have another pop at Aidan Hills here. This might save Lee Britton a little bit if those two start battling. Defensive line taken into Mansfield by the second place man on the exit. You can see that loses him a mile an hour or so, gives Lee Britton an extra bit of an advantage heading towards the mountain. And this time around manages to avoid trading any paint with anybody. Through the left, through the right, up over the hill. Has he done enough? Aidan Hills is close enough that if Lee Britton makes even the slightest mistake, the lead will probably still change, but unless Aidan's feeling really, really feisty into the hairpin, I reckon Lee Britton might just have done enough. Down into the final two corners they go. We wait with bated breath. There's been a bit of a touch there as Costons goes up the inside of Blake Baldwin, who sideways somehow gathers it together with some of the greatest car control you will ever see. But Lee Britton has fended off all comers in this race to claim his first ever victory in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. What a race that was. Fantastic driving. It got a bit messy at times, but it was fantastic entertainment. And Lee Britton, a well-deserving race winner. Aidan Hills second. James Costons gets on the podium then with that aggressive late move on Blake Baldwin. And Tom Griffiths actually beats Blake Baldwin to fourth place by 81 thousandths of a second. So Blake Baldwin Griffiths fourth, Blake Baldwin fifth, Fraser Fennick comes home in sixth place, and Will Blackwell-Chambers from 25th on the grid comes home in seventh position. Alex Stott in eighth, ninth Josh Morris, and Ali Bray again from the back of the grid manages to come home in 10th position. The Pro Masters class won by George Grant. I think that's a hat-trick for George this weekend, and it's Ollie Hall in the Clubman class who claims the victory. Rob Way goes second place actually, and Kamal Kalsi dropped all the way down into 5th position within that class by the end, and the Masters class within the Clubman won by Christopher Ginn because he was actually the only finisher, because Bruce Robinson, the only other entrant into the Masters class within the Clubmans, didn't make the checkered flag. So fantastic race there. That was MX-5 Super Cup racing at its very, very best. How they all survived that moment over the top of the mountain, I don't know. Lee Britton then gets the victory. Aidan Hills second and James Costons in third. A good weekend for both of those two. Tom Griffiths fourth, James Blake Baldwin fifth, Fraser Fennick sixth, Will Blackwell-Chambers seventh, Alex Stott in eighth place, ninth Josh Morris, and 10th for Ali Bray. Tom Selden 11th. Will Powell came home in 12th position ahead of Scott Wright. Then George Grant, the Masters winner. Ollie Hall, the Clubman's winner, in 15th ahead of Robert Way, Chris Richardson, Wilbur Tilley, Amy Watts, Kamal Kalsi and Nick Rutter. Whilst Christopher Ginn may have been the last car home, but he was still the first of the Clubman Masters runners, finishing in 22nd overall. Bruce Robinson, a non-finisher. Sam Heading likewise after that high-speed spin at Coppice. Patrick Fletcher retired to the pit lane, and Michael Nibbs didn't get very far into that race at all. Well, some of the best MX-5 Super Cup racing that I've seen in a very, very long time there, and it was Lee Britton who came out on top to claim his first ever win in the category, and in a few moments' time he'll be down there to catch up with Scott Woodwis and tell us all about how he did it. But before that, we have build-up for our second Audi TT Cup Racing Series race of the weekend. They weren't out on track all that long ago, actually, and they're already ready and raring to go, as I'm sure is Scott Woodwis.
I won't lie, I was kind of cheering on Lee Britton a little bit there because he was so cruelly denied that victory at Anglesey, but he's finally made up for it here at Cadwell Park. His first MX-5 Super Cup win. That's going to feel good, and that's going to be quite a podium that we're going to bring you very, very shortly. Of course, some great victories too. I think Ollie Hall was also victorious in the club class. And I can also tell you that George Grant won the Masters category all 3 races, so I think if he's down there, we'll get him up on the podium as well. And if you've got time, have a chat, because of course we're going to straight away rattle on to our next race, which is the second race of the day for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Of course, the grid is set by the result of race number 1 earlier on, which means Ross Macker will start on pole, Harry Yardley-Rose will start alongside him on the front row. You can see Andrew Dye's repaired TT. It's got quite a lot of race tape on the front. It's also missing the front splitter, but they build them tough in Germany. Fourth is Richard Forber on the grid, so he's in there too. And rounding out the top 5, we've got Patrick Booth, who won the Masters category last time as well. And again, a lot of drivers are raving about these cars a lot. Lots of really good vibes about these cars, and lots to look at for 2024 in terms of how good it's going to be for next year. And you can tell these cars, it's such a simple looking aero package on these cars, but they look the part. They sit on these low suspension, BC Racing suspension. They run Dereza components as well, Power Flex, all some great partners on board, Nankang tyres on top of it. It really is a wonderfully put together, simple little package. It's got 250 brake horsepower. These things are, well, they're not pocket, but they are absolute rockets in a straight line. To give context, the Fiesta ST150 that we have of 240 brake horsepower, that's 10 horsepower less, and they're quick in a straight line. They're turbocharged. So are these, TTs, but these are tyres a tiny bit quicker, and they've got a slightly more aerodynamic body shape, the more slippery coupe body shape that these cars run. And as I mentioned earlier on, you can also have a combination, a choice of either a manual or a DSG gearbox. I believe the manuals are a little bit lighter to try and offset some of the power to weight ratios, but performance-wise they can be quite equal in that sense. So the Audi TT is making their way out onto the grid. Hopefully we're going to get our Mazda drivers down as soon as possible. I do want to have a chat at the very least with both of our category winners. We might have to quickly rattle through the top threes for both, because we're getting quite close to that race start. We're getting underway, and there's only a handful of these Audi TTs, about sort of 13, 14 of them on the grid as they make their way down towards out of the assembly area and onto the grid. So as they make their way across, we're going to start wandering across to the podium as Joe is able to follow me for a second, back on me. And I'm just going to have a quick look up and see, do we have Mazda drivers making their way down? Not yet, but I know that Charlotte's going to be diligently herding them down towards the podium to get it on, because we have got the Super Cup. It's 2 classes, so 6 trophies to hand out. There's 1 or 2 people starting to make their way down, but ultimately what we want is drivers. So just to confirm the result for each of those, we'll call them out when they come on the podium. So it was a victory overall and in Pro Class, the first one of his career for Lee Brisson. It was then Aidan Hills in 2nd place and 3rd place for James Cousins, and then it was a victory in Club Class for Ollie Hall from Robert Way, the championship leader, in 2nd place, and Wilbur Tilley in 3rd. And then we can also tell you that of course George Grant of Clapham North was the one that also took the victory in Masters in all 3 races. I'm going to keep an eye out, of course, for when they go off onto their formation lap. I hope we'll get them down here in time. It might be quite a very quick run through of the podium in terms of running them up there to get them going. And I'm just peeking to see if we have got any movement from the drivers up the top. There's quite a few of them, and we might have to. You might be possibly cutting it fine. So, I mean, in terms of getting involved in that championship, if you're wondering, of course, for anyone that's watching any other championships and series thinking, how do I get involved? If you want to find out more information, you can do so by heading to the website, brscc.co.uk. Go to the Formula tab at the top, and you can find out all the different formulas and championships and series which the club has under its banner. There's everything from all the Mazda MX-5s that you see here, Audi TTs. If you've got a young 14 to 16-year-old racer who wants to get themselves involved in track racing, they can take part in the booming Fiesta Junior Championship, which is going to have a record grid next weekend at Silverstone of 25 cars. Biggest grid it's ever had by far, which is incredible to see, including 6 brand new drivers on the grid. We've got new projects like the Audi TTs, the Evolution Trophy for new stuff that's coming in as well. You've got options for other tints like the Compact Cup. You've got Fiesta ST150s and 240s. There's also some of the bigger championships that we look after. British GT Championship, of course, we get involved in as well. On top of that, we've also got the TCR UK, of course, which of course we had part of their party with Civic Cup here this weekend. Civic Cup's in there as well too. There's plenty of great championships and series that you can get involved in. If you want to get involved and get yourself an ARS license, the club can highly recommend the Motorsport School. It's our friends Pete and Mel at the Motorsport School. They do ARS courses, junior ARS courses, driver tuition on top, most at Mallory Park. They're a fantastic bunch of people down there, so do go and check out the Motorsport School as well. If you want to get some sim work involved, you can head down to Sim Motorsport, which of course is based down in Gillingham. They're club partners as well. And of course we have to give thanks to, as well on top of that, to runyourfleet.com, who are our big partners for supplying the rescue unit for the Northwestern Centre, and also for our Jaguar Run Your Fleet safety car. I'm getting a bit cautious that we don't have drivers for Super Cup, which is a shame, because I really do want to have a chat to the Super Cup drivers, but we might possibly sadly run out of time on that side. So if we do, then apologies for that, but I know that Sharp does a lot of hard work running around to pick up all the drivers as much as possible, but I think what you have to remember sometimes is that some drivers tend to want to go and celebrate and talk for a long time before they realise they've got a trophy to pick up, and sometimes it's a bit difficult to herd them to get them down here in time. So, and of course on top of that, we have got quite a slightly more condensed programme, given that we've had some interruptions, some red flags, some safety cars, so we've been a little bit behind time. So the clerks of the course and the whole co-stewarding team are trying to do so. I think unfortunately we are being told to throw back to get the race underway, because the Audi are just about to come across the mountain for the first time. So apologies if you're looking forward to going for that podium. I want to do it as well, but it's getting to the point where we need to cut to the next race, I'm afraid. But congratulations at least to Lee Britton for his first MX-5 Super Cup win, and of course to Ollie Hall taking the club class win, and for George Grant to take the Masters win. Again, apologies we can't give you that podium, but we do have to cut to the next race. So Andy, over to you to give us the grid for the second Audi TT Cup Racing Series race here at Cadwell Park. Let's see if Ross Macker can make it 2 from 2.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Shame we didn't get to hear from the MX-5 Super Cup drivers, but we will hopefully be able to hear from our Audi TT podium runners in about 15 minutes or so. This is how they line up on the grid. It is Ross McCarr and Harry Yardley Rose, on the front row together. Andrew Dyer and Richard Forber, row 2. Patrick Booth and Morgan Root, row 3. And Dave Buki and Paul Hoggins on the 4th row. Julian Daniel and Richard Sanders then together on row 5. Paul Savage and Adam Blair on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 for Paul Maguire and Ryan Edgecombe. Those two both failing to finish the other race. In fact, as did Adam Blair. Adam Blair started 4th, but then stalled at the start of the race, fell to the back of the pack, recovered through quite nicely, but then never actually made it to the end of the race, unfortunately. So the number 111 car hopefully is going to be there at the back of the field, but it really wasn't that long ago that these cars were last out on the circuit. I reckon that their race finished at about 2:45, and it is now 4:20, so they've had an hour and a half tops to prepare the cars for this race, and less than that really, because the cars have been in the assembly area for about 15 minutes, so they probably had basically an hour to prep the cars, repair any damage. A couple of them did have some damage, of course, didn't they? Especially the car of Andrew Dyer had a bit of contact in the closing stages. Let's hope they keep it clean this time then. Race number 2 for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Very even start from both of the front row starters, but look at Richard Forber there. Richard Forber from the 2nd row of the grid, charging to the inside line and trying to break through into the lead position. Or was that Andrew Dyer, actually? I think it might have been Andrew Dyer making a really good start from 5th on the grid to get into 3rd place as they race through Charlie's for the first time and head towards the Park Straight. But it is Ross McCarr who leads the way. Harry Yardley Rose there in 2nd position. And yeah, that is Andrew Dyer in 3rd. Those are the two who made a bit of contact at the mountain on the final lap earlier on. And they are together again. In fact, they're side by side now as they head up into Park Corner then. To the outside line looks Dyer. And Harry Yardley Rose defends the inside, then skates out wide, nearly takes Dyer with him. Ends up rejoining right back in front of him. This is really playing into the hands there of Ross McCarr, who now starts to pull a bit of a margin in front. Already you can see there the gap that he's got, probably the best part of a second as they drop down through the gooseneck into Mansfield Corner. Dyer there just dipping 2 wheels out onto the grass, Forber behind him. Out of Mansfield down towards the mountain. Spectator bridge there that gives you access to the outside part of the track. Good to see lots of spectators have been filling that grandstand and the spectator banking throughout the day. Get a great view of the start of the race, but then also that run up over the top of the mountain and into the Hall Bends, where Ross McCarr continues to lead the field. Over the top of the hill, down into the hairpin. So McCarr leading the way then. Yardley Rose in 2nd, but feeling the heat now from Andrew Dyer behind him. Across the line there we'll go, and that's going to be, as it was really through much of race 1, the battle I think worth following, as these two have been very, very evenly matched. The grid for this one, by the way, based upon the 2nd fastest qualifying times. That's why Dyer didn't start 3rd on the grid. He had finished 3rd in that earlier race, but his qualifying pace wasn't quite as strong, but it didn't really matter because he got such a good start and he's up into that 3rd place already. I don't think they've actually put a front splitter on Dyer's car though, so they'll be down on front downforce a little bit. Bit of understeer will start to creep into his driving maybe, and he had a really poor run up the back straight, didn't he? Dropped right away from Harry Yardley Rose, so whether he missed a gear or just is struggling in a straight line because of that front bodywork missing, I don't know. So that's really a big part of the point I was making before about that short turnaround time between races. You just don't have the time to make lengthy repairs. To find time to fit a new front splitter, or maybe just couldn't get hold of a new front splitter for Andrew Dyer's car. With Mansfield then up towards the mountain section for the 2nd time, and Ross McCarr is being caught now by Harry Yardley Rose. That was nearly a second between them at the start of the lap. Possibly a little bit less now, I reckon, as they head for the Hall Bend. Certainly he's dropping Andrew Dyer after Dyer mysteriously slowed going up the Park Straight that time. Former keeping a watching brief in 4th. He hops over the curb down at the hairpin. And the rest of them cycling through behind them. Richard Forber looking a bit more menacing now, isn't he, in 3rd place actually. Ryan Edgecombe, unfortunately, we're hearing, has retired. In fact, he didn't complete the first lap, so he might not have even started the race. So Ross McCarr sets a new fastest lap, so no, he wasn't being caught by Harry Hartley-Rose, or if he was, by the end of the lap, the gap had crept out slightly bigger than it was. It was only about 10th faster, though, for McCarr. Battle further back here, Adam Blair in the 111, the number 50 of Dave Buki ahead of him. Dave Buki, the Civic Cup regular for Kinetic Motorsport. And Buki sat in 7th place at the moment, keeping Blair at bay. Good battle going on just ahead of them, isn't there, between Morgan Root and Patrick Booth. Plunge downhill. Patrick Booth doesn't exactly make friends with the apex there through the left-hander, so the gap just increases slightly between the two cars. Towards the mountain then, are we going to see a move made by Adam Blair? I don't think he's really close enough to commit to an overtake. He just flashed through. Similar sort of gap probably between the top two now. Roll through the Hall bends. Lots of the curb through the left-hand element. Haven't heard too much about track limits this weekend either, have we? So it seems that they're getting away with cutting across the inside of that corner, which is good because it's a very spectacular line when they get it right, and a very quick line through a very quick sequence of corners. 3 different drivers there, momentarily holding fastest lap honours. Initially, Ross McCarr bettered his own, then Harry Yardley-Rose went faster again, and then just pipping Harry was Andrew Dyer in 3rd place. So they're all now continuing together a little bit. It's 9/10 between the top 2, and then a second between Yardley-Rose and Dyer in 3rd, with Richard Forber then 3/4 of a second behind. The closest of the battles really going on behind them, aren't they? Morgan Root, Patrick Booth, been caught now by Dave Buki and Adam Blair, actually, so that's almost a 4-way fight now, about to come into sight. Here they are looking, actually, Patrick Booth looking at the inside of Morgan Root. This is for 5th position. Morgan hangs on around the outside, gets the momentum off the corner. Again, these corners all have a fair bit of camber to them, so you can go around the high line and carry good speed off the turn. And get to the next corner, still in front. Mansfield corner then, towards the mountain. It's definitely the best of the battles on circuit right now. Oh, someone heading for the paddock then. Who was that? Was that Buki? No, it was Blair, I think. Adam Blair just behind. I thought the car was crashing because it suddenly shot off to the left, because Adam Blair didn't really seem to be losing any speed at that point. He just randomly pulled into the paddock. He was obviously feeling some sort of a problem. Buki now is up the inside of Patrick Booth as they head for Barn Corner, but Booth chops across his nose and manages to hang on, although Booth then, well, he carried a bit too much speed into the corner trying to fend Buki off. Buki gets the better exit and will go through. So Patrick Booth with a small mistake there, running across the grass coming out of the final turn. To Charlie's. And on to the Park straight again. There is the lead group, Ross McCarr, Harry Yardley-Rose, another fastest lap by Andrew Dyer last time, a 1:42.279. So about 8/10 slower than they were going in the race earlier on today. It is a bit warmer now, isn't it, than an hour or so ago. Maybe that's just slowing the track down slightly. Richard Forber did a personal best, 1:42.3, but they're all incredibly evenly matched. Only a few tenths in it, really, between those top 4. 2.5 seconds covering the top 4 drivers now, 1.6 covering the top 3. And it's a 9/10 of a second cushion, essentially, between McCarr and Yardley-Rose at the very front. So Dave Buki's into 6th place now. Can he chase after Morgan Root, I wonder? Buki's best lap is a 43.4, which is 6/10 quicker than Morgan Root's best lap. So if Buki can unlock that sort of pace again, then the answer might be yes, with 6.5 minutes still to go. All bends. Little scrap happening just behind. That's number 58 of Paul Hoggins, chasing after Julian Daniel, who had that big spin at Coppice Corner in the earlier race, the part of the track that the leaders are barrelling down towards. And again, they get closer together, nearly 3/10 faster that time, Harry Yardley-Rose, than Ross McCart. And saw a bit of this in the first race, didn't we? Ross McCart maybe worked his tyres a bit too hard in the first half of the race, and so Harry Yardley-Rose started to come back at him in the second half. And dropped a bit further back initially this time, did Harry, but I think he is starting to look the stronger of the two. Down the back straight, up towards the braking zone at Park. Later on the brakes there for Harry Yardley-Rose too, to gain another length or so into the corner. And then Andy Dyer and Richard Forber together, third and fourth. Towards the gooseneck, there go the first two. There go third and fourth. Very similar looking battles, aren't they, these? But similar sort of gap between them. But Richard Forber really closing in the braking there for Mansfield Corner. Dip into the mountain then, Richard Forber closing in on Dyer. Over the hill, Yardley-Rose dipping two wheels onto the dirt there, and it's a dangerous thing to be doing, because then when you pitch into the Hall Bends at full speed, it's easy with a bit of dirt on the tyres to understeer wide or lose control completely. So Harry Yardley-Rose pushing hard, but he's gained again there through the Hall Bends and hairpin section. The time he lost through the mountain has been regained pretty rapidly. As close as the leaders are, third and fourth, that little bit closer again, aren't they really? Andrew Dyer, car I'm sure not handling quite as well as it should be without that front splitter. If he does finish on the podium, we're interested to see what he reports back about that, how differently the car was handling this time around. Because although they've repaired the bonnet and the front bumper, they didn't have time to fit a new splitter to the number 15 car. You can see the front of the car just riding a little bit higher off the ground than the others, and you wouldn't imagine that these cars rely on aerodynamics too much, but the splitter's there for a reason. It generates a bit of front grip. Andrew Dyer noticeably slower in this race than he was in the earlier one. He's still hanging on to third place quite nicely, but I imagine the car isn't really handling quite as well as it should be. There's Morgan Root meanwhile. Now is Dave Buki catching him, I wonder? Yes, he is, by nearly a second a lap. So Dave Buki for a top 5 is on here. Buki is on the previous lap, did a 1:43.6, which is only a couple of tenths off his previous best. Morgan Root did a 44.5, which is half a second slower than his previous best, so a good chunk of time gained. And as they wind their way towards the mountain section, the gap visibly coming down now. There in 7th, leads in the Masters class from Julian Daniel and Paul Hoggins, the 3 Masters running in a line, sort of, but with a bit of separation between them. That's the group of cars we're watching now. So there is Patrick Booth, the Masters winner, and there the fight for 2nd and 3rd. Winds its way through the Hall Bends. And while is the leading duo, and it's not, sorry, that's Dave Buki actually catching Morgan Root, so really has caught him over the last half a lap or so. And that could be the next battle to really focus on. The leaders are now separated by a second again. Dyer 1.7 seconds back, keeping Richard Forber at bay. 5th position then for Morgan Root, and yeah, on that lap, Root did a personal best actually, a 43.8, but that was still 7 tenths slower than Dave Buki behind him. There goes 3rd and 4th place then, Andrew Dyer, Richard Forber. The leaders looking less and less likely now actually to change position, but these two are, well, trading blows into the corner. I think there might have been a bit of an assist there for Richard Forber to Andrew Dyer, and it might be for the best that Dyer hangs on to the place, otherwise that could have been deemed a push to pass. If there wasn't contact, it was very, very close to it, and Richard Forber in the end didn't go through anyway, but he certainly felt that he was capable of braking a little bit later than the 3rd place man. The left-hander at Mansfield past the old timekeeper's hut and into the mountain again, where once more Richard Forber just carries that bit more speed into the turn, and so it really benefits him coming out of the turn then as well. towards the end of another lap and the start of the final lap of the race. Actually, it's flown by this one, so only one more lap of racing remains, and we've got a double waved yellow look on the way to the mountain. So there are yellow flags out at the approach to the mountain. What's going on there? So many times we've seen yellow flags at that part of the track. It's often because someone's pulling off with a mechanical issue. There is the yellow flag. Why are they being waved is the real question. We have a car stopped maybe on the entry to the mountain. I think we possibly do. So yellow flags are going to be out there for the final lap, and that takes away a possible overtaking opportunity for the likes of Harry Yardley-Rose, for Richard Forber, for hang on. So Dave Buki has not come through. That's why. That is Dave Buki. So Dave Buki has stopped at the entry to the mountain. It's a very strange place to stop. I've seen a few people off there after a bit of contact, but Dave Buki unfortunately not going to finish his second ever Audi TT Cup Racing Series race. So yellow flags out then on the entrance to the mountain, but we're on the final lap anyway, so no need to pause proceedings. Through the mountain come the leading two. There, look, is the fight for third. Now Richard Forber again almost shoving Andrew Dyer up over the hill. Is he going to have a go into the hairpin maybe? You wouldn't bet against it. Carries a nice, neat and tidy, tight line through the hall bends. This is where maybe that front splitter being missing on Andrew Dyer's car is really going to hurt him. Is there a move made by Forber at the hairpin? No, he's not quite close enough. The leaders then come out of the final turn. It's going to be a double race victory here at Cadwell Park for Ross McCarr. Another victory for the number 73 car. Second place, and a distant second place in the end, actually, for Harry Yardley-Rose. Really slowed off in the final corner. Andrew Dyer gets home in third with that slightly wounded car. And Richard Forber in fourth position. Morgan Root will be fifth. Patrick Booth, I think, is just going to hang on to sixth position, but he was being caught by Julian Daniel and Paul Hoggins, but he will hang on to that position, and that means he wins in the Masters class. So sixth place overall for Patrick Booth yields a class win, with Julian Daniel second in that class, seventh overall, and eighth place Paul Hoggins, third of the Masters cars home. Then it's Sanders in ninth. Savage should come home in 10th position, hopefully. Ross McCarr celebrates another win in the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. The Scotsman who had success on home soil a few weeks ago, managing to claim another race victory here at Cadwell Park. So let's see if we can confirm the results then of that one. Ross McCarr with the victory, Harry Yardley-Rose in second place, and Andrew Dyer claiming third place. Did take the fastest lap though, despite that damage on the front of the car. Richard Forber fourth ahead of Morgan Root. Patrick Booth in sixth claimed the victory in the Masters class ahead of Julian Daniel and Paul Hoggins, with Richard Sanders and Paul Savage the last of the finishers. Dave Buki there retiring late on, and Adam Blair pulling into the paddock early on, whilst Ryan Edgecombe never made the start. So, another entertaining race then from the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. We've only got 3 more races to get through, would you believe, today. We've got the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, followed by the Mazda MX-5 Championship with their third and final race of the weekend, and then the Brscc Evolution Trophy. So it's Compact Cup action coming up next, and down there to perhaps chat to a couple of the drivers is Scott Woodwis.
Another great race for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Another victory for Ross McCarr in the number 73 Martini liveried machine. Certainly making a habit of this, and certainly if the championship is going to go the direction of potentially even be, if the series is going to go to the direction of possibly being a championship in 2024 onwards, potentially if we get that far, then he'll be one of the favourites going forwards initially at the start of the season. Right, engines are firing up for our next race, which is our second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. Gareth Clayton looking to try and round off a perfect weekend after his record-setting pole position lap and then his victory in race number 1. He's looking to try and do a double and continue to take a little bit of step further to what could be potentially his first BMW Compact Cup title. He's got Guy Davis, who, for those who don't know, when he's not racing BMW Compacts, he's part of the Carlin Formula 2 team as one of their mechanics and engineers, and he generally travels quite a few of the F1 and F2 race weekends, so there's a couple that do clash and aren't able to get involved. Rudy McMillan, who starts coursing third place, of course son of Gordon McMillan, who's been quite a prominent Compact Cup racer in the past. He's come very close to a first Compact Cup win. Fingers crossed, he could be in the line for at least another podium, but I'm certain, given the fact he's led a couple of times this year, even come close a couple of times, particularly at Donington Park, he's got to be getting close to that first ever Compact Cup win. Snetterton was also where he was very quick at as well. Rest of the order, you've got Matt Flowers down there in fourth in the white, blue and yellow machine. Just next to him is Jim Barrett in the Matt Parks Motorsport number 15 car. Took his first Masters win earlier on in the P5. And the rest, you've got Matt Kendley in the mix as well. Max Noble's down there. Matt Milson's got what is one to watch for. He starts back in 8th. He's just a black and yellow car, just in the distance. If Joe wants to focus his camera just a little bit over there, we'll go over that direction anyway because we've got the podium coming up for the Audi TTs anyway. But watch for Matt Milson. He is the black and yellow car in shot number 16. He was up there towards the front, started on the front row for race number 1, but then fell off the road and dropped back to 8th in the finish. So keep an eye on him to pick his way through from the 4th row. Richard Sutherland and Ross Stoner also on there. They're looking pretty quick too. And then the rest of the order we've got just along here, we've got one or two cars have one or two little battle scars, but they're getting there. Good to see the ex-Russ Cager car out, of course, in the hands of Torben Aston. Of course, he's the son of Kane Aston, very prominent racer, particularly in minis, particularly mini-medias. I've seen him being a former multiple-time mini-media champion. And also there too, we've got Jonathan Williams, who's recovering after his troubles in that first race as well. Mechanical issue. Stephen Somerville also looking to try and get a good result too if he can. And whilst we're waiting for them to head out for their second race, of course we're waiting for our Audi TTs to make an appearance. Of course it was Ross McCarr who took the victory from Harry Yardley-Rose and Andrew Dyer. Richard Forber was 4th and Morgan Root rounded out the top 5 with the Masters win going to 6th place Patrick Booth, and he was ahead of Julian Daniel and Paul Hoggins in the Masters top 3. So there you can see Guy Davis looking focused and ready to go. He's having a chat with Head of Formal Development and former BMW Compact Cup Coordinator, Greg Graham. Having a quick chat with Guy just to see how he's finding things, just trying to maybe steady some nerves before he gets going. And as we wait now for the racing to get underway, there should be, in typical Compact Cup style, a pretty exciting race once more. But there are a couple of teams which we've had 2 back-to-back kind of, you call them long haul events at Knockhill and then Cadwell Park, and I think what that's done is there are some drivers that have probably chosen one or the other race, whether it's Cadwell Park or Knockhill, and you know, some have chosen Cadwell Park, others may not have had the chance to race at Knockhill for quite a while, so it's kind of a rare trip for them, so they've made the selection. But there are 25 to 30 registered drivers out there, so I'm certain for the last couple of rounds we're going to get a few more drivers back out for the ones that missed either or both of those rounds, back out for the last 2 rounds at Croft, and then when they round things off, I believe it's going to be either Snetterton or Silverstone will be the last rounds, and then we'll be able to find out who we crown as our 2023 Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup champion. We should give a shout out in terms of compacts to Mikey Doble, last year's BMW Compact Cup champion, of course, tearing it up in British touring cars. He's part of the Jack Sears Trophy, taken a couple of Jack Sears wins, had a great qualifying performance a couple of times. In his first weekend he was 6th in the wet in one of those crazy races at Donington Park, so big kudos to Mikey Doble. Of course, adapting to front-wheel drive touring cars from rear-wheel drive compacts and Ginettas that he's been racing, and so he's been trying to get used to that. And actually performed quite an important, amazing feat at the final rounds at Silverstone last year. He was able to become champion in 2 different championships, the Compact Cup and the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, at 2 different circuits on the same weekend. That might seem unfathomable, but he managed it because it's only a run down the motorway an hour each way between Silverstone and Donington, and somehow he was champion in both, which is incredible. We should also quickly mention also Ginetta as well, give them a quick shout out. Of course, those who saw the news before we do our Audi TT podium, Ginetta of course is becoming part of the Brscc portfolio from next year, which means that coming under the Brscc wing, you could say, we've got the Ginetta GT Challenge, the Ginetta GT Academy, and the Ginetta Junior Championship on top of that as well, and they will primarily run pretty much on the British GT package as they always tend to have done usually. So big welcome to Ginetta, looking forward to them for next year, should be pretty exciting. Right, let's have a look at our podium then for our top 3 in the second Audi TT Cup Racing Series race as we wander over. And I think what we're going to do first of all actually is let these BMWs go in a minute, and then once they have done, there might be a bit of delay possibly clearing David Buki's car that was stranded down up at the bottom of the hill at the mountain, which is probably the reason why it's a little bit slower to get ourselves underway. You can see the BMWs Thomas Middleton almost missed the start there. He's just crept into the assembly area, you can see. So he quickly slots himself into his starting spot. So that should be starting from 14th. So, and that I think was a bit of a last-minute job because he had some issues, I believe, in race 1, and he's only just, I think, been able to get into the assembly area to start the race or race 2. So he's cut that fine, but he's there, and that's all that matters. So he's in the assembly area and ready to go from what should be the 7th row of the grid. We should just move to our left a little bit because, of course, we're going to have the likes of, you know, Matt Milson, Richard Sutherland, Ross Stone are going to be coming out in a minute onto the track. And it's always tricky to try and time an interview because when they've got our engines fired and they're ready to go, you never quite know exactly when they're going to go. So it's sometimes a bit tricky to tell interviews. When there's a bit of a delay sometimes, it's easy to go and grab 1 or 2 interviews, but sometimes it's trickier. There goes the whistle, which means that is now going to be the signal for Gareth Clayton and co to lead the field out onto the grid for this second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. And the first one was pretty entertaining. I imagine the second one is going to be just the same as well. So there goes Ross Stoner, followed by Stephen Somerville, Jonathan Williams, Torben Aston in the mix for his second ever BMW Compact Cup race. And then Middleton. There's the ex-Ian Howes car going up with a brand new driver. And then Tim Seaford, and then the treble 2 as he heads out onto the circuit. And now that's clear. We can now, very quickly, have a rattle through of our podium for race 2. Race 2 of the Audi TT Cup Racing. I think we're going to have coordinator Andrew Schofield do the trophies, I believe. So he's going to quickly just head over. And so we can, I think now, have a rattle through of our podium for our second Audi TT race. So let's start in reverse order then from third place. Pretty much a carbon copy of race number 1. So first of all, in third place in that second Audi TT race, it is Andrew Dyer. Well done, Andrew. Another podium finish for Andrew. Second place, that one once again goes to Harry Yardley Rose. Well done, Harry. And he's making a bit of a habit of this in TTs now, particularly ahead of possibly next year. Another victory for Ross Macker. Well done. Well done, Ross. Another win for the 4G Racing Martini livery car. And as it was in race 1, to complete the set for 4G, it's a Masters win for Patrick Booth. Once again, well done. So that's 2 out of 2 for Patrick on the Masters front. Congratulations. And very quickly take a picture of the guys on the podium. There we go. And then a couple others want to take their photos as well. And then we'll bring them down in a second so we can have a quick chat to them before this next BMW Compact Cup race gets underway. A couple more photos on the podium. And let's quickly bring Ross and co down the podium to have a quick chat. So Ross, you're getting quite good at these TTs, aren't you?
Not too badly. I was, you know, I thought it was going to be the ideal race where the pack behind you fight and you just get to relax. It's not very glamorous, but that wasn't the case. I think I could see Harry was pushing hard behind me. Every time he was making a little mistake, maybe venturing off track a little bit, I had a big sigh of relief. I was like, there's half a second I've got. And just trying to manage the gap. I put in faster times when I needed to, but by the end my car was shot. I was praying for the last lap board for about the last 5 laps. But no, it's been a fantastic weekend for me.
Beeps Croft next on the calendar coming up for the next round, I believe. So how are you looking forward to that?
I'm not going to Croft. Because it's a series this year and not a championship, I have taken the decision to celebrate my girlfriend's birthday instead and score some brownie points there.
Understandable. Well, listen, we'll hopefully see you out for the finale, but either way, you've driven superbly all weekend. Well done, and we'll see you out for the last round. Let's see if we can quickly rattle off second and third place. See if we can have a quick chat with, Harry's walking back up to the paddock. So a very quick chat with Harry, at least a very brief one, because of course the next race is just about to head back out. Harry, very quickly, 2 second places, really worthwhile weekend for you in TTs.
Oh yeah, obviously it is pretty good, you know, you can't complain with 2 seconds, but especially going from a gearbox change from a DSG to a manual's really improved me. So I'll say a massive thank you to TSR Performance, Mum and Dad for helping me get through this.
Just quickly, how much of a difference is that between DSG and manual?
Massively. I mean, the braking especially, you can brake a lot later, you can carry a lot more speed down the straights, through the corners, everything. So manual and just general is just a lot quicker. DSGs are just a bit better off the starts, really, in my opinion.
Good stuff. Well done on 2 second places. Great driving. We'll see you for the next one. Let's quickly bring Andrew over for third place as well. You had a slightly eventful day, particularly race 1, but at least you got the car back out and 2 third places. It's good, solid results at least.
Yeah, story of my life at the moment. Things going wrong in races. So now the first race was entirely my fault. I just misjudged Ross's braking and just drove straight into the back of him, which was really embarrassing. Yeah, and then like I got Kyron and Rich Bliss, who've done a mega job getting me back out for this race because we bust the rad pack and all sorts on the front of the car. Couldn't run the splitter, so that was a difficult race, but just pleased to go on the podium, really.
So, well done. We're going to head to the next race, but congratulations, next up. And well done to Patrick Booth also for that Masters win. 3 more races to go then. The next one coming up is the second Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. To give you quickly the grid for this second race, back to Andy McEwen in the commentary box.
Thanks, Scott. Cars heading towards the end of their green flag lap then. An entertaining first race of the day for the Compact Cup that saw a race victory go the way of Gareth Claydon, but Guy Davis and Rudy McMillan had a great battle for second place, and that will set the order for the grid for race number 2. So Gareth Claydon and Guy Davis row 1. Row 2, Rudy McMillan and Matt Flowers, with Jim Barrett and Matt Kendall on the 3rd row. Max Noble and Matt Milson on row 4, with Richard Sutherland and Ross Stoner on the 5th row. Row 6 then for Stephen Somerville and for Brscc, with Xavier Ross and Jonathan Williams on row 7. Row 8, Tim Seaford and Thomas Middleton, with John Robinson on the 9th row on his own. So we've got a big grid of cars, a very competitive grid of cars as well, and only the one retirement in the early race actually, John Robinson, who hopefully has been able to make it out onto the grid for this one. And looking forward to more action-packed BMW Compact Cup racing. Rarely a dull Compact Cup race has been had, and here at Cadwell Park, no exception, I'm sure. So at the front of the grid then, we've got Gareth Claydon, the white and blue car on pole. The purple and yellow is Matt Milson. Sorry, it's not Matt Milson, is Guy Davis. I did that in the previous race. It was Matt Milson starting second in the earlier race, but he spun at turn 1 after contact with Ross Stoner. Let's hope for a cleaner run this time through the first corner. The red lights go out, away they go. Not a great start made there by Matt Flowers from the outside of row 2, but it is a good start made eventually anyway by Guy Davis on the outside of row 1, and he is going to have the advantage, I think, as they head towards Coppice Corner for the first time through the left-hander. Oh, there's a spin further back. It's Ross Stoner again. Ross Stoner for the second race in a row has gone off before this time they even get to the first corner. Looks as though he's made the barriers, but is selecting first gear and carrying on. That's good news. Out of Charlie's go the top 2 then, and Davis getting the advantage early doors from Gareth Claydon, as Ross Stoner does indeed continue them from the back of the pack. Down the park straight they go then for the first time. Davis leading, Claydon second, Rudy McMillan there in 3rd position. 4th place is Jim Barrett, who's got ahead of Matt Flowers. That's significant because Barrett was sort of stuck behind Flowers for most of the first race, but he's managed to find a way through in the early stages this time around, and actually he's now on the inside, I think, of McMillan was that. There was a bit of a change. It might have been for 3rd place as they went round Chris Curve. Let's see, yes, Jim Barrett to 3rd position, the ex-Matt Parks car that was a regular front runner when Matt was behind the wheel. And as they head through Mansfield Corner now, Jim Barrett's into a podium place, and McMillan's car doesn't look all that happy, does it? Sliding around as he comes out of Mansfield Corner. The orange car running wide there, that was Tom Middleton. He, remember, seemed to have some sort of an issue. I suspected maybe a gearbox problem towards the end of the earlier race. Good to see they've got that fixed in the relatively short turnaround between race 1 and 2. Through the hall bends they go then, zigzagging their way through the right, the left, the next right, and then another left over the crest, onto the brakes, into the hairpin. Tom Middleton on the tail there of Max Noble. The leading 2, though, getting away already. And Guy Davis looking to try and make good his escape here from Gareth Claydon in 2nd position. And as they drop down the hill then towards the end of another lap. First lap of racing, Guy Davis with an 0.8 of a second cushion then, so good little lead now for Guy Davis. Gareth Claydon, remember, the championship leader over Rudy McMillan now, who's moved up into 2nd place, the absence of Ollie Fowler, who we believe is selling his car, so I don't think we're going to see Ollie Fowler back on the grid in 2023, which is a great shame. Always been quick when he's raced with us, but not really put together a full season campaign yet. And sadly, 2023 won't be his year either. Tom Middleton up the inside there of Max Noble. Looked like that was pretty much a done deal for 7th position. Here we go, the leaders getting ever closer together. We do have Middleton up ahead of Noble, and actually he brings with him the number 67, that was, wasn't it, of Matt Kendall. And then Matt Milson, the yellow and blue car behind, also starting to join in the battle. Curve then towards the right-left at the gooseneck, dropping downhill towards Mansfield Corner, and Max Noble looking under real threat here. Milson's going to have a look up the inside, commits to the move under braking, gets to the apex first, and Matt Milson goes through, slides a bit wide on the exit, but that should still work out for him, and he takes the place going down into the mountain section. Someone was on the grass further back, that might have been Tim Seaford. either Tim Seaford or John Robinson, I think that was, bouncing over the grass. The leaders, though, turn their way through the hall bends, hopping and banging from the exhaust there as they lift off the throttle through the first element of that high-speed roller coaster section. As they head towards the end of their second lap of racing, then down into Barn Corner. No real separation here in the midfield, is there? They're all pretty close together still. Running down across the timing line again. Bit of damage maybe to the front of Matt Flowers' car there. That front splitter looks like it's dragging on the ground a little bit. Won't affect his pace too much though. These cars really don't rely too heavily on the front aerodynamics, the front downforce. Apart from the fact they might be making a small noise and creating a bit of a vibration, I don't think he'll be too concerned about that. Sutherland here, sat in 6th position. Well, he might not be anymore because he bounces over the grass coming out of Charlie's. That loses all of his momentum down the hill, and it should now open the door for Tom Middleton to have a go at him heading into Park Corner. Barrett there fending off Rudy McMillan. There, yes, Tom Middleton does indeed get himself ahead of Richard Sutherland. They both go grass tracking out of Park Corner, and Richard Sutherland settles back in behind. So, Guy Davis then with a 1.1 second lead at the start of the lap. And, see whether that's going up or down this time around on the third lap in this 15-minute race. We're nearly a third of the way through. 5 minutes down, 10 minutes still to go, and still no separation in this midfield battle. Middleton moving through the order quite nicely, as is Matt Milson. And Milson looking to the outside now of Richard Sutherland. That's for 7th place now into the mountain, but doesn't choose to go right round the outside line. The all-men sequence again. Sutherland there, the all-black number 6 car with the blue highlights down the bottom. A queue of cars forming behind him now, but Tom Middleton looking like one of the fastest drivers on the track right now. He's gaining now on Matt Flowers, I'd say, for 5th position. The leaders go through now, separated by 1.25 seconds or so. Guy Davis to Gareth Claydon. With Jim Barrett, 3rd position, a further 4 seconds back, but he's got Rudy McMillan still right on his rear bumper. Flowers then a bit further back in 5th, being caught, as I've said, by Tom Middleton. Middleton's last lap was a 1:48.1, 1.1 seconds, no, sorry, 0.1 seconds faster than Matt Flowers, but of course there was an overtake or two involved on that lap, so he should now go quicker in clean air. There's the race leader, Guy Davis through Park. Lots of curb taken there by Gareth Claydon as he chases him down. Gareth will be a bit frustrated not to be in the lead of this one, but solid 2nd place is more handy championship points for him. There'll be 6 races left after this weekend in the Compact Cup Championship. Croft next time, 3 races, and then another 3 at the Snetterton 300 circuit at season's end. Gareth Claydon should be able to relax a little bit more after another solid, strong scoring weekend here at Cadwell Park. Jim Barrett here, under threat though from Rudy McMillan. Matt Flowers is now catching them both, I think, and then catching all of them. The orange car of Tom Middleton in 6th place. More like it from Tom, who has had a couple of podium finishes. In fact, he had a couple of really strong runs at Knock Hill last time out. Started the season off not terribly well with a non-finish at Brands Hatch, but since that point, Tom Middleton has been a regular threat at the front of the field. And, he is reeling that group ahead of him in pretty rapidly. Speaking of being reeled in, I think Gareth Claydon's taken a chunk of time out of Guy Davis on this lap. The gap was 1.27. This time through then, 4th lap completed, a 1:47.2 for the leader, 47.1 for Claydon, so he's a 10th quicker. Looked like the gap had come down more than that on that previous occasion, but not to be at the moment for Gareth. And Charlie's corner they go again, with Guy Davis handily placed out in front to claim a race victory. Guy hasn't done the full season. He raced with us at Brands Hatch at the season opener, where he did win both of the races with fastest lap as well, maximum points haul from the first round. Then he missed Snetterton, the first of 2 visits to Snetterton this year. Came back at Donington, where he finished in the top 5 in race 1, then didn't finish race 2, and again chose to miss Knock Hill last time out. Move made there by The number 67 car of Matt Kendall gets past Richard Sutherland, who tries a very adventurous line into Chris Curve to try and get back alongside him. So ultimately that only served to lose him a bit of time. He's dropped down into 9th place now. They slide their way back downhill towards Mansfield Corner. But yeah, Guy Davis looking for a 3rd victory of the season. And Gareth Claydon, in contrast, has actually only led at the line twice this season himself. He picked up the maximum points for that race at Knock Hill, which Stephen Daly won on the road, but as a guest driver didn't score points. But Gareth Claydon's only actually finished 1st this year on 3 occasions now. But, championship leader, he's scored consistent points throughout, and that is the name of the game. You don't have to win the most races in order to claim a championship. Out of Barn Corner comes the Jim Barrett, Rudy McMillan, Matt Flowers, Tom Middleton and Matt Milson battle. 5 of them now starting to group themselves together with just under 6 minutes of the race still to go. And the lead gap this time does come down by a fair chunk. 4 tenths faster that time was Gareth Claydon and Guy Davis. So 1:47.3 for the leader, about 7 tenths off his previous best. And Claydon did a 46.9, which was within a few hundredths of his previous best. So again, it's not necessarily that Claydon's suddenly going much quicker, it's just his running a consistent pace, not dropping off as the race goes on. Whereas Guy Davis did have a bit of a blip that time. Could have been a mistake, of course, but could also be that the tyres are starting to get a little bit hot. Pressure's starting to build up a little bit too much. These cars through the corners to try and keep the minimum speed up, and that will generate a lot of tyre temperature. If you do that too much early in the race, then tyres start to give up on you in the final 5 minutes. We've got just less than 5 minutes to go. And we've still got a great battle here for 3rd place with Jim Barrett. Now, here's a question. Jim Barrett looking for his 1st ever podium, maybe, in the Compact Cup. I don't think he's had a podium this year. When he first started racing in the Compact Cup, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, was lucky to trouble the top 15 or top 20, but he's really improved as the years have gone on. And taking over the ex-Matt Parks car, I think, was a great thing for him to do, because he knew he had a competitive car there, but I don't remember Jim Barrett having a podium before. I stand to be corrected on that, and if he makes the podium, I'm sure he'll be only too happy to let Scott Woodwist know if it is his 1st podium, but I think it would be if Jim Barrett can hang on to 3rd position. So that is going to be a tough ask, though, because he's got Rudy McMillan right behind him. That whole group, though, pretty much doing personal best laps that time, and so evenly matched. A 47.73 for Barrett, a 47.74 for McMillan, a 47.8 for Matt Flowers, and a 47.6 for Tom Middleton, who again is the quickest of that group, but coming from the furthest behind. The top end of the Park straight we go. The lead gap, 8 tenths of a second, went out fractionally, talking about half a tenth that time. So Barrett turns his way ahead of Rudy McMillan there through Park Corner. Car in the pit lane, and that is the 222 of John Robinson. So John Robinson, who I think I remember saying had a misdemeanour in qualifying this morning with ongoing dramas. I think he retired to the pit lane in race 1, didn't he? Same fate befalls him in the 2nd race. Jim Barrett then hanging on tenaciously to this 3rd place, drifts a bit wide out of Mansfield Corner, but carries good momentum, good speed towards the mountain. They're probably going to have 2 more laps left at the end of this one, so Rudy McMillan won't have given up yet on a podium. And I tell you what, Gareth Claydon hasn't given up on a race win either. That 8 tenths of a second gap has come down to virtually nothing now as they head through towards the end of another lap. They just flashed past my commentary box, absolutely, bumper to bumper, the top 2. Whereas behind, they've been pretty close together the whole time. At the front, it's been getting closer and closer and closer as the laps go by. Here they go, 2 more laps to go. And Gareth Claydon, maybe, just maybe, a chance still at a race victory. He's in the slipstream, looks to the inside at Coppice Corner, but he's a bit too far back, really. You don't do any braking in a Compact Cup car through there. Maybe a dab just to get the weight on the nose, but it's a very quick corner. You're not going to come from that far back to outbrake somebody. And Gareth Claydon actually lost a bit of time from attempting to do that. Drifts out over the curb there, coming out of Charlie's, down the Park Straight up towards the braking zone at Park Corner, where again he's not quite going to be close enough, I don't think, to have a go. Guy Davis feeling the heat now, feeling the pressure as he looks for that third victory of the season. Jim Barrett, meanwhile, still ahead of Rudy McMillan. Third, fourth, and then fifth place Matt Flowers, sixth place Tom Middleton. And Matt Milson, so there's been no change in the order there. There has been a positional change further back though. Thorburn Aston has got himself ahead of Stephen Somerville. That's for 12th position. As there, Gareth Clayton looks to the inside at Mansfield, just sort of scares Guy Davis away from the apex. Guy wanted to turn in, but didn't dare turn in because Clayton was sort of hovering around menacingly on the inside line. Clayton definitely in the second half of this race has found a bit of extra speed, and Guy Davis is driving around the inside of the track to try and make sure that he doesn't leave the door open. The back of Davis's car sliding around there as they come over the top of the mountain. Just under a lap and a half to go then. Can Gareth Clayton unlock the door and steal a race victory here away from Guy Davis? Davis, not a championship contender, he's just trophy hunting really through the rest of the season. Whereas Gareth Clayton wants as many points as he can to try and solidify his position at the top of the championship tree. The rear of Davis's car has really got away from him, hasn't he? I think he's overheated the rear tyres, which is easy enough to do. These are rear-wheel drive cars. Not the most powerful cars, but as you've seen, they do back them into the corners to try and keep that minimum corner speed up. You're dragging the rear tyres across the ground, building pressure, building temperature, and you can see every corner pretty much. Davis is really fighting oversteer here. He can't commit to the entry to the corners, and that's giving Gareth Clayton a real shot here at the race win for the final time. Then they go out of Charlie's corner onto the Park straight, and Gareth Clayton might be close enough here, picking up a little bit of a slipstream. How brave is he feeling on the brakes then? This is the best chance he's going to have to try and challenge for the lead. Guy Davis leaves the door invitingly open. Clayton's going to commit to the move on the inside, and there's contact! Sideways for Guy Davis, he saves it, he's out onto the grass, and Gareth Clayton he's going to back off, I think, isn't he, and make sure that he doesn't take the place by those means. He was just a little bit too far back to make that move stick, really, and Guy Davis was always going to turn into the corner. And, well, the contact relatively inevitable, but fair play there to Gareth Clayton. He lifted off the throttle. He did not want to overtake Guy Davis in that manner, but he's back up the inside again now at Mansfield Corner, so he's not going to settle for second place. He's redressed the situation. They're all even, and he's going to keep on fighting now through the final half of the lap to try and get back ahead of Guy Davis, the double Brands Hatch winner. He goes to the outside now, does Clayton, into the mountain. Looking now to try and get a good exit over the top of the hill. Maybe nip up the inside into the Hall Bend, but that's not quite going to happen. Through the right-hander they will go then. Clayton perhaps now going to have to admit defeat and settle for second place. Jim Barrett, though, has driven a really good race here in third. He's fended off the challenge from Rudy McMillan. And it looks as though maybe that will be the first podium now in Compact Cup Racing for Jim Barrett. But for Guy Davis, he fends off a very racy Gareth Clayton on the final lap. A clash at Park Corner is not enough to stop Guy Davis from claiming his third victory of the season and his first race win this weekend at Cadwell Park. Gareth Clayton comes home in second place, and Jim Barrett in third, I think, claims his first ever podium in the Compact Cup. A brilliant drive that from Jim, with Rudy McMillan fourth, Matt Flowers fifth, Matt Milson comes home sixth, and Tom Middleton dropped back down to seventh there by the end. So Middleton dropped behind Matt Milson, and by quite some way. So I wonder if Tom had a recurrence of his issues, mechanical gremlins from the earlier race. Great stuff that though, and Gareth Clayton went for it, fair enough. We complain sometimes that drivers, particularly championship leading drivers, are content to just settle for second or third, bank the points and not really take any risks, but well, Guy Davis went, Gareth Clayton went for it. Guy Davis almost paid the price. Thankfully, Guy was able to save that slide, and that allowed Gareth Clayton to redress the situation a little bit. But it was a very, very entertaining battle between the two of them, and there is Jim Barrett. He will be made up with a podium finish, I'm sure, and he did all of the hard work, really, at the start of the race. Went from, I think it was fifth on the grid he started, didn't he? Yeah, fifth on the grid, got past Matt Flowers at the start, and then cleared Rudy McMillan quickly after that as well. So really, really impressive stuff that from Jim Barrett, who comes home in third and wins the Masters category. But it's Guy Davis who gets the overall win. Gareth Clayton second, Jim Barrett third, Rudy McMillan fourth, Matt Flowers fifth, and Matt Milson comes home in sixth ahead of Thomas Middleton, Matt Kendall, Richard Sutherland, Sutherland and Max Noble in 10th place. Jonathan Williams with 11th, Thorburn Aston in 12th position. 13th place then for Stephen Somerville. Javier Ross was 14th. He's a guest driver, so doesn't score any points this weekend. And Tim Seaford, the last runner at the flag, in 15th. John Robinson and Ross Stoner, two non-finishers. Robinson to the pit lane and Stoner in the Armco barrier on the approach to turn number 1. So, fantastic Compact Cup racing as we've come to expect. We've got 2 more races coming your way here at Cadwell Park. The next of those is the 3rd and final one for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Let's catch up with Scott Woodwis for all of the build-up.
Allowing the guy to have the place back is always going to be a fair run to the flag, and Guy of course takes a victory. Might not be in the championship hunt, but it certainly proves that if he had done a full season he would certainly be up there towards the front. And congratulations to Jim Barrett. We will ask the question and find out if it is his first overall Compact Cup podium. Of course it's his second Masters win after he took his first one earlier on, so certainly a weekend of firsts for him and for many people this weekend across the board. So the BMW Compact Cup podium, I've been struggling to speak all weekend, Compact Cup podium is coming up shortly when they come down to get their trophies. Before that, we've now got the 3rd and final Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race about to get underway. Grid set by the results of race 2, which means that Steve Foden is looking for another hat-trick, but he's got Ollie Graham, who at one point was leading and possibly on course for his first win, just denied at the end and picked up the runners-up spot. There's a great chance possibly starting from the outside of the front row of the grid, but he could go for his first win if he could do it. The same could be said for the likes of Jack Noller. He starts in 3rd in car number 36. And alongside him is Adam Sparrow, who was, before we went into drop scores, the championship leader, but now drop scores are factored. It is Steve Foden's lead currently. Ted Bradbury managed to battle back to 5th. Jason Greatrex was also in the mix for 6th position. I think if we just possibly stand back a little bit so we can keep out of the way of the leaders as they come through, because we've got a few more cars that will come through, so we'll probably move over towards the gap which the MX-5s leave as the second part behind us goes through. But there goes the field as it makes its way out of the grid. You can see Luke Pullen has also had his car repaired. It's been patched up after its incident at the first start of the second race, when it went into the rector cell barrier just meters after the race got underway. But out of the assembly area come the Mazdas, a couple away from some of the drivers. And they now head out for another 20 minutes of MX-5 action here at Cadwell Park. And looking to get involved in the last car out at the back of the grid is Luke Pullen. And so Luke will look to try and pick his way through from the back of the grid. We've seen a few drivers, particularly in the Super Cup race. We saw the likes of Will Blackwell Chambers and Ali Bray make their way through for the back of the grid, and they managed to pick their way up into top 10 positions. So who knows, Luke Pullen, if he's got some good pace in that car, which we know he does, if that car mechanically is back up to full health, he could well be in contention for a very good result. Maybe not a podium, pull off a miracle for that, but maybe somewhere around in the top 10 if he gets a strong start and keeps his nose out of trouble in the first half of the race. Let's make our way over, because also making their way over are the drivers for the BMW Compact Cup for their podium for race number 2. And I can see in his Carlin race suit, Guy Davis is making his way over to run through those as well. So we're going to quickly just bring up the result here so I can give the right people. And we've got Jim Barrett's also here as well. We're just waiting for Rhys Claydon, who is on his way. And we've got some more team members and friends and family also making their way down. It's always quite a family affair when it comes to club racing. And once we get all 3 of our drivers down, which we will in a second, we might just give it a moment just to let a couple of the others come down to come and see the moment themselves. And once we've done that, we will be all set to go, but drivers also getting involved. So I think we will be just about good to go. I do want to hold it just a second to let some of the others come down to come and take some pictures. I think we're good to go. So let's get our second podium underway for the BMW Compact Cup. So in reverse order, in 3rd place, I think is it his first overall podium, I think. In 3rd place, Jim Barrett. So Jim. Hey. Well done, Jim. Yes, sir. Oh, too many things. There you go. Second place after a very feisty last couple of laps, it goes to Gareth Claydon. And back on the top step of the podium is going to be Guy Davis. Great drive from Guy. And he's in the mix as well. And of course also Jim takes the Masters win too on top of that, so that's a double bonus for that for him. Take a couple of pictures. Okay, and if you guys want to step down once these guys done their pictures here, and let's have a quick chat with Guy and Co. So, well, that was a energetic last couple of laps, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really tricky towards the end, and it's only worse when you can see the person behind closing. I mean, it did seem to and fro through the lap, which I have had here before, so kind of knew that back end section, as long as I put it in the right places, it's pretty hard to get past. But yeah, it wasn't easy. It was very slippery towards the end. Very different even to the earlier session. So
Andy was speculating in commentary that you were overheating your rear tyres a bit. Was it that, or was it just simply overdriving a bit too much?
Yeah, definitely the overheating the tyres does happen when you overdrive, but I think also just the nature of driving at that pace, it's when someone's pushing you like that, it's very hard not to. It takes a lot of foresight to actually not drive aggressively. But yeah, managed to close it out in the end, so I'm really happy with that.
So what's the plan for the rest of the season? Any appearance in the final couple of rounds? I know you might have one or two clashes with your car commitments.
Fortunately, I'm going away in a week or so to Zandvoort and then Monza, and then after that means I'm basically cleared to do Croft and Snetterton. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so look forward to seeing you there, mate.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you next time. Let's bring Gareth in for second place. I was just saying I'll say the same thing to Guy. Got a bit feisty in the last couple of laps, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, I was closing in on him on certain parts of the track, and he'd pull away at other parts. So, but it was a great scrap. I kept him honest. Normally, Guy pulls away, gets a big gap. So we kept him honest. So I've had one, he's had one this weekend. So we come up the back and we come together a little bit. And I weren't going to take it like that. I weren't going to have the win like that after such a scrap. So I backed out of it and let him come back to where he should be. So yeah, great scrap. It was brilliant racing.
So fair play for being so courteous, because I think some of those might have just carried on, but you did a grand job on that. Well done.
No, I weren't going to take the credit for it. So it was Guy's good driving, great race. So
we're going to quickly rattle on so with this. Very, very, very quickly. We'll very just have a chat with Jim very quick. Just quickly, is that first overall podium?
Yeah, first overall podium and 2 Masters trophies. So I can't complain. Not a bad day today. Thank you.
Excellent. It's a very short one, but again, congratulations. Really well driven all day today.
Right,
so
cheers.
absolutely deserve it. Great stuff. Well done. Right, 2 races to go then. Our third and final Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship races next. Can it be a hat-trick for Steve Foden? Here's Andy McEwen to give you the grid and to find out.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, looking forward to the next race of the weekend then, the Mazda MX-5 Championship race, which is going to be getting underway in the very near future then. The cars around on their green flag lap, lining up on the grid as follows, with Steve Foden and Ollie Graham on row 1, Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow row 2, Ted Bradbury and Jason Graytrax on the 3rd row, ahead of Owen Mills and Adam Craig row 4. Row 5 for Tom Langford and Neil Chisnell, Tim Dorr and Levi Aisbett together on row number 6. Row 7, Michael Green and Harry Storer, and the 8th row for Tom Mallet and Ollie Walden, Graham Rumsey and Keith Dalton on row 9, Simon Hartley and Simon Privet row 10, Jonathan Fieldsend and Jonathan Abacassis on the next row, and they will have Clive Chisnell and Kevin Dengate behind them on row 12. Row 13, Richard Wotton and Chris Malloy. Row 14, Tim Storer and Luke Pullen, who clashed at the start of the earlier race, and Will Chadwick coming from the back of the grid. So, should be an entertaining race this then. Steve Foden has claimed the victory in both of the races so far. Jason Graytrax was second in the earlier race ahead of Ollie Graham. Ollie Graham, though, managed to sneak through into second place in race 2, bringing with him Jack Noller onto the podium. Let's see then what our third and final MX-5 Championship race of the weekend has in store for us. 20 minutes on the clock. Steve Foden and Ollie Graham on the front row, and it's a good start made by Ollie Graham, actually, from the outside of that front row. Graham's going to have a good start, but so too is Adam Sparrow. Squeezing to the outside of Graham, can't quite find a gap though, and as they head for the first corner, it looks as though it's going to be Foden just about, but Jack Noller banging doors with Ollie Graham as they turn through the left and head into the right-hander at Charlie's. Round the double apex right-hander they will go, and onto the part straight for the first time. Foden with the advantage, Noller sideways there in behind Ollie Graham, and Adam Sparrow nips up alongside him as they head down the back straight. Jason Graytrax giving him a bit of a push down the hill, all perfectly legal in Mazda MX-5 racing, but a bump drafting down the back straight. It benefits both cars rather than being a sign of aggression sometimes. Three-part corner they go then. Noller getting squeezed out wide by Adam Sparrow. Noller just can't get back in line. Graytrax on the inside of him now. Looks as though Tom Langford's lost some positions on the opening half a lap or so as well. So as they weave their way through the gooseneck, sideways for Bradbury. What a bit of car control that was from the ex-Carter, and he almost converts it into a move against Jason Graytrax. In fact, he does convert it into a move, gets alongside the Welshman, and they'll run door handle to door handle now down towards the mountain section. So Foden leading, Graham second, third for Sparrow, fourth Ted Bradbury, Jason Graytrex there in fifth position, sixth place for Adam Craig. And the rest of them all filing through behind. It looks like it's Owen Mills 7th, Chisnell 8th, Langford 9th, and Tim Dorr there, the Kermit Frog-coloured yellow and green car, completing the top 10. Through the hall bends they go then for the first time. Foden, though, is going to have a challenge here, definitely, from Ollie Graham. And I reckon from Adam Sparrow, who's had a subpar weekend, really. Was running in the lead group yesterday, had the spin in race 1 of the mountain. And he then sort of got himself caught in some of the midfield battling in race 1, managed to recover to 4th place in the end, but now well and truly getting away with the race leaders. That's exactly what we want to see from Adam. So joins in the battle at the front of the pack. So Jack Noller's transponder continuing to not work, by the way. That's why he's not showing up on the timing tower. And at the bottom, we appear to be missing Luke Pullen, which is a shame. I don't think his car made it round to the end of the green flag lap. Someone off on the grass there at Charlie's in the background. Not sure who that was. Someone outside of the top 15 or so, as Tom Langford slips up the inside of Neil Chisnell. And that relieves him of 8th position, that should be. Actually, 9th position it should be, because I think they're both behind Jack Noller. Unless Noller really has vanished. I haven't actually seen Jack Noller on this lap, so has he gone missing? Was someone who had a moment on the first lap. The leading 3 go through then. That's Foden, Graham, Sparrow. I know there isn't actually a Jack Noller in that lead group, is there? So we've lost Jack somewhere. And, his race appears to be run then. He didn't come through at the end of lap 1. So, yeah, confirmed 2 retirements so far. Jack Noller, Luke Pullen. And the rest of them are still running through the mountain section again then. Foden leading the way. Ollie Graham hot on his heels then as they slice and dice their way through the hall bends. The hairpin for the second time, side by side there behind. That's Graham Rumsey and Richard Wotton going wheel to wheel. Richard Wotton's been in the thick of the action all weekend. As they head for the barn corner, at the end of the lap, still side by side. I think they were actually at the back of the shot. So Steve Foden then briefly sets the fastest lap, then Ollie Graham has a go, then Adam Sparrow takes it, and then finally it settles with Ted Bradbury, 1:44.628, so the top 4 covered by 1.2 seconds. And getting closer together then, because the 4th place car was quicker than 3rd place car, who was quicker than 2nd place, who was quicker than the race leader. That's the way the slipstream often works in MX-5 racing. There is Bradbury looking 4th place. Everyone's been tipping Ted Bradbury for a win this weekend, but just a couple of unfortunate mistakes have crept in. See a change for second here maybe. Adam Sparrow looking to the inside of Ollie Graham. Nothing doing there though. As Tim Dorr gets himself into the thick of the action. That was number 17 Harry Storer that he was going wheel to wheel with there, heading through Park Corner. And Tim Dorr getting the better of Harry. So Tim Dorr 10th spot still, and second of the Masters drivers. Jason Graytrex leads the Masters category, as he does in the Masters points as well, coming into this weekend. The leading 3 then briefly through shot, heading for the mountain for the 3rd time in this 20-minute race. Is Ted Bradbury still gaining on them, I wonder? Well, not massively, I don't think. He was 7/10 adrift of Sparrow at the start of the lap. It looks like a similar sort of deficit now as they head for the hall bends again. Curb there, Adam Craig, the sort of dark green and yellow car. Owen Mills right behind him in the orange machine. Owen Mills started the weekend off with a 4th place yesterday, but then things unravelled a bit in race 2. He ended up in 7th place, which is where he finds himself running still now, just ahead of Tom Langford, who likewise could have been on the podium earlier, but only to drop down the order. Simon Hartley there has been off at the hall bends. Manages to spin the wheels upon the still slightly damp grass and get back onto the straight and narrow. Emphasis on the narrow here at Cadwell Park, less on the straight. It's one of those proper old school circuits where you've got to be pinpoint accurate with your line, really, and yet, as I've said a few times, it's a full commitment track. You've got to commit to a corner that often you can't see the apex of, and if you're fractionally off the line, then you are going to find yourself slipping off the road. That's not a car that slipped off the road, that's a car that's pulled off. Luke Pullen, unfortunately, the youngster, having an awful weekend here at Cadwell Park. Came very close to his first win at Snetterton, only to throw it off the road all by himself from the race lead on the last lap. Unfortunately, a legacy, I suppose, of that big accident he had in race 2 means that he's not going to take any part in the third race. Adam Sparrow nearly didn't take any further part in the third race then either. He ran a little bit wide out of the gooseneck. Bradbury is very much with them now, so Ted's previous lap wasn't quite as quick as the race lead, but it was quicker than Sparrow by a couple of tenths. This time around, though, he's taken a nice little chunk out of the leading group, and he's up the inside of Sparrow immediately. These two have a little bit of history from Snetterton, and any time they get themselves together on track, I do sort of take a little step back from the monitor just in case, but Sparrow turned in. Bradbury saw that coming, and they avoided trading any paint on this occasion, with Bradbury settling in at behind the number 19 car. Harry Storer looks to have got past Tim Dorr now, so Tim Dorr drops down into 11th place, but he's still second of the Masters. He's got Richard Wotton behind him now, because Levi Aisbett seems to have disappeared from that group as well, so there's been a bit of shuffling further back. Leaders go through. The top 4 now covered by 1.7 seconds only, but 9 tenths of that, or 8.5 tenths of that, is the gap between first and second. Steve Foden looking a little bit more comfortable now, ahead of Ollie Graham in second spot. Round Charlie's they go then, down towards the slipstreaming part of the circuit, where you can gain a decent chunk of time up the Park Straight from following in the wheel tracks of another car. That's not what Adam Sparrow's done though, because he's driven straight past Ollie Graham into second place. So Adam Sparrow up into second now, and Ollie Graham down to third. So Ollie, I think, will be happy with 3 podium finishes. I seem to remember Ollie Graham having a good weekend here last year. He was on the podium at least once. It was either last year or the year before, where he had a real breakthrough weekend here at Cadwell Park. In fact, the whole TSW team did. And I think it might have been 2022. It's a track that Ollie's always gone well at. And if he can take another 3 podiums, he'd be satisfied. However, Ted Bradbury's got other ideas. Oh, careful, Ted. Bounces back. He was a country mile off the road then through Mansfield, but it never once lifted off the throttle. And I don't quite know how he got himself there. I can only assume he tried to go around the outside of Ollie Graham through Mansfield, and realised there wasn't a lot of grip out there, so drops back onto the track, back in 4th place. Just separates now that leading group slightly, but Adam Sparrow, now he's got past Ollie Graham, might have the speed to chase down the race leader Steve Foden. Haven't really seen a lot of Sparrow versus Foden this weekend because of Adam's off yesterday, taking him further down the order than he probably should have been. What was that all about? That was Richard Wotton as he landed off the curb at the first part of the Hall Bend. Suddenly the car got all locked up and he nearly ran into the back of Tim Dorr, but hopefully crisis averted. Tim Dorr 11th place now, he lost out to Harry Storer a lap ago. Harry, the black car there with the red wing mirrors just ahead of them. And as they come across the timing line, the leader Steve Foden only 3 tenths clear of Adam Sparrow now, so Sparrow with a personal best lap, even with that overtake against Ollie Graham, although it didn't really lose him any time, did he? He just slipstreamed past him up the back straight, so Sparrow is quicker than Foden, no doubt about it. Saw confirmation there on the screen, the graphic telling us that Levi Aisbett has retired from the race too, so thought he'd gone missing from that little group just outside the top 10. Chisnell that will be. The 8 car running in 9th position, 10th then for Storer. There 11th, still just about keeping Richard Wotton in the black and yellow with the 3 car behind him. So around Chris Curve they go. Here are the leaders, and Adam Sparrow very much with Steve Foden now. So Sparrow sensing a chance maybe for a race victory. Sparrow had a win back at Silverstone, didn't he? Took another one at Croft in the 3rd race, and then another one last time out at Snetterton. Hasn't necessarily been able to put together super consistent weekends, but when he gets to the front, he's got the potential to win races at pretty much any kind of racetrack you take him to these days. Definitely if he sticks around next year, Adam Sparrow should be a championship contender. Steve Foden looking likely to run away with the championship in 2023, but Sparrow would like to try and steal this race win from him if he can. Out of the final turn he goes then, in the slipstream, down the pit straight. We have just ticked into the second half of the race then, 9.5 minutes to go. And it is Steve Foden under threat now from Adam Sparrow, who doesn't even think about looking to the inside at Coppice Corner. He is focused entirely on getting a good exit from this turn, Charlie's, and trying to attack up the Park Straight. Keep an eye behind them as well to Ted Bradbury. Ted Bradbury is as close to Ollie Graham as Adam Sparrow is to Steve Foden, so we could have a lead change and a 3rd place battle arriving at Park Corner this time. There you can see Graham and Bradbury nose to tail. Only an MX-5 length or so between them. Here come the leaders then. Sparrow to the outside of Steve Foden. He's not going to drive straight past Steve in the way that he did Ollie Graham. Ollie, though, leaves the door wide open for Ted Bradbury, who moves into that third place. Could have been a tactical move, that, from Graham, though. If he realises he's losing touch with the leading two, he knows how quick Ted is. Maybe Ted can drag him up to the lead battle again. So, smart driving that from Ollie Graham. Takes an awful lot of thought to and confidence, actually, to willingly give a place away. Sometimes that looks like a defeatist attitude, but actually in MX-5 racing it can sometimes be a winning strategy, although Bradbury instantly starts making mistakes, which is a real frustration for Ollie Graham. He settles back in behind him again, heading towards the mountain. Graham Rumsey here, running in... Where's Graham got himself? He is in 16th place. He's out wide onto the grass, not for the first time today. Goes number 5 of Simon Hartley. Leaders there are at the Hall Bends, and I think Bradbury's already starting to bridge this gap now to the top two. At the start of the lap, Ollie Graham, who was in third at the time, was 0.7 of a second behind Adam Sparrow. Bradbury was about a second behind Sparrow. It's not going to be a second anymore, is it, as they come out of Barn Corner and along the pit straight again. 7.5 minutes to go. The leaders come across the line, separated by 1/4 of a second, and Ted Bradbury does a 1:45.5, so 0.3 quicker than the race leaders. And Ted Bradbury is starting to reel them in now. Out of Coppice, up towards Charlie's corner they go. And Steve Foden is once again going to have to go defensive up the park straight, but as long as he can position the car on the inside line, I don't think Sparrow's going to be able to drive around his outside. And Steve will certainly get his elbows out at Park Corner if he does try to do that. So Sparrow can get alongside, that's all well and good, but really what he needs to try and do is get that switch back on the exit of the turn. Foden's too smart for that, though, and he knows to just park the car on the apex, not run wide on the exit, although they are side by side. I don't quite know how Sparrow's done that, but he's gone right round the outside. It's Chris Curve, Adam Sparrow to the race lead then. Just carried so much more speed off the corner, didn't bother going for the switchback, just went round the outside of Foden, who I reckon had taken a tight line to try and cover off the switchback move, and now Bradbury goes up the inside of Foden as well. This is really knocking Foden off his stride. Sparrow to the front then, Ted Bradbury now trying to find a way by. Ollie Graham, interestingly, chooses to go with Foden, not Bradbury, and gives him a bit of a shove towards the mountain. Bradbury's got that inside line. He's not quite late enough on the brakes, though, so Foden hangs on to second place. That little battle, though, has just allowed Sparrow to take, what's that, maybe 3/4 of a second's worth of free time. And, of course, with Bradbury applying the pressure to Foden now, Sparrow might start to get even further away over the coming corners. So, down into Barn they go. Adam Sparrow, new race leader, looking for a 4th victory of the season. Behind them, look, Tom Langford trying to get past Owen Mills, who's just behind. A slightly wayward Jason Greytrex. Jason Greytrex locked up into Barn, ran wide, but managed to carry the speed down the hill. Owen Mills slots back in behind him. He's getting a bit of a shove from Tom Langford. And is he going to try and get to the inside of Greytrex? Yes, he is. Langford goes to the outside, follows Greytrex into the turn. And I think that was sensible from Langford. He's going to be faster through the left than Owen Mills. He'll have the inside line for the right at Charlie's. Hits the curb. How did that one settle itself out? They're still side by side. Should favour Langford now. They're on the inside line through Charlie's. That was really clever driving that from Tom. He sort of put Owen Mills in a position that Owen didn't want to be in. I don't think Owen wanted to go to the inside there. But Langford shoved him into the gap and then bailed on him, went to the outside. And actually it's Langford who ended up gaining the place. Again, tactics, such a huge part of racing in MX-5. You've got to use that toe in a way that's going to benefit you. If it means throwing someone else under the bus a little bit. So Tom Langford into 6th. He'll now set off after Jason Greytrex. Caught a glimpse there of the leading group. They're still pretty close together. Steve Foden back onto the tail of Sparrow now, so he's had a lap maybe working together with Ted Bradbury. And that's allowed him to catch back up to Adam. Leads into the mountain section then. Foden to the inside, gets it all locked up again. Seeing a lot of brake lockups going on in this race, more than usual, I'd say. Riders really start to push the limits under braking. No ABS in these Mark 1 MX-5s. You've got to be gentle with the brake pedal. In the heat of the moment, very, very easy to just snatch that brake and create the dramatic puff of white tyre smoke. The hairpin go Greytrex, Mills and Langford, or Greytrex, Langford and Mills now the order, with Adam Craig keeping a watching brief there in 8th place. 9th is still Neil Chisnell and Harry Storer still completing the top 10. So the leaders go through, all 4 of them covered by 1 1/4 seconds. And as they head through Coppice Corner. Greytrack's in a position now where Tom Langford, he knows he's going to have a go at him up the Park straight. And is Tom going to be able to make that move? Tom could do with a good result, really, out of this race. But a bit of a frustrating mid-part of the season for Langford. 5th place finish would be very nice indeed. Now, new leader, well, not a new leader, but a return to the lead for Steve Foden. He's drafted past Sparrow up the back straight. So just when I thought Sparrow was starting to get away, Foden put together a really good lap, got back into slipstreaming range, and he's going to lead them then over the top of the hill through Chris Curve. Through the gooseneck, Bradbury there hunting around behind Sparrow as Foden defends that inside line. Now, does that lose him exit speed? Maybe it does. Adam Sparrow gets a bit of a run look, tries to get the overlap to the inside line. He's not quite there though. I think Foden should be able to get to the inside to cover. Through the left and the right at the mountain. Will likely have 2 laps left at the end of this one. Steve Foden continuing to lead, but was he wide there through the second part of the mountain? I think he was, and Sparrow almost got to the inside of him. Bradbury leaning on him as the freight train makes its way through the Hall Bend. Fantastic racing this. Jason Greytrack's similarly being helped along by Tom Langford, who hasn't yet found a way past him into the top 5. Saw in the earlier race this weekend, Jason Greytrack's with some good defensive driving. That's Owen Mills into second. Well, how's that happen? Owen Mills is into second and Sparrow's got the lead, so it's all changed now. Adam Sparrow to the front, Mills second. Bradbury might get third here from Steve Foden, who's got no one to slipstream with down that inside line. So something must have happened at the hairpin then. Adam Sparrow to the lead, Ollie Graham second, and Bradbury goes third. For the first time, I think, all weekend, Steve Foden is off the podium now and down into 4th position. So I can only assume that Adam Sparrow got to the inside of Steve through the hairpin, and now he's off the road himself. Sparrow out wide. Here comes Graham again. Ollie Graham in the closing stages of these races this weekend just seems to have a habit of picking up places and other people make mistakes around him. He goes to the outside line. Bradbury's gone to his inside though, and that might not work out for Graham. He's going to fall back down to 3rd. That might now become 4th as Steve Foden sticks his nose up the inside. No, Ollie Graham turns across in front of him through Chris Curve, and they settle back into line. So Adam Sparrow versus Ted Bradbury, the 2 drivers on this grid with the most history, let's say, this season. They had that clash when they were fighting for the win at Snetterton last time out, and wouldn't you know it, they're the 2 who find themselves at the front of the field as we're about to begin the final lap of the weekend. Adam Sparrow desperate to try and claim this 4th victory of the season. Bradbury wants his 2nd, and Ollie Graham wants his 1st, and he's not out of the fight yet. He's right behind the 2 of them as they head for the mountain. Sparrow hanging on for now, clips the curb, launches over the hill. Bradbury couldn't be a lot closer to him really as they head for the Hall Bend for the penultimate time. Where does he make the move? Does he try and do it through the hairpin as Sparrow did a lap ago, or just wait for the back straight? I think that's probably the more sensible idea. Jason Greytrack's meanwhile still keeping Langford and Owen Mills at bay. Great little battle they've been having, but for the final lap, all attention on the leading 4. Adam Sparrow at the front of the field then, Ted Bradbury in 2nd, Ollie Graham 3rd, and can Steve Foden get back on the podium? A race win now looks a little unlikely really for the championship leader, but a podium finish he could still inherit if it all kicks off in front of him. Through the left then at Coppice. It's all going to kick off up the back straight. That's where the slipstream will take effect. Bradbury, I'm sure, is going to have a go at Adam Sparrow, but he daren't go to the outside because that will open the door for Ollie Graham. Exactly what happened to Graham a lap ago to allow Bradbury into 2nd place. They all run a little bit wide there over the grass. Bradbury didn't get an excellent exit though, but Ollie Graham's going to give him the bumper as he tried to push him up the hill. That will give... Oh, he's got a penalty! Bradbury's got a penalty for track limits. 5-second time penalty. So as he attacks for the race lead, he's not going to win the race. He's going to go right round the outside of Adam Sparrow. He gets lent on slightly on the exit. Foden's done the same thing to Ollie Graham behind, but as long as Adam Sparrow can finish 2nd to Bradbury, he will inherit the race victory. Ted Bradbury with a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. I just mentioned that he ran a bit wide out of Charlie's corner. He won't know about that though, because he won't have seen the notice on the starting gantry. He's not been past the start-finish line yet, and so he will still think that he's fighting for the race victory. Sparrow defending the lead as they head towards the mountain for the final time, and Ted Bradbury, I think, is going to try and commit to this round the outside move to get the inside for the next part of the mountain. Sparrow sees that off though, carries the speed in. Who's going to get the better run up over the hill? It's going to be Bradbury. Has he got an overlap to the inside line? Yes, he has. Bradbury is there, side by side into the hall bends for the final time, and Sparrow turns in front of him. That took supreme confidence from Adam Sparrow, and in fairness, Ted Bradbury got his nose out of the gap as well, just in the nick of time. Down through the hairpin for the final time of asking, and Adam Sparrow is going to hang on then to claim the race victory. Ollie Graham drifts his way through the last turn, but it's Adam Sparrow who will claim the win in race number 3 here at Cadwell Park. Another sensational race, and that is a fantastic victory then for Adam Sparrow. Steve Foden second. That, unfortunately, is Tim Dorr and Richard Wootton, who just gave us all the fright of our lives as they hit the barriers coming across the top of the mountain. Hopefully they're both okay, but the rest of them filing across the line. Adam Sparrow then the race winner, Steve Foden second, Ollie Graham third, Jason Greatrex fourth, Tom Langford fifth, Owen Mills sixth, and Ted Bradbury ends up in 7th position as a result of that 5-second penalty. So closely bunched were they that it ended up losing him a whole heap of places, and that unfortunately is the story of Ted Bradbury's season, a season that promises a lot, but just a couple of little mistakes creeping in and exceeding track limits once too often there. So an unfortunate end to the race for Tim Dorr and Richard Wootton, who made significant contact with the Armco barrier there coming over the top of the mountain. Real thud that they made, but the marshals in attendance already, checking that both drivers are okay. Looks like they're starting to climb out of their cars, which is good news. So it is Adam Sparrow the winner. He would have won anyway, even if Ted Bradbury had gone past him, but like I say, neither of them knew that was the situation on that final lap. And so they were fighting as if it was for the race win, which in a way it was, because if Bradbury had got past Sparrow, there was always a chance that someone else would have gone through as well. And of course, that someone else would have been Steve Foden, who did a fantastic job again there, despite being off the podium at the beginning of the final lap. Ended up in 2nd place by the end. So Sparrow, Foden and Graham, the podium finish. There's Richard Wootton driving away from the scene of the accident. Tim Dorr not so fortunate, but he's out of the car chatting to the medics. He's absolutely fine. And takes more than that to knock Tim Dorr around. Hardy Aussie that he is, and well, you can see the state of the side of the car. I'll tell you what, AB Motorsport have not had a very good day, have they really? A lot of damaged race cars for Ali Bray and his team to fix up before the next round of the championship at Donington Park, which will be part of the TCR UK bill in about a month's time. Adam Sparrow then the winner of our final MX-5 race of the weekend, Steve Foden second, and Ollie Graham in third with Jason Greatrex fourth, the Masters class winner. Then it was Tom Langford and Owen Mills, Ted Bradbury 7th after a time penalty with Adam Craig, Neil Chisnell and Harry Storer completing the top 10. Michael Green was 11th. Ollie Walden came home in 12th ahead of Tom Mallet and Tim Dorr, with Richard Wootton, Simon Hartley, Graham Rumsey, Keith Dalton, Clive Chisnell and Jonathan Abacassis completing the top 20. Jonathan Fieldsend, Simon Privet and Tim Storr are the last of the runners, with Levi Aisbett a non-finisher. Then it was... I'll tell you what's happened there. I think they've actually thrown a red flag, haven't they, when that accident happened, because Tim Dorr actually wasn't classified as a finisher, nor was Jack Noller, Richard Wootton, or the luckless youngster Luke Pullum, who unfortunately is again a non-starter, and that's become all too familiar a sight this year. Well, another bruising race, but a fantastic battle at the front of the pack there for the MX-5 Championship drivers. The podium finishers will be heading down to the podium to have a chat with Scott Woodward momentarily. But before that, the build-up to our final race of the weekend. It is the 2nd of the day for the Brscc Evolution Trophy, race number 24 on the card. And Scott Woodward is down in the assembly area now amongst the drivers.
So someone does knock Steve Foden off the top step of the podium. Incredible racing in those last few laps between the top 4. Bit of an unfortunate end to how the race did between Tim Dorr and Richard Wootton. There was an almighty thud when which one of the cars that hit the barrier just almost shook the commentary box, and it kind of sprung everyone into action. So, but it seems that appears that both drivers are at least getting out of the cars and appear to initially be okay. Both, at the very least, will go to the medical centre just to be checked over, because it does like it was quite a substantial impact into the barrier. So that will be cleared up. We've still got some time to get our last race in, which will be our second Brscc Evolution Trophy race. That's, of course, in combined for the Cook Sport Renault Cup, the Classic VW Cup, the Classic TT Cup, and the almost forgotten the series. The Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophy. It's been a long weekend. Anyway, so just to power around to see where we are then. So it is essentially as from the results of race number 1. So Simon Tomlinson will start on pole overall and in the Classic VW Cup as well. He's alongside the Cook Sport Renault Cup Race 1 winner and pole sitter once again, Nick Gwinnett. Be intrigued to see how these two cars get on from the second row of the grid. We've got Nick Sanderson in his newer Seat Leon SuperCup. He usually, last time I saw him racing out at Knock Hill, he was in an older spec Seat Leon SuperCup. He's got a brand new spec one now with Ricci concept emblazoned down the side of it as well. So he will start in third on the grid overall and second of the Classic VWs. We've got Ken Lark in his VW Corrado, who it's quite rapid in many cases. I think we might actually have a chat to a couple of them because we do have a bit of time to have a word. I'm actually going to have a chat with Ken Lark actually because this Corrado, if you watched it on the straight, is something else. So I need to have a word just quickly with the man himself, Ken Lark, if he's able to have a quick word. But I was just remarking, Ken, this Corrado's got a bit of poke in a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. But it's the gearbox actually. It's really the engine is the regulations for this championship were written around this car because I didn't want to spend any money. Yeah. So yeah, the gearbox is the trick. It takes off. And I just don't use the clutch, so it's not sequential. It's an H pattern gearbox, but yeah, it does the job. Yeah. But it's been going for 22 years now, so yeah.
That was also one of the most chilled out responses. Saying this has got a bit of power, and you went, yeah, it has got a bit of power.
Yeah, it has. It's no more than the VR6 there. I think it's got 270 horsepower, but it puts it straight down. So. Yeah, and it's not a bad old thing anyway. It's got, I built it a long time ago, and it's still going. So I just keep driving it really.
It must be tricky because you've got one or two straights here, but on a much more twisted circuit like this, obviously power will help you out of the corners, but you find there's not enough straights to kind of get with some of the slightly twisted cars.
Basically, it kills the front tyres. Like I was not quite as fast. I was trying to keep up with the real fast boys. And I shouldn't. What I should do is back off a little bit, but it's not in me to do that, really.
That's not a race to drive away.
No. So I try and keep up with them, and so far so good. But I've got him next door, nipping at my heels.
Well, that thing's pretty rapid itself, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, but it's one of those things that it finishes fewer races than I do.
Right.
So I get so far.
You get the bragging rights.
Sort of, but we all love Cadwell, so it is what it is, isn't it?
And just to mention as well, of course, how great is it to be part of Classic VW Cup, because there's so many different machines in this. It's all VWs and VAG cars, but each car's got its own different personality, its own kind of story to tell, like yours is the same as Tim's and Simon's at the front. Yeah. It's a wonderfully varied varied series out there, which has only got the potential to keep on growing bigger to where it kind of was before a few years ago.
Yeah, I don't think the pandemic helped us much, but there's so many cars out there, Mark IIs, all the championships back from the old VAG trophy, they're all playing around in sort of supposed endurance championships and stuff. Hopefully they'll come back to us, and if they do, then we'll have full grids. Yeah. But I have to say, much as I love the Volkswagens, we do enjoy racing the Renault lads, because they're hilarious.
It does look like you guys, even though it's meant to be 4 separate races, I've seen some of the races in the season, you guys you're having an absolute blast amongst each other.
We generally always come in and have a beer with each other and laughing and joking. I've never actually seen any aggravation, and I've been racing for 46 years. Yeah. So, it's the best one so far.
See, that's what it's all about. Even though in 2 different categories, enjoying racing with each other and having a laugh about it.
Yeah, you come out, you have a beer, have a laugh, everyone's talking crap like you do, and it's just fun. It's just fun.
That's how it should be, ladies and gents. Ken, listen, you're an absolute gent. Have a great race. Best of luck from the second row. Right. Have a good one. We'll let you keep cool on that one. What a lad Ken is. Fantastic stuff to have a chat with him. Let's have a rundown. We'll have one of the Renaults, I think. Let's have a chat to. I'm going to have a chat to another who's a stalwart of these particular Renaults in particular. I'm sure we'll be happy to have a chat. This man here in the white Clio #1, Tony Hunter, who is a stalwart of these kind of Renaults. Let's have a very quick word with him.
Is that another word for old?
Not at all. I like to use the word experience rather than old. But Mr. Hunter, good to see you back. I know we missed you at Knock Hill, but
yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, but nice to see you back out with the old white Clio once again.
Well, it's the old faithful. It's like Trigger's broom. It's been through a few shells and bits and pieces, but it's basically the same car.
Yeah.
So here just having fun.
Yeah. You guys who come across in the Sport Runner seem to be, I just tend to Ken Lark, and he says that he loves racing against you guys. You guys must be the same against the VW. You two, you're all in separate classes technically, but you're all on the same track together, and you just look as though you're having such good fun racing each other.
It's great to race with people that you got respect for.
Yeah.
And I think everybody's got respect for everybody else, and we all seem to get on very nicely.
Yeah. Speaking of getting on, you've got a race to do, so best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you hopefully at the end. Right. There goes Tony then. So 2 fantastic characters of the Evolution Trophy, and as Ken head for their second race of the weekend, the last race of the weekend, of course being here with the Evolution Trophy. There goes Adam Marshall, who's a bit further back than he wanted to be in race number 1. There goes Tony Hunter, there goes Richard Clark, there goes Paul Sheard, who's on pole for the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. Couldn't forget about that, so he's on pole for them. Also in the Classic TT Cup, it's Philippa Harron on pole for them, because we missed out with Harry Scott retiring before, so we'll wait for them. Those cars are going to head out for their second race. I think what we can do is very quickly spin around and go to our podium for our third and final Gaz Shock's Mazda MX-5 race, which was quite a thriller from start to finish, and I'm certain was quite a popular podium in many cases. So I think we've got everyone just about here, so let's rattle through it then in reverse order. So first of all, in third place, somebody beat him off the top step. Third place goes to Steve Foden. It might not be a win, but it's still a podium, that's crucial for the championship. Second place taking another runners-up trophy, Ollie Graham. Well done, Ollie. And breaking the Steve Foden dominance back on the top step of the podium, Adam Sparrow for race number 3. Excellent job from all 3. That was a really feisty race from start to finish, so great job all round for them. And I think we've got I think we have got a bit of time, so we can have a proper chat to all 3 if we finish 1 or 2 of the closest from over there. I think we're all good. You guys want to step down first of all? Adam, we'll have a quick chat. Well, you did it. You managed to get in front of Steve and beat him to the line first.
Yeah, it was a great race. Room was given by all 4 of them. It was really exciting stuff, and I got Steve on the outside coming towards Gooseneck, which I was really happy with, and then he got me back on the run to Park. But then I thought, into the hairpin, I've got a good run here, and I just went for the move. I missed the gear on the exit, but it sort of was the best in disguise, because a few people managed to get by Steve because of it. Managed to just make my car as wide as possible until the end.
This is kind of a weekend mostly trying to chase after Stephen, but you've at least taken some points out of him at least. We're getting to the point where we drop scores now. You've got a couple of rounds to go. Every single round's really got to count and get as best results as you can. I mean, I guess all you can do is just push as hard as you can and just hope results go your way. Is that the case now for the rest of the year?
Yeah, make sure there's no mistakes. Obviously I made a mistake in the first race earlier, which I was constantly trying to put back right the rest of the day. But yeah, it's just trying to get points and see what happens. That's all I can really do, to be honest.
That's all you can do. You've driven great all weekend. Well on the victory. We'll see you next time out. Congratulations. Second place to Ollie Graham. Well, we meet again, Ollie, back on the podium. But again, I think the satisfying thing is it's 2 really good podiums, and you've been up in the lead group fighting just as quick as anyone else. So that's a massive positive to take away from this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I've run out of things to say, because I only usually prepare for like 1 podium in a weekend. But
you've run out of things to say. I'm sure Steve has.
yeah, to be fair, Steve has. But I'm sure he writes it down somewhere. Yeah, no, I mean, that was like the front 4 there. There's nothing in it. We nailed the car setup this weekend. I've got to thank my dad and Auto Test Norwich for setting up the car. And say hello to everyone watching at home, because I know I've got a little fan base in Norwich at the minute. But yeah, I'm happy with how this weekend's gone. First weekend with 3 podiums, so yeah, over the moon with it.
You've got reason to celebrate, mate. Well done. You've driven brilliantly all weekend. Great stuff. And let's bring the championship leader in. Wasn't quite the hat trick, but they had to beat you sometime.
Yeah, wow, what a race. We keep saying this. We had obviously the 2 races at Snet that were really exciting, and then all 3 this weekend. Again, it's a credit to everybody in the championship, because we maybe had a little bit of front to rear contact when we all missed gears going into the hairpin. But other than that, wow, what a race.
It's because you're also busy looking at each other that you're all missing gears. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, around here it's so tight and twisty, and you've really got to be using your mirrors to make sure that you're not accidentally putting anybody off the track or whatever. So yeah, wow, what an exciting race, what a way to end the weekend.
Key thing is though, 2 more wins in the 3rd place, you're taking a couple of steps closer to that championship. You must feel as though, obviously it's not over to the final round, but you must be thinking, this has got to be the year for it now, surely.
I think we've just got to take one race at a time, Scott. You know, points make prizes at the end of the day, and I think if we can just maintain ourselves in the top 5 for the last 6 rounds of the year, then I think we'll have a pretty strong chance. But, you know, obviously the rule, if you drop around at the last round, then, you know, it counts as a disqualification basically, which in my view is quite an unfair rule, but it's one that we've got to play by. So I think at this point we're just trying to make sure that the car stays reliable. And on that note, I just want to say a big thanks to Rob Boston Racing, to Urban Design and Consult, Rock Oil and Cheshire Riding School for their continued support throughout this season, and hope that Rob can just make sure that car is reliable as possible for these last 6 races, just so we can give ourselves the best chance possible.
You're on the right track, mate. Keep going, and we'll see you in the next round. Well done. So that is the MX-5 Championship wrapped up for the weekend, again sponsored by Gaz Shocks. Great stuff all weekend from them. 23 races down, 1 more still to go. The 2nd Evolution Trophy race is up to round off what's been a brilliant weekend of racing at Cadwell Park. So for the final time to run through the final grid of the weekend, it's back to Andy McKeown one last time in the commentary box. Andy, last one's all yours.
Thanks, Scott. Just in the nick of time. We've got cars lining up on the grid then already, ready for our final 15-minute race of the weekend, the Brscc Evolution Trophy, a race that was won overall and within the GT VW class for Simon Tomlinson earlier on. Nick Gwinnett got a victory within his class in his Renault Clio as well. Ken Lark in the VW Corrado, was a race winner too within Class A of the Classic VW Cup. We also had class victories for Richard Clark, Paul Sheard, Phil Barwick, Bruce Hadfield, and for Philip O'Halloran. So lots of trophies handed out, and the final set of trophies this weekend ready to be given out in about 15 minutes' time. The red lights go on, out they will go. After quite a long hold now. Oh no, and the Nick Gwinnett Clio has stalled and everybody runs into each other. And that is a typical Cadwell Park start. I'm afraid when one car stalls, it always causes mayhem behind. Amazingly, they've all carried on. Paul Sheard has got quite a lot of damage to the front of his MX-5, but everyone has actually managed to get going. Nick Gwinnett, ironically, the first of those to get going, and I think it's actually the Seat Leon SuperCups now. Nick Sanderson that's got the lead. Oh, that's a shame. That's Tony Hunter's car stopped with considerable damage to the left rear corner, so he hasn't made it beyond much beyond anyway, the pit lane exit, so that will likely be a safety car. And there's a problem for the Tim Mole VW as well, which now bounces down the grass. Don't know whether he picked up some damage. Side by side there for the race lead, and that is Simon Tomlinson versus Nick Sanderson. Now this is actually genuinely for the race lead between all 3 of these cars. They all run within the GT class of the Classic VW Cup, but we've got a red flag. And we're going to stop the race, and our last race of the weekend, unfortunately, is going to give us a little bit of a delay, which is just what we all wanted to see. It's understandable why. We've got a car in a dangerous place. We've got lots of bodywork all over the start-finish line, and unfortunately, we're going to need a little bit of time to get that all cleared up. I think it's only the one car that needs recovering, which is good news. But we are going to have a little bit of time before we get the race back underway. What a shame, though, because that was building into a great race there between Simon Tomlinson, Nick Sanderson and Adam Marshall, who'd had a really good start, 7th on the grid. But, of course, the whole inside row, or outside row, I suppose, the right-hand side of the grid, got stacked up behind Nick Gwinnett because he was the first car on that row, 2nd on the grid. And no one could get past him from the right-hand side of the track. So it allowed those down the left-hand side to get a much better start and gain lots of places, but all of that for nothing now because we're going to re-rack them. Obviously, we will be missing a few, that much is fairly certain. Tim Mole is not going to be taking the restart. His car stopped halfway up the park straight. When we do go racing again, we've got a fascinating battle in prospect for the GT class of the Classic VW Cup. And there is Tim Mole, trudging away. Don't know whether he's got damage or a mechanical issue or both, but he would have been, where did Tim Mole start? He would have been on the other side of the grid, actually. 5th place would have been the left-hand side. I'm not sure whether he would have been involved directly in that. Paul Sheard definitely was. His front of his car went underneath the car in front of him. I didn't see who it was that he made contact with. Paul immediately jumping out of the car to go and have a look. It's his own car as well, so he's worked on it many a time. He'll be able to assess immediately how bad the damage is. Gets back in the car pretty quickly, so it's either good news in that he very quickly realised that the damage wasn't too bad, or it's bad news because he realised the opposite was true. So red flag then will fly, and we'll have hopefully not a very long wait until we get the race started. But it's going to be... Paul Sheard is going into pit lane, so that's unfortunate. The quick assessment of the damage told him that he wasn't going to be able to take the restart, but he may be able to get it repaired in the pit lane and then maybe start from the pits afterwards. We'll have to wait and see. But that was a messy start. We see it so often here at Cadwell Park. I seem to recall the last race of the weekend a couple of years ago, we had a similar situation. It was a modified Ford race, I think, and Alex Bohm, I seem to remember, ending up in a barrier at that part of the circuit. I'm sure that was the last race of the weekend too. We seem to have a habit of, just when we think we're over the finishing line, having a little delay in the schedule. It was the last race of the Saturday, that's right, so not quite as frustrating, I suppose, but these drivers have been sat around waiting all day long to get their second race in, and after an entertaining first race, we were looking forward to having them as well. There is the, well, I'm not seeing it on the screen, out the window I'm seeing the tractor heading out, so there must be, well, why would the tractor be heading out onto the track? And I'm not sure, there must be a barrier somewhere that needs fixing, but I couldn't tell you what barrier that would be. I don't think they were anywhere near a barrier there. Anyway, it's a longer delay, probably. So, cars then lining up on the grid. So there's the tractor. So where's the tractor going? That's my question. It's going past the grid and heading for where then? Being waved by a marshal, I can see, past the start-finish line. I can only assume it's going to assist with the recovery of the Tony Hunter Renault Clio, which had stopped just beyond the end of pit lane exit. There is the Tim Mole car being towed away. Where is the tractor going? It's stopping at pit exit. Is that where Tony Hunter's car is? The view obscured actually from where I am by the race control tower. There's the Tim Mole VW being moved. And what is the tractor down? Is that just a blower maybe on the back to try and blow the debris away? I think that's what it is, isn't it? So they're going to... That's sensible, really. You can only do so much with marshals and broomsticks, so they're going to blow the worst of the debris clear and then send it back on its way. But it wasn't there very long, was it? So a little bit strange. Anyway, a bit of extra mileage and TV time for the tractor driver, who will now, I guess, head back to the paddock again from where he came. Taking their time bringing Tim Mole's car back to the pit lane. And of course, they've then got to go through the slightly complicated procedure of regridding everybody, because a lot of the cars are going to be very much out of position. We'll go back to original grid places, and we'll have a few minutes probably having to be spent getting everyone back where they ought to be. So, small delay then, whilst we prepare for our final race of the weekend to be restarted. And the marshals, I think, have cleared the worst now of that debris down on the pit straight. But hopefully, very soon, we will have the grid formed and we'll get the Evolution Trophy drivers back underway for their second and final race of the weekend. Well, good news, everybody. We've got the green flag lap underway then for our restarted Evolution Trophy race. We're going to run it over the full 15 minutes by the looks of it, so that is tremendous news. Great work by the marshals and recovery crews there to clear all of the debris, and to the start line marshals for getting everything in place then for our race restart, which is going to be minus a couple of drivers, but actually the majority of the cars that were involved have been able to get patched up and back on their way. So certainly Nick Gwinnett, who was the initial staller, is going to be there for the restart. There is Paul Sheard, whose car was hastily repaired in the pit lane. I say repaired, they just tore off the offending rear bumper that was rubbing on the tyre, and get ready to send him back on his way. So it's going to be a very interesting race restart here. I'm hoping for a good battle between these GT class cars. Golfs at the front of the field of Simon Tomlinson, the race 1 winner, and Adam Marshall with Nick Sanderson, Seat Leon SuperCup in the mix as well. Those 3 cars all running within the same class, so it's a genuine fight for a class victory between those 3 if they get themselves together again at the front of the field, which I reckon there's a good chance they will, because they're all starting pretty close to each other at the front. So down through Mansfield in the afternoon sunshine they go, and ready for 15 minutes of Evolution Trophy racing action. As I said, this is a series for classes of car that either don't any longer have sufficient grid sizes to host their own races, or they're hoping to get to that point where they can have their own grids again. It's a great place for a new series to come and develop, or an existing series to sort of gather members again ahead of hopefully becoming championships again in the future. A great incentive this by the Brscc, rather than have tiny grids of not particularly exciting racing, stick them all together and give everyone a real show to enjoy, and that's exactly what we had in race 1. It was the classes inevitably start to intermingle a little bit, and although it doesn't matter particularly whether a Renault Clio beats a VW Golf or an MX-5, it's still entertaining racing to watch, isn't it, when they do get themselves together. So the grid forming then, with on the pole position Simon Tomlinson, that's the white, blue and black VW Golf on the outside, the inside it will be of turn 1, Nick Gwinnett's Renault Clio next, and then you've got the Nick Sanderson Seat Leon SuperCup, the red machine, up on the inside line. So let's see what's going to happen then here. A take 2 for the Brscc Evolution Trophy. The red lights go on, and we are almost ready to go racing again for the final time. Nick Gwinnett gets a brilliant start this time, but not as good as Ken Lark, who gets the Corrado through into the race lead. That thing is like a rocket ship from a standing start, and Ken Lark is going to lead the field through Coppice Corner for the first time. Gwinnett goes second, Tomlinson third, and then that is the Renault Clio, I think, of Matt Hollier, up into 4th position. So immediately a very different look at the front of the field that we had for the initial start of the race. But Ken Lark's VW Corrado is not going to be an easy car to pass, because look at the speed that it's got down the Park straight. It was only a car length or so ahead of Nick Gwinnett's Renault Clio going onto the straight, and by the time they get to Park Corner, he's extended that margin nicely. The Clio, of course, though, can brake quite a bit later, and so he sees the gap start to shrink once again. Work their way then through Chris Curve for the first time. Good battling going on behind there. That is the MX-5 of Ben Taylor there, which was on start in the earlier race, battling his way back through the field as Nick Sanderson in the Seat Leon SuperCup hasn't had such a good start this time, because he wasn't able to benefit from the pile-up on the right-hand side of the road that he did on the initial start of the race, but he'll try now piece his way through the order. Finished 3rd overall in the earlier race. That was 2nd within his class. At the top of the mountain then, Lark leads the way. So we've got the Class A VW leading the Renault Clio of Nick Gwinnett, and then the Class GT VW of Simon Tomlinson sat in 3rd place. There goes the Dawn Butcher VW Golf Mark 5 GTI, also running within Class A, so the same class as Ken Lark's car, which leads them across the line then. And Ken Lark, that thing's so quick in a straight line, although Nick Gwinnett's Renault Clio is not slow either. In fairness, it's going toe-to-toe with the Corrado as it heads into the first corner. Sweeping uphill through Coppice into Charlie's then. Simon Tomlinson there sat in 3rd place. As they head for the Park straight, who's going to have the horsepower down towards Park Corner then? Not a great exit there from Nick Gwinnett, so Simon Tomlinson goes to the outside. That allows Adam Marshall to get to his inside maybe, although Marshall seems to back out of that one. Mark just scarpering away now. Both of the Golfs actually get themselves up ahead of Gwinnett. And remember, that is a fight for a class lead between the two VW Golfs of Simon Tomlinson and Adam Marshall. Sanderson's found a way past Dave Mycott now in the 6th place Renault Clio. Donald DeVar in the Mark 1 Golf, surviving Mark 1 Golf, working its way through down the hill as well. So Ken Lark continues to lead. A class victory, pretty much a certainty for him anyway. His big rival really was Tim Moll, who really chased after him in the latter stages of race 1 earlier on. But Tim Moll, unfortunately, having that issue, whatever it was at the start of this race, not able to take any part in race number 2. Means that Ken Lark is pretty solid for a class win, but he wants to try and be the first one to take the checkered flag. And for all this talk about how it's only really your class result that matters, you try telling Ken Lark that if he has a chance to keep Nick Gwinnett, Simon Tomlinson and Adam Marshall behind him for the duration of the race, he's absolutely going to go for it. So the Paul Bentz goes from the back markers. Confirmation there that Tim Moll and Tony Hunt are the only 2 non-finishers at the moment. Side by side there for the class lead in the GT class, though. Around the outside goes Adam Marshall. That gives him the inside for Charlie's. He's up on the grass. Simon Tomlinson was always going to close the door, I suppose, but you don't have much choice, really. You can't go side by side through Charlie's very easily. It's so narrow, and there's so much rubbish on the outside line. You can't see it from the TV cameras, but at this late stage in the weekend, there's so much dirt and debris and bits of old rubber and bodywork and gravel out on the outside line. You just don't want to be there, as Adam Marshall again gets a bit desperate there, snatches a break, looking to the inside of Park Corner. For the 2nd time this lap, has to abort the attempt. Sits in 3rd place still. 2nd within his class then, out towards Mansfield. Ken Lark starting actually to look a bit more comfortable now, out in the lead. Pulls out of the left, over the curb goes Adam Marshall. Marshall with a real point to prove here. Didn't have such a good run in race 1, got stuck down in 7th place overall, but now very much going with his class leader. And as they head towards the technical part of the circuit, this is where Ken Lark in the much older VW Corrado starts to struggle a little bit. Has to get his elbows out and block the road as best he can. As they're about to come out onto the pit straight, is he still going to be in front? Yes, he is. Sanderson, look, has got himself ahead of Matt Holly, and that's important because that means that he can start to close in on the lead group, and amongst them his fellow Class GT rivals. So the red Seat Leon Supercopa, not the Clio, but the next red car there, also in the same class as the 2 Golfs that we've got in this lead group. So fantastic battle brewing here, with Ken Lark gunning for an overall race victory, Nick Gwinnett trying to win his class, and so too Simon Tomlinson, Adam Marshall and Nick Sanderson, who has the fastest lap, by the way, 1:41.61, 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leader, so he'll be with them in no time at that rate. Down to Park Corner they go. Lark feeling the need to go defensive, even though he's a long way ahead of the VWs, who again are going side by side. This time Adam Marshall trying the outside line and still gets the same result, gets elbowed out wide into the dirt, and Simon Tomlinson manages to get back over to the racing line then through the right-hander at Chris Curve that drops down suddenly into the gooseneck. Down towards the braking zone at Mansfield Corner, all getting themselves together. Watch for Sanderson in the background. Is he with them yet? Not quite, but by the end of the lap he might be. Meanwhile, Simon Tomlinson peeking here to the inside of Ken Lark into the mountain, but Ken just had the power to clear the Golf, get to the inside line and defend the position into the left-right complex. Over the hill, through the Hall Bends, and from here on in, really, it's single file. There's no way past Ken Lark. He knows that as long as he parks the car in the middle of the road through this sequence of corners, he should be okay. And everywhere else, I think he's strong enough to keep them behind. So this could be a genuine race win here for Ken. Rolls now out of the final turn. Oh, and Nick Sanderson's on the grass. Nick Sanderson, he just got to them actually, and now he drops back behind Matthew Hollier again. Simon Tomlinson sets a new fastest lap of the race. He was ahead of Ken Lark at the line. They're side by side, I think, but Tomlinson has gone through. So Simon Tomlinson got himself ahead of Ken Lark somewhere in the final sector, and by the line was ahead by a couple of tenths. And Ken Lark, despite the extra power that he had down the straight, not able to drag past him. He'll have one more opportunity to try and do so now down the Park straight, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And actually Adam Marshall might get alongside him instead. Looks to the outside line. Ken Lark defending the inside. Marshall merged later on the brakes though, goes through, and Ken Lark, in fairness, realises that those two are fighting for a class win. He is comfortably leading in his own class, so he doesn't really need to take the fight to them. If there was a chance of winning the race overall, then yeah, fair enough, he'd defend. But that chance has really pretty much gone now. Into Mansfield corner, out towards the mountain, and now we have Adam Marshall chasing after Simon Tomlinson. We still don't know who's going to win this race, and certainly don't know who's going to win their class. There goes the Ben Taylor MX-5, runs within a class of its own anyway, Class B within the MX-5 field. And, that is a dominant performance for him, obviously, but he's running down in 13th place overall. There, another nice little battle. That's the 96 of Dave Mycock in 7th place, the Clark car behind Richard Clark's Renault Clio. Nick Gwinnett, meanwhile, now coming up behind Ken Lark. So Gwinnett now trying to move his way ahead of the Class A leading car. 3rd place in the overall running order. Right-hander at Charlie's, 5¼ minutes still to go. And Nick Gwinnett, I think, will feel that he's got a good chance of getting through here. Again, Gwinnett, though, doesn't really need to take any big risks. He's, well, actually, no, he sort of does, because Matthew Hollier in the black Renault Clio behind him is in the same class as Gwinnett, so he doesn't want to get backed up into him. Cost him a class win. You can see that Hollier's not that far back. Sanderson locking up a break just behind him. Interesting battle developing there too between two of the older spec Renault Clios. 182 Renault Clio, always one of my favourite shaped Renault Clio, and good to see a few of them out in the Quick Sport Renault Clio trophy. There's Dawn Butcher through the right-hander at Chris Curve on her own, running in 10th place overall. That's 3rd within Class A of the classic BMW Cup element of the race, same class as Ken Lark and as Donald DeVar. He just come through, and all of a sudden there's a gap between Tomlinson and Marshall. It wasn't there half a lap ago, so I don't know if Marshall's made a mistake somewhere. Simon Tomlinson just streaking away now. With only a couple of laps to go probably now, 3 more laps maybe. He sets the fastest lap of the race last time around in Tomlinson. Let's see what pace he's got this time around. It was 1:41.298. The fastest lap of the early race set by Adam Marshall was a 1:41.211. So we're still fractionally slower than that, because he's just done a 41.214. So by 0.003 of a second he misses out on setting the fastest lap of the day. It is the fastest lap of the race. He's 1.8 seconds now on Adam Marshall. He might have to settle for 2nd place in this one. Nick Sanderson not really proving to be much of a threat to him, so he might not mind that too much. 2nd place in the class, pretty guaranteed as long as he gets to the checkered flag in one piece. There's Ken Lark, still ahead of Nick Gwinnett. Sanderson backing away with Matthew Hollier. He's passed Hollier twice now in this race, but on the 2nd occasion struggling to pull away from the black Renault Clio, which sits 2nd within its class at the moment. Oh, that's Adam Marshall off the road at the gooseneck. Bit of bodywork trailing at the back of the car. He's had a big moment through Chris Curve, and he's going to lose 2nd place in the class. Look, through goes Nick Sanderson, but then Sanderson overdoes it, goes straight onto the grass, and Adam Marshall goes back past him. But that will be short-lived, because he's got bodywork rubbing on the left rear tyre, and that I don't think is going to last until the end. So, very strange situation there. Ken Lark, therefore, benefits and gains a position in the overall rankings. But Adam Marshall, briefly there, threw away 2nd place. Now, is that tyre going to last, do we think? It's not too bad when he's turning left, but this is a clockwise circuit, so more right-handers than left-handers. And with still 2 more laps to do, fancy that tyre's chances, but we'll wait and see. Across the line they're about to come. I don't think he's going to pit. I think he'll keep soldiering on. Across the line goes Marshall then, so down to 4th overall, but actually still 2nd within the GT class. And, as they head through Coppice Corner, that means that Simon Tomlinson is now 6.5 seconds ahead of Ken Lark in 2nd place, 3rd Nick Winnett, 4th Adam Marshall. With Matt Hollier 5th and Nick Sanderson in 6th position. Other class leaders then, the Class A of the Mark 5s led by Paul Sheard, Class PC within the Renault Clios by Phil Barwick again, as it was in the earlier race. The TTs, unfortunately, not running anymore. We've lost both of our TTs in this race, the 107 of Harry Scott and the TT class winner Philip O'Halloran from the earlier race, both non-finishers this time. So Tim Moll and Tony Hunter, as we know from earlier on. Out of Mansfield then goes the... Ken Lark slowing now. Ken Lark all of a sudden slows out of Mansfield. That's a shame. So he is going to lose the Class A lead. He pulls immediately to the side of the road. That car just lost complete drive coming out of Mansfield. And he pulls as far out of the bar. He's not lost complete drive, he's still got reverse gear anyway, able to pull the car back towards a place of more safety. That was a unfortunate end to his race then. He'd been driving really well. Ken Lark led for much of the early part of the race. And he's out of the way now onto the bus stop chicane that's used for bike racing, just to slow the bikes down when they arrive at the bottom of the mountain. And, there's a handy little parking space for him now. So Tomlinson then leading, Gwinnett 2nd, Marshall now back to 3rd again, and he is still battling for 2nd place in the class with Nick Sanderson, but they've got that black Renault Clio of Matthew Hollier between them still. So if either Hollier gets past Marshall or Sanderson gets past Hollier, we will have a genuine fight again for class honours. Hang on, that is Simon Tomlinson slowing down now. What's going on? Simon Tomlinson waving out of his window. We haven't got a checkered flag, so the race hasn't finished. He's got a problem as well then, has he? Simon Tomlinson, I think Simon Tomlinson thought the race had finished because he's sped up again now. I think he was waving at the marshals as he went through Park Corner, or does he have a problem? Out of the gooseneck he goes. He's keeping Nick Winnett behind him, but has Simon Tomlinson got an issue now? Let's see if the car picks up speed out of Mansfield. Looks okay from me. I think he's okay. So I genuinely think Simon Tomlinson thought the race had finished. There's no checkered flag at the start-finish line. I don't know where he got that idea from, but anyway, you've still got half a lap to do yet, Simon. And although your class win is pretty secure, I'm sure he doesn't want to let Nick Winnett by to claim the overall race victory. So through the Hallbends they go for the final time. The time has now ticked down to 0, but do still have to finish the final lap, Simon. Out of the barn, out of the hairpin he goes into barn corner. Sanderson's on the grass in the background as well. It's all kicking off. He's got back ahead of Matt Hollier on this final lap. But it is Simon Tomlinson in a slightly bizarre fashion who's going to come through to claim the final victory of the weekend, but only just actually. Nick Winnett almost drew level with him at the line, and it was less than 0.2 of a second the winning margin in the end. Simon Tomlinson then gets the overall and Classic VW Cup GT class victory. Nick Winnett then takes the win within the naturally aspirated class in the Renault Clio Cup. Then we had the RS class within the Clios, won by the number 166 of Richard Clark. Class A in the Classic VWs, won by Donald DeVar, of course, with Ken Lark's demise. The PC class of the Renault Clios is won by Phil Barwick, or will be very shortly. There he goes across the line. We should then have Ben Taylor through to claim a class win in Mark IV Class B. And in Mark IV Invitational class, there was only one entrant anyway, and that's number 82, which is Bruce Hadfield. And that will be it for class winners, because the rest of them were not running at the flag. So we cannot wait to hear from Simon Tomlinson as to what on earth was going on there with that bizarre final lap. I really do think that he was celebrating because he thought the race had finished, but that does not, well, wasn't the case. There was no checkered flag. And he got the shock of his life, I think, when Nick Quinnett arrived on his rear bumper quite clearly at full racing speed. So cars head back to Parc Fermé. Confirmation of the result then. Simon Tomlinson and Nick Quinnett winners in their respective classes then. Tomlinson in Class GT, Quinnett in Class NA within the Renault Clio Cup. Richard Clark also a class winner, so was Donald DeVar within Class A. Paul Sheard, Phil Barwick and Ben Taylor were the only entrants in their class, so they were guaranteed class victories, finishing 10th, 11th and 12th respectively. Bruce Hadfield, the last of the class winners in the invitational class for the Mark IV MX-5s, whilst Ken Lark, Harry Scott, Philip O'Halloran, Tim Moll and Tony Hunter all failed to finish. So we will hear from some, if not all, of those drivers very shortly, and we'll hear from Scott Woodwis for one final time as well, whilst we're waiting for Scott to get set out there. My chance to say a big thank you to everyone here at the Brscc for putting on a great race meeting as always. Trying times at times with the weather and a couple of red flag delays, but they've all been dealt with fantastically. Some brilliant racing as always here at Cadwell Park. And do be sure to head over to the Brscc website, where you can find information on all of the upcoming race meetings, whether they're live streamed or not. It's well worth checking them out. There will be a race event somewhere near you in the near future. We do, as it happens, have another live streamed event in a week's time. That will be the next round, the anti-penultimate round, actually, third to last round of the TCR UK Touring Car Championship on the Silverstone National Circuit. They're being supported, as always, by the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST150s will be out, so too will the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, and we'll also have the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship, and on the Saturday afternoon, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Always a fantastically entertaining race that around Silverstone. Slipstream Central in the Fun Cup cars. It should be a thrilling weekend. So that is next Saturday and Sunday. Live coverage throughout, all on, well, you can follow all of the links through the Brscc and TCR UK social media pages. Right then, for the last time this weekend, it's time for myself, Andy McEwen, to hand over to Scott Woodwis, who very shortly will catch up with our class winners for the final race of the weekend. Scott, over to you.
Give me the signal when it's good. Wow, what a weekend that was. 24 races done and completed. And that was quite a race for that second Evolution Trophy encounter. I'm going to ask the question to Simon, if we get a chance to talk to him, whether or not he thought it was the end of the race or whether he was having a problem. I've got a sneaking suspicion it might be the former, because the way he sped up again doesn't suggest he had a problem. Whilst we're waiting for the drivers to come down to pick up their trophies, which are probably somewhere around here, if Charlotte or someone will pick them up for them, I'm going to give my personal thanks as well to basically everyone for making this fantastic weekend. First of all, to my brilliant cameraman Joe for being suffering with me over the last 2 days. Thank you for that, and following me around the assembly area. Kind of made it my home for the weekend in many cases. Big thank you to Barry and Dan, who's been directing everything today, and all the camera guys who've been around the circuit, everyone to do with Digitex this weekend. Fantastic job on the visuals all weekend. It's been brilliant to work alongside, as it always is, of course, with commentator extraordinaire Andy McEwen. Excellent job as always. Good to have him on the comms as well. Thank you to everyone who's raced this weekend, to all three of our Mazda MX-5 championships, MX-5 Championship, Clubman and Super Cup. Some first time winners in the mix in there as well, like Sam Heading and Lee Britton finally getting their first wins. Shout out to George Grant as well, 3 Masters wins for him too. We had MG Metro Cup, where we had victories for Reese Clayton and Mike Williams. We also had the BMW Compact Cup wins in there for Gareth Clayton and for Guy Davis. I'm trying to reel this off on the fly, so I might get 1 or 2 of these wrong. We had Evolution Trophy, it was 2 victories for Simon Tomlinson, but also Nick Quinnett and Paul Sheard and everyone else involved in that. Modified Fords, we had victories for Ashley Shellswell and Dave Matthias. We also had in the mix as well, I'm trying to remember on the fly now here, I'm going to get one of them wrong, Ross Macker and Andrew Dye. No, Ross Macker did take 2 wins, didn't he? He took 2 wins in that one. It's been a long weekend. I'm trying to remember it all off the fly. And everyone else who had a fantastic weekend on top of that as well. If I've missed 1 or 2 championships or series, then I apologise. It has been quite that weekend. Thanks to everyone at Brscc. Thanks to all of our officials, our volunteers, all our coordinating team, everyone from HQ as well. Our incredible marshals. We've had quite a bit to do this weekend with some recovery and some red flags and safety cars all around. But incredible job all way. And I can echo the sentiments of, I heard Jack Burrell on the circuit commentary, who I should give a shout out to, by the way, and Andrew Fraser. I heard them over the commentary over the weekend. Brilliant stuff from both of them all weekend. So great stuff for anyone who was at the circuit to enjoy it. But I'll echo his sentiments, is that I always say every time, British marshals are the best in the world. And also on top of that, if we didn't have marshals and volunteers and officials to do things, we wouldn't be here running this race meeting. So genuinely, thank you very much to all the volunteers and marshals in particular that give up their free time to make all this happen. It really is genuinely appreciated. And if you want to get involved to become a volunteer or marshal, you can either get in touch with the club, get in touch with Brscc. If you want to become a marshal, get in touch with the British Motorsport Marshals Club. Get yourself onto a taste today, get involved. It is a really great way to get yourself up close and personal and to be a vital part of a motorsport meeting. And just thank you to essentially everyone that's also tuned in as well. If you haven't done so already, be sure to hit the subscribe button on the Brscc YouTube channel as well. You'll get notified if you also hit the notifications bar as well, and also hit a like on the stream if you want to, because that will help us out with visibility. And of course, the more that you have of that, it'll also mean that you won't miss any of the future streams that are coming up. Our next live coverage is going to be next weekend, in fact, where you'll see more Brscc action with TCR UK back in the mix. They're going to be at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, on the national circuit next weekend. You'll have TCR, you'll also have the Fiesta ST150 Championship, a record Fiesta Junior grid, 25, the biggest grid we've ever had. That beats the record at the start of the season of 22. That's going to be one to watch for, including 6 brand new drivers making their debuts. We've also got in there as well the Fiesta ST150 Challenge, also a bumper grid of Club Sport Trophy, expecting a sold-out 40-car grid, and there's the biggest grid of the season for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, 4 hours of racing on top of that, amongst others, and we're also expecting racing from the Welsh Racing Drivers Association on top of that as well. Yeah, if you want to find out anything about any of the championships and series that have been competing this weekend at Cadwell Park, and indeed at all within the portfolio, then be sure to check out the website brscc.co.uk for more information. You can find out how to start racing. If there's a championship for you, you can find out regulations, you can find out costs when they're racing, all sorts of information, specifications that you want to find out on the championship, and just come and enjoy the club, because it really is in quite a zenith period at the moment. It's in a good place in terms of Brscc. It really is on a boom. Of course, we talked about the fact that, we've got TCR UK, Ginetta have come on board, of course, for 2024, which is a massive amount, so we're looking forward to working with them more closely for next year. Race of Remembrance, of course, is coming up. The Fauna Ford Festival, which ties in with the finale of TCR UK. Plenty of other great things coming up, of course, going into 2024 and beyond. So if you're part of Brscc, you're part of something pretty good right now, and that's not an understatement at all. That's something that's definitely worthwhile. I was hoping that we were going to have a chat to some of our Evolution Trophy cars, but not to kind of preempt anything. They either not appear not to have turned up. They all seem to have driven off. So there's a possibility that unfortunately we won't get a chance to ask Simon Thompson whether or not he thought it was the checkered flag had a problem. Either way, don't have any trophies sat here either, so I might actually take this opportunity to fully sign off. I've done all the promo bits I need to fill. So from myself, Scott Woodward, from Andy McKeon in the commentary box, from everyone at Digitex Television, and all of us here at Cadwell Park, on behalf of the Brscc, thank you for watching and supporting. It's been a magnificent 2 days at the mini-Nurburgring of the North, and be sure to tune in next weekend when Brscc goes back racing with TCR UK and co, and we'll be sure to get involved in the mix. Once we I did also must forget Civic Cup, by the way, of course. Great 3 races for them. I don't want to forget them, of course. But TCR will be next weekend at Silverstone, so be sure to tune in for that. But from all of us here at Cadwell Park, have a fantastic rest of the weekend, and we'll see you next time for more action at Silverstone for Brscc and TCR UK. But until then, take care. Bye for now.